Clad in a fantastical world, Ning Fan becomes a preparatory disciple of the esteemed sect, Taiyi True. One day, the ordinarily unremarkable Ning Fan awakens to find the entire sect deserted, not a soul in sight. At this moment, a system descends, informing Ning Fan that he has but 3 years before a great calamity befalls the world. Under this calamity, 99% of all beings shall perish. In order to safeguard his existence, Ning Fan must diligently cultivate within the unmonitored sect, aided by the system. The supreme techniques in the library, superior elixirs in the alchemy room, the millennia-old spirit milk from the forbidden grounds, the cold jade bed of the aloof saintess, all have now become his free advantages. Ning Fan's cultivation progresses at an astonishing pace. Unbeknownst to him, the disappearance of all sect members was not sudden. Rather, it was an accident that left them collectively trapped within a hidden realm above the sect. This secret realm was personally crafted by the sect's founding ancestor, possessing the ability to conceal. It allows observation from within, but remains invisible from without. Thus, every action of Ning Fan is under the watchful eyes of the entire sect. The sect leader declares, "This boy is incorrigible. He dares to steal our sect's secret techniques." The elder from the Pill Peak retorts, "Is that so? You treat my 8th grade heavenly pill as mere candy." The master craftsman exclaims, "That is millennia-old cold iron. Do you even comprehend what you are throwing into the furnace?" The disciples are in uproar. Ning Fan must die. He dares to spend the night on the saintess's cold bed, and has even surpassed expectations. Initially, the entire sect was filled with righteous indignation. Yet, as they witnessed Ning Fan flawlessly converting the potency of the 8th grade pills and forging an unparalleled divine weapon from the ancient cold iron, even mastering the sect's most challenging divine abilities, all dissenting voices gradually faded away. "Not a brother. Can you truly do this?" Chapter 1. The collective disappearance of the sect. In the Central State's sacred domain, Taiyi True, Ning Fan awakens from a rigid bed, his face reflecting utter disillusionment. He was not struck by a vehicle, nor was he struck by lightning. He merely climbed Mount Tai and found himself traversing realms. Indeed, a physical transference. This dimension is a fantastical world where mountains can be moved and stars plucked from the sky. The place he arrived at is a forested peak of Taiyi True. At that moment, Ning Fan, holding a freshly purchased sausage in his left hand and a sugary drink in his right, gazes blankly at the grand mountain gate before him. "Remarkable. You, a mere mortal, have traversed the vast forest to arrive at our sect. It seems your resolve to seek the Tao is unyielding, a fine seedling indeed. Come, join our sect," an elder stationed at the mountain gate exclaims, seizing half of his sausage and offering sincere praise before leading Ning Fan into the sect in a daze. It was only much later that he learned Taiyi True is one of the foremost sects in this world, advocating the principle of teaching without discrimination. It is a revered sanctuary for countless cultivators. Aside from the grand recruitment ceremony held every decade, the sect remains concealed within the vast forest, exceedingly difficult to locate. However, if one's resolve to seek the Tao is steadfast enough to navigate through the forest and reach the mountain gate, they're considered fated to join the sect. After entering, Ning Fan, following the rules, becomes a preparatory outer disciple. Only upon reaching the first realm of cultivation, body refinement realm, can he advance to a true outer disciple. Alas, Ning Fan's body, having been subjected to the rigors of pre-packaged meals, is ill-suited for cultivation. Half a year into his time at the sect, he remains unable to enter the body refinement realm. However, he has shed his belly and sculpted a physique of impressive muscles, greatly enhancing his appearance. Yet the dilemma remains, being handsome does not fill one's stomach. "In my life, I tread upon thin ice. Can I still become a practitioner?" Ning Fan sighed deeply, numbly rising from his bed. After a simple wash, he stepped outside to commence another day of cultivation. First, he visited the Outer Peaks dining hall to purchase a bowl of spiritual rice porridge. Then he practiced for 2 hours at the martial arts hall, and finally, he retreated to the quiet room for meditation, assimilating the day's gains. This was his unadorned daily existence, seemingly predictable. Yawning, Ning Fan sluggishly made his way toward the dining hall. However, as he expanded his range of movement, a perplexed expression began to settle upon his face. The outer peak today was eerily quiet. It was a silence that felt almost sinister. At this hour in the past, the vicinity of the sect, nestled among towering mountains, would be alive with the clamor of voices. The sounds of sword chi slicing through the air, disciples shouting as they practiced, and the cries of spiritual beasts would fill the atmosphere. The 72 main peaks, shrouded in mist, would see celestial cranes soaring in a scene of flourishing immortality. Yet now, the clouds and mist remained, the celestial palaces stood intact, but all sounds had vanished. Not a soul could be found. What is happening? Ning Fan thought in astonishment. He quickened his pace, searching his surroundings. However, whether it was the outer disciples' quarters, the dining hall, or the martial arts hall, all were devoid of life. Could it be that everyone has vanished? As he pieced together the unsettling situation, a terrifying notion surfaced in Ning Fan's mind. Taiyi True, this formidable sect that commanded respect, had seen everyone from the exalted holy sons and daughters high in the heavens to the 72 true disciples and the 12,000 outer disciples all disappear. The elders too had vanished. Throughout the entire sect, unsurprisingly, only Ning Fan remained alive. Ding! The most powerful self-rescue system has been successfully bound. It has detected that the world of the host will experience a great calamity in 10-24 days, resulting in the tragic demise of countless beings. Only by attaining the cultivation level of a heavenly sovereign can a glimmer of survival be secured. This system will do everything in its power to assist the host in surviving the impending great calamity. Just as Ning Fan was lost in bewilderment, a cold mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Listening to the introduction of this system, Ning Fan was left speechless. The good news was that the system had finally arrived. The bad news was that the world would plunge into catastrophe in 10-24 days, roughly translating to about 3 years. Ning Fan felt as if he had turned to stone. Then an even more outrageous thought struck him. Could it be that the entire sect hadn't vanished, but rather fled in advance? Otherwise, he truly could not fathom how such a vast sect could become desolate overnight. You lot, you fled without me. How could you leave me behind? At this moment, a tempest of thoughts surged within Ning Fan. He desperately wanted to shout out a classic line from Uncle Da. I'm not on the bus yet. Relying on others is less reliable than relying on oneself. Fortunately, I have the system. Regaining his composure, Ning Fan shook his head and inquired, System brother, what functions do you possess? Just to be clear, my modern body has little cultivation aptitude. If you rely on me, we'll both be doomed. Host, the primary function of this system is to assist in cultivation, guiding the host step by step to become a powerful being. Currently issuing an introductory guide, proceed to the sect's scripture pavilion to clock in. This guide task is quite challenging, but upon completion, the host will receive a reward of a 10,000-fold enhancement to their innate talent. How much? Ning Fan trembled all over. He never expected the system's reward to be so extravagant. A 10,000-fold enhancement right off the bat. As for the scripture pavilion, he was aware it was a crucial stronghold of the sect. The regulations clearly stated that outer disciples were not allowed to approach without reason. Even inner disciples required prior approval to enter. As a mere outer preparatory disciple, such a high-end place would be completely inaccessible under normal circumstances. Thus, it was reasonable for the system to deem this guide task quite challenging. What a pity, though. The past is the past, and the present is the present. The scripture pavilion, though a stronghold of Taiyi True, is now merely an empty realm for me. Ning Fan remarked with a self-amused tone, then swiftly leaped down the mountain. Meanwhile, above Taiyi True, in the boundless void, a small world floated like a transparent bubble. Within this bubble, celestial mountains and pavilions stood tall, a miniature version of Taiyi True. This place was known as Taiyi Xianxia. It was a spatial treasure crafted by the sect's founder, Taiyi Daozong, during the ancient times. Inside, it formed a secret realm, possessing the ability of returning to the true and illuminating the heart. Those who found themselves within could clarify their original intentions, greatly benefiting their cultivation and breakthroughs. The founder proclaimed that Taiyi True was the foundation of the sect. In the years that followed, every decade, the sect would organize disciples to enter and grasp the opportunities within. Thanks to this ironclad rule, countless disciples have entered over the ages, refining themselves and enhancing their overall aptitude and strength. Passed down through generations, Taiyi True not only survived the passage of time, but flourished even more. Ultimately, it became one of the premier sects in this world. Now, it was once again time for another decade. Within Taiyi True, many disciples sat in a gathering according to their status, with outer and inner disciples forming concentric circles. The closer to the center, the more exalted the status. At the very center, only the true disciples, holy sons, sect leader, and numerous elders occupied the space. Yet at this moment, these high-ranking members of the sect exchanged glances with one another. each bearing an unmistakable expression of worry. The sect leader paced back and forth, sighing. Everything seemed fine when we arrived. How is it that we cannot leave? Chapter 2. This child is unworthy to enter my Taiyi True Sect within the mystical realm. An atmosphere of unease permeated the air. Hundreds of thousands of disciples remained engrossed in meditation, oblivious to the unfolding turmoil. In the very center, the sect leader and elders wore expressions of grave concern. Lili, who presided over the artifact refining hall of Tiangong Peak, stroked his snow-white beard, his brow furrowed. Esteemed brothers, as the Taiyi True Ruins is a supreme spatial treasure, the failure of the entrance and exit mechanism is utterly inconceivable. This matter surely harbors some profound mystery. As his words echoed, Elder Wu from the Punishment Peak, brimming with indignation, interjected, "Are you implying that there is a traitor within our sect, deliberately confining us here? I did not suggest such a thing. The peculiarities at play do not necessarily indicate foul play. This treasure contains countless enigmas." Elder Li, well-versed in the art of artifact refinement, hesitated to engage further in this line of inquiry regarding sect affairs, promptly denying the insinuation while attempting to redirect the conversation. Yet, as the discussion progressed, he found himself at a loss for explanations. While he possessed great expertise in artifact crafting, the Taiyi True Ruins, forged by the ancestors of the sect, was far more intricate than he could comprehend. Thus, he stumbled over the issue of the malfunctioning entrance and exit mechanism, unable to articulate a coherent theory. Amidst the gathering, the sect leader cast a stern glare at Elder Wu and admonished, "Elder Wu, this is not your enforcement hall. While it is acceptable to discipline the disciples, how can you cast suspicion upon the elders of each peak? The entire sect is ensnared within this mystical realm. We must not allow doubt to sow discord among us." Elder Wu, as the head of the Punishment Peak and overseer of the enforcement hall, was known for his unyielding demeanor and meticulous nature. Such traits were commendable in the routine management of the sect. However, given the extraordinary circumstances, it was imperative to abandon such rigid adherence to law. Moreover, the elders of each peak held esteemed positions within the sect. How could they be so casually suspected? Thus, even if there were indeed something amiss, it was not the time to bring it to light. Listening to the sect leader's reprimand, Elder Wu's expression hardened, yet he refrained from further comment. The sect leader then reassured, "Esteemed brothers, the Taiyi True Ruins have endured through countless ages. It is possible that some spatial structures have merely become unstable. Let us patiently await the restoration by the elders." Upon hearing this, the assembly nodded in agreement, their gazes involuntarily shifting to the four corners of the vaulted ceiling. There, at the terminus of the various spatial realms, three esteemed elders sat cross-legged in the void, collaborating to investigate the situation. They either deduced the flaws within the treasure or endeavored to re-establish communication with the laws of space. Witnessing this scene, the worried expressions of the sect's high-ranking officials gradually eased. The Taiyi True Sect, as the preeminent sect of this world, boasted the last three esteemed elders, each a paragon of unearthly strength and the very foundation of the sect's legacy. With their presence, it seemed assured that the complications surrounding the entrance and exit of the mystical realm could be easily resolved. With this thought in mind, the sect leader, too, felt a sense of relief. With his hands clasped behind his back, he spoke, "The esteemed elders are diligently striving, and we too must not rest. I urge you all to ponder, is there perhaps a brilliant strategy or divine plan that could aid us in our predicament?" Upon hearing his words, the crowd fell into deep contemplation. After a few moments, Elder Zhuge from Tianji Peak was the first to speak, saying, "I recall that not all disciples of the sect entered the secret realm. One remained outside." "Who?" the crowd inquired. "The saintess." As this revelation emerged, the audience suddenly grasped the implication, their expressions brightening. The master of transmission Peak nodded vigorously, adding, 3 years ago, the saintess entered the dragon-slaying cliff to undergo a period of seclusion and rebirth, aspiring to breach the Purple Mansion. She left a message indicating that upon the opening of the Taiyi True Ruins, there was no need to summon her. Therefore, it stands as she is indeed the sole guardian within the sect at this moment. Elder Li from Tiangong Peak, upon hearing this, was filled with elation. The Taiyi True Ruins possesses a backup secret jade for activation, allowing for an external passage to be opened. Should the saintess break through and discover the interior devoid of individuals, her keen intellect will surely lead her to surmise our entrapment. The other elders displayed expressions of excitement at this prospect. Yet, the master of Tianji Peak wore a troubled countenance, appearing as if he were grappling with a profound dilemma. While that may be true, he began, the saintess typically remains in seclusion for no less than 5 years, and occasionally up to 10. Given that this is a critical juncture in her pursuit of the Purple Mansion, time is certainly of the essence. The implications of his words hung heavily in the air, and the previously jubilant leaders now wore solemn expressions. Their saintess, unparalleled in grace, talent, and aptitude, was known for her intense dedication to her cultivation. Once she entered seclusion, she was utterly oblivious to the world outside. If she were to emerge after a decade, they would have no choice but to place their hopes upon the 3 esteemed elders. The sect leader pondered momentarily before heaving a sigh. Very well. Let us first assess the situation below. Perhaps the saintess has already emerged from her seclusion. With that, he brought his fingers together and silently recited a spell. The spatial barrier beneath his feet gradually transformed into a transparent hue, allowing a clear view of the sect's circumstances below. Although the entrance to the Taiyi True Ruins was rendered inoperative, its other functions remained intact. This transparency of the spatial barrier enabled them to observe the outside world, one of its many capabilities. Alas, the concealment of the Taiyi True Ruins was exceedingly potent. Even though they could see outside, those in the external realm remained oblivious to their presence. In fact, they were entirely unaware of the immense secret realm looming above them. The original intent of the sect's ancestors in crafting this treasure was to catch others off guard. Now, it had become a hindrance. The crowd sighed, lamenting the whims of fate, while adjusting their mindsets and turning their gazes toward the outside world. As the barrier beneath them became transparent, the Grand Taiyi True Gate came into view. The 72 main peaks, still shrouded in clouds and mist, appeared unusually desolate in the absence of numerous disciples. The elders, upon witnessing this, felt a wave of nostalgia wash over them. At that moment, one elder suddenly pointed to a certain location, exclaiming in astonishment, "Look there, at the outer peak's entrance. There stand a person." As the voice fell, the crowd's gaze followed suit. Sure enough, atop a certain peak stood a solitary figure. His countenance was striking, clad in a gray outfit that unmistakably belonged to an outer sect preparatory disciple. The master of Ning Peak, responsible for organizing the entrance to the secret realm, gasped in disbelief. "This is impossible. Any disciple of our sect, even a preparatory disciple, upon acquiring the sect's token and belonging to this realm, will inevitably be drawn into the Taiyi True Ruins when it opens. How can he still be so calmly standing outside?" The master of Ning Peak was at a loss. The fact that a disciple was left outside, failing to enter the secret realm, constituted a grave incident. On a minor scale, it reflected his ineptitude. On a larger scale, it could plunge the entire sect into peril. After all, the secret realm event occurs once every decade, representing a paramount affair for the Taiyi True Sect. To ensure absolute security, all sect formations are activated in advance, guaranteeing that outsiders cannot encroach upon this territory. Yet now, a disciple had failed to be absorbed into it. Just imagine if this individual harbored ill intentions, or was a spy sent by another force. The resources of the entire sect, along with countless techniques and weapons, would be akin to an unguarded treasure trove, ripe for plunder. The sect leader's expression darkened. He did not address the negligence of the Ning Peak master, but instead promptly commanded, "Summon the outer sect steward in charge of the preparatory disciples to see me." An elder nearby hastily transmitted the message, aware that the sect leader was incensed. Just then, the overlooked preparatory disciple below was anything but idle. He strolled into a task hall of the outer sect, casually connecting his disciple token to the unattended mountain guarding steel, and began to frantically pour contribution points into it. The elder overseeing the task hall was infuriated. How outrageous! This lad dared to seize the opportunity in the absence of oversight to shamelessly extract contribution points. Had he no sense of shame? Within the sect, aside from spirit stones, contribution points are the most universally accepted currency. For instance, operating flying boats or renting alchemical furnaces requires contribution points. To obtain contribution points, one must first complete sect tasks, which are then verified by the task hall stewards before being allocated from the standing mountain guarding steel in each task hall. It is akin to transferring funds in a bank, moving contribution points into the disciple's token. The tasks issued by Taiyi True Sect vary in difficulty, with some even posing life-threatening risks. Earning contribution points is no easy feat for the disciples. They are earned at great peril. Yet now, this preparatory disciple acted with audacity. As if he were drawing water from a mountain spring, carelessly siphoning contribution points from the mountain guarding steel into his token. How could the assembly of elders not be enraged? The sect leader, with a flick of his sleeve, coldly scoffed. This child possesses such deplorable character and virtue. He is utterly unworthy of entering my Taiyi True Sect. Chapter 3. This little thief possesses mediocre talent. Ning Fan felt an overwhelming sense of joy. He hummed a tune, gazing at the glowing stone monument of the town. As it continuously infused contribution points into his disciple token, a smile inevitably curling at the corners of his mouth. As someone who had yet to attain the status of an official disciple, little Karami, Ning Fan, lacked even the qualification to accept tasks. His daily existence relied solely on the automatic monthly distribution of 200 contribution points from his sect. Of that, 2 points were expended daily on spiritual rice, and 1 point for training at the martial hall. If he occasionally purchased some garments, he would hardly be able to save anything. At this moment, witnessing tens of thousands of contribution points flowing into his token, Ning Fan felt an exhilarating sense of newfound wealth. However, one should not presume that the disappearance of all sect disciples rendered these contribution points useless. The Taiyi True Sect is a top-tier sect, and its ethereal palaces are not merely for admiration. They were constructed with a myriad of formations and mechanisms. To activate them, one must rely on contribution points. Thus, even if Ning Fan were the last remaining member of the sect, his life would still be intertwined with these points. Take, for instance, the current system task of venturing to the scripture pavilion. It is essential to recognize that the domain of the Taiyi True Sect is vast, with 72 main peaks, 12 of which are situated near the central spiritual vein and serve as the core. The remaining 60 peaks are categorized into inner and outer peaks based on geographical location and spiritual energy concentration. As a preparatory disciple, Ning Fan naturally resides in the outer peaks. The transmission peak, where the scripture pavilion is located, undoubtedly belongs to the core 12 peaks. Given his mortal form, traveling from the outer peak to the transmission peak would take him nearly 2 months, even without rest. Therefore, for such a lengthy journey, he must rely on the flying boats equipped at each peak by the sect. These flying boats can be activated with contribution points. Ning Fan had previously utilized one of these boats when checking on the sect's affairs, depleting nearly all of his remaining contribution points in the process. This prompted his current visit to the nearest task hall to infuse his token with contribution points. After all, with the entire sect having fled, he was left alone. Taking a few points was hardly a transgression. Surely, even if the elders were to find out, they could hardly blame him. Could they? With a cheerful demeanor, Ning Fan watched the contribution points within his token steadily rise, feeling immensely satisfied. Meanwhile, within the Taiyi True ruins above him, an elder from the task hall was vehemently cursing. Shameless, utterly devoid of morals. His audacity surpasses that of a city wall. Having already taken 100,000, he still shows no sign of restraint. This lad is truly ungrateful. The contribution points within the stone monument were not produced arbitrarily. They required nurturing from the sect's core spiritual veins. The contribution point system is essential to the operation of the entire sect. Even an elder overseeing a peak for many years might only possess a few 100,000 contribution points. Thus, from the elder's perspective, Ning Fan was not merely taking contribution points. He was siphoning the spiritual energy of the sect's veins. Subordinate Outer Peak Steward Yongwu, respectfully greeting the sect leader and esteemed elders. As the crowd's expressions grew increasingly discontent, a middle-aged man navigated through the throng, apprehensively clasping his hands before the sect leader. Yongwu, do you recognize this individual? The Grandmaster inquired coldly. The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback by the question, his gaze following the eyes of the assembly until it finally settled upon Ning Fan. A look of bewilderment crossed his face as he muttered, "This lad seems quite familiar. Who might he be?" Suddenly, he struck his thigh in realization. Black sweet water. What? The Grandmaster frowned. Yongwu, realizing the implication, hastily replied, reporting to the Grandmaster, "This person is named Ning Fan. 6 months ago, he traversed the vast wilderness and arrived at our sect. Noticing his steadfast heart toward the Tao, I adhered to the sect's regulations and accepted him into our ranks." A steadfast heart toward the Tao. Have you considered his character? In the absence of oversight, he brazenly appropriates sect resources for personal use. Such a person, if presented before me, would have met their demise with a single strike. Elder Wu of the Punishment Peak remarked with a frosty demeanor. Upon hearing this, Yang Wu's face flushed with embarrassment, for it was he who had initially welcomed Ning Fan into the sect. The Grandmaster, seizing upon the central issue, pressed. What did you mean by black sweet water? Ah, that refers to a mundane beverage carried by Ning Fan upon his entry into the sect. It is black, exceedingly sweet, and effervescent. Out of curiosity, I sampled a small amount. Yang Wu explained, a hint of guilt evident in his tone. Upon learning, it was merely an ordinary item. The Grandmaster's interest waned, and he waved his hand dismissively. Enough. Within this secret realm, I cannot impose any punishment upon you. Once we exit, you shall report to the law enforcement hall to receive 300 lashes. Understood. Yang Wu sighed in relief. Although 300 lashes would be painful, it was a far cry from suspension or accountability, a far more favorable outcome. He bowed respectfully and quickly withdrew from the sphere reserved for the esteemed. Having spent 6 months in the sect without even brushing the threshold of the body refinement stage, his talent was indeed abysmal. It seemed he had merely relied on fortuitous circumstances to survive the vast wilderness. The Peak Master of the Transmission Peak cast a glance at Ning Fan, who was busily engaged below, shaking his head in disbelief. In truth, such minor characters hardly warranted the attention of the sect's high-ranking officials. However, currently trapped within the Taiyi True ruins, with the 3 esteemed elders still examining the laws of the secret realm and the saintess absent, Ning Fan was the only one left to capture their interest. Thus, they were compelled to focus on him. The outcome for this disciple, who had pilfered sect contribution points, was all too predictable. Once they could exit the secret realm, his fate would undoubtedly be sealed. Yet prior to that, the Assembly of Elders was curious as to what audacious actions this disciple would undertake in the empty sect. Therefore, numerous pairs of eyes were fixed upon him. Unbeknownst to Ning Fan, a host of celestial beings were observing him intently. At that moment, having amassed 1,000,000 contribution points, he finally ceased his endeavors. This should suffice for quite a while, he mused, shaking the token with satisfaction. Subsequently, he moved with a light step, heading directly towards the harbor where the flying vessels were docked. There, halfway up the mountain, an empty port came into view, housing approximately a dozen small flying boats. Ning Fan casually selected one, affixed his token to the mechanism, and after deducting 300 contribution points, successfully activated the vessel. In the next moment, he grasped the helm tightly and soared towards the heart of the sect, cutting through clouds and mist. In merely half an hour, he arrived at the transmission peak, one of the 12 peaks. How astute, the sect leader remarked with a cold laugh, his tone nonchalant. The Peak Master of Transmission Peak wore a mocking expression. By the looks of it, he aims for the scripture repository. He may not be foolish, but he overestimates himself. In our sect's scripture repository, aside from the first level accessible with contribution points, the other floors are based on one's innate talent. The more exceptional the skill or divine ability, the higher it is stored. When the holy maiden Jiang selected her techniques, she effortlessly ascended to the 8th level with her unparalleled physique, on par with the Holy Sun. This little thief, with mediocre talent, may struggle to even cultivate the techniques stored on the first level. Chapter 4. Ascend the Floors. The Elder of Transmission Peak spoke plainly, yet his words held truth. The Taiyi sect was no mere minor faction. As a top-tier power, its foundational depth was unfathomable. The scripture repository alone contained a vast array of formations and rules, gathering numerous techniques and divine abilities from across the land, each capable of inciting envy among countless mid to low-level cultivators. However, the difficulty of acquisition was immense. According to the words of the ancestral founder, to understand one's limitations is to truly possess strength. If one's talent is lacking, one should refrain from blindly cultivating top-tier techniques. Otherwise, not only will they fail to succeed, but they may also incur harm upon themselves. Hence, when he constructed the scripture repository, he employed supreme power to establish a realm capable of assessing one's innate talent. Anyone who entered would have their abilities laid bare. Whether they possessed a divine body of the age or an unparalleled Tao embryo, none would be overlooked. Moreover, when an individual wishes to ascend the floors to retrieve techniques, they must rely solely on the cultivation aptitude revealed through this assessment. The rules laid down by the ancestral founder are remarkably precise. Being permitted to ascend to the 5th floor signifies that the techniques on the 6th floor would indeed be a burden to them. Elderly of Crafting Peak stroked his beard in agreement. In his youth, he too was a paragon among disciples. Yet even he could only reach the 6th floor of the scripture repository. Initially, he harbored discontent until, years later, he secretly borrowed a technique obtained from the 7th floor by a prodigious disciple, which finally convinced him of the truth behind the ancestral founder's detection array. The techniques of the 7th level, had they been entrusted to him, would have posed an insurmountable challenge given his own aptitude, potentially hindering his progress and preventing him from attaining his current realm. Thus, the scripture repository serves as a most ruthless mirror, reflecting the flaws of every aspiring talent in stark clarity. Is he truly a prodigious talent or merely a name without substance? One need only take a stroll to discern the truth. Those who ascend to the 8th tier, akin to the Holy Son and Holy Maiden, undoubtedly represent the pinnacle of genius in this realm. As for the lofty 9th tier, even the most esteemed sect leaders dare not entertain such aspirations. After all, it has been a million years since a disciple last set foot upon the 9th level. As the elders pondered these thoughts, Ning Fan had already descended before the entrance of the scripture pavilion. Fortunately, this transmission peak is situated in the heart of the sect, devoid of any additional formations. Otherwise, it would have been a formidable challenge for Ning Fan to even approach it. Of course, the pavilion is normally guarded by formidable elders, yet today, the sect is deserted, leaving him unmonitored. Upon reaching the scripture pavilion, Ning Fan tapped his disciple token against the stone tablet at the entrance. Instantly, 10,000 contribution points were deducted. This is the nature of the sect's scripture pavilion. Without prior reservations or bestowed qualifications, one must part with 10,000 contribution points to gain entry. How many floors one can ascend depends entirely on one's own capabilities. However, as Ning Fan is still new to the sect, he is unaware of the rules governing the pavilion, mistakenly believing he could choose any floor upon entry. As the barrier before him dissipated, revealing the resplendent and magnificent pavilion, the word scripture pavilion shimmered above him. Flanking the entrance, stone pillars bore gilded inscriptions. One side proclaimed source of Tao, while the other bore foundation of heritage, exuding an ancient and grand aura that stirred his heart. Unable to contain his excitement, he stepped inside with a brisk pace. Instantly, a vast expanse unfolded before his eyes. The space must span over 1,000 square meters, lined with rows of shelves brimming with martial arts techniques, skills, and travelogues detailing the diverse cultures and customs of this realm. Ding! Host has arrived at the scripture pavilion. Guidance task completed. Rewards have been dispensed. A new entry guidance task has been issued. Cultivate any martial art to reach the body refinement stage. Upon completion, you will receive a martial skill proficiency voucher X1. Martial skill proficiency voucher. Upon use, it guarantees that one martial skill cultivated by the user will achieve minor success within a day. The system's notification resounded suddenly. Ning Fan's entire being jolted. Though, truth be told, he felt nothing at all. Is this what it means to have one's talent amplified 1,000-fold? Surely, the system cannot be deceiving him. Doubt clouded Ning Fan's expression. In his imagination, a sudden enhancement of talent would manifest with golden lotuses blooming, divine light descending, and miraculous phenomena erupting, portraying him as an unparalleled genius. At the very least, one would expect to see dark impurities expelled from his body in a dramatic cleansing of his essence. But he felt none of these changes. Perplexed by his own doubts, the system remained unresponsive. Seeing this, Ning Fan had no choice but to conduct his own experimentation. He understood that his talent was lacking, and this deficiency was not solely related to his cultivation aptitude. Additionally, there lies an understanding of the cultivation technique and mastery of the intricate movements involved. If one's innate talent truly experiences an elevation, then their inherent qualities and comprehension must inevitably undergo a remarkable transformation. Thus, the authenticity of this claim can easily be discerned. Ning Fan casually picked up a tome of cultivation methods and cast his gaze upon it. In that moment, he was struck with astonishment. This was no mere fleeting reaction, for despite it being his first reading and having only perused it once, he found the content entirely comprehensible. The practice of cultivation is fundamentally governed by two standards: form and intent. Among these, form is the more accessible aspect to master. Even the most sophisticated techniques in existence are confined within the capabilities of human execution. Consequently, even an ordinary individual can replicate the movements with sufficient imitation. However, intent is a different matter entirely. It constitutes the essence of a cultivation method. In the process of cultivation, The movements serve merely as an auxiliary. What is truly cultivated is this very essence. It encompasses how to navigate the internal pathways of blood and energy, how to draw spiritual essence into the body, how to traverse the meridians, and how to perceive the strength cultivated therein. Ning Fan found himself ensnared at this juncture. The technique he had been practicing was a generalized method for preparatory disciples, lacking any rank and merely aiding practitioners in entering the refinement of body stage. Yet, despite its simplicity, it provided a specific route for guiding the internal blood and energy flow. Ning Fan struggled with this step, unable to fathom how to control the internal energy, an exceedingly abstract endeavor. Thus, for 6 months, he failed to grasp its true essence and could not advance to the refinement of body stage. As for the present moment, not only could he comprehend the generalized technique he had practiced before, but even the method he now held, one with a rank within the scripture repository, was understood at first glance. He silently navigated the energy pathways within his body, executing them flawlessly. His innate talent had indeed ascended. Upon realizing this, a radiant spark ignited in Ning Fan's eyes, and an unprecedented vigor radiated from him since his arrival in this realm. After his excitement subsided, he surveyed the expansive first floor of the scripture repository, shaking his head slightly. According to the steward who had initially seized his beloved cola sausage, the selection of techniques for the refinement of body stage was of utmost importance, as it laid the foundational groundwork. Now that his talent had increased 1,000-fold, he was determined to practice the finest methods available. Casting his gaze around at the techniques on display, Ning Fan found them utterly unimpressive. A singular thought occupied his mind: ascend to the upper floors. Chapter 5. A great scholar to argue my case, this individual has entered the scripture repository. How far do you think he can ascend? As for the number of floors, in my estimation, he is destined to remain in the unrefined basement, or else he will meet with failure on the first level. Within the Taiyi True ruins, a gathering of elders engaged in spirited discussion. When the words of the Peak Master regarding the first level were uttered, a wave of amusement swept through the assembly. Even the normally solemn sect leader found their expression wavering, struggling to suppress a smile. While the remark may have been cutting, there was a kernel of truth within it. After all, the cultivation methods practiced by the preparatory disciples are the simplest, lacking even a tier classification, rendering them unworthy of being stored on the first floor of the scripture pavilion. They are merely transitional tools for disciples, discarded once they step into the body refinement realm. A typical individual can attain mastery within 3 months. Those with slightly better talents may achieve it in 1 to 2 months, or even more swiftly. According to Elder Yang Wu from the Outer Peak, Ning Fan has cultivated for a full 6 months without even touching the threshold of the body refinement realm. His talent truly unworthy of consideration. To say he ranks below 0 would not be an exaggeration. As the crowd indulged in laughter and conversation, suddenly, a figure on the first floor stirred. All present were advanced cultivators. Despite Ning Fan being ensconced in the loft, their gazes pierced through, capturing his every move. This sudden motion immediately drew the attention of all. What could he be attempting? Did he dare to ascend to the second floor of the scripture pavilion? This rogue, having already pilfered contribution point from the sect, now sought to steal high-tier cultivation methods. How insatiable. Why bother with him? The staircase to the second floor was a barrier he would never cross. Indeed, this youth had no possibility of ascending. Elders and direct disciples observed this scene with expressions ranging from pity to scorn. The holy son of the Taiyi sect shook his head indifferently. This little thief, believing the sect to be devoid of oversight, acted with reckless audacity, unaware that his every action was under scrutiny. Now, he foolishly aspired to tread upon the second floor of the scripture pavilion. How pitiable and laughable. Thus, amidst this peculiar atmosphere, all eyes were on the figure as he ascended the stairs. His steps were brisk and fluid. Even at the staircase's pinnacle, he encountered no resistance whatsoever. The surrounding sounds suddenly diminished. As the onlookers observed this spectacle, an absurd thought unconsciously surfaced in their minds. Could it be? Before the thought could fully form, the figure within the pavilion had taken the final step, effortlessly stepping into the second floor. Instantly, the crowd fell silent. The peak master of the transmission peak furrowed his brow. This lad truly managed to ascend to the second floor? Could it be that he possessed some latent talent after all, rather than being entirely devoid of merit? Yet, why had he failed to master such a simple foundational technique, even after half a year of practice? The sect leader and elders exchanged subtle glances. their silence thickening the air. Ascending to the second floor merely indicated that Ning Fan had a modicum of talent, which held little significance within the sect. However, the earlier information from Yang Wu, combined with the sight of Ning Fan pouring 1,000,000 contribution points into his token, had shaped their poor impression of him. They had just mockingly derided him, asserting he deserved to remain at the -1 level. Yet this unfolding scene was rather a slap in the face. Naturally, they refrained from speaking further, the unspoken agreement sealing their lips. Unbeknownst to Ning Fan, such a performance had transpired above him. After arriving on the second floor, he meandered about, casually flipping through various cultivation methods, only to find them rather mundane. The highest achievement thus far is merely at the level of the Xian rank. It appears that there is still a long way to ascend. With this thought in mind, Ning Fan ascended the staircase once more. As he made his move, the onlookers in the heavens furrowed their brows in unison. Did he dare to continue climbing? Was he oblivious to the rules of the scripture pavilion? Or was he possessed by a misplaced confidence? Amidst their uncertainty, they beheld Ning Fan striding forward with determination, leaving them no time for contemplation as he swiftly stepped onto the third floor. At this moment, a spark of interest ignited among the crowd, and their prejudices were significantly diminished. Even the sect leader pondered silently. There's a saying that at the beginning of human nature, it is inherently good. If this young man truly possesses talent, he might be spared from a death sentence and, after undergoing a measure of punishment, could be properly guided. After all, reaching the third floor and traversing the vast forest signifies that he possesses certain commendable qualities. Just as he was deep in thought, he suddenly realized that Ning Fan, having set foot on the third floor, did not pause, but continued to ascend. With a stride encompassing 2 steps at once, he swiftly reached the 4th floor. At this, the crowd became entirely serious. Among the true disciples, waves of agitation rippled through them. Those who had ranked at the bottom among the true disciples had only managed to reach the 4th floor in their time. Ultimately, relying on various fortuitous encounters during life and death struggles, they had narrowly emerged among the 600 inner disciples to become one of the 72 true disciples. Now, this mere outer sect preparatory disciple had also set foot on the 4th floor of the scripture pavilion, suggesting that he too might have a chance at such good fortune. A bunch of pretenders. Witnessing this once despised commoner ascend to the 4th floor unsettled their resolve. Were we not all true disciples with the potential for the 5th or 6th floors? At such heights, even if Ning Fan were to exhaust himself, he would find it impossible to ascend further. One of the more prominent true disciples, seeing the commotion, immediately shook his head in disdain. Clearly, the proud disciples of the Taiyi sect were not lacking in arrogance. He ascended to the 5th floor. Suddenly, someone gasped in astonishment. What? The elite disciple who had just boasted of being a legitimate true disciple was struck dumb. His own abilities paled in comparison to the elders. When he exerted his energy to peer through the ceiling, he found that Ning Fan had already reached the 6th floor. The disciple was instantly taken aback, rubbing his eyes to confirm he had not erred, only to turn pale and step back in shock. The other true disciples, who had once looked down upon him, erupted in laughter. Their earlier bravado faltered upon witnessing an inconsequential commoner effortlessly ascend to the 6th floor, leaving their resolve in disarray. What pretentiousness! In stark contrast to the turmoil among the true disciples, the elders remained enveloped in a profound silence. The 6th floor? This outer sect preparatory disciple, Ning Fan, had actually ascended to the 6th floor of the scripture pavilion? The assembly could hardly believe their eyes. It is worth noting that many high-ranking members present, such as Elder Li from the Tiangong Peak, had only managed to reach the 6th floor in their youth. How could this insignificant Ning Fan exhibit the bearing of an elder? Was this truly the case? The gathered dignitaries exchanged uncertain glances. Elder Tiangji Peak spoke candidly. Junior Su, has the doctrine of the scripture pavilion also faltered? As his words echoed, the master of transmission Peak immediately shook his head, resolutely asserting, impossible. The scripture pavilion was crafted by our revered founder himself. Unlike the present Taiyi True Ruins, which is rife with disturbances, the notion of a faltering doctrine is utterly unfounded. Then how do you explain that Ning Fan ascended to the 6th floor? Upon hearing this inquiry, the master of transmission Peak found himself at a loss for words. The fact that a novice disciple, who had been cultivating for merely 6 months without even brushing the threshold of the body refinement realm, suddenly reached the 6th floor of the scripture pavilion was simply astonishing. While he could conceal his talents, the likelihood of such a feat remained exceedingly slim. Once one's innate abilities reached a certain level, they could no longer be hidden. Those qualified to ascend to the sixth floor, even with minimal effort, could effortlessly perfect foundational techniques. Moreover, if one possessed a unique constitution, they would hardly need to practice. Simply absorbing the essence of the sun and moon and the surrounding spiritual energy would naturally propel them onto the path of cultivation, becoming a body refinement practitioner with ease. Therefore, Ning Fan's situation was truly perplexing. The sect leader, however, did not dwell on these thoughts. Instead of harboring any animosity, his eyes reflected admiration for talent. With such extraordinary aptitude, proper guidance could lead to limitless potential, and it was nearly certain that he would become a true disciple. As for the earlier incident of taking contribution points, it was understandable that a mere mortal in a lowly position would be unaware of the existence of our sect, Taiyi True Ruins. From the perspective of an ordinary person, when sect members suddenly vanished, various possessions would appear ownerless, and taking some for personal use was hardly objectionable. Chapter 6 revealed that Sister Yu was indeed reasonable. Within less than half a day, her disdain transformed into profound admiration. Even the leader of Taiyi had already concocted excuses for Ning Fan. After a long silence, the master of transmission Peak suddenly stroked his beard, saying, "I observe that Ning Fan possesses a resilient character and bears the demeanor of a gentleman. Even in the face of a suddenly desolate sect, he maintains his composure. This is the mark of a hero. As the saying goes, one who harbors thunder in their chest yet bears a tranquil countenance can be appointed as a general. Such raw talent, with proper refinement, will undoubtedly become a pillar of our sect in the future. I understand that my fellow brothers are often preoccupied with their own affairs. Once we are out of this predicament, I wish to alleviate the sect's burdens by accepting Ning Fan as my disciple and personally instructing him." The master of transmission Peak spoke with fervor, his expression exceedingly earnest. Upon hearing his words, the surrounding true disciples revealed expressions of envy. It is well known that although the master of transmission Peak oversees the transmission of teachings, the Taiyi sect is vast, with disciples numbering in the tens of thousands. The outer disciples rarely have the opportunity to see the master of transmission Peak, only deserving to listen to lower-ranking elders in the outer peaks. Only those of the inner sect and true disciples qualify to step onto transmission Peak for lectures. Once a month, there is a session for clarifications on teachings. During the remaining time, if one wishes to learn more, it ultimately depends on whether they can catch the master's eye. Some esteemed disciples may have the opportunity to receive special instruction, but such chances pale in comparison to the convenience of becoming a direct disciple of the master of the transmission Peak. Upon taking a master, one not only gains the support of an elder at the Peak's level, but also enjoys the privilege of seeking wisdom and guidance at any time. Such an opportunity is indeed remarkable. It is no wonder that many disciples reacted as they did upon hearing that the master of the transmission Peak wished to accept Ning Fan as a disciple. Transforming from a mere outer sect preparatory disciple to the master's personal pupil is tantamount to soaring to great heights. Truly, Ning Fan has struck a stroke of fortune. In stark contrast to the envy expressed by many disciples, the elders from various peaks rolled their eyes in disdain. This shameless old fellow. Among those who mocked Ning Fan earlier, he was the most vehemently convinced that Ning Fan would never ascend to the sixth floor of the scripture pavilion. Yet, now that he has demonstrated his ability to do so, the elder's tone has shifted dramatically, praising him for his gentlemanly demeanor. The speed of this change and its smoothness are indeed contemptible. Among the esteemed elders, Li Changming, the current master of the Heavenly Craft Peak, stepped forward at that moment. He turned to the elder of the Transmission Peak, his visage grave. "Brother Su, your judgment of people is indeed astute." Elder Su, taken aback, had expected this typically stern brother to deliver a reprimand regarding his inconsistent nature and mundane ways. Instead, he uttered a surprising remark. Li Changming then stated earnestly, "Though I am unworthy, I observe that this young man, in terms of character and aptitude, is truly exceptional. If nurtured properly, he could rise to the ranks of the true disciples. However, Brother Su, I must counter your position. Consider the sacrifices you have made for our sect over the years. How arduous they have been. Not only do you instruct numerous disciples daily, but you also take the time to provide individual guidance to the true disciples. We, your fellow brothers, though we may not voice it, have all witnessed your dedication and hard work. We are still here, yet you wish to take on the additional burden of accepting disciples and teaching them. Is this not a slap in our faces? Therefore, I, as your brother, cannot agree to your decision to take Ning Fan as a disciple. You may remain aloof, and as for imparting teachings to this young man, allow me to take that responsibility on your behalf. Li Changming's passionate speech moved the master of the transmission peak deeply during the first half. However, by the latter half, he stood stunned, frozen in place. Moved? What nonsense! So you've been waiting here all along? Your false concern for our efforts is a mere facade, while your true intent is to seize a promising disciple for yourself. Fortunately, the master of the transmission peak is not one to let a good opportunity slip away. Accepting a disciple of notable talent is a splendid prospect that cannot be easily dismissed. He immediately forced a few tears, feigning emotion, and declared, "Brother Changming, you have cared for me since my youth. How many favors have I received from you over the millennia? Today is indeed the time for gratitude. This is not stubbornness on my part, but rather a recognition that the heavenly craft peak possesses an expertise that is unparalleled. Whether in crafting tools or making talismans, each requires a talent that is truly extraordinary. Ning Fan possesses commendable cultivation aptitude, yet his proficiency in the arts of weapon forging and talisman crafting may not be exceptional. Should he prove to be rather dull-witted, would it not necessitate my senior brother to devote even more time to instruct him? Your esteemed Tiangong Peak is already burdened with its own responsibilities. Must I then witness my senior brother being overworked to the point of exhaustion? Therefore, as his junior, I hold the obligation to take Ning Fan as a disciple. Su Yu Wei, the master of the transmission peak, lamented with heartfelt sincerity. Yet his words subtly hinted at the disparity between their respective peaks. What right does your Tiangong Peak have to compete with my transmission peak for disciples? Among the 12 peaks of Taiyi, the master of Tiangong Peak is tasked with the cultivation of diverse crafts, primarily focusing on weapon forging and talisman creation. The peak is populated predominantly by rough men, perpetually enveloped in smoke, with the clang of iron resounding incessantly. Few disciples are inclined to approach Tiangong Peak, resulting in its essential yet less popular status within the sect compared to the transmission peak. Li Changming, having lived for millennia, was not oblivious to Su Yuwei's veiled insinuations. His facial muscles involuntarily twitched. This Su Yuwei, in his pursuit of a disciple, he has utterly forsaken his principles, even going so far as to suggest that I might work myself to death. As a venerable elder of peak master caliber, even if he were to toil without sustenance at the forge for a century, he would not exhibit the slightest fatigue. Li Changming, filled with indignation, was preparing to articulate a retort and engage Su Yuwei in a prolonged debate. Just then, a woman's voice unexpectedly interjected. "Dear junior brothers, why must we quarrel over such trivial matters? Let us not further harm our camaraderie." Her tone was elegant and gentle, imbued with a mature charm that was as refreshing as a spring breeze. The assembly turned to behold the source of the voice, a beautiful woman clad in a purple robe, gracefully swaying as she approached, her alluring visage exuding an air of restrained allure. Sister Yu. Upon seeing her, both Su Yuwei and Li Changming instantly tempered their thoughts and greeted her respectfully with a bow. This woman, exuding a mature and refined demeanor, appeared as gentle as water. She was the eldest sister among their generation of disciples and also the master of the Zhongjian Peak, which presides over the path of combat within the 12 core peaks. Her name was Yu Ruxiang. The Taiyi sect leader, witnessing Yu Ruxiang's intervention, could not help but commend her wisdom. Sister Yu indeed understands the nuances of the situation. At this critical juncture, she has prevented these two old fools from making a spectacle before so many disciples. Just as he felt a surge of relief, he then heard Yu Ruxiang cheerfully propose, "Why not place this Ning Fan under my Zhongjian Peak? I have been seeking an apprentice lately, and I was at a loss for candidates." The moment these words escaped her lips, Su Yuwei and Li Changming were rendered speechless, while the sect leader's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. "Oh, Sister Yu, just when I praise your sagacity for halting this farce, as a result, you intervened unexpectedly? Is it truly necessary for the three esteemed elders to vie for such a minor figure as Ning Fan?" Chapter 7. The entire sect was observing. The sect leader felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. Ever since Ning Fan ascended to the 6th level of the scripture pavilion, numerous elders could no longer contain their excitement, each wishing to take him as their disciple. Even now, the esteemed master of the sword concealment peak, Yu Ruxiang, had joined the fray. This was indeed a prominent figure within the sect. Her declaration to accept Ning Fan as her personal disciple significantly enhanced his value. Many other elders from different peaks were now stirred, contemplating whether they too should stake a claim on such an exceptional talent as Ning Fan. The numerous true disciples could only listen in astonishment. Even Elder Yu was present. My goodness, 3 elders are competing for him, and the others are restless. Could it be that Ning Fan is truly that remarkable? How enviable. The Sword Concealment Peak. The foremost peak of our sect in terms of offensive prowess. Who in the Central State's sacred domain is unaware of the name Taiyi Sword Concealment? Disciples from Sword Concealment Peak carry themselves with pride when they venture outside, let alone being the personal disciple of the Peak Master. It is infuriating. I too possess the qualifications of the 6th level of the Scripture Pavilion. Why can't Elder Yu take me as her personal disciple? Such matters depend on fate and timing. It can only be said that Ning Fan is exceptionally fortunate. Indeed, today we are all trapped within this secret realm, and inevitably, our attention is turned to him. Even the slightest of his actions will be magnified, naturally drawing Elder Yu's attention. The disciples murmured among themselves, ultimately feeling a blend of envy and jealousy towards Ning Fan's stroke of luck. After all, those who ascend to the 6th floor are not entirely absent among this generation of true disciples. Yet, only Ning Fan is being sought after by so many peak masters, including Yu Rushuang. This preferential treatment undoubtedly incited envy among the disciples, mixed with resentment and frustration. Meanwhile, the elders remained contemplative. Upon hearing Yu Rushuang's words, Su Yuwei and Li Changming fell silent. They exchanged glances, silently communicating a sense of competition. However, after much glancing, neither dared to voice their intentions to contest with the senior sister. After all, as fellow disciples of the same generation, they were acutely aware of the terrifying strength possessed by this seemingly gentle senior sister. The master of the Sword Concealment Peak is not a position just anyone can hold. To dare compete with her for a disciple is to invite trouble, just as the two were caught in their internal struggle. Other elders were also deliberating whether to intervene when an intersect steward suddenly reported. It turned out that many disciples had completed their insights, and, seeing that the passageway to leave the secret realm had not yet opened, had begun to show signs of unrest. Sect leader, should we concoct an excuse to pacify the disciples? Suggested the steward after delivering the report. No, the sect leader replied, shaking his head. Taiyi True, as a premier force, boasts an impressive assembly of 3,600 inner disciples and 120,000 outer disciples. This is by no means a trifling number. Given the current uncertain circumstances, it remains unclear when one might emerge from this confinement. Should one fabricate lies recklessly, the eventual revelation could incite even greater panic. Contemplating this, the sect leader gestured and declared, there is no need for concealment. Convey the situation directly. Furthermore, he instructed that the scope of observation into the outside world be expanded to encompass the entirety of the secret realm, allowing all disciples to witness the commotion below. Upon hearing these words, the steward ceased to speak further and promptly withdrew. The other elders nodded slightly in agreement. Informing the disciples candidly about the circumstances within Taiyi Zhenshu may appear rash at first glance, yet it is, in truth, a prudent decision. For it is only through unrelenting secrecy that panic is born. Once the truth is laid bare, the disciples will find solace. After all, being unable to exit the secret realm merely signifies a malfunction in the incantation for opening the passage, rather than an encounter with peril. Moreover, the 3 esteemed elders are already conducting an investigation. What manner of individuals are the esteemed elders? Each possesses extraordinary abilities, embodying the profound strength of the sect, supreme powerhouses. There is no imminent danger, and the entire sect remains together within the secret realm, with the esteemed elders above, the sect leader and peak masters in the middle, and the true disciples below. Such formidable forces being trapped in the same space should naturally alleviate any concerns among the disciples. As for exiting, it is surely only a matter of time. Soon, the news spread throughout the entire Taiyi Zhenshu. All disciples became aware of the current situation. Instead of panic and chaos, there was a palpable excitement. It resembled a school setting. If a torrential downpour ensues outside, a solitary student left behind due to detention would undoubtedly feel anxious. However, if the entire class were caught in the rain together, that anxiety would dissipate, transforming into a sense of exhilaration, such as the present scenario. Additionally, a steward has already announced that the sect leader will render the spatial barriers of the secret realm transparent, allowing everyone to collectively observe the outside world. which further piqued the disciples' curiosity. It was reported that an outer sect preparatory disciple, for reasons unknown, had failed to enter Taiyi and remained behind at the sect. Indeed, the leader and elders had been monitoring him for quite some time. This audacious disciple, upon realizing the absence of oversight, promptly infused his token with a staggering 1,000,000 contribution points. What? Such an amount? Good heavens! He may very well attract the ire of Elder Wu from the law enforcement peak. Yet, it cannot be restrained. I have the latest news. This disciple has also ventured to the transmission peak, ascending to the 6th level of the Sutra repository in one breath. Now, numerous elders are vying to take him as their apprentice. The 6th level. Is he not merely an outer sect preparatory disciple? How can his talent be so exceptional? Who could have known that a man, once on the brink of death due to grievous mistakes, would transform into a coveted figure in the eyes of the peak elders? It is utterly absurd. As the news spread, events occurring within and beyond the secret realm surged forth like waves, rippling outward from within. In no time, it reached every corner of the Taiyi True ruins. Upon hearing of Ning Fan's deeds, over 100,000 disciples were left utterly speechless. Firstly, they could scarcely believe that such audacity existed in the world. Secondly, the twist of events took them completely by surprise. Consequently, both inner and outer disciples buzzed with excitement and discussion. Simultaneously, the sect leader and numerous elders exerted their influence. They manipulated the laws of the secret realm, causing the transparent barrier beneath their feet to expand rapidly, ultimately encompassing the entire secret realm. All disciples felt as though they stood in the heavens. A mere glance downward revealed the magnificent scenery of their sect. The sect leader's actions were, in truth, a stratagem to divert the congregation's attention. After all, he was uncertain how long they would remain trapped within this realm. Despite having candidly communicated the situation, he feared that prolonged confinement would inevitably breed anxiety among the disciples. Furthermore, the monotony of endless waiting without purpose was undeniably tedious, akin to being imprisoned. Thus, rendering the spatial barrier of the Taiyi True ruins transparent was akin to opening a grand window in a sealed cell, greatly alleviating their spirits. Moreover, with Ning Fan as a ready performer, if the disciples' focus could be captivated by him, their concerns about their confinement would naturally dissipate. In fact, to ensure that even the less accomplished outer disciples could witness the spectacle, the sect leader employed a grand technique to enhance the vision of all disciples within the secret realm, allowing them to easily see through the roof of the scripture pavilion and behold the unfolding scene within. At that moment, under the gaze of countless eyes, the figure standing on the 6th floor of the scripture pavilion, who had been perusing several tomes, finally made a move. He first shook his head, seemingly dissatisfied with the techniques stored on that level. Then, he lifted his gaze towards the staircase leading to the 7th floor, and amidst the incredulous stares, he boldly ascended. Chapter 8. Stepping onto the 7th level. Is this lad truly intending to ascend to the 7th floor? With Ning Fan's action, the Taiyi True ruins erupted in excitement. Li Changming wore a look of astonishment, while Su Yue regarded him with skepticism. Yu Rushuang pondered in silence, and the sect leader furrowed his brow deeply. The other elders and true disciples buzzed with speculation. This was because the 6th and 7th floors of the scripture pavilion represented a watershed moment. In fact, from the 7th floor onward, each level served as a dividing line, requiring exceptionally high standards of innate talent. Among the many peak elders present, most had only managed to reach the 6th floor of the scripture pavilion. Only the esteemed Master Taiyi and the peak leader of the Zhangjian Peak, Yu Rushuang, have managed to ascend to the 7th level, underscoring its formidable challenge. It is likely that Ning Fan, upon his inaugural entry into the scripture pavilion, sought to test the limits of his capabilities. However, when he discovers that his body feels as heavy as a mountain while attempting to tread the staircase leading to the 7th level, he will undoubtedly retreat in the face of adversity. At this moment, an elder regained his composure and asserted this notion, with others nodding in agreement. The disparity in talent requirements between the 6th and 7th levels is vast. If one possessed a unique constitution, it might be feasible, such as Master Taiyi's Qingmu spiritual body or Yu Rushuang's Sushin sword body. However, after observing Ning Fan for some time, they were acutely aware that he lacked any extraordinary physique. He was merely an ordinary mortal body. To step into the 6th level of the scripture pavilion with such a common physique is already a rarity. and the ambition to ascend to the 7th level appears utterly unattainable in the eyes of the onlookers. The master of Tianji Peak chuckled, remarking that although a mortal body is akin to a blank slate with immense potential for transformation, it is also marred by the evident drawback of inferior talent. Ning Fan's journey to the 6th level of the scripture pavilion, relying solely on his mortal body, is already an extraordinary feat and represents the pinnacle of his capabilities. Everyone present acknowledged this sentiment. It is essential to recognize that within this mystifying martial arts world, amidst a vast population, some remarkable physiques occasionally emerge. These unique physiques often possess special efficacy in certain aspects of cultivation. For instance, Yuruxuang's Sushin sword body, as the name suggests, significantly enhances the effectiveness of sword cultivation. It can be said that from the moment of her birth, her path in cultivation was predetermined, specifically the path of the sword. Regardless of her personal inclinations towards swordsmanship, she must hone her skills along this trajectory. In truth, during her youth, Yuruxuang had little interest in swords. Her aspiration was to become a godly cultivator. Cultivators possess divine consciousness, which for ordinary practitioners serves merely for reconnaissance and introspection. However, those who specialize in cultivating divine consciousness can transform it into formless weapons, capable of striking foes from miles away. Such practitioners are known as godly cultivators. Yuruxuang's desire to become a godly cultivator stemmed from a fortuitous encounter in her youth, where she acquired a celestial-grade divine cultivation technique, a rare opportunity that countless ordinary cultivators could only dream of. While a mortal body can freely practice various techniques without restriction, Yuruxuang, with her Sushin sword body, would face a dilemma. Should she forsake the shortcut of sword cultivation to pursue the path of divine cultivation, she could succeed. But her future achievements would inevitably fall short compared to those attained via sword cultivation. After all, with the formidable advantages conferred by her Sushin sword body, practicing sword techniques would yield unparalleled speed and efficacy. Furthermore, it is noteworthy that, at lower realms, a cultivator's lifespan is akin to that of an ordinary person. Only by breaking through to higher levels can one extend their life. In the initial stages of cultivation, every moment is of the essence. If Yuruxuang were to neglect the Su Xin sword body and stubbornly pursue the cultivation of her divine thoughts, it is conceivable that by the time her lifespan wanes, she may never achieve the next realm. Thus, despite her aversion to the sword path, she is left with no choice but to embrace the path of sword cultivation after considering all factors. This indeed reflects a drawback of awakening a special physique. While she possesses formidable advantages in cultivation, her future path becomes rigid, leaving little room for alternative choices. Conversely, an ordinary body is different. Aside from being inherently frail and possessing inferior talent, it is remarkably adaptable. Regardless of the opportunities encountered or the attributes of the techniques acquired, one can cultivate them. Ning Fan, with his ordinary physique, has ascended to the 6th level of the scripture pavilion, a testament to his talent that rivals many with extraordinary bodies. This is precisely why numerous elders regard him with such importance. Even Yuruxuang has contemplated accepting him as a disciple, motivated by this very fact. The malleability of an ordinary body is astounding. It is worth noting that among the true disciples, many have reached the 6th level, yet they all possess extraordinary bodies. Their cultivation paths are largely predetermined, and few are suited for sword practice. An existence like Ning Fan is indeed rare, as difficult to find as a lantern in the dark. However, despite the aforementioned considerations, many still doubt Ning Fan's ability to reach the 7th level. This skepticism is not born from underestimating him, but rather from countless precedents. Since the ancient times, the Taiyi True Sect has endured through countless generations. Yet there has never been a record of an ordinary body ascending to the 7th floor. This ironclad fact seems to silently convey to the world that the limits of an ordinary body are reached here. Thus, when the onlookers recognized that Ning Fan was indeed of an ordinary body, such sentiments arose. Even now, they merely perceive Ning Fan as unwilling to accept defeat, attempting to test his limits. Having reached the midpoint of the staircase, Ning Fan felt as if his body were laden with the weight of a mountain, struggling to support himself, with even the next step becoming a challenge. The master of Tianji Peak unfurled his folding fan, his words imbued with conviction. What junior brother Zhuge says is indeed reasonable. After all, the miraculous methods of our Taiyi True Sect's Tianji Peak have always been infallible. And junior brother Zhuge is renowned as the little sage of Zhongzhou, celebrated far and wide. How could he be mistaken? Indeed, indeed. Others chimed in agreement. Meanwhile, within the scripture pavilion below, Ning Fan, having reached the midpoint of the staircase, gasped for breath, internally cursing. Who designed this staircase? 20 steps for just one level. With 3 landing platforms, it means I have to climb a total of 80 steps from the 6th to the 7th floor. Ning Fan was left speechless, finally understanding why the scripture pavilion, despite having only 9 levels, appeared so grand and imposing from the outside. The building, towering at 200 meters, consists of merely 9 floors, with the central staircase being rather unremarkable. Poor Ning Fan, an ordinary mortal, found himself exhausted from the ascent, cursing the builder's lack of foresight. If the long-deceased grandmaster of the sect, Taiyi, were to hear Ning Fan's inner grievances, he would likely feel a profound sense of frustration. After all, those who could access the scripture repository and choose their cultivation techniques were all practitioners of the body refinement realm. Who could have anticipated that one day a mere mortal would climb to such heights within the repository? Thus, it is unfair to blame Taiyi. While he may have been a bit whimsical in his construction, any cultivator, even one with just body refinement skills, would never complain of fatigue from climbing stairs. After a brief respite, Ning Fan resumed his ascent, taking a step forward with no resistance. He reached the next landing in one breath. At that moment, only 20 steps remained until he reached the 7th floor. Though he was unaware of this, his actions had left the elders observing from above utterly astonished. The master of Tianji Peak, Zhuge Ming, after a moment of silence, cleared his throat, his face flushed, and remarked, "It seems Ning Fan is even more resilient than we had imagined." However, reaching the 7th floor remains impossible. There has never been a precedent for this within the sect's history. I deduce that the pressure on his body has reached its limit. Look at him gasping for breath. It's likely that not only his muscles are strained, but even his internal organs are suffering immense discomfort. He should be at the point of complete exhaustion. Hearing Zhuge Ming's judgment and observing the panting Ning Fan below, the elders shook off their previous awkwardness, collectively believing that Ning Fan had indeed reached his limits. After exchanging glances, they eagerly concurred, "Zhuge, your insight is remarkable. It seems this young man has truly reached his threshold, though he may not ascend to the 7th floor. His innate talent as an ordinary human ranks him among the elite of our sect." Indeed, indeed. The surrounding elders engaged in animated discussions, their voices echoing with enthusiasm. Suddenly, one of the true disciples exclaimed, "Ning Fan is moving." The crowd fell silent, eyes darting downward. As fate would have it, they witnessed Ning Fan bounding with remarkable agility, taking 2 steps at a time, swiftly reaching the top of the staircase and stepping onto the 7th floor of the scripture repository. Zhuge Ming, the elders, the master of Taiyi. The entire scene felt as though it had been paused, enveloped in a profound silence. The only sound that reverberated was the sharp clatter of Zhuge Ming's folding fan as it slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Chapter 9. The Saint's Unease. The 7th floor? Ning Fan has ascended to the 7th floor of the scripture repository. After a considerable time, a cacophony erupted. Numerous elders, including those of peak status, could no longer maintain their composure. Yu Ruo Shuang gazed at Ning Fan's towering figure, her lips subtly parting, her resolve to take him as her disciple growing ever more steadfast. The master of Tai let out a long sigh, his tone unmistakably rising with excitement. A mere mortal has ascended to the 7th level of the scripture pavilion. This feat, unattainable by countless mortals throughout history, has been accomplished today. As a mortal, his cultivation aptitude surpasses that of many extraordinary physiques. Now, having set foot on the 7th level of the scripture pavilion, he has shattered the so-called limits of mortals. This act is nothing short of a revelation to all present. The ensuing uproar is, naturally, immense. The master rejoices. The elders are astounded, and the true disciples engage in fervent discussions. Moreover, this tumult swiftly spreads to the outer circle. Within mere moments, it reverberates throughout the entire Taiyi True ruins. Countless disciples, numbering in the tens of thousands, are collectively shaken. Did I see that correctly? The 7th level of the scripture pavilion? Is this true? Are the elders merely toying with us, using illusions? A disciple capable of reaching the 7th level has not appeared in the sect for several years. Here I am, a proud intersect elite, barely managing to reach the 3rd level, whereas this individual has surpassed me by a wide margin. What kind of physique does Ning Fan possess? It must be remarkable, right? I heard he is not of an extraordinary physique. What does that mean? Could it be that Ning Fan is merely immortal? I refuse to believe it. How could a mere mortal ascend to the 7th level of the scripture pavilion? Breaking news. As a fellow Outer Peak preparatory disciple, closely connected to Ning Fan, I only need 1,000 contribution points. Once we are outside, I can recommend you. Within the solemn and serious Taiyi True ruins, an unprecedented wave of discussion has arisen. An obscure outer sect preparatory disciple has, in front of everyone, shattered the age-old talent limit of mortals in a single stroke. How extraordinary is this event? It instills in the disciples a sense of witnessing history, mixed with an uncanny feeling of unreality. Consequently, the entire Taiyi True Sect is abuzz with chatter. Some are astonished, others skeptical, while some seek to exploit the situation for personal gain. The fervor is unprecedented since the founding of the sect. On another front, within the core circle of the sect's higher-ups, the master of Taiyi harbors both contentment and excitement in his eyes. A mortal can indeed reach the 7th level. This act pioneers a new era, adding yet another supreme genius to our sect, who could rank among the top 10 true disciples. Fellow disciples, do not quarrel. Once this matter is resolved, Ning Fan shall become my disciple, and I will personally instruct him. Hearing the words of the master of Taiyi, the elders were collectively astonished. How can our esteemed master also step in to claim a disciple? As the leader of the sect, his position is exceedingly sensitive. Although the Taiyi True Sect has no explicit regulations, the generations of masters have long established an unspoken code of conduct. As the leader of the sect, one is permitted to accept only the Holy Son and Holy Maiden as disciples, with no allowance for additional students. This restriction arises from 2 primary concerns. First, the leader's obligations are numerous, leaving little time for mentorship. Second, there exists a fear that disciples may become arrogant due to their status, leading to a desire for power that could rival the Holy Son and Holy Maiden. The Holy Son and Holy Maiden occupy exalted positions, representing the pinnacle of each generation of disciples and embodying the future of the sect. They are also the candidates for the next generation of leadership. Thus, the leader must either refrain from accepting disciples altogether or limit themselves solely to the Holy Son and Holy Maiden. Should a disciple outside of the dual holy lineage be accepted, it is inevitable that dissent may arise over time. After all, it is far more prudent to select the next leader from the Holy Son and Holy Maiden rather than to transfer power to a personal disciple. While the Taiyi True Sect is a paragon of righteousness and virtue, the unpredictability of human nature remains. Yet now, the usually judicious Taiyi leader finds himself compelled to personally intervene and consider taking Ning Fan as a disciple. How could this not astonish the assembled elders? They recognize the uniqueness of Ning Fan, a figure who has transcended the limits of ordinary talent. Should he be properly guided, his future potential is incalculable. Yu Ruoshuang, with her phoenix-like eyes glimmering, fixates on the Taiyi leader. Both she and the leader were among the most esteemed and gifted of their generation's disciples. Had the Taiyi leader remained silent at this juncture, Ning Fan would undoubtedly have fallen into Yu Ruoshuang's hands. For none of the other elders possessed the standing to contest her claim. How could Yu Ruoshuang not feel a surge of frustration? The Taiyi leader, feeling the weight of her gaze, flushed with embarrassment, fully aware that he had overstepped the boundaries of his position, which traditionally forbids him from accepting disciples. Aware of his misstep, he dared not meet Yu Ruoshuang's eyes. "Leader, please reconsider," spoke Li Changming from the Tiangong Peak, the first to voice his concerns amidst the crowd. "There has never been a precedent for the leader to accept disciples in our sect. If this door is opened, what will the Holy Son and Holy Maiden think?" Upon hearing this, other elders quickly echoed his sentiments. Meanwhile, slightly removed from the main gathering, the foremost among the direct disciples, the Holy Son of Taiyi, could not help but exhibit a slight change in expression. Regardless of the unexpected predicament of being trapped in the Taiyi True ruins or witnessing Ning Fan's solitary brilliance, he had managed to maintain his composure. To him, Ning Fan had merely been a negligible outsider, inconsequential. Even after demonstrating remarkable talent and rising above his former status, he posed no threat to him. Even upon seeing Ning Fan ascend to the 7th level of the scripture pavilion, he remained unperturbed. After all, as the current Holy Son, he had once reached the 8th level. Though Ning Fan's abilities were extraordinary, they still paled in comparison to his own. However, the Taiyi leader's sudden proclamation to accept a disciple has, for the first time, thrown this usually composed holy son into disarray. At this moment, with ears perked up, the seemingly indifferent expression belied a keen attention to the elder's conversation. A palpable tension filled the air, as there was a lingering fear that the elders might be unable to dissuade the sect leader from truly accepting Ning Fan as a disciple. Chapter 10. Ning Fan is an enigma. Junior brother need not worry. Once I accept Ning Fan as my pupil, I shall transfer the authority of the sect leader to Sister Yu, suddenly declared sect leader Pei Qingyu amidst the fervent attempts of others to dissuade him. Upon hearing these words, a hush fell over the assembly. In their generation, the most gifted disciples were undoubtedly the elder sister Yu Rushuang and elder brother Pei Qingyu. These two were revered as the saintess and saint of their sect, each possessing a rare constitution that allowed them to ascend to the 7th floor of the scripture repository, their cultivation levels being remarkably comparable. However, just as both were poised to vie for the position of sect leader, an unexpected event transpired. Elder sister Yu Rushuang voluntarily relinquished her claim to the title, thereby allowing Pei Qingyu to ascend to the leadership without contest. Years have passed since that moment, and now, Pei Qingyu has unexpectedly announced his intention to transfer the leadership authority to Yu Rushuang in the name of accepting Ning Fan as a disciple. This revelation was truly astonishing, rendering the elders momentarily speechless. Yu Rushuang, displaying an air of indifference, wore a lazy smile that hinted at mockery. Sect leader Pei, are you attempting to kill 2 birds with 1 stone? These words left many elders perplexed, yet they resonated with stark clarity in the ears of sect leader Taiyi, leaving him visibly flustered. He had not anticipated that his intentions were so easily discerned by Yu Rushuang. As the leader of Taiyi sect, one of the foremost powers in this realm, commanding the sacred domain of Zhongzhou and overseeing the 4 corners of the world, he wielded unparalleled authority. A single decree from him ensured obedience throughout the realm. Yet, outsiders beheld only the glory of his position, oblivious to the weighty responsibilities that accompanied it. For 1,300 years, he had served as the Taiyi leader without a single day of respite. The vast sect's affairs piled upon him like a mountain. And after assuming leadership, his own cultivation had stagnated severely, remaining unrefined for centuries due to the lack of time for personal growth. He had grown weary of this role. In retrospect, he finally understood why Yu Rushuang had so abruptly withdrawn from the contest for leadership. She had evidently foreseen this scenario. Only he, the naive fool, remained blissfully unaware of the burdens of the sect leader's position. Thus, the appearance of Ning Fan today sparked a sudden inspiration within him, a desire to use the pretext of taking on a disciple as a means to resign from leadership. Unfortunately, this little scheme did not escape the perceptive gaze of the elder sister Yu Rushuang. As for the other elders, they were left utterly bewildered. And the surrounding disciples were even more so, their hearts stirred with a tempest of emotions, struck by the gravity of the unfolding drama. From their perspective, they witnessed a remarkable scene. The sect leader, in a desperate bid to claim Ning Fan as his direct disciple from the grasp of the other elders, has gone so far as to relinquish his position. What a terrifying notion this is. After all, the identity of the Tai Chi master signifies supreme authority, capable of determining the fates of countless beings at a whim. Is it truly warranted for Ning Fan, a mere mortal yet to embark upon the path of cultivation, to elicit such extreme measures? The hearts of the numerous true disciples thundered with confusion, utterly unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation. In an instant, they sensed that Ning Fan's profundity had grown increasingly inscrutable. Otherwise, why would so many elders and the sect leader bestow such significance upon him? As discussions ensued, the tale rippled outward like ocean waves. Initially, it reached the ears of many inner disciples, only to be embellished and sensationalized by the time it reached the outer sect. The tens of thousands of outer disciples, upon learning the news, were left utterly bewildered. What? The sect leader wishes to take Ning Fan as his disciple? You mean to say that the Holy Son fainted in a fit of rage upon hearing this news? Is it true? The sect leader and elder you are in a fierce struggle for Ning Fan? Absolutely. I have a source in the inner sect. It is said that the sect leader has even gone so far as to resign from his position to secure Ning Fan. You are all behind the times. The latest intelligence reveals that Ning Fan is indeed an unparalleled master who, upon reaching the 7th layer, sensed the prying eyes of the sect leader and others. With a mere glance at the Taiyi True ruins, he caused the sect leader to lose all his cultivation on the spot, thus necessitating his resignation. The outer disciples, in their multitude and chatter, began to spin extravagant tales. Various outlandish versions emerged, and while many could be discerned as falsehoods, the disciples continued to share them with unyielding enthusiasm, as if such exchanges were the only source of amusement in their solitary secret realm. The outer sect's stewards and elders could not allow rumors that tarnished the sect leader's reputation to run rampant, and they swiftly intervened to quell the gossip. Several of the most notorious spreaders of rumors were caught red-handed. These stewards and elders imposed immediate penalties on the fabricators. Yet, during the process of punishment, they found themselves pondering the reason behind the sect leader's voluntary resignation. Could it truly be for Ning Fan? Was this even conceivable? As such thoughts crossed their minds, many gazes inevitably shifted downward, once again landing upon the seventh layer of the scripture repository. There, the figure, once seemingly unremarkable, now exuded an undeniable aura of extraordinary brilliance. He stood before the bookshelf, hands clasped behind him, studying the jade tablet before him. Xiao Wu Xianggong, a mid-grade earth-level cultivation technique meant for the divine forging stage. Ning Fan gazed at a sheet of paper levitating beside the jade tablet, densely inscribed with descriptions of the technique, and found himself intrigued enough to read aloud. The techniques housed in the seventh layer of the scripture repository are all of mid-grade earth level or higher, their preciousness beginning to manifest. Thus, they are no longer merely recorded in scrolls, but have transformed into dedicated jade tablets. At the moment of learning, one merely needs to align the jade slip with the center of the forehead, and the contents of the technique will automatically transfer into the sea of consciousness. As the transmission of such methods is not taken lightly, even disciples who have ascended to the seventh level can only select one technique to study at a time. Therefore, beside each jade slip, there exists a golden thin paper detailing the introduction of the technique. Disciples seeking to choose a technique use this as a reference to ultimately select the one most suited to themselves. Now, with the entire Taiyi True Sect mysteriously vanished and the scripture pavilion unattended, Ning Fan is not bound by this rule. Even if he were to absorb all the jade slips of techniques from the seventh level into his consciousness, it would pose no issue. However, Ning Fan refrains from doing so. Primarily, he holds the techniques of the seventh level in disdain. After all, with his talent enhanced 1,000-fold, his potential has reached unprecedented heights. Furthermore, with the impending calamity of heaven and earth approaching in 3 years, the urgency is palpable. How could mere earth-tier techniques possibly enable him to cultivate sufficient strength for self-preservation? According to the system, to survive the impending tribulation, he must at least possess the cultivation of a celestial sovereign. Celestial sovereign. At this thought, Ning Fan could not help but sigh softly. Having traversed through half a year and being merely an outer sect preparatory disciple, his status is pitiably low. The Outer Peak Steward did not enlighten him on the knowledge of realms, but only informed him that after tempering his body and becoming an official disciple, he would provide further introductions. Thus, prior to this, he was unaware of the significance of this realm. However, through his journey and the numerous scrolls he has perused across the various levels, he has profoundly grasped the absurdity of the requirements set forth by the system. Chapter 11. The High Martial and High Profound, 3 stages and 9 realms. This world has existed for an exceedingly long time, its origins shrouded in mystery. In the distant ancient era, myriad races contended, each pursuing the great Tao. The inherently weak human race, through indomitable spirit and relentless exploration of the human body, gradually ascended to the pinnacle, ultimately becoming the victors among the myriad races and the sovereign of this realm. This method of seizing the creations of heaven and earth for cultivation is what we now refer to as martial arts. It begins with mortals striving upward, divided into 12 distinct steps: body tempering, soul refinement, spirit forging, nirvana, purple mansion, cavernous abyss, dharma manifestation, path stabilization, celestial sovereign, holy king, divine crossing, and returning to truth. While it may seem intricate, it is meticulously subdivided into 3 major stages and 9 minor realms. Each major stage is interconnected by a formidable barrier that is exceedingly difficult to surpass. The first major stage encompasses body tempering, soul refinement, and spirit forging. Each level within these 3 realms signifies a transformative rebirth for mortals. It entails a complete cultivation from the physical body to the soul and spiritual consciousness. Particularly, the body tempering realm is of paramount importance. This realm is the foundation of all paths, known in ancient times as the Great Realm. According to records, in that desolate era, there existed cultivators skilled in body tempering at the 9th level, capable of shattering mountains and rivers with a roar, obliterating peaks with a single punch, and effortlessly striking down shooting stars with a flick of their fingers. This vivid depiction leaves Ning Fan utterly astonished. During the body refinement phase, should it not be a mere roadside occurrence? How is it that the body refiners of this world resemble superheroes? The pinnacle of body refinement lays the foundation for the great Tao. If the descriptions in the texts are to be believed, the potential of this realm is simply immeasurable. Ning Fan took a deep breath, as he previously lacked a clear understanding of the world he inhabited. Now, having traversed the scripture pavilion, he was astounded to discover that this is a world of extraordinary martial prowess and profound mysteries. Upon reaching the zenith of the divine forging realm, cultivators can strive to shatter their first constraint, known as nirvana. This term embodies the concept of rebirth through the fires of transformation. Achieving nirvana is exceedingly challenging. Without the safeguarding of special elixirs, failure may result in death or a significant drop in cultivation level. However, if successful, one would emerge like a phoenix reborn from the flames, no longer a mere mortal. Simultaneously, they would officially obtain the ticket to pursue the great Tao and continue their cultivation journey. The realms of Purple Mansion, Cave Void, and Dharma Form comprise the second stage of cultivation. Upon reaching their apex, cultivators can attempt to break through the fixed path constraint. According to the scriptures, this fixed path journey is fraught with peril, requiring practitioners to seek their own path and validate it within this realm. Those who succeed in establishing their path will find their own great Tao resonating with the heavenly Tao, rendering them equal to the heavens. To defeat them, one must first extinguish their Tao. Otherwise, even if their physical form is obliterated, their validated Tao can carry their soul away, allowing them to return to the mortal realm after millennia. Ning Fan reflected on the knowledge he had just gleaned from the tomes below, feeling a profound sense of awe. Establishing one's path is the 8th step in the cultivation journey. In this realm, those who successfully establish their path will only meet their end when their Tao dissipates. Thus, theoretically, if one's validated Tao is sufficiently powerful, it could allow them to share longevity with the heavens. Therefore, the significance of the heavenly Lord realm, as defined by the system, is indeed profound. Throughout the annals of time, those who have attained the status of heavenly Lord are invariably the cream of the crop, the protagonists of the world. The number of such individuals in any given era is exceedingly limited. As for the subsequent realms of Holy King and God Crossing, they are beyond contemplation, existing only in the realm of legend. If the scriptures below are not misleading, then in the present age, there may be a few holy kings, but certainly no God Crossers. The ultimate constraint of returning to truth is even less worthy of discussion. In summary, aspiring to reach the realm of Heavenly Lord is no trifling matter. The body refinement at the 9th layer can shatter mountains and rivers, and the fixed path cultivators are immortal and indestructible. This world is indeed enchanting and magnificent. Ning Fan reined in his wandering thoughts, his gaze becoming resolute. Yet, the most pressing matter at hand remains the selection of a suitable body refinement technique to enter the body refinement realm. Throughout the prosperous ages of humanity, countless cultivation methods have been accumulated. Successive generations have chosen the best among them, creating a variety of techniques. In the present day, they can be broadly classified into 2 categories. One that addresses each individual minor realm specifically. Another approach is to cultivate independently, progressing from the body refinement stage all the way to higher realms, spanning multiple significant levels. Each method possesses its own merits and drawbacks. The former's advantage lies in its intense focus on a singular realm, often resulting in exceptionally powerful techniques. However, this comes with a conspicuous disadvantage. Upon breaking through to the next realm, one must seek new cultivation methods. Conversely, while the latter may offer moderate strength, it alleviates the burden of frequently changing techniques. Generally, cultivators with power and resources tend to favor the first approach, as achieving unparalleled mastery in each realm allows them to significantly surpass their peers. For them, the challenge of frequently switching techniques is naturally not a concern. Currently, Ning Fan aspires to traverse the first path. After all, with the entire Taiyi True Sect's members vanished, all resources of the sect are at his disposal. How could he possibly lack top-tier techniques? Therefore, Ning Fan is now determined to find a premier body refinement technique to forge a formidable physique. He has already examined the techniques on the 7th floor, finding none that are suitable, as their quality is far too low to warrant his practice. At this moment, he strides forward, ascending the stairs once more. Perhaps fueled by his yearning for superior techniques, Ning Fan moves with remarkable agility, climbing 80 steps without pause. At last, he leaps into the 8th level of the scripture repository. The expanse of the 8th floor remains vast, yet the number of jade slips displayed has noticeably diminished. This is only to be expected, with the elevation in the quality of techniques. Even a top-tier force like the Taiyi True Sect would naturally experience a decline in inventory. Anticipating this, Ning Fan feels no disappointment and directly begins to delve into the examination of potentially worthy techniques. Little does he know that, with his ascent to the 8th floor, a tremendous stir erupts in the vast, secret realm hovering amidst the clouds above. The once bustling disciples stand frozen in place, followed by waves of gasps spreading like ripples across the ocean. Good heavens! Am I seeing things? Ning Fan has ascended to the 8th floor. Ning Fan, Brother Ning, is he human or divine? A mere mortal body, stepping into the 8th level of the scripture repository, had it not been for the Master's transcendent gaze piercing through the lower realms. I would truly suspect I was caught in a scheme. This overturns all understanding and defies common logic. Even our sect's Holy Son and Holy Maiden have only reached the 8th floor. No wonder the Master, despite resigning from his position, insisted on taking Ning Fan as his disciple. I previously thought the Master was impulsive, but now I see how shallow my understanding was. This individual genuinely possesses the potential to rival the Holy Son. The golden-scaled fish is not merely a creature of the pond. When it encounters a storm, it transforms into a dragon. A mere outer sect preparatory disciple has ascended to greatness today. In this moment, whether outer sect disciples or inner sect elites, all erupt into an uproar because of Ning Fan. Even the stewards and elders of various peaks find themselves unable to quell the commotion. Or rather, their hearts were far from tranquil. For compared to the disciples, they possessed a deeper understanding of the significance of the 8th level of the scripture pavilion. In this grand epic, our sect is favored by heaven. Astonishingly, 3 disciples of 8th level aptitude have emerged in this era. One of them, remarkably, is of mortal physique. An elder of peak master rank was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Li Changming, Su Yuwei, and Zhu Gaming trembled, rendered speechless. The sect leader ceased to contest the discipleship with Yiru Shuang. The two gazed at Ning Fan, who stood calmly below with his hands behind his back, selecting techniques with an air of composure, their eyes wide with astonishment. Within the entire course circle, only the Holy Son felt a wave of darkness wash over him, nearly collapsing to the ground. His mind echoed with a singular thought. It was over. Chapter 12, Cast Aside. How could he ascend to the 8th level? The Holy Son of Taiyi felt an indescribable panic. This was the dread that arose from a premonition of his own status being threatened. He bore the holy body of the Taiyin, a prodigious talent, and was considered the foremost among the male disciples of this generation, holding the position of Holy Son. Although there existed equally gifted holy maidens as rivals, he regarded the woman as no contender due to her singular focus on cultivation and lack of social acumen. In his eyes, the position of the next generation sect leader was already his to claim. However, the sudden emergence of Ning Fan disrupted this expectation. When the sect leader proposed taking Ning Fan as a disciple, the Holy Son's heart began to spiral into disarray. He feared this might be true. It was only after hearing Pei Qingyu imply that should Ning Fan be accepted as a disciple, he would resign from the position of sect leader that he finally exhaled a silent breath of relief. Yet, that breath barely released, was swiftly drawn back in terror at Ning Fan's ascent to the 8th level. The feat of a mortal physique stepping onto the 8th level of the scripture pavilion was unprecedented and held immense significance. Setting aside the reactions of the numerous elders, the remaining disciples would undoubtedly raise a clamor at once. After all, both he and Ning Fan possessed the aptitude to reach the 8th level of cultivation. Shouldn't the ownership of the Holy Son title be re-evaluated? True, while Ning Fan was indeed gifted, he was still exceedingly young, having yet to embark on the path of cultivation, whereas he had already attained the peak of divine forging. This was his advantage. Suddenly, the Holy Son seemed to recall something, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes, gradually regaining his composure. In the martial arts world, no matter how exceptional one's talent. It ultimately boiled down to cultivation level. He had become a body-refining cultivator at the tender age of 10, officially stepping into the martial realm. Now, decades later, he was fully qualified to challenge the shackles of nirvana. He was ahead of Ning Fan by a whole 3 great realms. This constituted his true advantage. Furthermore, Ning Fan was merely a lowly outer sect preparatory disciple, having a short time since his entry. He lacked both qualifications and connections. In terms of the Holy Sun title, what grounds did he have to claim it? To be frank, the only edge Ning Fan possessed was his peculiar mortal physique. The ordinary body embraces all, without discrimination towards any technique. In contrast, the extraordinary body often requires the pursuit of specialized methods to maximize its potential. Take, for instance, his Taiyin sacred body. This form resonates with the moonlight, absorbing the ghostly power of the underworld, with a soul force as vast as the ocean, excelling in mental attacks. Although immensely powerful and enigmatic, it is considered an obscure path in this realm. Consequently, corresponding techniques are exceedingly rare. When the Holy Sun entered the Taiyi True Sect, he was drawn by the profound heritage accumulated over the years by this prestigious faction, seeking a suitable technique for himself. Indeed, the Taiyi True Sect met his expectations, housing a technique on the 8th floor of its scripture pavilion titled Earthly Ghostly Dragon Technique, which perfectly complements the Taiyin sacred body. This technique is systematic, allowing cultivation from the body refinement realm all the way to the celestial lord realm, with particularly exceptional enhancements to soul power. While this delighted the Holy Sun, he felt a twinge of regret within. For it was only after commencing his training in the Earthly Ghostly Dragon Technique that he discovered it was merely a lower-tier substitute derived from a superior technique. The original, known as the Qingming Transformation Dragon Sutra, is the true pinnacle of existence. It would not matter if such a divine art were buried in obscurity. Yet, it is placed on the 9th floor of the Taiyi True Sect's scripture pavilion. Over the years, the Holy Sun has been preoccupied with it, yet utterly powerless. After all, few have managed to ascend to the 9th floor throughout the sect's history, the most recent being a figure from 1,000,000 years ago. Thus, this technique is destined to be beyond his reach, a source of regret in his heart. Even though the Earthly Ghostly Dragon Technique I cultivate is merely a lower-tier variant of that divine art, residing on the 8th floor of the scripture pavilion, it remains a top-tier technique nonetheless. Moreover, this Ning Fan has merely reached the 8th floor, and he will not encounter a technique superior to the Earthly Ghostly Dragon Technique, naturally placing him 3 realms behind me. How could this youth possibly threaten my status as the Holy Sun? Having pondered this, the Holy Sun regained his confidence. He stood with hands clasped behind him, casting a nonchalant gaze over the sect's scene below, his pride and ambition evident. To the casual observer, he appeared profound and unfathomable. The surrounding disciples could not discern anything amiss, or perhaps they were captivated by Ning Fan, paying little attention to the Holy Sun. Among the numerous elders, a few took note of the Holy Sun after witnessing Ning Fan's extraordinary talent on the 8th floor, quietly observing him. The master of Tianji Peak watched intently, and a smirk crept onto his face as he mused. The Holy Sun has always been timid and prone to wild imaginings. Witnessing Ning Fan ascend to the 8th floor must have frightened him. Meanwhile, in the scripture pavilion below, Ning Fan was engrossed in examining the techniques of this floor, entirely unaware of the magnitude of attention he had drawn, nor of the panic he had inadvertently instilled in the esteemed Holy Sun. At this moment, he was toying with a jade slip that emanated a faint glow. The celestial cultivation technique not only possessed profound intricacies, but also held a uniqueness of its own. Legend has it that when such techniques are unveiled, they carry a trace of the Creator's will intricately concealed within the jade slip, which, after prolonged storage, manifests a form of sentience. Top-tier techniques might even select their own worthy masters. Ning Fan recalled the high-level cultivation secrets he had gleaned while perusing the ancient text below, a playful expression gracing his visage. The scene before him corresponded perfectly with the descriptions found in those texts. The jade slips, radiating with luminescence, were indeed a manifestation of their awakened essence. In other words, they were rejoicing at Ning Fan's arrival, even going so far as to emit their glow to capture his attention. The earthly serpent summoning technique is indeed radiant, yet alas, divine cultivation methods do not pique my interest. After a leisurely stroll, Ning Fan found himself drawn to the brightest jade slip. However, upon glancing at its rank and description, he lost interest and carelessly tossed it aside. Oh, "Dear technique, it is not your lack of excellence, but rather my discerning taste." Unbeknownst to him, this very action was akin to a sharp dagger, piercing directly into the heart of the saintly son. The latter, witnessing this scene, felt his eyelids twitch uncontrollably. The technique he held in such high regard was rendered utterly worthless in Ning Fan's eyes. He simply discarded it nonchalantly? Did he think it was mere weeds by the roadside? Despite the saintly son's outward composure, he found himself somewhat breathless at this moment. He could only attribute Ning Fan's apparent ignorance to a lack of discernment, gritting his teeth inwardly, a lowborn from the grasslands, with a shallow perspective, even looking down upon the earthly serpent summoning technique. Very well, I shall see what kind of technique you ultimately select. Chapter 13, Ascending to the Pinnacle. On the 8th floor of the ancient text pavilion, Ning Fan strolled with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of tranquility. Wherever he passed, the jade slips around him burst forth with brilliance. Unfortunately, none of the techniques appealed to him. Instead, he found himself more intrigued by the travelogues and miscellaneous writings on display. The mere presence of these texts on the 8th floor attested to their worth. The content recorded therein primarily unveiled secrets of this realm that were beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Ning Fan read with great enthusiasm. It is somewhat embarrassing to admit that, having traversed into this world for half a year, he had remained only half informed. He was aware that the Taiyi True Sect was formidable and located within the holy domain of Xianxia. Yet beyond that, he knew little. Now, having traversed from the bottom of the pavilion to the 8th floor and perused several travelogues, he finally gained a clearer understanding of this world. The realm was divided into 4 territories, with Xianxia being one of them. The 4 territories included the northern cold barbarian lands, the southern vastness, the western raging seas, and the eastern great wilderness. The vastness of these territories was boundless, with Xianxia at the center, also recognized as the heart of the world. Xianxia, expansive in its own right, hosted countless factions, gathering at its core the largest spiritual veins, known as the Holy Domain. In today's world, the forces capable of establishing their own sects within the sacred domain are exceedingly few, all standing at the pinnacle of this realm. Taiyi True is among them. Ning Fan closed the book, savoring the insights he had gleaned. He felt increasingly that this world was vast and boundless, enchanting and magnificent. The tome not only contained fundamental information about this realm, but also numerous descriptions of various influential factions, even secrets untold. Ning Fan understood that such knowledge had little utility for him, yet he persevered in reading to the end, treating it as a means to broaden his horizons and enrich his understanding. Afterward, he did not linger on the 8th floor, but instead stepped forward towards the staircase. The finest martial arts must surely reside on the top floor, the true essence of Taiyi True's legacy accumulated over countless generations. Surely, even the most talented disciples, the holy sons and daughters of successive eras, seldom set foot in such a revered place. Yet now, as an outer sect preparatory disciple, Ning Fan could ascend to the 9th floor, an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Indeed, until this moment, he remained unaware that ascending the tower in the scripture repository required an assessment of one's qualifications, a trivial matter omitted from travelogues, which only provided a basic introduction to the sect's facilities, well known among many disciples. Moreover, since entering, Ning Fan had never felt any pressure while climbing the stairs, moving with such ease that he naturally did not think twice about it. Now, standing before the steps, he boldly ascended. The moment he did, a myriad of eyes above the dome froze in astonishment. He intends to continue climbing? How could this be possible? Am I witnessing an illusion? The 9th floor. Ning Fan aims to reach the 9th floor. This youth even leapt 2 steps at a time. By the ancestors above is the detection array of the scripture repository malfunctioning. 1,000,000 years ago, our sect boasted a peerless prodigy who reached the 9th floor with a chaotic divine body. Today, does Ning Fan, a mere ordinary body, dare to aspire to such heights? At this moment, all the peak elders found it hard to maintain their composure, erupting with various exclamations. The scene grew somewhat chaotic, yet no one dwelled on these trivialities. Even the usually gentle and graceful Yuru Shuang wore an expression of slight disarray, gazing in disbelief at this spectacle. It was utterly astonishing. An ordinary body, sprinting up the steps from the 8th to the 9th floor of the scripture repository. This defied all logic. Throughout the history of Taiyi True, indeed throughout the annals of the entire world, such an extraordinary occurrence had never transpired. When Ning Fan reached the 6th floor, everyone hailed him as a genius. Upon arriving at the 7th floor, the sect leader and Yu Rushuang vied to take him as a disciple. When Ning Fan successfully entered the 8th floor, the entire sect trembled, regarding him as an unparalleled prodigy. And now, he was on the verge of entering the 9th floor. It was an incredibly unsettling scene. Should he succeed, the terms genius and prodigy would fall short of adequately describing him. It would be as though a deity had descended or an immortal had graced the mortal realm. The head of Taiyi remained silent, his gaze fixed intently upon the figure on the lower floor. The holy sun trembled slightly, scarcely daring to breathe. The numerous elders, after an initial uproar, fell silent. They even found the sound from the outer disciples somewhat disruptive, prompting them to cast a soundproofing spell. It could be said that the entire core leadership of Taiyi Jinmen was keenly attuned to the unfolding events below. A multitude of eyes converged on that tall figure. On the 70th step, someone silently counted. The grand structure of the scripture pavilion featured 3 turns between each level, amounting to 80 steps. Now, Ning Fan had reached the final stage, merely 10 steps away from the summit. Typically, at this juncture, the assessment of one's cultivation aptitude would be exceedingly rigorous. Even the unparalleled prodigy from a century ago trembled as he ascended, pausing with every step. There were even secret tales suggesting that during the last 10 steps, that individual could barely stand upright, crawling in a most arduous manner. Yet, what of Ning Fan at this moment? Not only did he appear at ease, but his posture was also remarkably agile, as if he were walking on level ground. This led some to question whether the pavilion's aptitude evaluation mechanism had somehow faltered. Only 3 steps remained. At last, as Ning Fan was about to reach the pinnacle, the anticipation in everyone's hearts surged to its zenith. Even the sect leader and the deeply cultivated Yu Rushuang could distinctly sense an aura descending from 3 different directions above, landing upon the scripture pavilion. This was the attention of 3 venerable elders. Ning Fan's ascent to the 9th level was no trivial matter. It had roused the true essence of the sect. Even though the 3 elders sat in the void, collaboratively examining the discrepancies of the Taiyi Jinshu, they could not help but divert a portion of their focus downward. At this moment, the entire sect, from the venerable elders to the outer disciples, was watching Ning Fan intently. In the span of a single day, he had transformed from a mere outer disciple to a remarkable prodigy, capturing the attention of all. For Ning Fan, the 3 steps were but a fleeting moment. He soared lightly, taking a great stride forward. With a crisp sound echoing throughout the spacious 9th level of the scripture pavilion, Ning Fan stood confidently at the staircase's end. Simultaneously, an uproar erupted within the entire Taiyi Jinshu. He had made it. A mere mortal had indeed ascended to the pinnacle of the scripture pavilion. Such an event, rare for 1,000,000 years, was witnessed by all today. Ning Fan was truly beyond the realm of ordinary understanding. Once the sect was liberated, he would undoubtedly ascend to greatness, becoming the object of admiration amongst the elders. How enviable! Both inner and outer disciples were abuzz with excitement, some beaming with joy, reveling in the shared glory. After all, the emergence of a prodigy who has ascended to the 9th level within the sect is undeniably a monumental event destined to be inscribed in the annals of history. And they are all witnesses. Even many true disciples were filled with admiration for Ning Fan. Talent, once possessed, cannot be taken away by anyone. Moreover, he is merely a mortal body. Just as the entire sect held Ning Fan in the highest esteem, suddenly, a figure emerged from among the elders. It was Su Yuwei from the transmission peak. His expression was somewhat grim as he cupped his hands towards Pei Qingyu and said, "I respectfully report to the sect master. A junior elder from my peak has just sent a message seeking forgiveness. He claims that recently, a certain formation in the scripture pavilion lost the efficacy of its spirit stones. Although he reported this, when a batch of top-quality spirit stones arrived as consumables, he succumbed to greed and secretly hoarded a significant amount, leaving only a few inferior stones in place of the formation. In other words, the talent detection formation of the scripture pavilion may indeed have malfunctioned." As he reached the end of his statement, Su Yuwei spoke with considerable trepidation. The moment these words escaped his lips, the scene fell into an instant silence. The delighted and excited expressions of all the elders froze upon their faces. Chapter 14 was clearly a blow to the Saint Sun's resolve. A malfunction in the detection formation? This news immediately turned the tide of events. All the elders gazed at Su Yuwei in astonishment. The elder from the artisan peak was the first to speak, sternly asserting, "Brother, do not speak frivolously. The detection formation of the Scripture Pavilion was personally constructed by our sect's founding ancestor, and it contains a power of its own laws. How could it easily fail? The talent testing capabilities of the Scripture Pavilion have never erred in countless years. This signifies the immense power of our revered ancestor, the Supreme Being. Consequently, Su Youwei's words naturally provoked a rebuttal from the elder of the Artisan Peak. He was a top-tier master in artifact crafting and had considerable knowledge of talismans and formations. His unwavering admiration for the dual mastery of formations and artifacts by the ancestor led to his impassioned defense. Upon witnessing this exchange, Su Youwei raised his hands towards the heavens and said, "I would never dare to question our revered ancestor, but time is merciless. Even the strongest cannot withstand its passage. What in this world can claim to be eternal and unchanging? The Scripture Pavilion has stood for countless millennia, yet it cannot guarantee that the formation rules remain robust. Perhaps a few critical spirit stones truly have rendered the detection efficacy ineffective." As the other elders listened to their dialogue, they too regained their composure. Some could not help but nod in agreement. Indeed, while our ancestor is a supreme master of formations, the passage of time is far too great. What Su Youwei has said may not be devoid of a possibility. The master of the heavenly mechanism Peak, Zhu Gaming, after some calculations, concluded, "This matter concerning Ning Fan is replete with anomalies. Despite being in the sect for half a year without refining his body, he entered the Scripture Pavilion and immediately ascended to the 9th level, repeatedly shattering the limits of mortal talent. We have been baffled by this until now." Listening to Elder Su's words today, if indeed there was a flaw in the detection array of the Scripture Pavilion, everything would then make sense. However, upon hearing this, Zhu Gaming's expression turned somewhat unnatural. After all, if the malfunction of the array was the cause, it would indeed have been a monumental blunder today. The elders and sect leaders, who had previously exhibited such agitation and loss of composure, would find themselves utterly embarrassed. The other elders shared this realization, their faces filled with unease. The outer circle of true disciples was equally bewildered by this revelation. A malfunction in the detection array? Was Ning Fan's talent merely an illusion? Did that mean that the dazzling moments witnessed earlier were nothing but a misunderstanding? Was it true that Ning Fan was still just an outer sect preparatory disciple lacking in any remarkable talent? As this thought crossed their minds, the expressions of many elite disciples turned grim. Some female disciples, who had been fervently admiring him moments ago, quickly retracted their admiration and excitement, reverting to a cold demeanor. "False. He is a fraud." Amidst the crowd, the holy son of Taiyi, who had appeared despondent, suddenly had his expression shift, his eyes sparkling with renewed brilliance. What the unparalleled mortal physique, the once-in-a-million talent of the Scripture Pavilion's 9th tier, it was all merely a misunderstanding. Among this generation of disciples, his Taiyin holy body remained supreme, unmatched in its grandeur. As the winds ceased and the rain cleared, the holy son felt invigorated once more. He gazed down at Ning Fan, no longer envious, no longer bitter, but instead filled with an aloof tranquility, regarding Ning Fan as merely an outer sect preparatory disciple who had fortuitously stumbled upon the 9th tier. Let the lower elder go to the law enforcement hall to accept blame. Meanwhile, the sect leader of Taiyi wore a serious expression as he swiftly sought to hold accountable the culprit behind this blunder. An elder from the transmission peak, who had lined his own pockets, had inadvertently caused the greatest joke in the sect today. The elder's face turned pale, trembling as he lowered his head to seek punishment from Elder Wu. In truth, he was uncertain whether the precious spirit stones he had embezzled at critical nodes would affect the operation of the formation. However, upon witnessing Ning Fan ascend the tower with such ease, he felt increasingly uneasy. Human beings are most afraid of scaring themselves. An outer sect preparatory disciple, with a mortal physique, suddenly garnering such attention today, even breaking the sect's record limits. This situation seemed inexorably linked to the few spirit stones that had been moved. The more he thought, the more fearful he became. If the detection array had not malfunctioned, everything would be fine. But what if Ning Fan truly was a mere nobody? If that were the case, once everyone was freed, and the sect leader joyfully accepted him as a disciple, only to discover that this child lacked the anticipated extraordinary talent, the consequences would be dire. He would face the wrath of the entire sect, including the sect leader himself. Thus, the junior elder, increasingly anxious, could no longer bear to conceal the truth, and, mustering his courage, chose to report it. At this moment, upon witnessing the consequences unfold. He felt a bittersweet relief wash over him. Master, it seems you no longer intend to accept Ning Fan as your disciple. Just as the expressions of those present grew awkward, akin to having swallowed a fly, a sudden voice pierced the air. It was Yu Rushuang speaking. What do you mean by that, Sister Yu? Master Taiyi furrowed his brow. What I mean is, since you have changed your mind, the matter of accepting Ning Fan as a disciple now falls to me. Yu Rushuang replied with a smile. At this proclamation, everyone was taken aback, and Master Taiyi was rendered momentarily speechless. Then, as if a realization struck him, he abruptly cast his gaze downward towards the scripture pavilion, his pupils narrowing in sudden clarity. Wait, since the aptitude detection of the scripture pavilion has malfunctioned, it makes no sense for Yu Rushuang to insist on accepting Ning Fan as a disciple at this juncture. Unless he looked at the figure standing on the 9th floor of the scripture pavilion, thoughts racing. In the next instant, he murmured in a daze. Ning Fan's aptitude is not a fabrication. What? The other elders were equally stunned. How can the master be so certain that the detection array has not erred? I cannot be certain. Pei Qingyu initially shook his head, then let out a long sigh. However, I understand that this matter today is indeed a revelation for us. For assessing a person's aptitude, one need not rely on the array's detection. The jade slips of the 7th and 8th floors serve as the finest testament. This statement landed like a thunderclap. The others trembled, their minds instinctively recalling the scene where Ning Fan ascended to the 8th floor and all the jade slips radiated brilliance. Heaven-tier cultivation methods. Their recorded jade slips are one of a kind in the world, imbued with spirit. The stronger the cultivation method, the greater the spirit. When Ning Fan stepped onto the 8th floor, every jade slip in that level shone with light. This was the recognition of the heavenly tier cultivation method for Ning Fan. This acknowledgement, in some respects, holds even more authority than the aptitude detection of the scripture pavilion. Thus, regardless of whether the efficacy of the array had faltered, Ning Fan's qualifications were undeniably extraordinarily formidable. Upon realizing this, the elders shifted their stance once more. Heaven bless our sect. Thankfully, this is not a case of mistaken identity. I have long observed that this youth possesses the bearing of an extraordinary talent, with grand aspirations that seem genuine. Ning Fan shall be our Taiyi Zhimin's unparalleled Qilin child. The numerous elders vied to voice their praises. The previously awkward expressions were now replaced with fervent admiration. Meanwhile, the onlooking true disciples witnessed this twist of events, their mouths twitching, while their hearts raced tumultuously. The saint's son, in particular, was left in a state of despair, as the facade he had just constructed crumbled to dust. Isn't it a farce? One moment declaring it false, the next proclaiming it true. Are you jesting? Can we not receive a definitive answer? In this tumultuous turn of events, it is not merely Ning Fan who is affected. Rather, it is the heart of the Holy Son that is at stake. Chapter 15. Restarting the ancient sequence for Ning Fan. In the depths of the scripture repository, on the 9th level, Ning Fan ascended the stairs, feeling a peculiar sensation. As he approached the final 2 steps, it felt as though an invisible hand pressed down upon his shoulder, causing his entire being to sink slightly. Was it merely an illusion? Ning Fan shrugged, dismissing it as a quirk of this otherworldly realm, something oddly intriguing yet entirely normal. He strode forward confidently, taking in the sights of this level. The top floor of the scripture repository was markedly different from the others. There were no towering, staggered bookshelves, nor any travelogues or miscellaneous texts. Instead, there hung a mere handful of jade slips, suspended in midair. As Ning Fan took his first step, the jade slips collectively fell into a momentary silence, their brilliance dimming as they descended a few inches. This strange occurrence perplexed Ning Fan. Within the Taiyi True ruins, many concerned elders furrowed their brows. An elder from Baichao Peak inquired, "Why are the jade slips so still? Is it possible that Ning Fan's aptitude is insufficient to capture the interest of high-tier, heavenly-level techniques?" Before anyone could respond with an explanation, the scene within the scripture repository shifted once more. After a brief stillness, the jade slips erupted with radiance. One by one, they began to dart through the air, tracing elegant arcs as they eagerly circled around Ning Fan. This spectacle left the elder from Baichao Peak utterly astonished. Zhu Gaming, the master of Tiangong Peak, chuckled wryly. It's not that Ning Fan lacks aptitude. Rather, his capabilities are so exceptional that they far exceed the standards required by the 9th level of the scripture repository. The jade slips were momentarily stunned, unable to react. His words, while humorously anthropomorphizing the situation, resonated with profound truth. The current circumstances indeed reflected this reality. After all, the techniques housed on the 9th level were all of the highest heavenly tier, representing the pinnacle of achievement and the profound legacy of the Taiyi True Sect, which has dominated the continent for millennia. The jade slips of such caliber possessed an incredibly rich spiritual essence. While they lacked true wisdom, they were remarkably sentient. The notion that techniques would actively choose their masters was no longer mere rhetoric. Generally speaking, due to the diverse physiques of practitioners, their cultivation paths varied significantly. Many prodigious disciples, even upon reaching the upper 3 levels of the scripture repository, could only select 1 or 2 jade slips suited to their unique dispositions. This limitation was an inherent aspect of their individual natures, insurmountable. It is said that 1,000,000 years ago, a prodigy who ascended to the 9th level could only elicit a friendly response from a handful of the jade slips. Yet now, what spectacle did Ning Fan create? Upon his arrival, the entire 9 layers of jade tablets erupted in jubilant celebration. It was nothing short of astounding. All the high-ranking members of the sect were rendered speechless by this spectacle. The Holy Sun, keenly observant, immediately spotted the coveted azure transformation Dragon Sutra, the superior original version of his own cultivated technique, earthly serpent invoking skill. This belonged to the realm of supreme divine arts. Yet astonishingly this tome, which the Holy Sun had yearned for, flitted about like an eager shadow behind Ning Fan. Among the myriad of jade tablets, it appeared the most exuberant. Regrettably, Ning Fan could not be bothered to glance back, completely disregarding it. This scene left the Holy Sun gritting his teeth, his heart shattered. What he treasured as a priceless gem was treated by another with utter indifference, akin to discarded footwear. The Holy Sun's resolve was already on the brink of collapse. And witnessing this scene plunged his heart into a profound discomfort, a multitude of conflicting emotions swirling within him. Pavilion Master Pei Qingyu of Taiyi sighed, observing, "This is the essence of the mortal body. A mortal body is like a blank canvas, brimming with infinite potential, capable of mastering any technique. Its singular flaw lies in insufficient aptitude. Most mortals merely blend into the crowd. Yet Ning Fan has shattered this limitation. His extraordinary cultivation talent is unfathomable, rivaling various wondrous bodies, yet he remains unshackled by their constraints. This leads to an immensely broad trajectory for Ning Fan's growth, his future boundless and uncharted." In a moment of reverie, Pei Qingyu envisioned an unparalleled prodigy on the cusp of emergence, one who would achieve enlightenment through a mortal vessel, transcending the limits of time and space, cleaving through the celestial realms. Various cultivation plans, divergent in their paths, swiftly took shape within Pei Qingyu's mind. The crux of these plans unerringly pointed to one direction: to harness the full might of the sect to nurture Ning Fan. With this thought, Pei Qingyu stepped forward, instantly materializing in the sky, emanating layers of profound Taoist aura. He clasped his hands towards the depths of the Taiyi True ruins, proclaiming, "I respectfully report to the 3 esteemed elders. This young man, Ning Fan, possesses astonishing talent. I wish to elevate his status within the sect, placing him above the Holy Sun and Holy Maiden. Once he is liberated from his predicament, we shall devote ourselves entirely to his cultivation." Upon his declaration, an uproar erupted throughout the Taiyi True ruins. The sect's hierarchy, a status surpassing that of the Holy Sun and Holy Maiden. This signified a profound recognition of Ning Fan's potential. Yet, upon reflecting on his extraordinary aptitude, everything fell into place. The elders collectively sighed, acknowledging that the Pavilion Master had indeed made this choice. The so-called hierarchy was not a position of disciples contrived by Pei Qingyu, but rather a system that had existed since ancient times. During an era of rampant warfare, with conflicts erupting across the 4 realms, various factions focused on their development and the cultivation of disciples. The Taiyi True Sect was no different. In a bid to flourish amidst chaos, it initiated a hierarchical cultivation method for its gifted disciples. Promising students were integrated into the hierarchy, compelled to compete, thereby fostering their ambitions. The ultimate victor may ascend to the first sequence, transcending all disciples and indulging in the resources of the entire sect. This radical method of sequence cultivation was gradually abolished only after the Taiyi True Sect became the pinnacle of power in this realm, ushering in an era of peace. Subsequently, a more temperate dual saint system was introduced, selecting the most gifted male and female disciples to be the holy son and holy daughter. Now, the master of Taiyi intends to revive the sequence, and his intention is unmistakable. He aims to cultivate Ning Fan as the true successor of the sect. Upon hearing this, the holy son trembled uncontrollably. When he realized Ning Fan possessed the innate talent to reach the 9th layer, he felt a sense of foreboding. However, he never anticipated that this moment would arrive so swiftly. Pei Yu proposed to reinstate the ancient sect S sequence, elevating Ning Fan above the dual saints. Should this decree be established, the holy son would be relegated to a mere relic of the past. Anxiety gripped the holy son, his resolve wavering once more. In the depths of the dome, the 3 elder sages remained silent, seemingly deliberating. This area fell into silence as numerous elders and true disciples awaited the outcome. Just then, a wave of commotion from the outer regions abruptly shattered the atmosphere. The elders, scanning with their consciousness across the entirety of the Taiyi True ruins, quickly discerned the source of the disturbance. Ning Fan had made new moves. While everyone awaited the elders' decision, they overlooked the situation below. A closer inspection revealed that Ning Fan was no longer aimlessly wandering. Instead, he stood motionless at the center, hands cradling an invisible sphere, with a plume of white smoke seemingly emanating from it, while all the martial arts jade slips danced around this ethereal mist. Was this the art of fusion? The elder from the heavenly craft peak, upon realizing this, could not contain his exclamation. His outburst ignited a fervor among the surrounding crowd. The expressions of all elders shifted from admiration to one of grim intensity, soon morphing into boundless fury. Cease this at once. How could he wield the art of fusion? What does he intend to do? Is he seeking to undermine the very foundation of Taiyi True Sect? In an instant, the crowd's attitude towards Ning Fan shifted dramatically. Even the sect master's countenance darkened. Chapter 16. The Art of Fusion. System. Is this truly permissible? Ning Fan, maintaining his embracing posture, questioned in disbelief. To recount the events, we must go back 2 minutes. At that moment, while he was selecting the martial arts for cultivation, the system's voice suddenly resonated. Congratulations, host. You have ascended to the apex of the sect's scripture repository, breaking the limits of the mundane body, triggering an additional guiding task reward. One-time fusion voucher X1. The unexpected reward left Ning Fan momentarily stunned. However, after a brief understanding, he grasped the function of this fusion voucher. This extraordinary item possesses the remarkable ability to elevate the success rate of the fusion technique to a perfect 100%. As for what this fusion technique entails, Ning Fan, having perused numerous miscellaneous texts in the scripture pavilion, has indeed grasped some understanding. In simple terms, this technique is a secret art that allows for the integration and advancement of multiple martial arts. The origins of its creator remain shrouded in mystery. However, what astonishes Ning Fan the most is the astonishing efficacy of this technique, which is inexplicably accessible. One could easily stumble upon it at a market stall. The execution of the fusion technique is remarkably straightforward, such that even an ordinary person could employ it. Reflecting on the descriptions he encountered on the second level of the scripture pavilion regarding this technique, Ning Fan could not help but murmur to himself. The creator of this fusion technique must have been a true genius. This technique can be deemed an art of bringing forth something from nothing, a transformative power. Yet paradoxically, its application is exceedingly simple. Of course, it is not without its drawbacks. The success rate of fusing techniques diminishes as the grades of the techniques increase. Furthermore, the practitioner's comprehension of the techniques, as well as their innate talents, play a significant role. For instance, to fuse 3 low-grade yellow techniques into a single new mid-grade yellow technique. The ideal scenario would involve the practitioner having fully mastered all 3 low-grade techniques and thoroughly understood their essence. In such a case, the success rate would be greatly enhanced. However, for most cultivators, achieving mastery over 3 distinct low-grade techniques demands a substantial investment of time and energy. 3 to 5 years is commonplace. 10 years is not unusual. Given the constraints of a finite lifespan, squandering such a considerable amount of time to practice 3 different techniques solely to attain a higher grade is simply not cost-effective. Thus, among lower-tier cultivators, very few would genuinely attempt to synthesize new techniques through the fusion method. If the low-grade techniques are thus challenging, the difficulties associated with the profound and earth-grade techniques are even more apparent. There was once a highly skilled practitioner who endeavored to fuse two mid-grade earth techniques into a superior mid-grade earth technique. For this purpose, he expended a staggering 800 years, employing various secret methods to enhance his chances of success. Yet, the outcome was still failure. This experiment underscored for the world the reality that while the fusion technique may seem extraordinary, its practical application is often illusory. As for whether heavenly grade techniques can be fused, the answer is indeed affirmative. However, throughout history, few have attempted such a feat as previously mentioned. Heavenly grade techniques possess a singularity that is unmatched. The fusion process necessitates the destruction and reorganization of the jade slips that contain their records, erasing their spiritual essence. Should one succeed, all is well, but should one fail, the record of that heavenly grade technique would vanish entirely from existence. Even those who have previously mastered the technique cannot recreate the identical jade slip, due to the spiritual essence that has been refined away from the jade tablets, which originated from the creator of the techniques. Those who later acquire this art are unable to recreate the recorded forms. To impart this knowledge to others, one can only rely on verbal instruction and personal example. Yet, how could such a method of transmission compare to the reliability and convenience of the jade tablets? Throughout the long passage of time, various unforeseen events could lead to their complete disappearance. Moreover, achieving perfection in celestial level techniques is no trivial matter. Techniques of such caliber are exceedingly rare and precious. Few exist within this vast realm. Those endowed with the aptitude for cultivation are even scarcer. Thus, any celestial level technique, if subjected to refinement, would be viewed as a grave sin by others. It is tantamount to severing the arduous legacy crafted by predecessors in the martial arts. Therefore, at this moment, as Ning Fan employs the method of refinement, he feels an undeniable sense of trepidation. After all, he is not merely refining one or two techniques, but encompassing all 37 celestial superior techniques housed in the 9th level of the Sutra repository. This represents the entirety of the ancestral wealth accumulated by the Taiyi True Sect over countless millennia. Surely, even the legendary god-crossing experts would hesitate to squander such a treasure. Yet here stands an ordinary mortal poised to refine it all. Who would not be enraged by such audacity? Upon hearing his anxious thoughts, the system immediately responded. Host, please trust in the capabilities of this system. Everything is to assist you in surviving the great tribulation in 10-24 days. The time left for you is too short, merely cultivating celestial superior techniques. Even with a 10,000-fold talent, achieving the status of celestial sovereign within such a limited time frame is nearly impossible. In times of chaos, strict measures must be employed, and potent remedies must be applied. You must create a technique more powerful than celestial superior to have a chance of self-salvation. The system's typically mechanical voice now resonated with fervor. Ning Fan felt his heart race upon hearing this. To personally create an unparalleled technique of this world, the system has already paved the way for him. At this moment, what reason could he have to hesitate? Without further doubt, Ning Fan took a deep breath, and following the operational flow of the refinement method he had learned in a single glance on the 2nd floor of the Sutra repository, he began the formal execution of the technique. In an instant, the numerous jade tablets swirling above his head were all drawn toward the white vortex before him. Successfully used one-time fusion voucher X1. The system's prompt gently echoed in his mind. The entire 9th level of the Sutra repository transformed into an extraordinary scene, with various attributes of Taoist resonance swirling and rising as the spiritual essence within the jade tablets dissipated. All 37 celestial superior techniques were refined without exception. Ning Fan remained focused on operating the technique, oblivious to the commotion around him. What he did not realize was that, at this very moment, the atmosphere within the Taiyi True ruins above him had reached a level of unprecedented severity. All the peak masters and elders were seething with rage, while numerous true disciples and inner sect members gritted their teeth in fury. Even Yu Ruo Shuang, who had always held high hopes for Ning Fan, was rendered speechless. The sect leader's eyes glimmered with murderous intent, his flowing robe billowing without wind, as an overwhelming pressure swept through the secret realm. His voice laden with profound disappointment and chilling resolve. Ning Fan has severed my Taiyi inheritance, a crime of the utmost severity, deserving of execution. This thunderous proclamation resonated throughout the Taiyi True ruins, carrying an undeniable authority and momentum. Under this oppressive force, all disciples felt dizzy and unsettled, their bodies trembling in fear. The fury of a top-tier powerhouse reverberated through the laws of heaven and earth, an experience too overwhelming for ordinary individuals to withstand, leaving their very souls quaking. Simultaneously, their hearts were filled with terror. This Ning Fan was truly relentless. The glory and fortune within his grasp, along with an immeasurable future, had been recklessly squandered by his own hand. Just moments prior, the sect leader had held him in high regard, even daring to propose the revival of the ancient sequence to the venerable elders. But what was the outcome? Ning Fan had turned against the sect leader, audaciously employing the method of fusion on the 9th level of the scripture pavilion, obliterating the accumulated heritage of the sect, including 37 top-tier heavenly techniques cultivated over countless years. Such an act was indeed audacious and malicious, aimed at dismantling the very foundation of a premier sect. It was no wonder the sect leader was enraged. It was likely that the 3 venerable elders were also incensed at this moment. I report to the sect leader. I suspect that Ning Fan may very well be a spy sent by another faction. Otherwise, how could he commit such a heinous act that jeopardizes our sect's inheritance? Though the 3 pillars of the sect had yet to express their stance, among the many elders below, some could no longer contain themselves. Elder Wu from the law enforcement peak stepped forward with a grave expression, establishing a definitive stance on Ning Fan's identity. Had he voiced this before, other elders would have surely countered him. However, now whether it was Elder Li from the artisan peak, Elder Zhuge from the mechanism peak, or Elder Xiao from the herbal peak, all remained silent. The admiration in their eyes had long since transformed into profound disappointment and an icy disdain. Whether a spy or a fool, the matter of this child severing our sect's inheritance had already transpired. If you're not crushed to dust, how could the murmurs of the masses be silenced? Another peak master elder spoke with a cold visage, his eyes ablaze with fury. His words were pointedly directed towards Yurua Shuang. After all, since Ning Fan ascended to the 6th level of the scripture pavilion, this extraordinary master of the sword concealment peak had shown him remarkable appreciation, even vying with the sect leader for his favor. Even amidst previous misunderstandings, Yurua Shuang had remained exceptionally composed, refusing to waver like others, steadfast in her desire to accept him as a disciple. Thus, this elder's remarks served as a subtle reminder to Yurua Shuang. At this juncture, do not be muddled. Do not go forth to defend Ning Fan any longer. To obliterate and refine all the heavenly grade techniques from the 9th level of the scripture pavilion. What an egregious sin this is. On a smaller scale, it results in considerable losses for the sect. On a grander scale, it severes the martial legacy left by our predecessors, inflicting irreparable harm upon the entire cultivation realm. After all, even a formidable entity like the Taiyi True Sect may face extinction in the endless expanse of time. Yet, as long as the jade slips containing the techniques are preserved in their entirety, the teachings within shall persist, undying even with the sect's demise. Perhaps, countless years hence, these cultivation methods will continue to shine brightly, aiding numerous prodigies of humanity in reaching the pinnacle of their potential. Thus, the actions of Ning Fan represent an unforgivable transgression within the cultivation world. As for the notion of successfully merging 37 heavenly grade techniques into one, that is an absurd jest. The probability of such an endeavor succeeding is nearly non-existent. Among those present, not even the esteemed elders entertain the thought of such a miracle. Firstly, the upper-tier heavenly techniques are unparalleled in their prowess, imbued with a unique spirit that cannot be easily manipulated, unlike the lower-tier yellow or mysterious techniques. Secondly, Ning Fan, an ordinary mortal, has only just set foot in the sect's scripture pavilion and has yet to cultivate a single legitimate technique, possessing no understanding of these 37 heavenly grade methods whatsoever. This further diminishes the likelihood of success in his undertaking. Thus, in the eyes of all, Ning Fan's actions appear to be driven by ulterior motives. Does Yurua Shuang not comprehend this? At this moment, she remains silent, despite her fondness for talent. The current circumstances leave her no choice but to refrain from any act of favoritism. She seems astute enough to avoid such foolishness. A faint sigh escapes her lips, tinged with regret. To refine all the heavenly grade techniques of the Taiyi True Sect is a monumental crime, even if the sect leader were to show compassion. The 3 esteemed elders would undoubtedly act swiftly to eliminate him upon their release from the secret realm. Ning Fan, this unprecedented prodigy of the mortal realm, has utterly squandered his chance for redemption. This sentiment is not solely held by the upper echelons of the sect. The sentiments of the over 100,000 disciples also resonate in unison against him. A mere extension of one's senses reveals the pervasive outrage within the Taiyi True ruins, echoing with the righteous indignation of the disciples. How dare he refine all the heavenly grade techniques of the scripture pavilion? He feasts on the sect's bounty while betraying its trust. Although the Taiyi True Sect may not be a court of law, it is nonetheless a cohesive entity. Having entered the sect, learned its laws, and practiced its techniques, he ought to express gratitude instead of throwing stones into the well. How foolish I was to admire Ning Fan, believing him to be a remarkable figure. Now I feel utterly deceived. Ning Fan is indeed a timeless sinner in the realm of cultivation. At this moment, derision and curses resound throughout both the outer and inner sections. Prior to this incident, Ning Fan had established a significant reputation, with many disciples viewing him as a role model, particularly within the outer sect from whence he hailed. From a mere ant-like preparatory disciple, he has, under the dramatic circumstances of the entire sect being trapped in the Taiyi True ruins, showcased extraordinary talent, transcending the limits of the mortal body, and even ascending to the 9th level of the scripture pavilion. This tale of a hidden gem emerging from obscurity, of an ant rising to greatness, is particularly cherished by ordinary disciples. Consequently, Ning Fan's prestige and popularity surged within a mere half-day, reaching a level that rivaled even the most established true disciples. However, the outcome was unforeseen. Just as everyone believed that Ning Fan was poised to become the new prodigy of the Taiyi True Sect, his reputation set to resonate throughout the world, he committed an act of profound folly. He depleted the sect's profound resources, inciting outrage among both deities and mortals alike, even drawing ire from the ordinary disciples. Thus, the clamor for his condemnation echoed throughout both internal and external sections. At this moment, the foremost male disciple, the Holy Son, found himself utterly bewildered. As he listened to the chorus of curses directed at Ning Fan, his mouth slowly agape in disbelief. What on earth was happening? Just a moment ago, the sect leader had heralded him as a rising star, and now he was being vilified like a rat scurrying down the street. He had done nothing to warrant this inexplicable transformation from triumph to utter disgrace. The Holy Son was flabbergasted. He never anticipated that Ning Fan could squander such an advantageous hand of fate. Truly, this Ning Fan is a remarkable individual. The corners of the Holy Son's lips could no longer be restrained. A glimmer of brilliance ignited in his eyes as he prepared to reclaim his former composure, only to suddenly pause. Something was amiss. This young man was peculiar. In previous trials, he had always turned the tide. Might this time be yet another feint? With a furrowed brow, the Holy Son chose not to rush into relief over the preservation of his status, opting instead for utmost caution, resolved to observe further. He first glanced at the situation within the sect below. Ning Fan continued to embrace nothingness, executing the refining method. With over half of the 37 technique jade slips already refined, there contained spiritual essence dissipating. This signified the complete obliteration of these high-tier divine arts from existence. A sense of secret relief washed over the Holy Son. He then raised his gaze upwards to discern the sect leader's stance. The moment he did, a shiver coursed through him, a chill enveloping his entire being. At that moment, a colossal, indistinct face of spiritual energy abruptly materialized in the vast expanse of the secret realm, emanating an overwhelming aura that overshadowed the entire world. The solitary figure of sect leader Pei Qingyu appeared diminutive beneath this titanic visage. The Holy Son swallowed hard. Only the Grand Elder could wield such might and oppressive force. As expected, the next moment, the enormous face resounded with a singular word that echoed throughout the Taiyi True ruins. Kill. Merely a single word, yet its meaning was profoundly clear. Ning Fan's transgressions had utterly incensed the Grand Elder. With this decree, there would be no turning back. It could be said that the moment when the multitude escapes from the Taiyi True ruins will coincide with Ning Fan's demise. This is assured. The Holy Son finally exhaled a long sigh of relief. At this juncture, Ning Fan possesses no power to reverse his fate. It appears that the situation will not experience any further twists. The notion of restarting the ancient sequence and surpassing the Holy Son and Holy Maiden is not but a jest that is yet to be enacted, doomed to remain unfulfilled. Within the Taiyi True Sect, the disciples still revere the dual saints above all. Reflecting on this, the Holy Sun ceased to veil his pride, regaining his former arrogance. Filled with vigor, his gaze was laced with indifference and a murderous intent, fixated on the adversaries below, united in their enmity. A single misstep leads to total defeat. Among the elders, Yu Rushuang shook her head, letting out a long sigh within her heart. A peerless mortal body, one that shatters the limits of human understanding, is on the verge of perishing before it has even had the chance to grow. The concept of fate is indeed elusive and unfathomable. And just as Yu Rushuang lamented, the Holy Sun reveled in secret, while the other disciples and elders brimmed with murderous intent. Suddenly, a resplendent golden lotus of spiritual energy erupted from the sutra pavilion below without warning. Following this, boundless rays of light pierced through the clouds and mist from the heavens at the same height as the Taiyi True Ruins. Each ray of light carried profound truths of the Tao, shining directly upon Ning Fan's upright figure. Moreover, layers of auspicious signs spontaneously emerged, blossoming around the 9th level of the Sutra Pavilion. In an instant, the scene became extraordinarily brilliant and ethereal. Within the Taiyi True Ruins, all sounds vanished. The cries for battle and curses ceased abruptly. This supreme sect, from the venerable elders to the outer disciples, was collectively rendered speechless, all gazing in astonishment at this spectacle, their minds buzzing. Chapter 18. Success Shakes Taiyi. Rays of light illuminated the expanse, piercing through clouds and mist. Various auspicious signs ascended, ever-changing. The ethereal sounds of the Tao seemed to intertwine with the tides of spiritual energy converging from all directions. Most astonishingly, behind Ning Fan, human-like phantoms began to manifest. Their faces were indistinct, their postures varied, some in meditative poses, others in dynamic movements. Amidst the swirling light and shadows, the essence of the Tao was palpable. What is this? The Taiyi True Sect was left in a state of shock, with Elder Zhuge of the Heavenly Machine Peak trembling all over, his mouth agape. The scene before them was genuinely astounding. Various miraculous phenomena erupted in succession, converging upon the Sutra Pavilion, surrounding Ning Fan. Even though the crowd found themselves within the Taiyi True Ruins, they could distinctly sense that these rays of auspiciousness were undoubtedly genuine. In the past, when Sister Yu established her Tao, the phenomena transformed into a crimson gold sword that spanned 1,000,000 miles across the heavens, its sword chi traversing the lands of Central Continent, capturing the attention of the world. Although the current auspicious phenomena may not match the grandeur of a powerful being establishing their Tao, in terms of the diversity of auspicious signs, it is comparably remarkable. An elder hailing from the Tsangjian Peak murmured in astonishment. Yu Rujing, as the master of Tsangjian Peak, dedicated to the path of the sword and wielding the power of destruction, stood as a formidable representative among the peak-level elders of the Taiyi True Sect. When the path was determined years ago, the extraordinary phenomena surrounding it were immensely grand, visible even beyond the vast Lin Hai. The resplendent sword intent resonated across the sacred domain, causing a stir throughout the 4 corners of the world. Now, this sudden eruption of phenomena, though confined within a 10,000-mile radius of the sect, bore a concentration of laws in its myriad auspicious lights that rivaled that of the legendary crimson golden sword from years past. The event was so astonishing that it rendered the scene somewhat chaotic. Both internal and external disciples, as well as the true inheritors, erupted into a clamor of bewildered discussions. Numerous high-ranking members of the sect gasped for breath, employing their powers to secretly calculate the cause of this unexpected phenomenon. Countless auspicious signs and brilliant lights swirled around Ning Fan. Could it truly be related to the refinement technique he was currently performing? Yet, throughout history, there had been no record of a refining technique accompanied by such extraordinary sights. The figure of the Taiyi sect master froze, his overwhelming fury abruptly stifled, as if severed by an unseen force. He gazed uncertainly at the figure on the 9th floor of the scripture pavilion that was devotedly casting spells. His mind clouded with confusion. A mere mortal had successfully refined 37 supreme-grade heavenly techniques? How could this be possible? If heavenly techniques could be so easily elevated through the refinement method, the cultivation realm would have long been flooded with extraordinary powers and formidable experts. Yet, if the endeavor had not succeeded, how could one explain the celestial phenomena unfolding above? At this moment, the Taiyi sect master, who had cultivated for millennia, found himself in utter bewilderment. The emergence of divine skills indeed begets extraordinary phenomena, akin to the birth of ninth-grade sacred pill or the forging of unparalleled divine weapons, drawing the favor of the heavenly path and showering down myriad auspicious lights in celebration. Just as Pei Qingyu was lost in thought, a steady voice suddenly resonated beside him. He looked up to see the visage of a grand spirit manifesting above, swiftly descending before him, taking the form of a youth with flowing crimson hair. Recognizing elixir, Pei Qingyu hastily clasped his hands in greeting. The figure before him was none other than the supreme being who had previously issued the decree of slaughter. One of the three foundational pillars of the Taiyi True Sect, the Grand Elder Jiyan, who possessed a cultivation at the 7th level of the heavenly sovereign realm. Although he bore the appearance of a youth, he had lived for over 10,000 years, his temperament fiery, specializing in fire techniques. With a fate intertwined with the celestial fire, having established the path of floating life flame. In his youth, he was also a paragon of Taiyi, a giant of the central continent. The sect master need not stand on ceremony. Jiyan casually waved his hand, his gaze falling below as he marveled. This young man is indeed extraordinary. He possesses no cultivation and has not practiced any of these 37 supreme-grade heavenly techniques. Yet he is intimately familiar with the essence of all the techniques. Even before the refinement was fully completed, he has already summoned the phenomena of heaven and earth in celebration. Is it possible that such extraordinary talent truly exists in this world? Hearing this discourse, Pei Qingyu felt a stir within. Softly, he ventured, could this individual be a reincarnation of a great power, or perhaps possessed by an ancient being? The myriad of extraordinary techniques in the cultivation realm, coupled with Ning Fan's extraordinary deeds, inevitably led one to ponder the more sinister possibilities. In contrast, Jiyan contemplated for a moment before shaking his head, stating, "No, that is not the case. Once one attains the Tao, neither the path wanes nor the individual perishes. If one's path remains intact, why resort to possession? Conversely, if the Tao has withered and the soul has perished, then reincarnation or possession is no longer viable." Jiyan's insights were clear and profound. Yet, the more he elucidated, the more it unsettled the Grandmaster of Taiyi. If this was neither a reincarnation of a great being nor possession by an ancient entity, did it not imply that Ning Fan possessed astonishing innate talent? To ascend to the 9th level of the scripture pavilion with a mortal body and summon forth the brilliance of all jade slips, the 37 superior grade celestial techniques, any one of which would require an ordinary genius a lifetime of arduous practice to comprehend, he merely glanced at and grasped their essence. Even more audaciously, he dared to employ the method of fusion, having only just learned the incantation moments prior. Extraordinary individuals are bound to perform extraordinary feats, and there is no need for alarm. Jiyan, with his hands clasped behind him, bore an expression of unusual composure for one so young. Below, in the core circle, numerous elders and core disciples, upon hearing the exchange, felt their pupils constrict. This Ning Fan was indeed remarkable, having committed an unforgivable transgression. He had nonetheless succeeded in executing the method of fusion. A portentous omen emerged, radiant as the dawn, prompting even the esteemed elder to personally investigate. He confirmed that Ning Fan's identity was neither that of a possessed ancient being nor a reincarnated powerhouse, but rather that he had genuinely succeeded through his own martial talent. Such an astonishing occurrence, who among those present had ever witnessed? It was shocking. It was beyond comprehension. At that moment, Elder Wu of the law enforcement peak suddenly inquired, his voice resonating clearly across the heavens, capturing the attention of all present, who turned to him in unison. Within their gazes, there was astonishment, disbelief, hesitation, and profound admiration for his audacity. The Grandmaster, Pei Qingyu, immediately darkened in countenance, admonishing, "Elder Wu, do not speak recklessly. Ning Su is the unparalleled prodigy of our Taiyi True Sect. He is our hope for the future. When has the esteemed elder ever spoken of killing him?" Elder Wu froze, a hint of bewilderment in his eyes. Just as he was about to articulate further, he was fervently tugged by Elder Zhuge beside him, rendering him speechless, forced to stifle his multitude of thoughts. Cautiously, he cast a glance upward, only to find Jiyan maintaining his usual demeanor, not sparing a glance for the multitude of elders, but solely focusing on the happenings above in the scripture pavilion. As the completion of the fusion of all the celestial grade martial arts reached its zenith, The auspicious phenomena surrounding Ning Fan also flourished to their utmost. When a brand new jade slip of the martial art manifested from the white mist enveloping his chest, a solemn expression finally crossed his face. His voice reverberated throughout the Taiyi True ruins. Outer Sect preparatory disciple Ning Fan, virtuous and possessing unparalleled talent, has become yet another disciple of our sect to successfully ascend to the 9th level of the scripture pavilion after 1,000,000 years. Therefore, I decree that he be granted a special rank, elevated above the dual saints, and recognized as the foremost among the inner and outer sects as well as among the true disciples. This decree shall take effect immediately upon his exit from the secret realm. Chapter 19. The Infinite Tao Canon. With the sound of Ji Yan's proclamation echoing through the Taiyi True ruins, the entire world seemed to hit the pause button. The Holy Sun stood rigid, stunned into silence. Surrounding him, numerous true disciples and inner sect members were equally at a loss for words. The tumultuous emotions stirring within each individual mirrored those of the Holy Sun. As for the 12,000 outer sect disciples, after a brief moment of speechlessness, they erupted into a cacophony of noise. Initially, everyone had felt disdain and anger towards Ning Fan's actions, even shouting insults. However, the sudden appearance of the phenomenon left them all dumbfounded, swallowing back their vile words. No way. How could he truly succeed in the fusion? The impact of the scene was so profound that the entire outer sect was left in shock. The mention of the special rank by Ji Yan ignited a frenzy of emotions to an unprecedented peak. I should have kept my mouth shut. Just moments ago, I dared to question Ning Fan's rank. To fuse 37 celestial grade martial arts, one must ponder who throughout history could ever achieve such a feat. Brother Ning truly played a masterstroke, leaving everyone astonished. Trading all the martial arts at the pinnacle of the scripture pavilion for a single fusion upgrade is no small gamble. Yet it holds immense significance. For the first time in the world, a martial art surpassing celestial grade has been birthed within our Taiyi True Sect. I had just mentioned that Brother Ning might succeed, and you all dismiss my words. Now it seems I can return. The faces of the tens of thousands of outer sect disciples transformed in unison. Ning Fan's reputation surged with astonishing speed, even surpassing its previous height. In an instant, he became the focus of admiration. Meanwhile, in the 9th level of the scripture pavilion, Ning Fan gazed at the jade slip floating before him, a glimmer of joy flickering in his eyes. The method of fusion was complete. This pinnacle divine skill, birthed from the fusion of 37 celestial-grade martial arts, has transcended the existing paradigms of the cultivation world. If one were to categorize it, it might rightly be deemed a celestial-grade supreme art. Most importantly, it was crafted by Ning Fan himself. Although he had drawn upon the power of the system, its efficacy merely amplified the success rate of the fusion. Ultimately, the one wielding and controlling the art remained him. The one-time fusion voucher proved to be incredibly formidable during the casting. It felt as though he had truly mastered all 37 martial arts. Ning Fan stroked his chin, reminiscing about the extraordinary sensations he had just experienced. Remarkably, within the brief span of employing the method of fusion refinement, the core principles of all 37 supreme tier techniques unfolded vividly in his mind. He comprehended every nuance, from the merits and demerits of the techniques themselves to the common pitfalls encountered during cultivation, as though he had practiced these arts for millennia. Consequently, during the casting of the spell, Ning Fan was able to precisely direct the newly refined techniques with the utmost precision, guided by his will. The outcome was nothing short of miraculous, fueled by his exponentially enhanced talent. He meticulously fused the quintessence of these 37 techniques into an unparalleled method that had never before graced the world. This extraordinary technique judiciously eliminated all flaws, forcibly amalgamating the strengths of the 37 arts. Such an endeavor was fraught with peril, for the attributes and cultivation paths of those supreme tier techniques varied significantly, akin to the clash of fire and water, presenting immense challenges. A moment's carelessness could spell disaster for the entire fusion process. Had it not been for the safeguarding power of the system, Ning Fan would not have dared to proceed with such audacity. Fortunately, the end result did not betray his expectations. This exceptional technique emerged, encompassing a vast array of content and harmonizing the 5 elemental attributes, epitomizing the balance of yin and yang, strength and gentleness, and the fusion of water and fire. This was an astonishing feat, defying conventional logic. as the arts of the world typically adhere to a singular specialization. This principle holds true for practitioners as well. For instance, Yu Ruo Shuang, possessing the pure heart of sword body, naturally dedicates herself to the mastery of sword techniques. Hence, one might wonder if the method created by Ning Fan offers assistance in sword cultivation. The answer is affirmative. For among the foundational 37 supreme tier techniques lies the 9 Swords Divine Journey. During the refinement process, the essence of this technique was also extracted. Thus, theoretically, Yu Ruo Shuang, endowed with sword talent, could practice this extraordinary technique. However, the reality is far more complex. The reason lies in the fact that Ning Fan's creation is far too eclectic. Sword cultivation is merely one of many elements. Should Yu Ruo Shuang attempt to cultivate it, the advantages of her pure heart sword body may not be fully realized. The end result would be a technique that, while transcendental in nature, might prove less comfortable to practice than even a lower-tier technique. This holds true for other specialized bodies as well. So, which physique is best suited for this all-encompassing method? The answer is evident. The ordinary body. Only the all-embracing ordinary body can adapt to this peerless divine technique. Yet, this raises a new question. Individuals with an ordinary body often possess rather mediocre talents. Otherwise, they would not be referred to as ordinary. The technique conceived by Ning Fan is so remarkable that it would be regarded as a prestigious treasure even in the 9th level of the Scripture Pavilion, demanding an extraordinary level of innate talent that seems to soar into the heavens. It is likely that no ordinary cultivator possesses the qualifications to practice it, save for Ning Fan himself. This is indeed a peculiar phenomenon. The foremost celestial grade technique in the cultivation realm is astonishingly exclusively suited for its creator. Should the higher-ups of the Taiyi True Sect become aware of this, their perception of Ning Fan would surely shift. After all, their willingness to overlook past grievances stems from the fact that Ning Fan has birthed a celestial-grade masterpiece, albeit at the cost of sacrificing 37 superior celestial techniques. From the perspective of the sect hierarchy, this transaction might not be deemed a profit, but neither would it be considered a loss. However, if this technique imposes such stringent requirements on practitioners that it is only viable for Ning Fan, it would undoubtedly be a grievous miscalculation. In the long run, the status of this technique within the cultivation community would become exceedingly awkward. On one hand, it boasts the singular distinction of being the only celestial-grade masterpiece. On the other, it is encumbered by the fact that no one else can cultivate it. In this juxtaposition, it is likely that disdainful voices would overshadow the praises. Naturally, Ning Fan had not contemplated these matters deeply. After all, he perceives the world as having only 3 years left before its demise, leaving little room for him to deliberate on whether his creation would contribute to the cultivation realm. Survival takes precedence. At this moment, witnessing the dissipating extraordinary phenomena, he hastened forward to grasp the jade slip in his hand. Truly, plans are often outstripped by unforeseen changes. He had initially intended to seek a technique suitable for the refinement stage, but unexpectedly triggered a reward for ascending the tower, resulting in the emergence of this systematic cultivation technique. Ning Fan's fingertips grazed the smooth surface of the jade, and he let out a soft sigh. He had never held much regard for techniques that could guide one from the refinement stage to lofty realms, as while such methods are convenient, their enhancements to each stage's power tend to be mediocre. For instance, he had previously perused a celestial-grade inferior technique in the 8th level of the Scripture Pavilion, named Hunyuan Duanfu Ju, which enables practitioners to cultivate from the refinement stage all the way to the celestial sovereign realm. Its fundamental principle lies in cultivating a trace of Hunyuan energy within the practitioner's body, which can nurture the kidneys and can also be projected outward in combat. It sounds appealing, yet its efficacy is rather average. This energy lacks the ability to refine both body and soul, nor does it enhance the intensity of spiritual power, resulting in practitioners at the refinement stage failing to achieve peak physical prowess, and in the soul refinement stage, their spiritual strength does not surpass that of their peers. Conversely, singular realm cultivation techniques entirely remedy this shortcoming. For example, Ning Fan had also encountered a technique for the refinement stage in the 8th level that could hone physical strength to an unparalleled degree, yielding results that far exceed those of Hunyuan Duanfu Ju by more than double. Hence, Ning Fan's original plan was to switch techniques upon reaching each new realm. The present circumstances have evidently disrupted the plans. This remarkable skill, synthesized from 37 top-tier celestial techniques, represents a quintessential systematic cultivation methodology. It has the potential to elevate Ning Fan from the body refinement stage all the way to the shackles of the return to truth realm. To overlook this aspect alone is to underestimate its formidable nature. Within the realm of cultivation, the subsequent two realms beyond the celestial sovereign have been scarcely trodden upon throughout the annals of history. Consequently, numerous techniques cease at the celestial sovereign level. As for methods suitable for cultivation in the realms of Saint King and Divine Crossing, they are exceedingly rare and difficult to procure. Thus, a single technique capable of traversing all 12 stages of martial arts is indeed an extraordinary rarity. Moreover, the technique Ning Fan has refined is not only comprehensive in its cultivation realms, but also possesses an unparalleled profundity. While it is a systematic approach to training, each stage is remarkably solid, rivaling techniques that focus solely on a single realm. After all, it has been meticulously crafted from 37 top-tier celestial techniques: body refinement, soul refinement, divine forging. Each realm is pushed to its utmost extremity. For instance, in the body refinement stage, the focus lies on honing one's vital essence and tempering the physical form. The standard for the first layer of body refinement is an arm strength reaching 1,600 pounds. This is the bare minimum. Even a low-grade yellow technique could achieve this. A superior technique, however, would amplify this standard as much as possible. Among the 37 top-tier celestial techniques in the 9th level of the scripture repository, there exists a specific skill dedicated to the body refinement stage. This technique, known as the Great Sun Melting Furnace Body, envisions the physical form as a furnace, transforming internal vital essence into the divine fire of the Great Sun, incinerating impurities and refining the immortal. Practicing this technique in the body refinement stage, even at just the first layer, would render the body as hard as stone, capable of wielding an astonishing strength of 9,200 pounds with a mere flick of the arm. Originally, without the one-time fusion voucher from the system rewards, the Great Sun Melting Furnace Body would have been Ning Fan's primary technique for the body refinement stage. However, now, the newly elevated technique derived through the fusion method has become the unequivocal choice. The essence of the Great Sun Melting Furnace Body is embedded within the fusion's foundation, while simultaneously drawing from the quintessence of other techniques. Thus, the new technique's efficacy in body refinement is exceptional, although Ning Fan has yet to formally practice it. As the one who executed the fusion method, he possesses a profound understanding of this technique. He speculates that, should everything proceed as anticipated, upon cultivating the new technique, his arm strength at the first layer of body refinement could very well surpass 10,000 pounds. This is undoubtedly a staggering figure, for in the body refinement stage, with each incremental increase in strength, the physical form's durability enhances comprehensively. In other words, the more solid the foundation laid from the first layer onward, the greater the ultimate achievement will be. If one could commence with a foundation of 10,000 pounds, complemented by specialized elixirs, upon reaching the 10th layer of body refinement, one's corporeal form would undoubtedly ascend to a terrifying echelon. Contemplating this, Ning Fan could hardly suppress the tumult within his heart. He prepared to press the jade slip against his forehead, ready to absorb all the information of this technique. As he executed this action, the jade slip emanated waves of luminous radiance, establishing a connection with Ning Fan's consciousness. This was the essence of the jade slip. This essence, originating from the creator of the technique, Ning Fan himself, allowed him to vaguely perceive the intent conveyed through the jade slip upon their connection. Was it requesting him to bestow a name? Ning Fan, slightly taken aback by the first message transmitted from the jade slip, realized that he had not considered naming the technique after forging the supreme celestial skill. After all, he was the sole remaining member of his sect, and the world was on the brink of cataclysm. In such circumstances, the formalities of a name seemed inconsequential. Thus, he had paid it no heed until this moment, when the essence within the jade slip actively sought a name, prompting him to take it seriously. Very well, a name shall be given. He paced back and forth, fingers stroking his chin in contemplation, and after several moments, he spoke. Given that it is a synthesis of various techniques, embodying the strengths of myriad schools, it shall be called Thunder Rumbled. The instant the thought took form, before he could utter the name, the jade slip erupted in a blaze of brilliance. Auspicious signs manifested around him, accompanied by the resounding claps of thunder above the Taiyi True Sect. Subsequently, a vast gathering of celestial spiritual energy coalesced, momentarily transforming into a golden brush, as if the heavens themselves were inscribing upon the surface of the jade slip, for vigorous characters materialized amidst the extraordinary phenomena. Wuji Daozong. Chapter 20. How long do you think Junior Brother Ning will take to refine his body? It is said that from the limitless comes the supreme, and this name signifies transcending the existing system. The technique itself embodies the pinnacle of the Tao. It is a supreme treasury, encompassing all methods, wisdom, and divine abilities. As the name was engraved upon the jade slip, the surrounding auspicious phenomena blurred, and the thunder in the heavens gradually dissipated. This heralded the complete conclusion of the forging process. A technique known as Wuji Daozong, a supreme celestial skill, was thus brought forth into the world. Ning Fan nodded in satisfaction, praising his own naming prowess, and once more grasped the jade slip, pressing it against his forehead. This time, the reception of the technique's information encountered no hindrances. Guided by the essence within the jade slip, all the content of Wuji Daozong flowed seamlessly into Ning Fan's consciousness. Such a technique it was. Moments later, Ning Fan's tightly shut eyes opened, revealing a glimmer of astonishment. Though Wuji Daozong was of his own creation, it was indeed empowered by the art of fusion. This is fundamentally distinct from those martial arts entirely fabricated from one's own imagination. The latter possesses an intimate understanding of all characteristics of the technique, while the former can only guide the general direction during cultivation, remaining oblivious to the specifics. In other words, it is only after Ning Fan has fully absorbed the information from the jade slip that he comprehends the entirety of the Wuji Daozong. This technique can be aptly described with a single word: formidable. It encompasses three flawless attributes. The first attribute is the absence of elemental bias. Practitioners of this technique can flawlessly resolve conflicts arising from different elemental forces within their bodies, embodying the essence of inclusivity and unity. The second attribute is the lack of cultivation bottlenecks. The technique operates autonomously, perpetually cultivating, while automatically optimizing the meridian pathways based on the practitioner's condition. The third attribute is the absence of limitations in supernatural abilities. It allows for the seamless integration of various supernatural traits, whether in offensive or defensive arts, alchemical devices, or talismanic formations, all effortlessly accessible. Each of these three attributes is nothing short of extraordinary. Across the entire Zhongzhou sacred domain and the four realms of the world, one would be hard-pressed to find a technique of similar capability. Beyond these flawless attributes, the core of the Wuji Daozong is equally unparalleled. Its source of power does not stem from the traditional absorption of spiritual energy to convert it into spiritual power. Rather, it cultivates a trace of Tao, Yin Qi within the body. This ethereal essence, intangible and formless, possesses the ability to simulate, control, and even dominate all elemental energies and laws in existence. It is akin to a universal key, enabling the practitioner's body to become the most compatible Tao body, thereby achieving a realm where all laws of heaven and earth serve their purpose. Furthermore, it gives rise to three exclusive supernatural abilities, reflecting its supreme prowess: Wanfa Gui Lu, Daxiang Jinxing, and Dao Yin Jinjia. Wanfa Gui Lu can deconstruct an opponent's supernatural techniques back into their primordial spiritual energy and absorb it, rendering it a nemesis to all supernatural arts. Daxiang Jinxing can replicate any observed supernatural technique's ultimate characteristics, blurring the lines of reality. Yet, the most formidable of all is the third supernatural ability, Dao Yin Jinjia. This ability can manifest a domain of its own, establishing its own rules where words dictate laws, as if the practitioner were the sovereign of an entire world. In combat, it proves overwhelmingly advantageous. As Ning Fan contemplates the introduction of the Wuji Daozong, his eyes blaze with fervor. However, after a moment of reflection, he shakes his head with regret, lamenting, "Alas, these three supernatural abilities are far beyond my current reach. They require a robust soul and divine consciousness as a foundation, only attainable after breaking free from the shackles of nirvana. Top-tier techniques demand exceedingly high thresholds for cultivation, and may even necessitate vast amounts of rare resources as assistance. This is precisely why the esteemed ancestor of the Taiyi True Sect constructed the scripture repository. He stratified the techniques into tiers to prevent his disciples from being dazzled by high-level techniques. The various limitations imposed by these elite techniques are not something an ordinary prodigy can easily navigate. The Wuji Daozong, revered as the supreme martial art in the realm, demands an immense amount of resources for its cultivation. The same applies to the mastery of its mystical techniques. The threshold for executing these three formidable abilities requires the practitioner to perfect their physical body, soul, and consciousness according to the standards set forth in the teachings. More precisely, one must achieve a state of nirvana to proceed. Thus, although Ning Fan is acutely aware of possessing these three grand techniques, he can only sigh in admiration from afar. Regaining his focus, he understands that his immediate priority is to enter the body refinement stage. Without delay, he adopts a stance on the ground and begins his practice according to the cultivation methods prescribed in the Wuji Daozong for the body refinement realm. His entire being stretches, limbs opening and closing, each movement seemingly imbued with the profound essence of the Tao, captivating to behold. Simultaneously, his breathing technique is quite ingenious, alternating in length and rhythm. With each inhalation and exhalation, spiritual energy courses through his meridians, his muscles taut, while his tendons crackle like the roar of a tiger or leopard. At that moment, as Ning Fan immerses himself in his training, above the sect, within the Taiyi Xianxia, the elders have returned to their usual demeanor, with the sect leader rejoining the crowd. The esteemed Elder Ji Yin has also disappeared into the heights, resuming his inspection of the closed secret realm's exit. Yet, everyone is aware that although Ji Yin has departed, his attention remains unwaveringly fixed. Undoubtedly, a part of his mind continues to monitor Ning Fan's movements. The name of Ning's technique, Ning's sequence, is indeed well chosen, exuding the aura of a supreme martial art. Su Wei, the peak master of the transmission peak, critiques while pacing with hands behind his back, shaking his head. The others have grown accustomed to his habit of changing his opinions and are eager to join in the flattery. For instance, Li Changming from the Tiangong Peak strokes his beard and remarks, "With such extraordinary talent and the cultivation of the Wuji Daozong, I wonder if he can shorten the time required to enter the body refinement stage to within 3 days." Upon hearing this, the elders become animated, eagerly engaging in the discussion. A 3-day body refinement is indeed an exceptional achievement in the annals of history. In fact, throughout the ages, fewer than 100 individuals have accomplished it in under 10 days, fewer than 10 in under 5 days. And only one has succeeded in a mere 3 days. Are you not referring to that unparalleled genius from the eastern wilderness 200,000 years ago? Alas, this individual, despite his overwhelming prowess, reached the pinnacle of transcending divinity, yet ultimately failed to break through the shackles of returning to the true essence, perishing beneath the tribulations of the Tao, a lamentable fate. As the elders casually converse, they inadvertently recount the ancient tumult of the cultivation world. The transition from a mortal to the body refinement stage may seem inconspicuous, yet it reveals a person's potential. The Taiyi True generally provides its aspiring disciples with cultivation methods that enable them to achieve body refinement within 3 to 5 months. Should one possess a high-tier technique from the outset, the time frame could be significantly reduced. Moreover, one's innate talent plays a crucial role in this process. Throughout history, there have been numerous prodigious cultivators who, by fortunate happenstance, managed to compress their cultivation time into a mere 10 days. These individuals ultimately became renowned titans in their respective realms. The most remarkable among them, undoubtedly, is a genius who emerged in the eastern wilderness 2 million years ago. Hailing from a third-rate sect, his innate talent was so extraordinary that it could rival that of the most esteemed disciples of top-tier factions. By some stroke of fortune, he came into possession of a supreme-grade celestial technique. With this art, coupled with his own prodigious gifts, he transformed from a mere mortal into a body-refining cultivator in just 35 hours. This record remains unbroken to this day, even after the passage of 2 million years. At Qianji Peak, Zhuge Ming inquired, "Over the years, is our sect's best record still held by this generation's Holy Son and Holy Maiden?" Su Wei stroked his beard and sighed. Indeed, when the Holy Son embarked on his cultivation journey, he took just over 8 days to enter the body-refining realm. The Holy Maiden, due to her constitution, found it somewhat easier and required only 6 days. At this juncture, he suddenly turned his gaze toward the Holy Son, Taiyi. "Yunza, how long do you think our junior brother Ning Fan will take to refine his body?" Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to the Holy Son, who appeared dazed. seemingly still grappling with the astonishing transformation of Ning Fan, who had evaded a grave punishment to become a designated disciple of the Grand Elder. Now, confronted with this question, he wore a grim expression, pursed his lips, and raised his head as if in a state of constipation. Chapter 21. Breaking Historical Records. The Holy Sun was in distress. Not long ago, he had secretly reveled in Ning Fan's folly for daring to attempt the outrageous act of refining the top-tier techniques of the Scripture Pavilion, effectively burying his promising future. Yet, in the blink of an eye, divine lotuses erupted from the earth, auspicious omens descended from the heavens, and the great Tao resonated in harmony. Frankly, even now, the Holy Sun was in a state of bewilderment. He could not fathom how refining 37 supreme celestial techniques could yield such ludicrous success. It was utterly absurd. Moreover, Ning Fan's success had effectively absolved him of his previous transgressions. Even the Grand Elder, Jiyan, retracted the death decree and personally cleared his name. Once the entire sect was liberated, he ascended the ranks. His status now surpassed that of all disciples. The former dual saints were now outshone. How could such an outcome leave the Holy Sun unfazed? Furthermore, every incident related to Ning Fan had been fraught with challenges, severely impacting the Holy Sun's resolve. Consequently, he now stood in a daze. After much hesitation, he finally spoke. Junior brother Ning possesses unparalleled talent. I dare not make wild conjectures. However, in the realm of martial arts, one's innate gifts must be complemented by comprehension. As Ning cultivates the supreme celestial technique, the demands on his understanding are even greater, thus requiring a longer period for insight. Therefore, it would not be unusual for him to take more than 3 days to enter the body-refining realm. As the voice of the Holy Sun resonated, the numerous elders exchanged glances and nodded slightly in agreement. In the pursuit of cultivation, one's comprehension is as paramount as innate talent. A high aptitude merely indicates that one's physical form is better suited for refining spiritual energy and is less likely to encounter obstacles. However, comprehension represents wisdom and intellect. The fundamental prerequisite for cultivation is the ability to first grasp the techniques of the practice, understanding how to breathe in and out, and how to circulate the energy and blood within one's body. This learning process varies in speed and is contingent upon the individual. Those with high comprehension naturally grasp concepts swiftly, whereas those with lesser comprehension may require extensive study to comprehend the essence of the techniques. Thus, aptitude and comprehension are distinct matters, yet when combined, they can be collectively referred to as talent. At present, it is evident that Ning Fan's ascension to the pinnacle of the Scripture Pavilion signifies his exceptional aptitude. His mortal body exhibits remarkable adaptability to any cultivation technique, with a training speed comparable to that of the most supreme divine bodies. However, Ning Fan's level of comprehension has yet to be revealed. Coincidentally, the technique he practices, the Wuji Daozong, is the world's first pinnacle technique at the heavenly tier, presenting substantial difficulty. Therefore, despite his seemingly graceful movements, he is, in fact, diligently practicing while absorbing the essence of the technique. The duration of this learning process remains uncertain. The Holy Sun did not make definitive statements. Rather, he adopted a humble demeanor before subtly expressing his perspective. This approach left the elders quite satisfied, particularly Su Yuwei, who felt the most gratified. As the head of the transmission peak, he has had the most interaction with the Holy Sun and the Holy Maiden, frequently imparting teachings to them. Consequently, he possesses a profound understanding of the Holy Sun's character. His talent and virtues are commendable, yet his perspective is somewhat limited, and he harbors an inherent timidity, lacking in practical experience. This is understandable, as the Holy Sun has grown up within the sect and has never ventured out for training. It is not that the sect is unwilling to allow him to leave. Rather, he is disinclined to do so. In his mind, as the Holy Sun of the Taiyi True Sect, he possesses both resources and talent, rendering external endeavors unnecessary. He believes that by diligently cultivating within the sect, he will naturally inherit the responsibilities of the sect leader in due course. Conversely, should he recklessly venture out for training and inadvertently meet his demise, it would result in considerable upheaval. One should not assume that being the Holy Sun of a top-tier power ensures his safety outside. Any number of unforeseen circumstances could arise during external training. If he were to encounter desperate individuals, they would not concern themselves with his background. Thus, with this mindset, the Holy Sun remains within the confines of the sect. On this matter, Su Yuwei and the sect leader have privately discussed their hopes that the Holy Sun would exhibit greater courage and step beyond the sect's boundaries. For the path of cultivation is inherently one that defies the heavens. Those extraordinary individuals who venture into the world often contend not merely for cultivation resources, but also for the invaluable experiences accumulated through life and death struggles. Only through enduring such trials, steeped in blood and fire, can one ascend to the true path of greatness. Today, Ning Fan has emerged remarkably, garnering unanimous approval from the esteemed elders, his status posing a direct threat to the Holy Sun. In Su Yuwei's view, this is a fortuitous development, as it may provoke the Holy Sun, instilling a sense of pressure that might alter his previously timid disposition. The earlier inquiry was, in fact, an attempt to gauge the Holy Sun's reaction. Should he respond with indignation and seize the opportunity to retaliate, it would undoubtedly lead to profound disappointment among the elders. However, at present, the Holy Sun, despite being momentarily unsettled, maintains his composure, responding without malice or undue flattery, merely articulating the realities of cultivation. This outcome aligns closely with the elders' expectations. Whether Ning Fan can, like the unparalleled genius from 200,000 years ago, complete body tempering within 3 days remains uncertain. After all, ordinary bodies lack the exceptional enhancements of extraordinary physiques, making such speed quite normal. Moreover, his level of comprehension is yet an unknown variable. Thus expectations should be tempered. Nonetheless, within 10 days, he should still achieve a stable result. Such an accomplishment, when viewed through the annals of history, would undoubtedly rank among the top 100, an extraordinary feat indeed. Su Yuwei, stroking his beard, could not help but exclaim, "Truly, the ancestors have blessed us with such an outstanding disciple as Ning Fan. Our sect is flourishing." The other elders echoed his sentiments, their words brimming with praise for Ning Fan. Yu Ruo Shuang, with a subtle smile, remarked, "This young man is indeed full of surprises. Even I was momentarily taken aback." Before the celestial phenomena unfolded, no one anticipated that the situation could be reversed, yet a twist did indeed occur. This unparalleled ordinary physique, defying all conventional wisdom, has truly proven to be extraordinary. Yu Ruo Shuang's admiration for Ning Fan has deepened, intensifying her desire to take him as her direct disciple, while also stirring a sense of curiosity within her. How soon will this miraculous talent of ordinary physique ascend into the realm of body tempering? Below, Ning Fan remains blissfully unaware of the considerable attention his every move has garnered. Immersed in the solitude of his sect, he is wholly absorbed in his cultivation, even neglecting to partake in his spiritual rice. The ethereal energies of heaven and earth are drawn into his being, circulating through the method of the Wuji Daozong, refining his meridians and flesh. At this juncture, he is still too feeble to transform this spiritual energy into Dao Yanqi. Nevertheless, the spiritual energy suffices, as he is merely an ordinary mortal. Repeatedly channeling his energy, his understanding of the method for body tempering becomes increasingly profound. Indeed, by the 5th iteration, he no longer needed to consciously regulate his breathing rhythm or running path. This was quite natural, for the system rewarded an exponential enhancement of innate talent. Among these talents, understanding was inherently included. Thus, Ning Fan learned rapidly, regardless of the complexity of the techniques, such as the supreme skill, Wuji Daozong, which he practiced with remarkable ease. Time flowed steadily, as the exterior world transitioned from the profound darkness of night to the first light of dawn, marking the passage of an entire night. After inhaling the first breath of spiritual energy at dawn, Ning Fan's expansive form suddenly contracted. Ding! Host has cultivated to the body refinement stage. Guiding task completed. Reward: Martial Skill Proficiency Voucher X1. The system's prompt resonated in his mind as his movements concluded. Simultaneously, changes occurred within Ning Fan's body. His blood surged, muscles bulged, veins resembling coiled dragons, and his heartbeat thundered, a clear indication of his entry into the body refinement stage. Chapter 22. Concerns of the entire sect. Ning Su, do not practice recklessly. Ning Fan had achieved body refinement. Upon entering the first level of body refinement, those most exhilarated were the elders in the heavens above. Throughout the night, they watched in awe as this mortal disciple transformed from nothingness to achieving the body refinement stage. And how brief was that night? Merely 6 short hours. This figure far exceeded everyone's expectations. Even the esteemed sect leader, Pei Qingyu, found his eyelids twitching in disbelief. 6 hours, this shattered the ancient record for the quickest ascent to body refinement. He murmured softly, his expression drifting into reverie. Once, he too was a youthful prodigy with immense renown in the Central Plains. At that time, he competed against the finest talents of various sects, journeying alone through the 4 realms, witnessing the vastness of the world, and regarded himself as one of the foremost figures. Even when confronted by some mighty celestials or reclusive saint kings, he held no feelings of inferiority. Yet today, witnessing Ning Fan ascend from a mere mortal to the body refinement stage in just 6 hours, he felt a bewildering sense of confusion for the first time. When he himself entered the body refinement stage, it took him an arduous 17 days, equivalent to 204 hours. In comparison to Ning Fan, he could scarcely boast a fraction of that achievement. This revelation marked the first time Pei Qingyu grasped the vast disparities that could exist among practitioners. Extraordinary individuals invariably experience extraordinary events. Reflecting on Jian's words, he murmured to himself and ultimately chuckled in self-deprecation. Fortunately, I was born 3,000 years earlier. Otherwise, sharing the same era would truly shatter my resolve. If even the sect leader, Pei Qingyu, felt such sentiments, one can only imagine the despair of others, particularly the Holy Son, who existed in the same era as Ning Fan. At this moment, he felt the deepest sense of hopelessness. With access to the 9th tier of the scripture repository and the ability to cultivate top-tier techniques, achieving the body refinement stage in 6 hours was a feat he could not fathom pursuing. The only advantage he possesses now lies in the fact that he has cultivated for decades longer than Ning Fan, placing him far ahead by 3 significant realms. It is essential to recognize that the path of martial arts is fraught with challenges, each step as arduous as ascending to the heavens. The initial stage of cultivation is particularly taxing, demanding immense dedication and time. Whether it is body tempering, soul refining, or spirit forging, each requires meticulous honing. As this forms the very foundation, the more solid it is, the better. Otherwise, one may find it impossible to transcend the tribulations of rebirth. He has languished in these 3 realms for decades, having faced setbacks, including a failed attempt at breaking through the rebirth barrier, resulting in a decline in his realm. Now, having commenced anew, he has once again reached the pinnacle of spirit forging, fully aware of the difficulties inherent in cultivation. At this moment, he cannot help but reassure himself. At the very least, I possess decades of cultivation experience that Ning Fan lacks. He is without guidance below, facing numerous obstacles, rendering it impossible for him to catch up to my prowess in the short term. There is little that can surpass me. I can only take solace in my superior cultivation level. After all, in the world of martial arts, strength reigns supreme. While innate talent and comprehension are undeniably important, one must also be willing to diligently cultivate and seek guidance from esteemed masters. Those who become complacent or lack the fortune of mentorship often fade into obscurity, despite initial brilliance. Regrettably, the entire sect is currently ensnared within the Taiyi True ruins. Many elders wish to guide Ning Fan's cultivation, yet find themselves powerless to do so, unable even to provide resources for nourishment. Observing the present circumstances, the issues arising from the Taiyi True ruins are undoubtedly significant. Even the 3 esteemed elders are at a loss for solutions. The duration of their confinement remains uncertain. Thus, Ning Fan's solitary cultivation within the sect leaves his future prospects shrouded in uncertainty. If the Holy Son can ponder these matters, how could others not? At this moment, several peak elders, after the initial surprise, have begun to furrow their brows. Ning Fan has officially embarked on the path of cultivation, yet we remain trapped. Who will offer him guidance? Body tempering represents the first realm of cultivation, a matter of great significance, where success or failure directly determines the heights one can attain in the future. The myriad auxiliary methods for body tempering, including medicinal baths, pill nourishment, blood forging and flames, cold water bone tempering, and thunder tempering of the internal organs, are as numerous as the stars. Improper use or neglect can lead to drastically different outcomes in this realm. We can only hope to extricate ourselves swiftly and trust that young Ning will not practice recklessly. The elders are genuinely concerned for Ning Fan's well-being. The essence of a sect, beyond offering protection and passing down traditions, lies in providing resources and alleviating the confusions faced by disciples on their cultivation journeys. Yet now, a mishap has occurred, And within the vast Taiyi True Sect, 12 peak elders and hundreds of lower-ranked elders are all ensnared here. They can only watch helplessly as the saintess once-in-a-millennium genius practices aimlessly within the empty halls, guided solely by scattered texts. Such a situation is profoundly disheartening. The leader fell in his silence, his heart filled solely with prayers that the Wuji Daozong would prove sufficiently extraordinary. Even with a methodical approach to cultivation, devoid of any external assistance, one could still attain remarkable achievements. Below, in the scripture pavilion, the extraordinary phenomena within Ning Fan began to gradually subside. Although he had cultivated through the night, his eyes remained vibrant, sparkling with brilliance. As he exhaled, a white mist formed before his mouth and nose, clearly visible in the morning sunlight. His overall condition was exceptional. After 6 months of arduous practice without results, his innate talent had skyrocketed 1,000-fold overnight, completely transforming him. Ning Fan moved his arms, reveling in the boundless power surging within him, his eyes brimming with excitement. After half a year of traversing this realm, he felt as though he had finally touched the extraordinary, no longer a mere mortal. Curiously pondering the extent of his newfound strength, he clenched his fist after a moment of adaptation. A practitioner at the first level of body tempering could wield a force of 1,600 pounds with one arm, which represented the baseline. The stronger the cultivation method, the higher the starting point one could achieve at this level. If he were to practice the great sun melting furnace body, he could easily attain a force of 9,200 pounds with a single arm after tempering. Should he possess a special physique, surpassing 10,000 pounds would not be a daunting task. Although I am of a common body, the Wuji Daozong I cultivate is remarkably superior, so surpassing 10,000 pounds should be effortless and enjoyable, yet I wonder where the limit lies. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Fan resolved to experiment in the martial arts hall. However, before that, his gaze suddenly fell upon the floating jade slips of divine abilities and martial arts techniques around him. The system had recently rewarded him with a voucher for a minor martial arts achievement, an extraordinary item that should not be overlooked. Conveniently, the Wuji Daozong provides a guideline for practitioners at the body tempering stage. One must not cultivate in isolation. While tempering the body, one must also engage in combat with beasts, utilizing the primal savagery of lower-level demon beasts to refine oneself. This is the method of battling beasts, where the struggle hones both heart and body. Demon beasts are not hard to find. The sect as 10,000 Beast Peak houses numerous specimens. And since he intended to fight and temper his body, he naturally required an excellent martial art. Thus, this voucher for a minor martial arts achievement was perfectly suited for his needs. Chapter 23. 5 Mountain True Form Fist. What should I choose? In the 9th level of the scripture pavilion, Ning Fan paced back and forth, his gaze sweeping over the array of jade slips. Selecting a martial technique was a significant matter that warranted serious consideration. This brings us to the composition of strength for practitioners in this realm. It fundamentally consists of 5 elements: cultivation methods, martial techniques, divine abilities, treasures, and divine weapons. The importance of cultivation methods is self-evident. Among the latter 4, treasures and divine weapons belong to external forces, while only martial techniques and divine abilities serve as true reliance. The distinction between the two lies in that martial techniques are executed through the physical body, akin to an advanced version of mundane martial arts. For instance, punches, kicks, blades, and swords all fall under the category of martial techniques. The divine abilities are driven by the spiritual energy within one's body, encompassing a myriad of functions such as offense and assistance. Generally speaking, regardless of how downtrodden a cultivator may be, it is imperative for them to master a martial skill and a divine ability. This is the foundation for survival and establishing oneself. However, while martial skills are relatively accessible, divine abilities are much harder to obtain. Many low-ranking cultivators often undergo considerable hardship in pursuit of a valuable divine ability. At such times, the advantages of joining a formidable faction become apparent. Take, for instance, the Taiyi True Sect. According to sect regulations, all outer disciples of the Taiyi True Sect are entitled to receive 3 high-quality yellow-tier martial skills and 1 mid-tier mysterious divine ability free of charge. One must recognize that mid-tier mysterious divine abilities are treasures worthy of being housed in the 3rd level of the scripture repository. Yet, the Taiyi True Sect generously offers them as entry-level benefits, allowing all 120,000 outer disciples to cultivate them. This act indeed exemplifies the grandeur of a great sect. Additionally, taking into account the varying talents of the outer disciples, the sect has put considerable thought into the selection of this divine ability. Although rated as mid-tier mysterious, its cultivation difficulty is not high, making it accessible to virtually everyone. Most importantly, it is an auxiliary divine ability. Once invoked, it can consume spiritual energy to accelerate the flow of one's vital essence, resulting in a temporary enhancement of the physical body across all aspects. When combined with the martial skills learned, it proves to be immensely useful, whether for evading danger or engaging in life-and-death battles. Having been in the sect for over half a year, Ning Fan had heard of these matters and had long been coveting the benefits that awaited him as an outer disciple. Unfortunately, until the entire sect's exodus, he'd get to glimpse what the yellow-tier martial skills and mysterious divine abilities looked like. However, as the saying goes, a blessing in disguise. While they fled, they left the scripture repository to me. This time, I shall directly exchange a bird gun for a cannon and practice the heavenly tier martial skills. With hands behind his back, head held high, and a smirk playing on his lips, Ning Fan strode out of the 9th level of the scripture repository with an air of pride. His gaze swept over the various high-quality heavenly tier martial skills recorded on jade slips as if he were selecting the finest cabbages. The Taiyi dust-sweeping palm, with its ethereal and agile technique, seemed somewhat unsuitable for him. The heaven-severing finger, originating from the ancient wisdom of great beings who captured the threads of heavenly secrets, concentrates finger strength to the utmost, capable of breaking through various protective auras, array nodes, and the crucial points of divine abilities. It could even deliver a fatal blow with a single finger at close range. This martial skill appeared quite promising, yet relying on finger techniques to combat demonic beasts would hardly hone true intent. Moreover, as a novice just entering the martial path, employing techniques that harm others with mere fingers seemed a tad presumptuous. It lacked prudence, but the martial skill was indeed commendable, so it was tentatively noted. As Ning Fan walked, he assessed each high-quality heavenly tier martial skill on the 9th level in his mind. Suddenly, he halted before a jade slip floating in a corner, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. For the spiritual essence emanating from this jade slip conveyed an air of pride. Simultaneously, there was an incredibly composed spirit, seemingly indifferent to everything around it. The Five Mountains' True Form Fist is a superior martial technique of the heavenly rank, which invokes the souls of the great mountains through the essence of its punches. Each strike descends with the weight of a mountain, overwhelming all in its path. It is essential to possess a profound foundation. Only those who have transcended the first layer of body refinement and can wield immense strength should attempt to master this art. Upon reading the introduction, a spark of joy flickered in Ning Fan's eyes. What a splendid martial art for close combat, characterized by its bold and fierce nature. It is indeed perfectly suited for him. In this realm, there exists a concept of the 5 mountains, though they are not those of Earth. They are instead 5 sacred peaks located in the northern cold wilderness, southern vast lands, western furious seas, eastern great wastes, and central continent. These mountains are extraordinarily grand, soaring to the heavens, with endless mountain ranges and countless spiritual veins and mines. They are the nurturing parent mountains for countless beings across the 4 realms. The 5 Mountains' True Form Fist claims that upon reaching its pinnacle, one can summon the souls of the 5 mountains to suppress all existence. While this description may seem exaggerated, the true power of the technique is undeniably formidable. After all, the potency of martial arts is intrinsically linked to one's cultivation level. A body-refining practitioner wielding the same perfected technique as a transcendent being would yield results vastly different. The former's efforts would be akin to a chick scratching an itch, while the latter could obliterate the very heavens. Thus, should a transcendent master execute the 5 Mountains' True Form Fist, it is conceivable that they could indeed invoke the souls of the sacred mountains and strike down the central continent with a single blow. This is it. The more Ning Fan contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. Without further hesitation, he seized the jade slip and pressed it against his forehead. Instantly, myriad insights into the fist technique and key points of cultivation surged into his consciousness. Moments later, he released the jade slip, his face alight with satisfaction. He did not rush to utilize the martial technique minor success voucher, for it was not an instantaneous effect. Rather, it ensures that within a single day, the user will undoubtedly attain minor success in the technique. It can be said that the rewards from the system are not conjured from thin air. They necessitate Ning Fan's active participation in the creation of this process from nothingness. The previous one-time fusion voucher was the same, and so too is the current minor success voucher for martial techniques. Nevertheless, Ning Fan understood this. His system is not a direct invincibility system, but rather the ultimate self-rescue system, emphasizing the necessity of self-reliance. Without becoming overly entangled in these matters, Ning Fan turned and left the scripture repository with a lightness in his step. Descending was indeed much more invigorating than ascending. He bounded down the stairs, his movements swift and buoyant. Had he been more confident in the strength of his own body, he might have even considered leaping from the highest window. As he hummed a cheerful tune and exited the repository, he activated his flying vessel, heading straight towards the martial arts hall located on the transmission peak. He was eager to discover just how far his single-arm strength had progressed after his body refinement. Chapter 24. Did Ning Fan choose the wrong martial technique? Above, within the Taiyi True ruins, the high-ranking members of the sect were closely monitoring Ning Fan's movements. Upon witnessing his departure from the 9th floor of the Sutra Repository, where he deliberately selected a particular martial skill, a collective frown emerged among the onlookers. How could Ning Fan have chosen this specific martial art? The Five Peaks True Form Fist had resided in the Sutra Repository for millions of years, with numerous aspirants attempting to comprehend its essence. It seemed that only the 32nd generation sect master had succeeded. Indeed, that venerable Song sect master, gifted beyond measure and possessing an unparalleled physique, was most suited for the cultivation of physical prowess. After mastering the Five Peaks True Form Fist, he became invincible in this realm. Alas! Though the might of the Five Peaks True Form Fist was unrivaled, its cultivation posed insurmountable challenges. I recall that even the esteemed Song sect master never fully perfected this technique before his passing. Moreover, he had candidly expressed in his final moments that he had squandered too much time in pursuit of the Five Peaks True Form Fist, ultimately leading to his premature demise. Had it not been for this distraction, he might have glimpsed the divine transcendence. One wonders, did the Song sect master ever harbor regrets regarding the cultivation of this extraordinary martial art in his final hours? Regardless of his thoughts, those are matters of the past. The pressing question now is, why would Ning Fan select this martial skill? Indeed, having only just begun to temper his body, and with this being his initial foray into martial arts, it would have been far more appropriate for him to choose a technique of a lower tier. The elders, observing Ning Fan's series of actions, buzzed with concern and anxiety. They felt he ought not to pursue such a high-tier martial skill. This sentiment did not stem from jealousy, but rather from the understanding that the path of martial arts is not merely about the relentless pursuit of high-grade techniques. The true approach lies in maintaining a delicate balance between ambition and restraint. For instance, if one cultivates a high-tier technique, one should temper their expectations when selecting martial skills. Conversely, the opposite holds true. The fundamental reason behind this is that high-tier techniques, whether they be martial arts or cultivation methods, are exceedingly arduous to master, demanding tremendous expenditure of time and energy. Consider this example. If a cultivator possesses the talent to support the cultivation of a high-tier technique and currently resides at the Purple Mansion realm, with 500 years of life remaining, they might anticipate a breakthrough within 300 to 400 years, assuming their training proceeds smoothly. However, if they simultaneously choose to cultivate a high-tier martial skill, achieving any notable progress in this skill would not only require abundant resources, but also a minimum of 200 years of diligent practice. When calculated, this cultivator would find themselves in a most precarious situation. The optimal outcome of dual cultivation would be to break through both realms just before their 500 years of life were spent. Yet, how often do things unfold as one wishes? 500 years is a lengthy span, and unforeseen events are bound to arise. Any misstep could jeopardize their cultivation. The most likely outcome is that neither the technique nor the martial skill would be mastered, and the cultivator would ultimately succumb to the passage of time. The 32nd sect master of the Taiyi True Sect serves as a prime example of this predicament. If even a generation's leader struggles to balance their own cultivation, how much more so for an ordinary mortal? Thus, the choice of the Five Peaks True Form Fist by Ning Fan is deemed unwise in the eyes of the elders. He already possesses the supreme tier Wuji Daozong as his primary cultivation method. At this juncture, the most prudent course of action would be to select a technique of mystic tier, thereby ensuring that the practice of his primary method remains unaffected. Otherwise, he would be like a boat sailing against the current, either stagnating or regressing. Su Zhui, the peak master of transmission peak, lamented, "Our ancestral master once stated that the more one covets perfection, the further one strays from their heart's desire." Ning Fan, having just tempered his body, hastily chose a martial technique, which reflects his ambition, a commendable trait. However, without a wise mentor to guide him, he remains oblivious to the nuances of cultivation and mistakenly believes that a higher grade of martial skill is inherently superior. In the end, his inadvertent selection of the most challenging 5 peaks true form fist can only be described as fate's caprice, a matter of timing and destiny. Upon hearing these words, the assembly could not suppress their sighs, watching a promising talent veer onto a misguided path due to his reckless practice, which is truly disheartening. Particularly, the leader of Taiyi remained furrowed in thought. Yet, the concerns expressed by the assembly are not entirely unfounded. Certain cultivators endowed with unique physiques can indeed cultivate both top-tier methods and martial skills simultaneously. Take Pei Qingyu, for instance, as a possessor of the spirit of greenwood. His innate constitution is harmoniously attuned to the wood attribute. Consequently, when practicing a corresponding method, he can effortlessly cultivate an additional technique of the same attribute without significant delay. Naturally, the upper limit of the grade must align with one's innate talent. Pei Qingyu, with the talent of the 7th layer of the scripture pavilion, practices a top-quality earth-tier method. Therefore, when selecting a technique, he could choose a mid-tier earth-grade rejuvenation technique, perfectly complementing his physique without becoming a burden. As for the previous master of the 32nd generation, who possessed the unparalleled dominant body, although he had the talent of the 9th layer of the scripture pavilion, it barely sufficed. In such circumstances, having already chosen a 9th layer method, he should not have insisted on practicing the 5 peaks true form fist. The combination of 2 supreme tier methods would undoubtedly be difficult to assimilate. Had he opted for a lesser earth tier martial skill while practicing the supreme tier method, he likely would not have faced such overwhelming challenges. However, had he made such a selection, the absence of the 5 peaks true form fist support would have deprived him of the swift and unrestrained prowess to vanquish the talented across realms, thus earning the title of invincible in his domain. The intricacies of this decision reveal both advantages and disadvantages. Ultimately, how one chooses is a matter of personal perspective and wisdom. In summary, the path of cultivation is complex and varies for each individual. Furthermore, while Ning Fan possesses considerable talent, he is, after all, a genuine mortal body. In cultivating the 5 peaks true form fist, he will not enjoy the additional advantages afforded by a dominant body. This foretells a challenging journey ahead. Thus, his situation diverges from that of others, being more attuned to the circumstances of the common populace. It is no wonder that the esteemed leaders of the Taiyi True Sect are filled with such concern. Yu Ruo Shuang's phoenix-like eyes shimmered as her concealed hands clenched tightly beneath her flowing robe. Clearly, she could not bear to witness Ning Fan as futile endeavors in cultivation. Straying down a convoluted path, unable to restrain herself any longer, she spoke. "Esteemed brothers, we have all practiced cultivation for millennia, mastering various profound techniques and esoteric arts, far beyond the comprehension of ordinary disciples. Is it truly impossible for us to devise a method to traverse the Taiyi True ruins and establish communication with the lower realms? At the very least, we could send a signal to reassure him that the sect has not abandoned him." The assembly fell into contemplative silence. Indeed, was there no way to make contact with the lower realm? They needed to ensure that Ning Fan understood the sect remained steadfastly by his side. Elders from the Transmission Peak, the Beast Peak, and the 100 Herbs Peak, who often delved into unorthodox paths, began to ponder deeply. Meanwhile, having departed from the Scripture Pavilion, Ning Fan remained unaware that his seemingly trivial action had captivated the minds of numerous high-ranking individuals. At this moment, he was riding the winds aboard his vessel, soaring around the Transmission Peak, soon arriving at the other side. Here lay the Martial Arts Hall, a structure replicated on many peaks, with over 30 locations in the outer sect alone. However, the one on Transmission Peak was the largest and served as the main hall. It was said that every brick and tile was crafted by the hands of the sect's ancestors, imbued with the essence of divine laws. Even those at the Dao establishment level could practice martial arts here without fear of causing destruction due to overwhelming power. Having been in the sect for half a year, this was Ning Fan's first visit to the Martial Arts Grand Hall. Gazing upon the magnificent architecture, he felt a surge of wonder. He disembarked from his vessel, taking in the sights as he walked. Before long, he arrived at a training ground specifically designed for disciples in the body refinement stage to test their strength. Scattered across the ground were various uniquely designed apparatuses, such as stone locks, stone beams, and kettlebells, all crafted from special materials sourced from this realm, boasting astonishing weights. Ning Fan's gaze swept over the array of equipment, ultimately selecting a kettlebell weighing 10,000 jin. Taking a deep breath, he grasped the handle and executed a powerful lift. In an instant, the kettlebell was effortlessly raised above his head with one hand. So light. Ning Fan was taken aback. He realized that his practice of the Wuji Dao cannon had undoubtedly granted him over 10,000 jin of strength in one arm. Yet, he had anticipated that lifting it would require at least some effort. Ultimately, he had underestimated himself, or perhaps overestimated the weight of 10,000 jin. This kettlebell felt, in his grasp, not merely light as a feather, but required no effort whatsoever. Chapter 25, Ning's one-arm strength, terrifying indeed, since 10,000 jin was so effortlessly manageable. Then, Ning Fan set down the kettlebell in his grasp, redirecting his gaze towards other, heavier apparatuses, his eyes brimming with eagerness. Without hesitation, he approached a stone weight inscribed with the figure of 13,000 pounds. Once again, he exerted force with one arm, and predictably, he lifted it effortlessly above his head. Yet, he felt a slight strain, which filled him with both astonishment and joy. It is noteworthy that the Rui Jingu Bang, a legendary weapon, weighs merely 13,500 pounds. Should he be transported into the pages of Wu Cheng'en's journey to the west, he would be capable of wielding that formidable iron rod. This was nothing short of extraordinary strength. While an ordinary individual typically possesses a mere 2,000 pounds of physical prowess, Ning Fan had far surpassed that threshold, and astonishingly, he had yet to reach his limits. Soon, Ning Fan continued his trials. He engaged in stretching and gradually increased the weight, ultimately pausing at 18,000 pounds. At this juncture, he could still hoist the stone weight above his head, but it could not be sustained for long. Within mere seconds, his right arm was overwhelmed with fatigue, evidently reaching the critical point of his physical capacity. Nevertheless, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He had perused numerous texts in the scripture repository the previous day, and he knew that even many renowned practitioners of body refinement in history had only managed a single arm strength slightly exceeding 1,000 pounds when they first began their training, far from his current prowess nearing 20,000. One could only conclude that the Wuji Daozong was indeed exceedingly authoritative in the realm of body refinement, with a singular arm capable of lifting 18,000 pounds. The force generated would be even more formidable if he were to unleash his strength fully. At this stage of body refinement, a higher initial strength would lead to greater benefits during subsequent training. Nearly every breakthrough at each minor realm would result in an all-encompassing augmentation of the physical body. By the time he attained perfection in the body refinement stage, the cumulative enhancements would usher in an entirely new world compared to his present state. Indeed, a transcender ought to embody such potential. As Ning Fan reflected on his progress, a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. This was precisely the narrative befitting a traveler from another realm. What bitter days had he endured previously? After half a year in the sect, he remained merely a preparatory disciple, relegated to insignificance in the martial arts hall. Now, having awakened his system, he had refined his body in the span of a single day and night. Had the entire sect not evacuated, with his strength of 18,000 pounds in one arm, he would surely have earned the status of a true disciple. Alas, such thoughts were merely fanciful. With the impending calamity of the world looming in 3 years, amidst the crisis of life and death, Ning Fan had no time to lament his fate. He could only employ every means at his disposal, relying on the remnants of resources left by the Taiyi True Sect to secure his own survival. I must survive. With this thought, a surge of unwavering conviction for life ignited within Ning Fan's gaze. He then strode confidently towards the interior of the training hall. The relentless day and night of intense reading and practice had left him utterly exhausted, and he was in dire need of a restorative slumber to regain his energy. Once he had recuperated, he would focus on mastering the Five Mountains' true form fist. Subsequently, he could venture to the Beast Peak to seek ferocious beasts for his trial of combat. Ning Fan contemplated his upcoming cultivation plan and entered the building. Finding an unoccupied bed, he fell into a deep slumber without any regard for ownership. Meanwhile, within the Taiyi True ruins, the disciples both inside and outside the sect were in a frenzy, following Ning Fan's remarkable actions in the training grounds. What transpired? He effortlessly lifted a stone burden of 18,000 pounds with a single hand. Was it not said that ordinary bodies lacked any extraordinary capabilities? How could he be so formidable? Goodness gracious, is this the strength of someone at the first layer of body refinement? This truly highlights the disparity between mortals and deities. Ning Fan undeniably deserves the esteemed ranking bestowed upon him by the Elder, refining his body in a single night to achieve such an extraordinary feat. Surely he has shattered our sect's records. This individual's innate talent may surpass that of many. Let me share something that may not be widely known. Who claims that only the scions of noble families or those from sacred lands can produce prodigious talents? Have they not heard that even the humblest tile may one day rise, and the eastern wind can indeed shift southward? Just half a year ago, Ning was but an unknown, and now, in a single night, he has soared to prominence, earning recognition throughout the sect, truly a paragon for us outer disciples. I have long believed that Ning Fan possesses the potential to be my adoptive father. Voices of admiration and astonishment resonated among the many disciples. If the initial awe surrounding Ning Fan was merely due to his ascent to the Sutra Pavilion, then now, as this intangible talent has manifested into tangible strength, no one could suppress their astonishment any longer. From a mere mortal to the realm of body refinement in just 6 hours. Upon entering the first layer of body refinement, he already possesses the might of 18,000 pounds. Who would dare believe such achievements without witnessing them firsthand? Moreover, Ning Fan's previous status as a mere outer disciple starkly contrasts with his current prowess, further embellishing his legendary aura. Among the outer disciples, his reputation soared to remarkable heights. Simultaneously, within the core circle of the Taiyi True ruins, the atmosphere was similarly charged. The true disciples, regarded as the future hopes of the sect, were left dumbfounded. Their mouths agape. The elders, too, gazed in astonishment. Su Yue counted off on his fingers, speaking as though recounting cherished history in the annals of history. There have been 2 extraordinary individuals who, upon entering the body refinement stage, possessed single-arm strength exceeding 15,000 pounds. One was a notorious bandit from ancient times, whose malevolence knew no bounds, ultimately meeting his end at the hands of our sect's ancestor, the supreme Taoist. The other was a disciple from the Jianmu Xuani of 350,000 years ago, who, endowed with the ancient star body, was nurtured with abundant resources from a young age, allowing his physical form to surpass its limits. It is said he could wield a staggering 16,700 pounds with a single arm, yet whether it was that infamous bandit or the disciple of Jianmu Xuani, they both pale in comparison to our Ning. Su Yue grew increasingly animated as he spoke, while others listened, their hearts agitated. The realm of cultivation has existed for an eternity, and throughout its long history, countless extraordinary talents have emerged. Like the notorious bandit, the grand Taoist of the great sect, both are renowned heroes in the realm of body refinement, particularly excelling during the body tempering stage. Yet, when juxtaposed against Ning Fan, they appear somewhat lacking. The ancient bandit is a relic of the distant past, so let us focus solely on the Taoist of the Jianmu Xianting. This figure, existing merely 5 million years ago, has left behind a plethora of legends and records. Jianmu Xianting is a formidable force situated in the sacred domain of Zhongzhou, holding a status comparable to that of the Taiyi True Sect. According to the texts preserved within the sect, this Taoist is indeed a paragon in the annals of human cultivation history. Possessing the ancient stellar body, he displayed astonishing divine power even in his childhood, earning the moniker of a ferocious beast cub. Furthermore, being backed by Jianmu Xianting, he had access to esteemed mentors and abundant resources, nurturing his physique to an exceptional state. Most crucially, on the eve of his breakthrough in body tempering, he consumed an extraordinarily rare blood exchange, immortal herb. This herb, a precious treasure of heaven and earth, provides immense assistance to mortals seeking to enter the body tempering realm. Regrettably, in this current age, such treasures have become utterly extinct. It can be said that the remarkable performance of this Taoist during the body tempering stage is largely attributed to the blood exchange immortal herb, alongside his inherent ancient stellar body. The more one comprehends this, the more one can apprehend the terror of Ning Fan. After all, Ning Fan was not nurtured with abundant resources from a young age, nor did he consume any heavenly treasures. Even during his first 6 months in the sect, he remained an ordinary mortal. His success in body tempering today relies solely on the Wuji Daozong, a technique he independently devised, having no connection to the Taiyi True Sect whatsoever. Under such circumstances, it is no wonder that the high-ranking officials of various sects are astonished as they witness Ning Fan lift the weight of 18,000 pounds. Even the sect leader, Pei Yu, is left dumbfounded. Reflecting on his own experiences during his body tempering initiation, he can only sigh in resignation. It is truly disheartening. Chapter 26. The method proposed by the sect for connection nightfall quietly descends. The vast Taiyi True Sect is enveloped in an eerie silence. Meanwhile, within the Taiyi True ruins floating above the sect, the atmosphere is far from ideal. As Ning Fan falls asleep, the others lose their focal point of attention and gradually begin to feel the tedium and monotony. The true disciples and inner disciples, having cultivated for decades, can endure the weight, but the outer disciples with lesser cultivation find it increasingly difficult to endure the solitude. Confined for an extended period, the initial excitement has long dissipated. At this moment, they either meditate and sleep or engage in idle chatter. Yet, as the conversations unfold, the topic inevitably circles back to Ning Fan. The events of yesterday were truly surreal. Indeed, in all my years, this is the first time I have witnessed such an omen. What is even more outrageous is that this phenomenon was instigated by a mere mortal. Why did Ning Fan enter the Taiyi True ruins with us? Who can say for certain? I even harbor doubts that Ning Fan is entirely unaware of our whereabouts. In his perspective, could it be that he simply awoke to find the entire sect inexplicably vanished? How fortunate for him. Faced with an empty sect, he could utilize whatever he desires. Indeed, the Grand Elder has conferred upon him the status of a rank. Such a high position that even if he were to dismantle the sect, upon our return, the sect leader would likely remain silent, perhaps even commend him for his strength. But what if we are unable to leave? If that were the case, Ning Fan would suffer greatly, living alone in such a vast sect, devoid of a single conversation partner, not even a pet to keep him company. A few months might be bearable, but what if it stretched into years or decades? One might fear that he could lose his sanity. The outer disciples, amidst their idle chatter, shifted from envying Ning Fan to pitying him. These conversations, however, fell on deaf ears among the outer peak elders, who merely rolled their eyes at the folly of these naive youths. If we truly cannot escape, who knows how Ning Fan would feel, but it is undoubtedly us who will be the first to go mad. Nevertheless, such a possibility is quite slim. After all, the 3 Grand Elders are present. How could we possibly fail to exit? Surely, there can be no mistake. The outer peak elders mused quietly, casting furtive glances into the depths of the secret realm, yet they could not shake a feeling of unease. Meanwhile, at the center of the Taiyi True ruins, the high-ranking members of the sect were either engaged in discussions or lost in deep contemplation. Yet their concerns diverged from those of the outer peak elders. The question of whether they could leave the secret realm was not within their realm of worry. Their primary focus was to establish communication with Ning Fan, guiding him to avoid unnecessary detours and not squander time practicing the 5 Mountains True Form Fist. This celestial-grade martial art is exceedingly challenging, demanding excessive energy and time. In an era when the average lifespan is merely 80 years during the body refinement stage, pursuing such a path is unwise. It is worth noting that even the 32nd sect leader only attempted this cultivation after attaining a solid foundation in the spirit refinement stage, and even then, it took him a full 50 years to reach a minor success. Thus, should Ning Fan, a novice in body refinement, prioritize the 5 Mountains True Form Fist over the essential cultivation methods, it would indeed be the most undesirable scenario for the elders. With spiritual communication rendered ineffective and celestial warnings failing to penetrate, what other means could they employ? Su Yue furrowed his brow, pacing back and forth, his face etched with melancholy. For half the night, the 12 peak elders had brainstormed, yet none of their strategies bore any fruit. Ultimately, the formidable barriers of the Taiyi True ruins were simply too powerful. The barriers separating it from the mundane world were beyond the capabilities of those at their level to breach. Consequently, all attempts at spiritual transmission or invoking celestial phenomena for warnings were rendered futile. To establish a connection with the outside world seems as arduous as climbing to the heavens. Regrettably, my burial flower sword was brought along. Otherwise, I might have been able to manipulate it remotely to catch Ning Fan's attention. Yu Rushuang retrieved a long sword adorned with petals of spiritual light from her storage ring, letting out a sigh of resignation. This sword, forged from her essence and nurtured for a millennium, had long achieved a harmonious connection between heart and sword intent. Ordinarily, she kept this sword in the spiritual spring waterfall at the back of the hidden sword peak, serving as the mountainess protector. When needed, a mere thought would summon it forth. On this occasion, while visiting the Taiyi Xianxia for contemplation, for reasons unknown, she suddenly felt compelled to keep the weapon close at hand. The result was the loss of a precious opportunity to connect with the outside world. Yu Rushuang's words, initially intended as self-deprecating murmurs, unexpectedly caught someone's attention. Qi Leiguang, the master of the guardian peak among the 12 elders, suddenly experienced a flash of inspiration and exclaimed, "Brothers, upon hearing Sister Yu's words, I am reminded of something. Do you think the puppet beasts left within the sect can be controlled?" Puppet? The crowd fell silent at this remark. The path of cultivation is diverse and complex. Beyond the well-known auxiliary methods, such as alchemy, artifact crafting, and talismans, there exist obscure disciplines. Puppet mechanisms are one such niche art. Practitioners of puppet techniques must split a fragment of their consciousness and infuse it, allowing for intuitive control. This technique of consciousness division is of paramount importance, comparable to weapons forged from essence. Even across vast distances, or through obstructing arrays, one can still establish a connection. Thus, Qi Leiguang's suggestion truly illuminated the eyes of those present. Li Changming from the Heavenly Craft Peak eagerly urged, "Old Qi, quickly see if you can connect with your heap of scrap metal." What nonsense! Qi Leiguang's temper flared instantly, his voice rising several octaves. Su Yue frowned, "Brother Changming, why bring up Qi's shortcomings? You know it's just a pile of junk. Why must you voice it? Su, you should be quiet too." The sect leader, Pei Qingyu, interjected. These two have no wisdom to speak of. Just when she hoped for a sensible remark, they both delivered a verbal blow to Qi Leiguang. In the entirety of the Taiyi Zhimen, who is unaware that Master Qi enjoys practicing with puppets, despite lacking innate talent? Is it necessary for you to point it out? Qi Leiguang maintained a serious demeanor, avoiding eye contact with the two, and respectfully addressed Pei Qingyu, "Master, I shall begin now. Go ahead, feel free to try. Failure is inconsequential." Pei Qingyu watched him with anticipation. Yu Rushuang mirrored her eagerness. Qi Leiguang joined his fingers together, quietly invoking his magical technique. The art of puppetry is exceedingly rare, typically mentioned only in contexts related to spiritual cultivation. The spirit refers to both consciousness and soul. In the entirety of the Taiyi True Sect, only the Soul Guardian Peak is responsible for the cultivation of spiritual souls. Thus, the other elders lack understanding of the art of puppetry. As they observed Qi Leiguang casting spells, they noted his increasing struggle, his complexion visibly paling, with beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. After a considerable time, Qi Leiguang suddenly relinquished his magical power, gasping for breath. Yu Rushuang inquired with concern, "Junior brother Qi, what has happened?" "The barrier of the laws created by our revered ancestor is too formidable. My spiritual commands cannot penetrate it," Qi Leiguang replied. Upon hearing this, the others felt a sense of disappointment. Pei Qingyu sighed lightly and patted his shoulder, preparing to offer words of comfort. However, Qi Leiguang continued, "Nevertheless, I have managed to establish a tenuous connection with a small beast that has been rendered defective." Defective? At this, the elders were momentarily taken aback. Qi Leiguang, with a wry smile, explained, "This was a small beast, a diminutive Xianxia, that I crafted when I first delved into the art of puppetry. Due to my inexperience, it failed and became a useless creature, which I discarded in the warehouse of the Soul Guardian Peak. Just now, my attempts to connect with other high-tier puppets were thwarted by the Taiyi True Ruins, likely because the spiritual energy required to command them is immense. Conversely, this defective little beast, perhaps due to its minimal spiritual demands, successfully established a connection." At this juncture, Qi Leiguang felt a tinge of embarrassment, realizing that while he could not connect with the successfully crafted high-tier puppets, he had instead forged a bond with a discarded beast. What a peculiar situation. Upon hearing Qi Leiguang's description, the elders collectively grasped the situation and then found themselves in a mix of laughter and exasperation. Just how potent was the law barrier constructed by the revered ancestor when even a slightly more robust stream of spiritual energy could not penetrate it? Yet, an exceedingly faint control could be faintly transmitted, akin to water seeping through an inconspicuous crack in a rock wall. It evoked a sense of inexplicable pity and helplessness. Master, this little beast, being a defective product, cannot unleash spiritual power or perform many functions, Qi Leiguang elucidated, glancing at Pei Qingyu, hesitating to continue. The emergence of the art of puppetry primarily aimed to assist practitioners in achieving overwhelming combat prowess. Typically, a properly crafted puppet beast contains intricate control arrays and is powered by high-quality spiritual stones. At critical moments, a mere thought from the master could activate the energy within the spiritual stones, unleashing formidable magical techniques through the arrays. Some top-tier puppets are even capable of delivering attacks comparable to those of a Dao-seeking expert. Moreover, the master can also utilize the spiritual stone core to direct the puppet to perform various actions. For instance, when discretion is required, the puppet can be sent out to engage with others, or even relay messages across vast distances through the internal arrays of the puppet. However, these functionalities are exclusive to properly constructed puppets. The discarded defects of the past, naturally, cannot be salvaged. Hence, Qi Leiguang uttered these words to remind everyone. This puppet beast is incapable of launching attacks and cannot serve as their messenger for distant communication. However, upon hearing this, the headmaster Taiyi merely waved his hand casually and replied nonchalantly, "No matter, as long as it can be manipulated. We only need to locate Ning Fan and have your puppet beast inscribe the events on the ground. Its task will be complete." In Pei Qingyu's view, whether Qi Leiguang's puppet beast possesses offensive capabilities or can transmit sound is of no consequence. After all, the sect is secure, and Ning Fan is unlikely to encounter any hazardous situations. As long as this puppet beast can be controlled to move normally, it is already deemed a success. After all, once they find Ning Fan, there are countless ways to communicate. If it cannot transmit sound, they can simply have the puppet inscribe the information on the ground. And Ning Fan, being astute, will surely grasp the circumstances upon seeing it. The other elders evidently shared similar thoughts. Even Su Yue expressed envy, clapping Qi Leiguang on the shoulder and exclaiming, "Junior brother Qi, you are bound to achieve great merit this time. When Ning Fan attains mastery, he will undoubtedly remember your contributions." The others chimed in with their congratulations. Ning Fan's future, as long as he remains steadfast, is evidently bright and promising. As he embarks on his journey of cultivation amidst such upheaval in the sect, it is Qi Leiguang's puppet beast that allows him to communicate with the elders and receive guidance. What a significant favor this is. Naturally, everyone felt envious. Yu Rujing smiled gently, tapping her finger on the sword sheath, and said softly, "Junior brother Qi, hasten to control the puppet beast and find Ning Fan. Once he abandons the Five Mountains' true form fist, he will be perfectly poised to cultivate my inferior heavenly ranked Taiyi True sword technique." This elegant and exceptional master of the sword concealment peak could hardly wait to take him as a disciple. Yet, as her words fell, the headmaster Taiyi interjected, clearly displeased. He immediately cut in, saying, "What nonsensical words are you uttering, junior sister Yu? Once we contact Ning Fan, he will undoubtedly wish to learn the Imu Huitian technique from me, which is the most suitable divine art for cultivation from the body tempering stage, and is exceedingly rare in this world. Once perfected, even if a breath remains, one can be reborn from flesh and blood." The headmaster implied that he would have the sect's once-in-a-millennium genius from the 9th level of the scripture pavilion not learn combat techniques, but instead contemplate how to endure and survive, correct? Yu Rujing remained as radiant as ever, her smile warm, yet her tone was unwavering. Clearly, she intended to compete with Pei Qingyu for the chance to take Ning Fan as her disciple. Seeing the two in such a standoff, the other elders eagerly watched the unfolding drama. Li Changming and Su Yue, in particular, added fuel to the fire, worried that their senior sister and senior brother might not engage in a spirited debate. As the crowd began to grow increasingly raucous, Qi Leiguang, who had hesitated several times, could no longer contain himself and stepped forward, addressing the headmaster and the senior sister. "Is it possible that my little beast is incapable of writing at all?" The moment the words were uttered, an unexpected silence enveloped the scene. Pei Qingyu furrowed her brows, inquiring, "What do you mean?" Yu Rushuang echoed her confusion. "If it is a little beast, it must possess claws. How could it be unable to write on the ground?" In an instant, all eyes converged upon Qi Leiguang. He fidgeted nervously, rubbing his palms together and moistening his dry lips before mustering the courage to explain, because I designed its 4 limbs to resemble a sphere." His voice dwindled to a whisper. The elders collectively tilted their heads, their expressions akin to a large question mark hovering above them. What does it mean to design it as a sphere? Faced with a multitude of inquisitive gazes, Qi Leiguang clenched his teeth and pointed emphatically towards the Jinhuan peak below, declaring, "Esteemed brothers, it is immediately evident." He then summoned a spell, channeling his consciousness to the storeroom at the mountainous base. To the astonishment of the onlookers, a round, metallic sphere rolled out from the storeroom's small door, eventually halting in the moonlight to reveal its true form. It was a diminutive, rust-covered metal creature, no larger than the palm of one's hand. At first glance, it resembled a tin toy, with eyes crafted from 2 red gemstones, a back adorned with wings seemingly made from tattered cloth, and legs so short they were nearly invisible, causing it to wobble as it walked. Its tail resembled a frayed broom. At that moment, the crowd finally comprehended what Qi Leiguang meant by the absence of claws. For where its 4 limbs should have been, there were instead 4 dull gray spheres. It was precisely this reason that the little beast had tumbled and rolled its way out of the storeroom. Look, it struggles to walk. How could it possibly write for Ning Fan? Qi Leiguang pointed at the creature, his face flushed with embarrassment. The crowd stood in dumbfounded silence, momentarily at a loss for words. "Junior brother Qi, what have you done?" Pei Qingyu sighed in exasperation. Li Changming could not help but scoff. "Old Qi, what kind of puppet have you crafted? Do you expect it to defeat an opponent by making them laugh to death? I have already stated that it is a defective product. Furthermore, do you not find this little beast endearingly clumsy?" Qi Leiguang retorted with a hint of irritation. Clearly, he held a deep affection for his first crafted puppet beast. Despite its flaws, even though it could hardly walk, it remained significant in his heart. Chapter 28, A Kick That Sent It Flying. "All right, everyone, please be quiet." Pei Qingyu, noticing that the loquacious Li Changming was about to argue with Qi Leiguang again, immediately intervened. Her gaze shifted to the little puppet beast at the mountain's base, scrutinizing it carefully. After a moment of contemplation, she voiced, "Junior brother Qi, how do you intend for this little beast to meet Ning Fan? This defective puppet beast has nearly all its internal array imprints rendered non-functional. Aside from a spirit stone core operating normally, it is likely no different from scrap metal." At this moment, Ning Fan was peacefully slumbering in the martial arts hall upon the transmission peak, a considerable distance from the Soul Town peak, where the metallic creature, Xianxia, resided. If one were to rely on the 4 clumsy round feet to traverse the terrain, it would likely be a lifetime before they ever encountered Ning Fan again. Qi Leiguang, upon hearing this, hastily elaborated, "Master, although the internal formations of this puppet beast are nearly incapacitated, its wings can still function normally, thus granting it a modicum of flight capability." "Oh, this is indeed intriguing," Pei Qingyu remarked, her eyes lighting up. She silently rejoiced, grateful that the prototype of this small beast was one of the ancient 4 fiends, Xianxia. Otherwise, devoid of wings, today's endeavor would have surely reached a deadlock. She promptly commanded, "Attempt to activate it. If successful, let fly towards the transmission peak. As for how to communicate with Ning Fan upon arrival, we shall take it one step at a time." "Understood," Qi Leiguang acknowledged, immediately channeling a fragment of his consciousness to maneuver the creature. Below, the puppet beast energetically flapped its tattered wings, clumsily taking flight, its rotund body wobbling in the air as if it might plummet at any moment. The elders watched anxiously, their hearts brimming with concern. This was their only means of communicating with Ning Fan at present. Should they falter before reaching their destination, it would certainly lead to great mischief. Sensing the unease, Qi Leiguang swiftly reassured them, "Brothers, there is no need for alarm. Although this beast is impaired, it is constructed from exceptional materials, forged from starfall luminous iron, rendering its body sturdy enough to withstand a strike from the Purple Mansion." Upon hearing this, the elders finally relaxed their worries. However, Li Changming, enraged, shot back, "Starfall luminous iron? Wasn't it the material I used to forge Earth-rank divine weapons nearly 1900 years ago? No wonder I was missing 2 pounds back then. You must have taken it." At this declaration, the elders collectively exhaled, their expressions reflecting an eagerness for the unfolding drama. Qi Leiguang, belatedly grasping the implication, turned pale, defiantly retorting, "I did not. You are mistaken. I did not use your piece of starfall luminous iron. Nonsense. In the past 5,000 years, only 20 pounds of this iron have been produced across the entire central continent, and I purchased every last bit. Where else could you have obtained it?" Li Changming was clearly aware of Qi Leiguang's attempts at evasion, his hair standing on end with fury. Observing the renewed quarrel between the two, The sect leader felt utterly drained. Silently casting a soundproofing spell for himself, he closed his eyes to rest. Thus time passed slowly, as dawn broke the following day. With the sun high in the sky, Ning Fan finally awoke after a long night's sleep. After a brief wash, he made his way to the training grounds. Leisurely stretching his limbs, he planned to refine the 5 sacred peaks, True Form Fist, to a minor completion today, and then visit the Beast Peak, striving to advance to the second layer of body refinement as soon as possible. With these thoughts in mind, he contemplated his forthcoming endeavors. In the midst of battling the demon beasts is not only a requirement for cultivating the body in the Wuji Daozong, but also a profound yearning that emanates from Ning Fan's heart. One must ask, as a vibrant youth born in the 21st century, who has not fantasized about possessing extraordinary powers, capable of traversing the heavens and the earth, vanquishing formidable foes with a mere flick of the wrist? Previously, such experiences were unattainable on earth, yet now that he has traversed into a fantastical realm, Ning Fan naturally yearns to revel in the martial world and discern what it truly means for the sword to come forth. Thus, upon entering the body refinement stage and sensing the almost unearthly strength within him, his heart swells with an overwhelming restlessness, an urgent desire for a real battle to test his prowess. At this moment, he stands in the training arena, first loosening his limbs before lifting heavy stones weighing over 10,000 pounds, feeling once more the surging power within him. Compared to yesterday, he has indeed grown just a tad stronger. This phenomenon arises from the fact that the Wuji Daozong martial art has no cultivation bottlenecks and can operate autonomously, even during slumber. The technique optimizes the meridian routes based on the practitioner's condition, subtly refining the flesh and nourishing the internal organs with every breath. Thus, Ning Fan's cultivation progresses continuously, his strength amplifying. Perhaps this growth is not overtly conspicuous, yet, as a passive ability, the cumulative effect over time is profoundly formidable. Having completed his warm-up, Ning Fan intends to practice the Wuyue Zhenxing Fist unaided by the system, eager to experience the sensation. However, before he can even assume his stance, he spots a round, clumsy metallic sphere careening towards him from the distant horizon. What on earth is that? As the iron ball hurtles closer, without a moment's hesitation, Ning Fan swiftly extends his leg and delivers a powerful kick, sending the sphere soaring back along its original trajectory. Meanwhile, above the sect within the Taiyi True, the elders are rendered motionless, their expressions contorted in disbelief, collectively stunned. They have been anxiously observing the puppet beast soar through the night, and now, after finally arriving at the transmission peak, before they could formally engage with Ning Fan, it was sent spiraling back with a single kick. What manner of circumstance is this? The sect leader is the first to regain composure, urgently directing, "Quick, ensure it returns immediately, and intercept Ning Fan before he practices the Wuyue Zhenxing Fist. I will do my utmost." Qi Leguang grits his teeth in response. After controlling the scrap iron puppet for an entire night, the connection between them has grown increasingly tenuous, often rendering him incapable of steady manipulation. The most critical issue is that he cannot amplify his mental energy, for doing so would inevitably sever the connection due to the barriers of the Taiyi True. At present, he can only carefully sense the faint threads of response, striving to guide the puppet beast back to the transmission peak. On the other side, Ning Fan strokes his chin, equally perplexed. That creature just now appeared to be a puppet beast? He recalled the sensation of that kick and the close-up glimpse, increasingly convinced that his thoughts were not misplaced. The puppet beast, a rarity in many places, was not particularly uncommon within the confines of the Taiyi True Sect, thanks to the presence of the soul-subduing peak. When Ning Fan first entered the sect, he had encountered a puppet beast at the outer peak. It was a massive creature, entirely forged from steel, resembling a giant bird, upon which several true disciples, just returned from the outside world, were standing. At that time, he naturally had no idea what kind of puppet it was. He only learned of it through the chatter of nearby outer disciples, marveling at the diverse cultivation methods of this realm for quite some time. I remember that the puppet beast seemed to be crafted from the souls of cultivators, possessing a semblance of spirit akin to the jade slips in the scripture pavilion. Now that the entire sect had evacuated, the puppet mechanisms should have been taken along, yet that iron lump had remained. Could it be that, like me, it missed the transport and was left behind when the main force departed? And then it fortuitously discovered me, seeking companionship for warmth? Ning Fan pondered, though he did not dwell on it for long, for it was merely a puppet beast. Shaking his head, he assumed a stance, preparing to practice. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of a metallic figure appearing from the steps of the training ground, swaying its uniquely shaped body as it rolled toward him. It finally collided with his calf, causing it to tumble over, its four round iron feet flailing in the air, while its broom-like tail incessantly thumped against the ground. Ning Fan blinked in astonishment. "Not you again, old iron." Chapter 29. This puppet beast has gone mad, gazing at the silly, seemingly dim-witted little steel creature before him. Ning Fan fell into contemplation. What exactly was this little fellow's origin? If it was a puppet beast left behind by the sect, were there others aside from it? Did it possess any intelligence? As Ning Fan pondered these questions, his hand instinctively reached out, grasping the rotund body and lifting it before him. "Are you here for a reason? Do you know what has transpired within the sect? Can you understand my words?" He tapped the little beast's head, firing off a trio of questions. At the same time, within the Taiyi True ruins, a group of elders witnessed this scene, their excitement palpable. The sect leader seized Qi Leguang's arm, exclaiming, "Quick! Control the puppet to respond." "Let me try." Hastily, Qi Leguang began to weave his incantations, channeling his spiritual essence. Yet the more anxious he became, the more unstable the transmission of his intent. As the little beast remained motionless, Ning Fan's brow furrowed deeper, while beads of sweat began to form on Qi Leguang's forehead. Yu Shuang, puzzled, remarked, "Is it really so difficult just to nod?" Ning Fan's series of questions were indeed inquiries of a binary nature. The puppet beast merely needed to nod its head to provide a response, making it clear that its appearance was no mere coincidence. Yet, such a simple motion proved elusive for quite some time. How could the onlookers not feel anxious? Qi Leguang sighed bitterly. "I wish it were that simple. Controlling it to fly through the night has exhausted the stability of the runes within it. Thus, many commands are sporadic at best. This creature is a discarded puppet beast, and the inscribed formations are naturally flawed. The fact that I can barely manage to make it move is already a stroke of luck. As for nuanced actions like nodding, it is quite beyond our reach." Upon hearing this, Su Yue immediately expressed disdain. "So this worthless thing is utterly useless? What nonsense is that?" Qi Leguang retorted. "Without my little Xianxia, we wouldn't even be able to engage in this minor interaction with Ning Fan." He held a deep regard for the first puppet beast he had crafted in his life, and thus defended it with fervor. After a moment of thought, he continued, "Moreover, it is not entirely incapable. I just tried, and while the command to nod is difficult, it can indeed shake its head." At this revelation, everyone was taken aback. It cannot nod, but can shake its head? What kind of logic is that? Qi Leguang insisted, "Don't question it. It can shake its head. That's what matters." The sect leader, noticing Ning Fan's waning interest and preparing to return the little Xianxia to the ground, hurriedly urged, "Let it shake its head, quickly." "No, master." The elders gasped in alarm. This would entirely negate the confusion Ning Fan had painstakingly developed. It must be understood that Ning Fan had posed 3 questions. Questions that the high-ranking members of the sect were eager to answer. This little beast had a purpose in seeking him out. It knew what was happening within the sect. If it were to shake its head in denial now, it would undeniably deepen the misunderstandings between them. However, this time, before the sect leader could speak, Yu Shuang stepped in to explain, "The sect leader is not at fault. If it cannot nod, then let it shake its head. The priority is to convey to Ning Fan that this beast possesses intelligence, rather than being an ordinary puppet. If Ning Fan can be persuaded to keep it close, we will have the opportunity to gradually engage with it and guide it towards the truth." With the senior sister speaking up so clearly, the others began to grasp the situation. Indeed, at this moment, whether it nodded or shook its head was inconsequential. Providing any response was what truly mattered. Only in this way could they pique Ning Fan's interest. Regaining his composure, Qi Leguang swiftly conveyed a mental command. Below, in the training grounds, just as Ning Fan was about to discard the peculiar puppet beast, he was astonished to see it slowly begin to shake its metallic head. This left him utterly speechless. "Can you truly comprehend my words?" He gazed in astonishment at the metallic creature before him, marveling at the wonders of this world. A mere puppet, yet it possessed a rudimentary understanding akin to that of an intelligent robot. However, its shaking head indicated that this little beast was indeed a forsaken entity, much like himself, utterly oblivious to the happenings within the sect. It had approached him, presumably believing that as a disciple of the sect, he would offer it some semblance of safety. Alas, it was a pitiful creature. Ning Fan sighed softly, refraining from kicking the little Xianxia away this time. After all, apart from him, there was nothing else capable of movement within the sect, leaving only this foolish puppet beast. He decided to keep it around as a companion. With this thought, Ning Fan spoke. "You little creature, since you wish to follow me, you may stay. However, I must practice now, so please stand aside to avoid injury." Upon hearing Ning Fan's words, the metallic Xianxia fell into a daze, seemingly attempting to comprehend their meaning. Meanwhile, within the secret realm above, the elders collectively exhaled with relief. It stayed. The puppet beast had successfully remained by Ning Fan's side, signifying that their sole channel of communication had not vanished. But what should they do next? Qi Leguang, fingers poised in a spell, inquired, ready to execute commands at any moment. The elders were momentarily at a loss for words. A useless Xianxia, incapable of speech or writing, and unable to nod its head. How could they convey to Ning Fan not to practice the 5 mountains true form fist? "I have a plan." Suddenly, Zhuge Ming, the master of Tianji Peak, stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, "Junior brother Qi can control the beast by directing its movements on the ground. We can utilize its entire body to inscribe the message we wish to convey. The initial display may seem peculiar, but with repetition, I am certain that with Ning Fan's intelligence, he will discern the meaning." With the proposal made, the crowd erupted in approval. Qi Leguang wasted no time and immediately began to manipulate the creature. At that moment, Ning Fan had just assumed his stance. Yet before he could even begin his breathing exercises, he observed the rusty puppet beast suddenly darting around erratically, as if possessed. Its 4 limbs, resembling a round ball, lacked stability, causing it to wobble and tumble chaotically. It appeared to be in a frenzy. Not only did Ning Fan wear a puzzled expression, but the high-ranking members within the Taiyi True ruins also felt a wave of dismay. "Old Qi, what on earth are you controlling? Who can interpret that as writing?" Li Xiangming scolded. It would have been acceptable if someone else had spoken, but upon hearing Li Changming's voice, Qi Leguang retorted, "If you think you can do better, then go ahead. The Xianxia already struggles to walk steadily, and now I'm trying to manipulate it to write so much. The fact that I've achieved this much is commendable." Li Changming was about to respond, but was silenced by a glare from the sect leader. Then, Pei Qingyu inquired, "Junior brother Qi, what content are you attempting to inscribe? In the absence of any significant matters within the sect, refrain from practicing the 5 mountains true form fist. No, too many words. Simplify it to just do not practice." "Very well." Qi Leguang promptly complied with the command. Meanwhile, the already abstract figure of the scrap iron little Xianxia, whose gestures had yet to be completed, began to alter its characters mid-sentence. "Are you attempting to write?" Ning Fan initially dismissed the scrap iron puppet as merely acting erratically, but upon closer inspection, he suddenly discerned a pattern in its movements, leaving him astonished. Could this puppet truly possess such intelligence? A seemingly unremarkable creature, even among lower-tier puppets, is capable of emulating human writing? It appears that the art of puppet mechanics is indeed worthy of study. However, what exactly is it attempting to convey? Ning Fan stood still, observing intently. In the heavens above, numerous elders were instantly filled with excitement upon hearing these words. "Oh, heavens above, may the ancestors bless us. This young man comprehends." Indeed, Ning Fan is exceptionally gifted. Having deduced that the little beast is writing, he must also be able to understand those words. "Qi, dear disciple, we eagerly anticipate your performance. Do not falter in your focus. Absolutely. Strive to inscribe the characters with utmost precision." Qi Leguang felt an immense pressure at this moment. If only this little Xianxia could stabilize its 4 short legs, riding on the ground with its rounded feet would not be overly difficult. Yet, the creature's limbs were distinctly articulated and remarkably agile, unable to even nod with ease. He now faced the daunting task of maneuvering its 4 fidgeting legs to form characters on the ground. This was no ordinary challenge. The 4 words "do not practice" were inscribed in a decidedly crooked manner. Now, they could only hope that Ning Fan could indeed comprehend this exceedingly abstract depiction. Chapter 30. What? You want me to practice diligently? In the martial arts arena, Ning Fan tilted his head, resting his chin on his hand. Observing the movements of the scrap iron little Xianxia, his eyes gradually brightened. It was indeed writing, although the strokes were askew. It was undeniably attempting to convey something to me. It seemed to hint at an important word. After much scrutiny, Ning Fan managed to discern a semblance of meaning. He was increasingly convinced that this little beast was indeed communicating with him. At that very moment, as Ning Fan uncovered the critical word, the Taiyi True void erupted in fervor. He guessed correctly. Ning Su's talent is simply astounding. Truthfully, even knowing the answer, I could hardly identify a single correct aspect from watching the little beast draw, yet Ning Fan managed to decipher one. He is truly a prodigy. Ning Fan, whether in terms of cultivation aptitude or intellect, belongs to an unparalleled echelon. Such a promising individual, the more one observes, the more one rejoices. We must guide him onto the right path. Indeed, whether our Taiyi True Sect can achieve further glory rests entirely upon Ning Fan alone. The multitude of elders were filled with excitement. The sect leader also exhaled a sigh of relief, his heart steady. Ning Fan, being astute, had already deduced the character Yao. Surely, the simplest character Bu would not escape his recognition. In that moment, even if the puppet beast painted the characters in a crooked manner, the presence of the words Bu Yao combined with a martial arena would undoubtedly lead Ning Fan to enlightenment. If this step succeeded, subsequent explanations regarding the sect's circumstances or remote guidance to Ning Fan would no longer be mere fantasies. Upon contemplating this, the sect leader, Yu Ruo Shuang, and others felt a sense of assurance. The first character was Yao, while the latter was somewhat indecipherable. However, it seemed that one character was misrepresented. Perhaps it was Lian or Lianzi, in a phrase comprising several characters. To deduce two was already quite impressive. Yet, what could Yao Lian signify? Was it a reminder to practice diligently and not be lazy? After watching the characters repeatedly, Ning Fan, with his remarkable capacity for imagination, suddenly voiced his thoughts. The moment he spoke, the puppet beasts, which had been drawing gourd-shaped characters on the ground, came to an abrupt halt. In fact, the crowd within Taiyi Su was rendered motionless. The sect leader's smile froze. Yu Ruo Shuang's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Li Changming was left dumbfounded. And Zhuge Ming wore an expression of incredulity. How could this be? Why was he able to discern the character, Yao, yet fail to notice the preceding Bu? What was the issue? Why did Ning Fan perceive the puppet beast as having drawn numerous characters rather than just four? Junior Brother Qi, what have you done? Ning Fan's keen intellect suggested that it was indeed Junior Brother Qi's mismanagement. The elders, recovering from their shock, collectively erupted in confusion. Some even directed their inquiries at Qi Leiguang, who appeared equally vexed, gritting his teeth and responding, "Everyone, I have done my utmost." As for why Ning Fan believes there are numerous characters, it is because the initial phrase was indeed lengthy, and then it was abruptly altered midway. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. The sect leader's mind buzzed, for initially, Qi Leiguang had indeed planned to direct the puppet beast to inscribe the phrase "the sect is at peace." Do not practice the 5 mountains true form fist through its movements. It was only upon receiving his command that it was altered to the 4 characters "do not practice." As the manipulators, they observed from above and could discern the changes made. However, Ning Fan, situated in the lower realm, viewed it at eye level, making the clarity of the characters less apparent to him, coupled with the abstract nature of the puppet's writing. It was no wonder he struggled to determine how many characters had been inscribed. The character Bu, nestled among others, had long since faded from his perception. Thus, he could not interpret it as Yao Lian. Su Yue anxiously stamped his foot. Others wore expressions of distress, unsure of how to respond to this utterly bewildering scene. To make matters worse, Ning Fan below had once again assumed a fighting stance. "Iron, you are right. Time is of the essence, and I cannot afford to delay. Today, I must master the 5 mountains true form fist no matter what." Ning Fan spoke to the scrap metal puppet beast at his feet, which he had affectionately named Iron. The creature, entirely composed of metal and adorned with rust, was aptly named. The elders, however, paid little heed to the name he bestowed upon this discarded puppet beast. At that moment, upon hearing Ning Fan preparing to practice, they felt a surge of anxiety. Qi Leiguang even conveyed a thought, urging the little beast to shake its head vigorously in caution. Yet, Ning Fan merely smiled at this display, saying, All right, I understand you're keeping an eye on me to prevent any laziness. Rest assured." Upon hearing this, the elders were left in a state of disbelief. Who is supervising you? Who is preventing you from being idle? Do not make assumptions about others' intentions. But one could hardly blame Ning Fan. In a training arena, when a sex puppet beast repeatedly shakes its head, it unmistakably conveys a message of diligence. It could not possibly mean to hinder his cultivation, akin to a teacher forbidding students from studying, an impossible scenario. Thus, Ning Fan did not entertain such thoughts. He began to practice the 5 mountains true form fist based on his understanding within his mind. In an instant, his figure moved with grace, his fists striking like dragons. enveloped by an aura of momentum. At this juncture, Ning Fan had yet to employ the minor success voucher of his martial skills, as he wished to ascertain the results of relying solely on his enhanced talent, which had surged 1,000-fold. Meanwhile, within the secret realm, the higher-ups of the sect observed Ning Fan embarking on his training, and their previously anxious hearts were finally put to rest. Alas, the genius, a once-in-a-million-year find, was now at risk of being delayed by this high-grade martial art. Mastering this fist technique would take decades before any semblance of success could be achieved. Unbeknownst to Ning Fan, should he begin his training, even a moment's realization of a misstep would result in several years wasted. Unless they could swiftly escape the Taiyi True ruins, there would be little hope of halting this progression. However, judging by the demeanor of the three esteemed elders concerning the secret realm's issues, such an escape seemed unlikely. Look, Ning Fan has completed a round of punches. His initial practice had already produced an impressive display of fist shadows surrounding him, exuding a formidable aura. Indeed, he was a rare talent. Yet even at this level, achieving any notable accomplishments would still take decades. Alas, Ning Fan's path appeared to be a winding one. The elders continuously monitored the situation below, and upon witnessing Ning Fan finish his round of punches, they could not help but voice their thoughts. Their words reflected both admiration for Ning Fan's talent and sorrow for his fate, as if the practice of the Five Mountains true form fist was destined to be a futile endeavor, promising no immediate rewards. Chapter 31. Rapid Mastery of High-Grade Martial Arts. Within the vast expanse of the Taiyi True ruins, as Ning Fan awoke, the attention of the numerous disciples inside and outside the gates was once again drawn to him. They observed the unfolding scenes in the training ground below, engaging in animated discussions. Where did this puppet beast originate? How could it possess the instinct to seek companionship? It must have been crafted by a disciple of the Soul Town Peak, yet it appears to be a failed puppet. I have inquired. A senior disciple from the inner sect at Soul Town Peak revealed that this puppet beast was created by Elder Qi in his youth. The latest news. This impoverished Xianxia puppet is being remotely controlled by Elder Qi, as the sect seeks to establish contact with Ning Fan, cautioning him against practicing that high-tier martial skill. So that is the case. The elders are indeed wise, having conceived of employing a puppet for communication with the lower realm. The movements of Pei Qingyu and others were not deliberately concealed. The true disciples, and those positioned slightly ahead among the inner sect, were well aware of the situation. Thus, amidst their discussions, the news swiftly spread like ripples across the sea, reaching the outer sect disciples' ears. Consequently, everyone within the Taiyi True ruins understood the current circumstances. The sect's elders did not wish for Ning Fan to stray onto a misguided path. However, constrained by the barriers of the enchantment, they could not communicate directly with him. Hence, they devised an alternative approach, employing this method of remote puppet control for interaction. Regrettably, among the numerous puppets crafted by Elder Qi, only this failed little Xianxia could be manipulated through spiritual intent. Furthermore, the intermittent transmission of spiritual thoughts resulted in the seemingly bizarre behavior of that scrap metal little Xianxia. As the disciples unraveled the entire story, their hearts brimmed with admiration. This admiration stemmed from two sources: the ingenious creativity of the elders and the wisdom of Ning Fan. In my opinion, among the thousands of years of inheritance within our Taiyi True Sect, the most enlightened individual is undoubtedly Ning Su. I am entirely convinced. Even regarding the characters drawn by that puppet beast on the ground, despite knowing the answer, I could not find a single resemblance. I truly cannot fathom how Ning Fan discerned what to practice. Although he completely misinterpreted the meaning, at least he did not err in identifying those two characters. Ning Fan's intellect must surely surpass my own. It is not so trivial. Oh, Ning Fan has begun to practice his punches. The disciples buzzed with chatter, most of their words revolving around Ning Fan's deciphering of the characters. Many were astonished that he could ascertain even two of them. They stood above, gazing down vertically, and found it exceedingly difficult to discern. Yet, Ning Fan, standing on the ground and gazing straight ahead, managed to recognize them. This single moment suffices to demonstrate the agility of his thought process and the sharpness of his mind. In an instant, all the disciples were filled with respect. Only when Ning Fan began to practice his punches did they come to their senses, followed by an eruption of exclamations. What? Ning Fan is going to practice the Five Mountains true form fist today? Isn't that a bit hasty? Forgive my ignorance, but is this fist technique particularly difficult? Why do the elders refuse to allow him to practice? While they encourage you to immerse yourself in literature, You have chosen to tend to pigs instead. If only you would peruse the scriptures in the sutra repository more frequently, you would discover the historical significance of this martial art within our sect. Indeed, this technique is the renowned skill of the 32nd leader of our sect, Song Tianxing. In his heyday, Master Song, with his unparalleled physique, mastered this art to perfection, defeating countless prodigies and establishing his supremacy across realms. It was a time of unparalleled glory, when the name of Taiyi resonated throughout the world, and none dared to defy its might. Such grandeur is difficult to replicate even today. Alas, both fortune and misfortune stem from the Five Mountains. Master Song, in his quest to attain the ultimate mastery of this technique, faced numerous failures, exhausting his efforts and depleting his lifespan. Had it not been for his diminishing years, with his extraordinary talents, he might have ventured into the divine realm. Even a genius like Master Song could not balance this skill with his own cultivation. How lamentable. Thus, do you understand why the elders are reluctant to let Ning Fan engage with this martial art? I see now. I thank my esteemed brothers for enlightening me. However, I believe the others are overly pessimistic. After all, Ning Fan possesses the aptitude of the 9th tier in the sutra repository. He does not seek perfection, but merely aims to master it at a level akin to Master Song, which should not hinder his own progress, should it? But can it be compared? Master Song was endowed with an unparalleled physique, perfectly suited for such martial arts. Ning Fan, on the other hand, possesses a mundane body, lacking any extraordinary support. Indeed, heroes abound in this world. Yet even among the gifted, the path is fraught with challenges. How much more so for one of ordinary constitution? If that is the case, is Ning Fan not merely squandering his life in practicing martial arts? This reflects the unfortunate consequence of lacking a distinguished mentor. Now we can only hope that Ning Fan is merely experimenting with the technique, rather than earnestly desiring to cultivate it. As discussions among the disciples flourished, along with the senior disciples educating the newcomers, the gravity of Ning Fan's endeavor began to dawn on all. In a moment, the entire secret realm was filled with anxiety and concern regarding Ning Fan's practice. Many disciples, driven by their emotions, shouted at the lower realms in an attempt to dissuade him. Yet how could their voices penetrate the spatial barriers of the Taiyi True ruins? It was destined to be in vain. Numerous outer sect elders and stewards, witnessing this scene, sighed in their hearts. After all, a prodigious talent had emerged, only to be led astray in the early stages due to the sect's upheaval. Is this cruel fate of the heavens merely toying with us? Within the core circle, the elders were equally troubled. Brothers, is there no way? Inquired the leader Pei Qingyu with a heavy heart. However, this time, the assembly truly had no solutions and could only shake their heads in resignation. Ning Fan began to practice a second round. A junior elder suddenly spoke up, startling everyone, who immediately lowered their heads to look again. They beheld Ning Fan, after completing the first round, had indeed taken up the stance for the second round. And once he began, he did not cease. It seemed he had completely immersed himself in the practice. 1 hour passed, then 2. He has neither sipped from the fountain of wisdom nor tasted a grain of spiritual rice. Alas, observing this situation, it is evident that this impudent youth is genuinely intent on mastering the 5 Peaks true form fist. What a reversal of priorities. Why can he not first cultivate his own techniques? Is the Wuji Dao canon not sufficient for him? The several peak masters and elder patriarchs, witnessing Ning Fan's serious demeanor as he repeatedly practiced, felt utterly despondent. Across the entirety of the Taiyi True ruins, numerous disciples wore expressions of despair. Rather than engage in the tedious practice of martial arts, they longed to witness how swiftly Ning Fan could cultivate with his unprecedented celestial grade supreme technique, combined with his 9-layered mortal physique. Yet now, he seems engrossed in his martial arts, severing his own promising future. The true disciples sighed and shook their heads, quietly discussing the shallow insights of their newly promoted Ning sequence. Saint Sun Zhuiyunzi, on the other hand, was both astonished and delighted. He had never anticipated that Ning Fan would once again squander a hand of good cards. Unsatisfied with possessing a celestial grade supreme technique, he audaciously sought to simultaneously cultivate a celestial grade superior martial skill. Such greed, who among them has the lower realm? Perhaps he is merely a naive fool, truly willing to spend a decade or 2 training in fist techniques, ultimately finding himself lacking even the time to break through to the soul refinement stage. With his hands clasped behind his back, Saint Sun gazed at Ning Fan, drenched in sweat on the training grounds, and found it difficult to suppress a smile. Ultimately, in the realm of martial arts, despite all the theories and discussions, it always comes down to individual cultivation, even if one masters supreme divine skills. What good will it do? At most, one may be invincible among equals. Meanwhile, as he devotes vast amounts of time to honing a celestial-grade superior martial skill, I shall have advanced to higher realms through my primary cultivation technique. When that moment arrives, let us see whether the sect acknowledges you, this sequence, or me. The saint's son, Xianxia, chuckled inwardly. As long as Ning Fan remains oblivious to his folly, he shall continue down this path, and the ultimate victor will invariably be him. Just as he pondered this, an elder suddenly voiced a curious observation. Strange. Have you all noticed that Ning Fan's fist momentum seems to be growing increasingly fierce? Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Su Zhui, the peak master of the transmission peak, was the first to lower his head and scrutinize closely. Having presided over the transmission of skills for millennia and taught countless disciples, he was an expert in this regard. Thus, upon closer examination, his pupils dilated, revealing a powerful disbelief. No, this cannot be. How could Ning Fan's fist momentum increase so violently? It is as if his single strike equates to others' 10,000. What on earth is happening? Chapter 32. The entire sect is astonished. He is simply not human. Su Yue's voice trembled as he spoke. The other elders, alerted by this remark, began to sense the anomaly as well. Upon closer inspection, they found it indeed to be the case. How peculiar, how peculiar. The rapid escalation of this boxing momentum is unprecedented, even in my 4 millennia of existence. Compared to its initial iteration, Ning Fan's technique has evolved into an entirely different form. Such transformation cannot possibly be achieved in merely a few hours. Could it be that he possesses an unmatched, innate talent for martial arts? The onlookers were left in astonishment, murmuring in awe. A few elders even disregarded their dignity, prostrating on the ground, pressing their faces against the transparent barrier of space beneath them, straining their eyes to observe more closely. The sect leader, Pei Qingyu, was equally bewildered. During this period, he had been the most anxious among them, dreading the thought of a prodigious talent squandering his potential and taking unnecessary detours in his cultivation. He had even engaged Qi Leiguang in discussions about possibly intervening to prevent the unfortunate little creature from hindering Ning Fan's progress. Qi Leiguang had made attempts, but alas, once Ning Fan immersed himself in his training, he paid no heed to the little creature, seemingly lost in a state of transcendence. As time progressed, the ferocity of his boxing technique intensified, and as he moved, a fierce gale swept around him. The unfortunate little creature could not even approach him. Any attempt to draw near was thwarted by the tempestuous boxing aura that repelled him. Fortuitously, the little creature was crafted from meteorite iron. Otherwise, any ordinary iron puppet would have surely disintegrated. From that moment onward, Ning Fan's 5 mountains true form fist became increasingly extraordinary. By now, any elder present could discern that something was amiss. The results of Ning Fan's 3 hours of training were astonishingly superior to what others might achieve in 3 years. Is this even feasible? One might wonder if there exists a possibility that Ning Fan is, in fact, the reincarnation of Master Song, awakening his past wisdom to cultivate anew. Li Changming, his eyes wide with disbelief, managed to utter this thought. Su Yue immediately rolled his eyes, retorting, "Are you jesting? Even if a powerful practitioner were to be reborn, their body would still undergo a gradual transformation. It would merely mean avoiding detours. How could one achieve the results of a decade in a single day?" This statement left Li Changming speechless, for it was indeed true regarding the path of martial arts. Mastery is never attained overnight. The adage of winter training in the cold and summer training in the heat applies equally to the realm of cultivation. To wield extraordinary martial prowess is a result of relentless dedication over the years. Thus, even for a resurrected master, possessing the experience and memories of perfecting this martial art would still require starting from scratch, for their body is entirely new and unrefined by the trials of their previous life. Therefore, Ning Fan's circumstances are profoundly illogical, shattering the collective understanding of those present. Meanwhile, on the training ground, Ning Fan was drenched in sweat. The reason for his astonishing progress lies, of course, in the martial arts proficiency voucher he received. In truth, after completing the first round of the fist technique that morning, he had already sensed the formidable challenge posed by this martial art. To achieve a minor success in martial arts, one would typically require at least a decade, especially for someone of his mortal physique. Yet, who has the patience to wait a decade? Aware of his own capabilities, Ning Fan smoothly resorted to an auxiliary method. Consequently, from the second attempt onwards, the minor success voucher for martial skills had already taken effect. Ning Fan found himself in a remarkably wondrous state, feeling as though his experiences regarding all matters were infinitely magnified. What was merely a single execution of a punch yielded feedback equivalent to 1,000 or even 10,000 repetitions. Thus, his comprehension of the true essence of the five mountains, true form fist soared as if propelled by a rocket. His body, through this multiplied enhancement, overcame every challenge inherent in the martial technique. He moved with the grace of a dragon, his limbs extending with a forceful vigor, the essence of the fist imbued within the 8 extraordinary meridians. While his dragon spine at the back was thoroughly refined using the methods recorded in the five mountains, true form fist. This core aspect of the technique demanded decades of arduous practice for mastery. Once the dragon spine was opened, it signified that he was not far from achieving minor success in martial skills, a natural progression indeed. At this rate before dusk, I shall undoubtedly succeed. Ning Fan's dark eyes sparkled with anticipation for the moment of minor success in martial arts. His body moved with increasing vigor, punctuating the air with the sound of his strikes as he executed the technique once more. Time flowed steadily as Ning Fan drew closer to minor success in martial skills. The aura surrounding him transformed entirely. Any observer could discern the changes in him. Each movement exuded an overwhelming presence, with his strikes resonating audibly and shadows of his fists swirling around him. A formidable wind encircled him, presenting the unmistakable appearance of nearing minor success. Consequently, within the entire secret realm, all disciples were left in a state of astonishment. Their emotions transitioned from initial anxiety and regret to a current state of dazed bewilderment and shock, akin to a roller coaster ride of collective astonishment. What is happening? It seems as though Ning Fan is on the verge of mastering the five mountains true form fist. Not merely mastering it, but achieving minor success. Indeed, any martial technique, upon reaching minor success, exhibits clear signs that distinguish it from prior stages. Do you not observe the shadows of his fists combined with his posture, resembling a majestic mountain? This must be the symbol of the minor success of the five mountains true form fist. Wait, I'm somewhat bewildered. Did Ning Fan truly manage to reach minor success in a day with a top-tier martial technique? Who was that senior brother who claimed this fist was difficult to master? Is this truly what one would call difficult to master? Do not look at me. I too am perplexed. How can this be? Not to mention mastering a top-tier martial technique, even mundane martial arts would take me longer than a day to learn. The disciples were utterly astonished, their exclamations of shock reverberating to the heavens. Among them, a disciple who had previously popularized the art and proclaimed the formidable difficulty of the five mountains true form fist, even citing the 32nd generation's master as an example, was nearly left aghast. Fellow disciples, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. The texts within the scripture pavilion explicitly state that the five mountains true form fist is the most challenging martial art of the entire sect. What is happening now? My senior truly does not understand. He gazed down at the increasingly vibrant shadow of the mountain fist below, feeling utterly bereft of tears, nearly on his knees. Ning Tu, I earnestly beseech you to cease your divine feats. Please stop, I am frightened. Chapter 33. The finest dining hall of the sect. In one day, Ning Fan achieved mastery in a top-tier martial skill, shocking the entire sect. Over 100,000 disciples stood in stunned silence, believing they were still dreaming. While others would toil for decades to hone their martial arts, Ning Su accomplished it in mere hours. At this moment, as Ning Fan grew more adept with the principles of the fist technique, the mountain shapes concealed within the fist shadows began to crystallize. Ultimately, they became almost glaringly apparent. Each move bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, and a powerful aura surged forth. He was on the verge of minor mastery. Within the Taiyi True Void, gasps of astonishment reverberated. Numerous elders, witnessing what seemed like a miracle, were beside themselves with excitement. Particularly, the master of the transmission peak, Su Yu Wei, murmured in disbelief, uttering phrases like strange and impossible, while scratching his head in confusion. The scenes unfolding around Ning Fan defied the very logic of cultivation. Although the world is vast and filled with extraordinary occurrences and individuals, this was exceedingly peculiar. So much so that this master, who had taught disciples for half his life, found himself momentarily bewildered, tinged with self-doubt. The Holy Son appeared equally dazed. With wide eyes, he glanced left and right, unable to accept the reality before him. This cannot be. How could this possibly lead to your success? The Holy Son rubbed his eyes repeatedly, alternating between closing and opening them, desperately hoping that this was merely an illusion. Yet the astonished exclamations of those around him served to clarify that everything was indeed real. Ning Fan had, in just one day, brought the top-tier martial skill to the brink of mastery. Boom! Finally, in a martial arena below, as the last move of the fist technique coalesced in Ning Fan's hands, his aura suddenly collapsed and then erupted in full force. In that instant, his bones resonated like the roar of a dragon, his spine aligning with a powerful flow. 5 formidable fist intents soared into the sky, transforming into 5 mountain phantoms hovering above his head. The might of the eastern mountain, the peril of the western mountain, the elegance of the southern mountain, the tranquility of the northern mountain, and the grandeur of the central mountain. The essence of the 5 mountains was encapsulated within this singular punch. After a few breaths, Ning Fan withdrew his fist and stood firm, the residual winds swirling around him as if tangible. He exhaled a breath of turbid air, and a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes like lightning. The 5 mountains' true form fist had been mastered. He lifted his gaze. The sky was dim, the moon's silhouette shrouded in mist. He had been cultivating since morning, precisely for 4 hours, the span of a day. The system did not deceive him. What it promised to achieve in a day was indeed accomplished in a day. Ning Fan shook his shoulders, and his entire body crackled with the sound of bones, sending ripples through the air around him. He was no longer a mere brute with immense strength. The superior martial technique of the heavenly rank had transformed his flesh into an indestructible weapon, radiating brilliance. Just as Ning Fan was engulfed in excitement, eager to test the power of the lesser completion of the 5 mountains' true form fist, an unexpected wave of hunger surged through him. The intense desire to eat overwhelmed him, causing him to abandon all other thoughts, consumed only by the need to satiate his hunger. After practicing for so long, he had almost forgotten that he had not eaten for 2 days. Ning Fan furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat helpless. Since the day he discovered the disappearance of the entire sect, he had been living under the looming threat of annihilation, driven by the system, busily engaged in endless tasks. After leaving the scripture pavilion, he had slept for an entire day and night. And today, he had tirelessly practiced the 5 mountains' true form fist until it reached lesser completion. It had been 3 days without a drop of water or a grain of rice. The only reason he had not succumbed to starvation was due to his body having reached the body refinement stage. Enough of this. He should first seek some nourishment and then take a good rest. Ning Fan, having perused the ancient texts, knew that to fast one must attain the purple mansion level or higher. In contrast, the stages of body refinement, soul refinement, and divine forging placed great importance on eating and sleeping. As the saying goes, 3 parts cultivation, 7 parts sustenance. This adage holds true in the realm of cultivation as well. Of course, what cultivators consume is not the mundane grains and cereals of mortals, but rather various spiritual rice and essence of springs. Alternatively, it may consist of the blood and flesh of demonic beasts. Such sustenance is considered highly nourishing for lower-tier cultivators, especially for one like him, a newcomer to the path of cultivation who had just embarked on the body refinement stage. It was indeed a time for abundant eating and practice. With these thoughts in mind, Ning Fan hesitated no longer. He leapt onto his flying vessel, heading straight for the beast peak. Behind him, a plump steel creature hurriedly followed, flapping its tattered little wings, straining to keep pace with Ning Fan's flying vessel. However, its speed was woefully inadequate, and it seemed destined to be left far behind. Observing this, Ning Fan hesitated for a moment, then maneuvered the vessel back, scooping up the little creature and tucking it into his embrace. Only then did he redirect his course, becoming a streak of light that vanished into the night. The Taiyi True Sect was vast, with 72 peaks scattered like stars, each peak housing a dining hall for the disciples' convenience. Naturally, while there were many dining halls, they varied in quality. The meals at the core 12 peaks were undoubtedly superior to those at the outer peaks. As for Ning Fan's destination, the Beast Peak was renowned within the sect for its exceptional cuisine. This was primarily due to the large number of demonic beasts raised on that peak. Among these beasts, those with gentle natures would be tamed into mounts, earning the title of spiritual beasts. Those with fierce temperaments, resistant to restraint, are subjected to trials as disciples. Consequently, each day on the beast peak, numerous demonic beasts meet their demise. The flesh and blood of these fallen creatures are utilized to the fullest extent, sent to various peaks' dining halls to be cooked into delectable dishes. Undoubtedly, the beast meat from the beast peak is of the highest quality among all peaks, occasionally featuring the flesh of exceptionally formidable beasts. Typically, those who dine at this peak are esteemed elders, true disciples of the sect, and elite inner disciples. As for individuals like Ning Fan, an outer sect preparatory disciple, the luxury of tasting high-tier demonic beast meat is beyond reach. He is only afforded the humble fare of spirit rice porridge and perhaps a few morsels of low-ranking beast flesh. However, with the entire sect now missing, Ning Fan was determined not to deprive himself. If one were to dine, it should be on the finest, navigating through clouds and mist. Ning Fan swiftly arrived at the dining hall of the beast peak. The Taiyi True Sect emphasizes an automated sect formation without menial positions, and this extends to the architecture of each peak. Within the dining hall, only when precious high-tier demonic beast flesh is available do they dispatch an elder proficient in culinary arts. On ordinary days, the preparation of meals relies solely on the formation's automation. Disciples need only activate their tokens and expend contribution points to select their desired dishes. Upon entering the hall, Ning Fan made a beeline for the innermost high-tier culinary area. Above this area, wooden plaques hung, inscribed with the names and prices of the dishes. Each dish typically cost over 1,000 contribution points, with 3 particularly extravagant offerings made from flesh comparable to that of divine forging period beasts, demanding over 10,000 contribution points. Such figures were previously unimaginable to Ning Fan. Among the sect's 100,000 disciples, perhaps only a few hundred had ever savored such delicacies. Now, with abundant resources at his disposal, Ning Fan disregarded the prices entirely, pressing his disciple token against the formation's central stone tablet and ordering with fervor. In no time, he expended a staggering 13,000 contribution points. The formation, true to its nature of charging for services rendered, immediately sprang into action. Pieces of demonic beast flesh flew from the hall's internal storage, hovering at the formation center. In the void, a surge of spiritual energy manifested in the form of shining blades, slicing the flesh into portions. Finally, the pieces were roasted by the genuine flames of spiritual energy from below, seasoned with a variety of spices. The entire process took no more than 3 to 5 minutes. Ning Fan watched in amazement. This exemplified the correct evolution of formations and mechanisms after countless epochs in the cultivation realm, capable of both defense and the management of daily affairs. Half an hour later, a total of 16 dishes were elegantly presented before Ning Fan, accompanied by a large bowl of spirit rice. Exhilarated, with a ravenous appetite, he inhaled the fragrant aroma of the high-tier demonic beast meat, soon indulging to the point of grease coating his lips. Simultaneously, the digestive techniques from the boundless Tao scripture silently activated within him. After each morsel of beast meat was consumed, its essence was swiftly absorbed, transforming into an overwhelming force. In an instant, Ning Fan felt a significant surge in his cultivation, brimming with inexhaustible vigor. As Ning Fan arrived at the beast peak, indulging in a feast, the disciples and elders within the Taiyi True ruins above the sect were equally captivated by the spectacle. Could it be that the 5 mountains' true form fist had indeed been mastered by him in a single day? One could only imagine the astonishment of the former sect leader, Song. Upon witnessing such a feat, it was unfathomable. Ning Fan was nothing short of extraordinary, truly a superhuman, transcending ordinary understanding. Was this perhaps an exceptional ability resulting from the limits of his innate talent? Upon reaching the beast peak, was he there to hunt for trials? No, he was simply famished. Ning Fan, astute as he was, recognized that the dining hall at Beast Peak offered the finest cuisine in the sect, and he made a beeline for it. Honestly, it was my first time witnessing the interior of the Beast Peak dining hall, which was impressively vast. Wait, did I just see that one dish cost 10,000 contribution points? My heavens, Ning Fan ordered 16 dishes in one go. He was relishing every bite. The entire secret realm buzzed with chatter as scenes unfolded. Ning Fan mastering the 5 mountains' true form fist, followed by his visit to the Beast Peak for a meal. All these moments were laid bare for the sect members to behold. Seizing the opportunity, many disciples were witnessing the core 12 Peaks dining hall for the first time. The contrast with the outer peaks was striking. Just as they were reflecting on this, they saw Ning Fan lavishly spend over 100,000 contribution points on his 16 dishes, leaving everyone dumbfounded. 16 dishes. That was an extraordinary appetite. Most astonishingly, he was savoring every bite. The entire sect watched as he sat alone in the dining hall, enjoying the finest cuisine, indulging heartily. In that moment, many felt a pang of hunger themselves. Strangely enough, watching Ning Fan eat was even more entertaining than observing his cultivation. I can't stand it anymore. Who has food? I'm willing to exchange 100 contribution points for it. Gradually, some disciples could no longer contain themselves, calling out loudly. However, responses were scarce. After all, entering the Taiyi True ruins for enlightenment typically lasted only a day, and no one had prepared food in advance. Even those fortunate enough to have provisions in their storage bags would be foolish enough to pull them out for trade at this moment. Soon, the lower-level elders from each peak recognized the situation and promptly reported it. The news swiftly reached the sect leader. Who among the brothers has surplus food in their storage rings? Please distribute it to the disciples. Pei also recalled the issue of the disciples' meals. The esteemed elders, each a master of considerable prowess, possessed the ability to fast, thus often unconsciously overlook such trivial matters. Upon hearing the reported situation, they immediately inquired further. Simultaneously, streams of radiant light erupted from the storage rings on their fingers, transforming mid-air into an array of delectable foods. I also have a considerable supply here. Observing this, the other elders promptly retrieved their own reserves. Although they had already engaged in fasting, centuries of cultivation had resulted in a considerable accumulation of provisions within their storage rings, enabling them to unearth some sustenance. Among them, the peak master of the Beast Peak, Zhongding, made the most significant contribution, producing a quantity of spirit rice and beast meat that surpassed the combined offerings of the other elders. Together, their collective provisions would suffice to nourish the disciples for several years. The spectacle did not surprise the onlookers, as Zhongding was renowned throughout Zhongzhou for his fondness for food, being the only one among his peers who had not engaged in fasting. "Zhong, you certainly do not disappoint us," Li Changming remarked, bemused, as he gazed upon the vast assortment of food floating in the air. Beside him, Zhongding, clad in a flowing robe with a fair complexion and a robust physique, merely patted his ample belly and smiled amiably. To be able to eat is a blessing. Look, there's no need for reservations. Indeed, Pei Qingyu chimed in, acknowledging, without Brother Zhong's provisions, our combined reserves would scarcely suffice for our disciples. Now, we can finally rest assured. Even if we were to be trapped within the Taiyi True ruins for 3 to 5 years, our disciples would not go hungry. Upon uttering these words, the other elders exchanged glances, their expressions heavy. It had already been 3 days, and the supreme elders had shown no signs of activity. The situation appeared dire, indicating that the Taiyi True ruins might indeed be facing significant issues. The thought of being trapped for 3 to 5 years was unfathomable. Thus, it was imperative to exhaust all means to establish contact with Ning Fan. If we could enlist his help in locating the reserve secret jade, our escape would become far simpler. Pei Qingyu sighed deeply, his gaze shifting downward towards Ning Fan, who, at that moment, had nearly finished the 16 dishes. A large bowl of spirit rice was also nearly depleted. However, Ning Fan pursed his lips, seemingly still craving more. Rising from his seat, he began to scan the dining hall, as if searching for additional morsels worth savoring. Qi Lei Guang had temporarily ceased controlling the little Xianxia, allowing it to rest within Ning Fan's robe, and now observed curiously, why is Ning's appetite so prodigious? Hasn't he had enough after 16 dishes? It must be due to his cultivation method, Su Yue replied. That Wuji Daozong is, after all, a divine skill birthed from the fusion of 37 high-tier celestial techniques. And the more profound the technique, the greater the energy consumed in cultivation. Indeed, Ning Fan had not eaten for 3 days and had devoted an entire day to the rigorous practice of the 5 mountains true form fist. His body was significantly weakened, and he feared that the food he had consumed had not yet been digested. Hence his stomach was growling. Beside him, Zhongding began to explain. But midway through his words, he suddenly swallowed hard and continued, stating that his appetite was indeed immense. The onlookers felt a sense of embarrassment. This junior brother, Zhong Ding, had revealed his own cravings simply by observing Ning Fan eat. However, considering Ning Fan's well-known love for food, it was somewhat understandable. At this moment, Zhong Ding was in considerable discomfort. Even when Ning Fan had just started eating, he had been uncontrollably salivating, overwhelmed by his hunger. Resisting the temptation to consume the provisions from his storage ring in front of his fellow brothers was a tremendous effort. Suddenly, his gaze, which had been following Ning Fan, froze, and his expression changed drastically. "This is bad." The others, witnessing his reaction, were equally perplexed. What was happening? Before they could inquire, Zhong Ding exclaimed, "He is heading to my storeroom. I have a premium Yunming carp that I Haven Tea had the chance to prepare, if he sees it." The remainder of his words was unnecessary. Everyone understood the gravity of the situation. Zhong Ding, in a state of panic, paced back and forth, his stomach churning, fervently praying, "Please don't let him see it. Please don't let him see it." Chapter 35. Zhong Ding's despair. My fish. At the Beast Peak. In the dining hall, Ning Fan wondered why he was still so hungry. He had devoured 16 dishes with the speed of a whirlwind, yet still felt unsatisfied. It felt as though his body had transformed into a bottomless pit, ravenously demanding more food. Thus, he found himself compelled to seek out more dishes. Inside the dining hall, due to the varying dining areas, the quality of ingredients differed significantly, leading to the existence of multiple dining sections. The place where Ning Fan had ordered was already the finest dining hall available. Consequently, after savoring 3 dishes of beast meat worth 10,000 contribution points, he found it difficult to muster any interest in the ordinary food offered in other halls. The meat from higher-tier beasts not only boasted a richer flavor, but also contained essence that was truly rewarding. While consuming those 3 dishes, Ning Fan could distinctly feel his spiritual energy replenishing rapidly within him, alongside an increase in his blood vitality, with his bones resonating in harmony. Coupled with the digestive cultivation method from the Wuji Daozong, his cultivation level surged remarkably, and he had subtly touched upon the threshold of breaking through to the 2nd level of body tempering. This was an astonishing occurrence. The idea that a single meal could enhance one's cultivation seemed almost unbelievable. Nevertheless, Ning Fan consciously restrained himself, refraining from hastening his breakthrough. The cultivation of body tempering is not merely about reaching a certain standard of physical strength to successfully advance. Rather, it involves allowing the physical body and spiritual energy to reach a resonant critical point through natural cultivation. Only upon breaking through this critical point can one be considered to have successfully advanced, resulting in a sudden enhancement of the physical form. Therefore, prior to the arrival of this resonant critical point, the most prudent course of action for a cultivator is not to engage in further cultivation. Instead, one must exhaust every means to refine the strength of the physical body. For instance, Ning Fan's single arm strength is 18,000 pounds. If he were to break through now, his physical strength would experience a slight increase, perhaps reaching around 25,000 pounds. However, should Ning Fan refrain from hastily breaking through and, instead, prior to reaching this critical juncture, employ various methods to enhance his single arm strength to 25,000 pounds, then the subsequent amplification resulting from his realm breakthrough could potentially elevate his single arm strength to an impressive 30,000 pounds at the 2nd level of body tempering. The disparity is crystal clear. Thus, during the body tempering phase, there are myriad paths to cultivation. The ancient sages of humanity have, in turn, developed numerous techniques for body refinement. Naturally, the aforementioned strength values are merely illustrative. After a day of practicing martial arts and a substantial meal, Ning Fan's physical prowess has significantly increased. His actual strength now is far greater than the 18,000 pounds he attained upon his recent breakthrough. Although untested, it is conservatively estimated that his single-arm strength has surpassed the 20,000 pound threshold. Still, I find myself quite hungry. Should I indulge in another meal, I would undoubtedly reach the critical point for a breakthrough. Therefore, I must consume the flesh and blood of a high-tier demon beast, utilizing the power of the infinite Tao cannon to convert it into physical strength before my breakthrough. In this manner, I can maximize my gains upon advancing to the 2nd level of body tempering. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Ning Fan's eyes as he formulated a clear plan for the upcoming events. Ding! The system has detected the host's intense desire for high-quality sustenance, triggering an additional guiding task. Complete the cooking and consumption of a sumptuous high-tier demon beast meal. Upon completion, a purple attribute reward maximize meat utilization will be granted. Maximize meat utilization. When consuming the flesh and blood of demon beasts, the effects of the digestion tempering method will be tripled. At that moment, a clear mechanical sound resonated within his mind, indicating that the system task had been triggered once more. Ning Fan raised an eyebrow upon hearing the details. This time, it was a reward in the form of an attribute, a purple quality attribute, no less, which seemed quite promising. The tripled amplification of the digestion tempering method implies that in the future, whenever he consumes demon beast flesh, he will be able to harness a remarkably potent body tempering effect. Indeed, eating would become a means of strengthening oneself. Of course, this task is not without its challenges, primarily in sourcing high-tier demon beast flesh, which is not easily attained. High-tier demon beasts, in this context, do not refer to their cultivation level, but rather their bloodline. The variety among demon beasts is vast, characterized by a brutal survival of the fittest, unlike humans who possess established cultivation methods. Thus, their future achievements hinge entirely upon their bloodline. The higher the bloodline, the greater the potential, and the essence within their flesh and bone becomes richer. Consuming such flesh is naturally a significant boon for cultivators. The elders in the dining hall, when selecting the remains of demon beasts from the 10,000 Beasts Peak, adhere to this principle. A centipede of mixed blood comparable to a divine forging period, despite its formidable strength and life, possesses flesh that is tainted and utterly useless post-mortem. Conversely, should it be a high-tier bloodline beast, such as a dragon, even in its juvenile stage, its flesh and bones would still be considered a substantial delicacy. As for the 3 dishes valued at 10,000 contribution points that Ning Fan had just consumed, the beast meat used therein hardly qualifies as a high-tier bloodline. It merely transcends the realm of ordinary beasts. However, it still falls significantly short of Ning Fan standards. Lost in contemplation, he inadvertently found himself before the storeroom of the dining hall. His eyes brightened at the sight. The variety of beasts from the Beast Peak is immensely vast, and the dish labels hanging in the hall represent only a fraction. Surely, within the storeroom, one could discover an abundance of high-tier beast meat. This storeroom bore no protective formations or restrictions, likely due to the frequent comings and goings of the elders, coupled with the fact that the Beast Peak is one of the core 12 peaks, thus rendering it less guarded. Pushing the door open, Ning Fan was immediately greeted by a spacious, well-lit area. The goods were neatly arranged, devoid of chaos. Various beast meats were placed under different small formations according to their properties. Common meats resided within a freezing formation, while some special beast meats were stored within fire and water formations. As Ning Fan's gaze swept across the room, he was soon captivated by a large fish. Remarkably, this fish was alive. At the top of the storeroom, a large pool of cold water hovered in midair, displaying an irregular motion, within which swam a sizable white fish. Ning Fan watched in awe and inwardly inquired, "System, does this fish meet the standards of a high-tier beast?" Affirmative. This is the Dream Cloud carp, possessing a 7th-tier beast bloodline. Upon hearing the system's response, Ning Fan's heart swelled with joy. A beast with a bloodline reaching the 7th tier is undoubtedly extraordinary. Although he was unfamiliar with the specific lineage of the Dream Cloud carp, he recalled from his previous perusal of texts in the scripture pavilion that once a beast bloodline ascends to the 9th tier, it is deemed a divine beast. Thus, it is evident that this Dream Cloud carp is far from ordinary, and it might not even be one raised on the Beast Peak. Perhaps it was caught by that esteemed elder of peak master rank. Ning Fan stroked his chin, pondering. He had heard idle chatter in the dining hall upon entering the sect, mentioning that the master of the Beast Peak was an extraordinary individual, broad and corpulent, with a great fondness for food. Even the patterns of his Tao markings, established during his enlightenment, resembled a colossal stomach. This path, named Culinary All Things, was reputed to even consume the essence of spells. Because of his vast abilities and unique temperament, along with his extraordinary Tao markings, he earned the respectful title of the gastric deity among various cultivators. Such a formidable peak master elder commands respect throughout the Taiyi True Sect. And given the current unusual circumstances with the entire sect's members vanished, Ning Fan felt unencumbered. Without hesitation, he reached out boldly towards the swimming fish. Though the fish still wriggled, it was devoid of spiritual energy, evidently subjected to some peculiar treatment. Furthermore, possessing a mere strength comparable to the body tempering stage. Capturing it posed no challenge for Ning Fan. Simultaneously, at the very moment Ning Fan seized the Yunmeng carp, A heart-wrenching cry reverberated throughout the secret realm of Taiyi. No, my fish. Zhong Ding's gaze followed the Yunmeng carp with an intensity that betrayed his despair at losing something so dearly cherished. Chapter 36. No less than supreme torture. What commotion is this? As Zhong Ding's anguished roar echoed, countless individuals within Taiyi instinctively lifted their heads. The voice seemed to belong to Elder Zhong of the Beast Peak. Yes, it is him. I have heard him speak before. I cannot be mistaken. From the sound of it, it appears that the fish Ning Fan has his eyes on is a beloved possession of Elder Zhong. But what kind of fish could it be? Allow me to elucidate. This is the Yunmeng carp, a creature with a 7th-tier beast bloodline of exceptional quality, regarded as a supreme delicacy, brought back by Elder Zhong 3 months prior. Ah, I see. This senior brother is remarkably well informed. I am but a disciple of the Beast Peak, thus I am fortunate enough to know. A 7th-tier beast is indeed a rarity. Not only have I never encountered one, but I have scarcely even heard of them in daily discourse. Elder Zhong truly deserves his reputation as the foremost gourmand of Zhongzhou to consume such a creature. Were it not for today's serendipitous encounter, how could we have glimpsed even a fragment of this celestial banquet? However, it must be noted that 7th-tier beast bloodlines are exceedingly rare. Not everyone can indulge in such luxuries, as it heavily relies on fortune. Indeed, especially the Yunmeng carp, which hold a unique status among 7th-tier beasts, its flesh extraordinarily sweet, imbued with an abundance of the essence of heaven and earth, offering tremendous benefits to cultivators below the nirvana stage. What a twist of fate! Who could have imagined that the painstakingly acquired Yunmeng carp by Elder Zhong would be snatched away by Ning Fan before he could savor it himself? The disciples engaged in animated discussions, and among the inner and outer sects, there were those well-versed in the situation, quickly piecing together the sequence of events. Once the disciples grasped the context, they were left utterly astounded. To consume a 7th-tier beast is an unparalleled extravagance. Even more tragically, the fish had not even made it to Elder Zhong's lips. It is no wonder he has lost his composure. At that very moment, within the course circle, upon hearing Zhong Ding's lament, numerous peak masters and elders simultaneously heaved a resigned sigh. Su Yue patted Zhong Ding on the shoulder, attempting to console him. Brother, it is just a fish. Why be so distressed? You can simply catch another. Easier said than done, brother. Zhong Ding shrugged off the hand on his shoulder. Fuming. That was a Yunmeng carp. It has become extinct throughout Zhongzhou, with only the reincarnation old demon of the 6 paths of Brahman raising a male and female pair. To obtain this juvenile, I not only offered a plethora of treasures in exchange, but also agreed to a 3-day duel of spells. I nearly exhausted myself on the 6 paths mountain. Do you think this is easy for me? Upon hearing Zhong Ding's lamentation, the crowd fell silent. Their hearts stirred with a touch of sympathy. This was due to the notorious reincarnation old demon of the 6 paths Brahmin sect, a formidable figure within the demonic realm. Bullying the younger generation and indulging in murder and treasure theft were commonplace for him. And when confronting cultivators of the same realm, although he would not engage in life-and-death battles, he would certainly not let them off easily. A duel was inevitable. To secure a meal, Zhong Ding did not hesitate to strike a deal with this demonic fiend, even battling for 3 days, which clearly demonstrated the importance he placed on this catch. Junior brother Zhong, you must not put yourself in such peril again. That reincarnation old demon is capricious and unpredictable. Should anything happen to you during the duel? Pei-Ching Yu cautioned with genuine concern. However, Zhong Ding merely smiled coldly at his words. Senior brother, you worry too much. That mere reincarnation old demon. Even if I cannot triumph over him, he will not be able to harm me. Moreover, as long as senior sister is around, the 6 paths Brahmin sect is destined to remain as insignificant as a grasshopper. As he uttered the last sentence, Zhong Ding's gaze shifted toward the graceful figure standing before him, sword in hand, his voice brimming with confidence. The name of Taiyi Sword Hidden is known throughout the world. The vast majority of its renown stems from this proud, female, sword immortal. She has restored the glory of sword cultivation, elevating the Su Xian sword body to worldwide fame. After 4,000 years of cultivation, at the age of 2,900, she glimpsed the great Tao, achieving a celestial communion, and established the Jade condensation capital. Yet, these accomplishments alone were not sufficient to solidify her fame. What truly established her as the sword immortal of her era was the battle 500 years ago against a fellow celestial being of the same realm. In just over 100 exchanges, she obliterated her opponent's path, leading to their complete annihilation, shaking the four realms and decisively subduing the younger generation of the Central State's holy domain. At this moment, upon hearing Zhong Ding's proud declaration, Yu Ruo Shuang simply smiled gently, choosing not to pursue the topic. Her gaze was fixed on the scene within the dining hall below, and she softly remarked, "Junior brother, it seems your cloud dream carp is rather deceased." At these words, Zhong Ding's expression shifted dramatically. Looking down, he indeed saw Ning Fan carrying the enormous fish, which was as tall as he was, into a formation. "It's over. Had I known this would happen, I would have indulged myself before the saintess emerged." Regret washed over him, for hesitation only leads to defeat. Decisiveness is the key to savoring success. Zhong Ding paced anxiously, his stomach rumbling incessantly. The Cloud Dream Carp has remarkable effects for cultivators below the Nirvana stage, and since Zhong Ding had already established his path, he had no need for such support. He had exerted great effort to procure the Cloud Dream Carp, partly due to his own cravings and partly to feast with the Holy Son and Holy Daughter, both of whom were the most outstanding disciples of the sect, now on the brink of Nirvana. The Holy Son, Xianxia, had already faced one failed attempt, while the Holy Daughter, Jiangqing Han, was preparing to make her own try. Regrettably, Zhong Ding arrived a moment too late. When he returned to the sect with the Yunmeng Carp, the saintess had already entered her secluded meditation beneath the dragon slaughter cliff. Consequently, he could only temporarily set the fish aside in the storage, hoping to relish it together with the saintess upon her emergence. However, unforeseen circumstances arose. In truth, Zhong Ding bore no objections to Ning Fan's desire to feast upon the Yunmeng Carp. After all, his intention in hosting the saint's son and saintess was to nurture the younger generation. Now, with Ning Fan being the sect's most talented disciple, personally designated by the Supreme Ancestor, he undoubtedly possessed the qualifications to partake. Thus, the true reason for Zhong Ding's urgency was his own unfulfilled craving. As a person who lived to eat, one could only imagine the extent of his yearning. Were he able to leave the Taiyi True Ruins, he would have seized the Yunmeng Carp immediately, preparing it himself, and inviting Ning Fan to indulge in a night of gluttony, reveling in intoxication for 300 rounds. Yet now, he could only watch longingly. For a gourmand, this was akin to a supreme torment. Chapter 37. Zhong Ding. This person surpasses me in the art of consumption. This fish is truly remarkable. I wonder where the Beast Peak master procured it. Could he possibly be a fishing aficionado? Ning Fan, clutching the enormous fish that stood as tall as himself, eagerly made his way to the kitchen of the dining hall, ready to commence the culinary process. The system required him to savor a dish of exquisite flavor and aroma, crafted from high-tier demon beast meat. Lacking the ability to manipulate formations, he had no choice but to undertake the cooking himself. Years of solitude had honed Ning Fan's culinary skills. Preparing a mere fish was a trivial task for him. At that moment, he tossed the Yunmeng Carp on the ground, and, noticing its incessant thrashing, without a moment's hesitation, he delivered a decisive punch. With a dull thud, the once furious eyes of the fish became tranquil. Let us prepare a grilled fish. After a brief contemplation, a recipe formed in his mind. He then procured a kitchen knife, skillfully gutting the Yunmeng Carp and slicing it in half, laying it flat to reveal its impressive size. Simultaneously, within the Taiyi True Ruins, upon hearing Ning Fan's intention to grill the fish, Zhong Ding was immediately propelled into a frenzy. What a waste! One utter waste. The flesh of the Yunmeng Carp is tender and sweet, best suited for steaming. At the very least, braising would suffice. How could one dare to grill it? Zhong Ding had long coveted this Yunmeng Carp. He had long envisioned the perfect method of preparation. Steaming would authentically preserve the delectable essence of the fish, representing the pinnacle of culinary technique. Other methods were beneath consideration, tarnishing this seventh-tier bloodline demon beast. Calm down, Brother Zhong, others urged. Indeed, Brother Zhong, the die is cast. This fish is destined for Ning Fan's consumption. How he chooses to prepare, it is his prerogative. As long as the energy within this demon's blood and flesh can be absorbed and refined, does it truly matter whether it is steamed or grilled? The numerous peak masters and elders surrounding them all voiced their encouragement. However, Zhong Ding remained gritting his teeth, shaking his head in disbelief. How can it be inconsequential? The most fundamental essence of life is sustenance, and the art of eating is profound. Among the myriad paths in this world, the way of food stands paramount and must never be taken lightly. Upon hearing Zhong Ding's words, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. They soon recalled that this junior disciple had comprehended the path of culinary wisdom at the time of his enlightenment. Thus, his words were not without merit. Yet, the crux of the matter was that each individual's journey was distinct. At this moment, Ning Fan was preparing the Yunming carp, primarily to satiate his hunger and absorb its essence for cultivation. Therefore, he had no intention of delving into the philosophical aspects of the culinary path. He simply wished to eat in whatever manner he pleased. Zhong Ding, growing increasingly anxious, was somewhat losing his composure. Oh, is Ning Fan marinating the fish? What unique approach! At that moment, a true disciple inquired with curiosity. The other elders, upon hearing this, turned their attention downward. They observed Ning Fan procuring a large iron basin into which he poured salt, yellow wine, scallions, ginger, and other seasonings, before deftly scoring the fish back and placing it within. This scene piqued the curiosity of many. Zhong Shidi, is this how one prepares grilled fish? Li Chaming asked. They had long since abstained from grains, and even during their lower realms, meals were crafted by specialized chefs, rendering them unfamiliar with culinary arts. Yet in their memories, even the chefs at taverns did not employ such a step in their grilling methods. Zhong Ding furrowed his brow. Is this to eliminate the fishy taste? His earlier impatience vanished as he watched with newfound interest. The other elders, noticing this, began to recognize that perhaps Ning Fan's method of preparing grilled fish was indeed quite exceptional. Below, Ning Fan was unaware that his modest display of culinary skill had drawn the attention of the sect's prominent figures. He also did not realize that merely the process of marinating the fish could spark the curiosity of the esteemed master of the Wan Beast Peak. The reason for such a situation was simple. The focus of development in this world had never been on mundane affairs. For mortals, rice oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea encompassed everything. However, in a fantastical world where powerful beings could soar through the skies and great masters could fast for millennia, cultivation was the singular mainstream pursuit. This disparity resulted in an inferiority in various life skills compared to Earth. The so-called grilling essentially involved placing food over a fire and seasoning it once cooked. Even seasoned gourmands like Zhong Ding had no secret recipes. Thus, upon witnessing Ning Fan's innovative treatment of the fish, he was immediately captivated. Unfortunately, this realm lacked cooking wine, so Ning Fan reluctantly substituted it with some yellow wine. He shook his head, lamenting the scarcity of seasonings in this world, and then exited the dining hall to seek high-quality charcoal in the storage of the back mountain. By the time he returned, the fish had marinated adequately. Igniting the charcoal, he coated both sides of the fish with pure vegetable oil for grilling. Meanwhile, he procured a large flat-bottomed pot, filled with an assortment of vegetables found in the kitchen, such as potatoes, cucumbers, and lotus slices. As the crackling of the flames filled the air, the entire fish was grilled to a perfect medium. Ning Fan removed it from the charcoal and transferred it into the flat pot. Finally, he drizzled a mixture of vegetable oil, chili oil, Sichuan pepper, red chili, fermented black beans, salt, and garlic, which had been sautéed, into a base, and simmered it on the stove for 3 to 5 minutes before returning it to the charcoal for continued heating. By the time he completed this entire process, it had already been nearly half an hour. At this moment, the large fish on the iron plate sizzled enticingly, its skin crisp and its flesh tender. The golden brown fish, garnished with vibrant red and green chilies and scallions, was exceedingly appetizing. The aroma wafted through the air, palpable even from a distance. Above the sect, within the entire Taiyi Xianxia, the sounds of swallowed saliva echoed continuously. Ning Xuanda possessed such culinary prowess. The fish looked truly irresistible. Never had anyone imagined that the 7th-tier demon beast, the Cloud Dream Carp, could be prepared in such a manner. If only I could have a taste of that fish, I would willingly become an apprentice to Elder Yu. Brother, why do you take both food and fish? I can hardly bear it. Who has charcoal or live fish in their storage ring? I am willing to exchange for a mid-grade yellow-tier divine ability. A cacophony erupted among the disciples of both inner and outer sections. Having been trapped in this secret realm for days, they were already weary in body and soul. Now, witnessing Ning Fan conjure up such an unprecedented dish, everyone was left in a state of longing. Even many stewards and elders were visibly moved. This fish, paired with that black sweet water, would undoubtedly be a delightful experience. The Outer Peak steward, Yang Wu, who had initially brought Ning Fan into the sect, recalled a mere half-bottle of mundane beverage, and an inexplicable thought flashed through his mind. His throat involuntarily swallowed hard, desperately yearning. As for the core circle's higher-ups, they were no better off, each struggling to suppress their appetites. After a millennium of fasting, today, a mere grilled fish had stirred their cravings. Their cultivation was clearly insufficient. Yu sighed inwardly. If those who fasted were so affected, one could only imagine the state of Ding. His eyes sparkled, saliva continuously flowing. As if a revelation had struck him, he had learned for the first time that food could be prepared in such a way. Looking at Ning Fan, he was filled with admiration, like a devout follower who had glimpsed the Tao. I was wrong. Steaming and braising are inferior. Only grilling is truly worthy. For Ning Fan, his culinary skills surpass mine. Chapter 38. Overindulgence leading to a breakthrough. The entire sect was driven mad by desire. With the emergence of Ning Fan's grilled fish, the people of this world understood what it meant to experience a culinary dimension shift. Even many peak-level elders could not contain their cravings, questioning the purpose of their long-standing fasting. After much contemplation, clarity dawned upon him. Their previous ability to fast without any pressure stemmed entirely from the fact that the delicacies of the world were dispensable. In terms of allure, they paled in comparison to the roasted fish prepared by Ning Fan today. Ding could not help but exclaim that he had spent half his life indulging in haphazard eating. He had embraced the culinary path, venerating his palate, and established the doctrine of cooking all things, which attested to his profound study of gastronomy. Yet, upon witnessing Ning Fan's culinary approach today, he felt utterly humbled. He candidly admitted that Ning Fan's culinary acumen surpassed his own and solemnly remarked that prior to encountering Ning Fan, he had been squandering his time, an ignorant frog at the bottom of a well. The most foolish act he had committed over these millennia was to question Ning Fan's method of preparing the Yunmeng carp. He had no right to critique. This fish was meant to be roasted. The aroma was intoxicating. Just the sight of it was tantalizing. Ding longed to break through the confining barrier and join Ning Fan in a delightful feast. Yet this was merely a fleeting thought. The spatial treasure refined by the revered master of his sect was so formidable that even the combined efforts of 3 esteemed elders would struggle to breach it. Alas, the most tragic circumstance in this world is to have exquisite cuisine before one's eyes, yet be unable to partake in it. Ding sighed with a sense of melancholy, struggling to swallow 3 times before completing his lament. The other elders, witnessing this, refrained from mocking him, as they too were consumed by desire. Although their cravings did not reach Ding's exaggerated level, their yearning for the fish was equally intense. Ning Fan commenced his feast. With each bite of fragrant rice and succulent meat, he savored the experience. Oh, I could almost hear the crisp sound of the fish being torn apart. How can one possibly endure such temptation? It is akin to a form of torture. Who could render me unconscious, so I would no longer have to witness this? Ning Fan then rose to retrieve a bottle of millennia-old celestial brew, which I recall required 20,000 contribution points. How he relishes life. It seemed this delectable meal was so enticing that even a brother beside him could perish without notice. It truly is unbearable. Soon, Ning Fan began to wield his chopsticks. As he devoured the meat and drank heartily, the cries of his fellow disciples echoed in despair, expressing that it was too tormenting. Even the elders who practiced fasting forced themselves to look away from this scene, fearing that they might reveal their own gluttonous desires and tarnish their esteemed images. For instance, Yu Ruo Shuang pursed her lips and closed her eyes, while Pei Qingyu turned his head away, silently reciting the Heart Sutra of the Tao. Time trickled by. Finally, as Ning Fan approached the end of the enormous roasted fish, the peak master of the transmission peak, Su Yuwei, suddenly exclaimed. Ning Fan's spiritual energy is surging, his celestial aura radiating outward. He is consuming at a pace that surpasses his refining speed. Upon hearing this, whether with closed eyes or turned heads, all gazes converged upon him. At this moment, Ning Fan was enveloped in a radiant crimson glow, steam visibly emanating from his skin, creating a tangible mist that seemed to shroud his entire being. The elders present immediately recognized this as an indication of excessive energy absorption. The Yunmeng carp, being a beast of 7th-tier bloodline, possessed flesh that was extraordinarily nourishing, providing remarkable benefits for cultivators below the nirvana stage. Moreover, this particular fish was of exceptional quality and substantial size, originally intended by Ding to be served as a grand feast for the holy son and daughter, sufficient to satiate 3 or 4 individuals. However, it had all been consumed solely by Ning Fan. Thus, despite wielding the supreme skill of the Wuji Daozong, He found himself somewhat overwhelmed in digestion. Ning Fan, acutely aware of this predicament, suppressed the overwhelming heat surging within him. He gazed at the last few morsels of fish remaining in the dish, promptly retrieved them, and stuffed them into his mouth. Without savoring, he bit down a couple of times and swallowed. Once he had finished the remaining flesh, he rose, patted his distended belly, and hurried toward the martial arena atop the Wan Beast Peak. Overwhelmed by the influx of spiritual energy and surplus power, he felt as though he might explode. According to the descriptions in the Wuji Daozong regarding the method of digestion and body refinement, it was imperative for him to cultivate at that moment to transform the excess energy into strength. Otherwise, not only would he squander the surplus energy, but he would also risk leaving his body afflicted with ailments. Upon reaching the martial arena, Ning Fan, as if possessed, began practicing the 5-mountain true form fist. After performing it 4 or 5 times, feeling unsatisfied, he rushed towards the stone weights and kettlebells, engaging in a frenzied display of strength training. In his eagerness to vent his energy, he failed to notice that the equipment he was handling weighed over 25,000 pounds. Boom! Finally, with a resonating crack of his bones, the power and spiritual energy within Ning Fan achieved a profound resonance, as if an invisible barrier had been shattered. Instantly, the heat radiating from his body dissipated, and the crimson glow of his skin returned to normal. His mind abruptly cleared. The intoxicating haze vanished without a trace, and he clenched his fists with determination. He had broken through. Ning Fan's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Consuming the flesh of the 7th-tier beast had not only refined his physical form, but also elevated his realm to the 2nd layer of body refinement. Particularly after breaking through that barrier, a mysterious enhancement effect descended upon him. It could be said that in a matter of moments, Ning Fan's physique experienced a series of exponential enhancements. Once he calmed his mind, he immediately approached the array of equipment. Ultimately, he sought out a 30,000-pound stone weight and, with a sudden surge of strength, lifted it effortlessly. The heavy stone weight was raised with an astonishing display of power using just one arm. His eyes gleamed once more, for although he felt the weight, it was far from his limit. Thus, Ning Fan proceeded to test his strength further, gradually increasing the load. Ultimately, he concluded that his single-arm strength had reached a staggering 33,000 pounds. If one were to exert their entire strength in an explosive manner, the results would be exponentially amplified once more. This thought filled Ning Fan with exhilaration. Reflecting upon his recent experience after consuming the Yunmen carp, he deduced that through the digestive body refinement method, his physical strength had initially surged to approximately 26,000 pounds. Subsequently, upon reaching the resonance threshold, he achieved a breakthrough and ascended to the 2nd tier of body refinement. Simultaneously, the enhancement effect triggered by his elevation in rank further augmented his physique, propelling his strength from 26,000 pounds to an impressive 33,000 pounds. This was indeed a staggering figure, as many cultivators only achieve such prowess upon reaching the 7th or 8th tier of body refinement. Chapter 39, Ning Fan's first combat experience. Congratulations to the host for completing the guidance task and receiving the purple attribute talent reward. Maximize potential, echoed the system prompt in his mind. Ning Fan paid it no heed, still enveloped in the euphoria of his breakthrough. Suddenly, his entire body trembled, every sinew resonating in harmony, while the ridge along his back crackled audibly, granting him immense satisfaction. Soon after, a wave of fatigue washed over him. Having feasted and attained a breakthrough, his muscular power surged dramatically, necessitating a restorative sleep to regain his vitality. He could not be bothered to search for a bed. Instead, he reclined backward, sprawled across the training grounds, using the sky as his blanket and the earth as his mattress, quickly succumbing to slumber, leaving only the sound of his gentle snores resonating through the tranquil mountaintop. Meanwhile, within the Taiyi True Void, numerous esteemed elders exchanged astonished glances, each reflecting the same incredulity in their eyes. The 2nd tier of body refinement. With a single-arm strength of 33,000 pounds, is this still a mortal body? Throughout history, even those with bodies specifically cultivated for physical prowess, such as the royal body or the dominant body, had never reached such heights. Each breakthrough in the 3rd, 6th, and 9th levels of body refinement typically yields a substantial enhancement, doubling physical strength. Given Ning Fan's profound foundation, should he experience 3 more instances of such amplification, it is unfathomable to consider the level his physique might attain upon reaching the pinnacle of body refinement. Su Wei, brimming with excitement, spoke animatedly. As the master of the transmission peak, he possessed unparalleled expertise in the realm of cultivation, having thoroughly comprehended every level. Thus, Ning Fan's remarkable beginning was nothing short of a dream. Initially practicing the Wuji Daozong, he had acquired an immense strength of 18,000 pounds upon entering the body refinement phase. He then mastered the Five Mountains True Form Fist, consuming an entire exquisite Yunmeng carp and efficiently digesting all its pure energy, resulting in an explosive increase in strength to 33,000 pounds after breaking through to the second tier of body refinement. It could be said that his foundation was exceptionally solid. In the grand tapestry of cultivation history, it seems no one has accomplished such a feat, however. Certain questions arose in light of this. How would Ning Fan proceed with his cultivation from here? It is essential to recognize that numerous auxiliary methods exist for enhancing physical strength during the body refinement phase, and without a distinguished mentor to guide him, it would be exceedingly difficult to receive comprehensive instruction. Ning Fan's recent consumption of the Yunmeng carp had been a serendipitous stroke of fortune. The seventh-tier bloodline beasts are exceedingly rare. Within the storeroom of the Beast Peaks dining hall, only one such creature exists. The remaining beast meats do not possess such elevated ranks, and consequently, their efficacy pales in comparison to that of the Cloud Dream Carp. Thus, it is inconceivable for Ning Fan to rely solely on consuming seventh-tier bloodline beasts to temper his physique. He must seek alternative methods of body refinement. This predicament is a source of concern for the elders. Ning Fan lacks lineage and background. His knowledge is limited. How could he possibly fathom so many auxiliary techniques? If he were to rely solely on his own exploration, he would likely squander this promising opportunity. It is imperative to establish contact with him promptly, Junior Brother Qi. Pei Qingyu sighed, casting a glance at Qi Leiguang beside him. Senior brother, I am making an effort, but the little Xianxia is, after all, a discarded puppet. It requires more time, Qi Leiguang replied with a pained expression. The scrap iron Xianxia represents their collective hope. They do not expect it to perform like other puppets. Even if it could merely nod and shake its head, it would significantly ease their predicament. Thus, during Ning Fan's rest, Qi Leiguang continued to secretly stimulate his consciousness, attempting to upgrade the little Xianxia's control. Time flowed slowly. Before long, the sun had risen high in the sky. Ning Fan felt as though something was pressing against his chest, and he drowsily opened his eyes to find a rusted little head within his line of sight. Two ruby-like eyes fixated upon him. Ah, it's you. Iron, he yawned, placing the small creature on the ground and stretching. A night of deep slumber had greatly rejuvenated his flesh and bones, restoring him to his peak condition. Breakfast should not be too filling. Thus, after a simple meal of 9 dishes and 1 soup in the dining hall, he stepped out with newfound confidence. The Beast Peak, being the primary hub for beast taming and spirit manipulation, occupies a vast expanse, claiming the title of the largest among the 12 core peaks. In addition to the usual breeding areas, multiple hunting zones have been designated. As Ning Fan walked and observed, he finally discovered a valley most suited to his needs at the foot of the Beast Peak. The Lifeng Valley, within which the beasts do not exceed the body refinement realm, harbors numerous high bloodline creatures, strong and often residing in the latter half of the valley. Those who enter must act according to their abilities. At the entrance of the valley stands a stone tablet inscribed with information regarding its nature. Clearly, this area has been designated by the sect as a testing ground for disciples in the body refinement phase. After a brief perusal, Ning Fan chuckled fearlessly and strode directly inside. Ding! Host detected arrival at Lifeng Valley, triggering an additional guiding mission. Complete a kill of any beast. Upon success, earn a golden reward, Battle Insight. Battle Insight enables the continuous enhancement of combat intelligence during incessant battles. The valley is vast, and in the height of summer, the vegetation flourishes, brimming with vibrant greenery. Upon entering, Ning Fan scarcely had the time to admire the scenery before his attention was captivated by a system notification. A golden reward? The battle heart of the Xian? It sounded exceedingly promising. Moreover, engaging in combat with demonic beasts was precisely the purpose of his visit. It was indeed a twofold gain. While Ning Fan reveled in this enticing prospect, he remained oblivious to the emerald serpent lurking in the verdant shadows by the roadside. Sensing the presence of a living being, the serpent tensed, straightening like an arrow, and in the next instant, it lunged forth with surprising ferocity. What? Distracted by the system notification, Ning Fan did not anticipate the imminent danger. Yet, despite his failure to visually detect the serpent, instinct guided him to evade just in time. With a graceful backward lean, he deftly dodged the ambush. The emerald serpent, however, collided directly with a massive boulder, producing a resounding crack as the seemingly solid stone shattered into fragments. This demonstrated the formidable strength of the beast, revealing its lethal potential. Had it succeeded in its ambush, even a disciple of a prestigious sect would have suffered greatly. In contrast, Ning Fan reacted not with anger, but with amusement, a glimmer of excitement igniting in his eyes. "A long serpent, receive my fist," he declared, adopting a stance that evoked the essence of the 5 sacred mountains, charging towards the emerald serpent. Simultaneously, within the secret realm above, the atmosphere was electric. In truth, when Ning Fan sought the hunting grounds, many disciples had already speculated about his intentions. Now, witnessing his entry into the valley and his confrontation with a demonic beast, they were all aflame with excitement. After all, this was the first battle of the prodigious talent, a descendant of the esteemed lineage, personally endorsed by the Grand Elder, an extraordinary occurrence in the sect's history. Who would not wish to witness such a moment and discern the outcome? Thus, both inner and outer disciples, as well as elite true inheritors, were riveted to the scene. Our esteemed Ning Fan certainly possesses a discerning eye, among the 3 hunting areas suitable for disciples in the body-tempering stage on the Wanshou Peak. He had chosen to confront the most ferocious beasts in the Lifting Blade Valley. Indeed, the iron-tailed green serpent, a 3rd-tier bloodline demonic beast, bore 5 scales on its tail, indicating that its attack power was comparable to that of a full-force strike from a 5th-layer body-tempering practitioner. The iron-tailed green serpent is both agile and combative, adept at concealment. I recall encountering it at the valley's entrance 9 years ago when I first entered the sect. I never imagined that it would still be alive after all these years. Surviving in Lifting Blade Valley for 9 years certainly speaks to the serpent's remarkable resilience. A few elite true inheritor disciples immediately recognized the emerald serpent's origin and could not help but express their admiration. In reality, Wanshou Peak, as one of the core 12 peaks, typically attracts only inner disciples and above for beast hunting. Moreover, the Lihong Valley, renowned as the most perilous and challenging area for body-tempering trials, is a place where only a select few inner disciples and true transmission students dare to tread. Thus, despite the multitude of disciples engaging in lofty discussions, the vast majority are witnessing the valley's wonders for the very first time. At that moment, as the hundreds of thousands of disciples exchanged insights, Ning Fan finally made his move. Chapter 40. Why is he moving further away? The 5 mountains' true form fist emphasizes overwhelming force and relentless vigor, combined with Ning Fan's body, which has been refined to transcend common understanding. His actions at this moment were akin to the weight of mountains collapsing. Thunderous roars erupted, originally possessing a single-arm strength of 33,000 pounds. The destructive power was amplified several-fold through the exertion of his full physical capacity and the superior martial technique of the heavenly tier. As he unleashed this punch, the air resonated with a howling sound. The iron-tailed green serpent stood dazed, perhaps struck by the sheer momentum of the punch, frozen in place. From an observer's perspective, it appeared as though the serpent, coiled in its robust form, had lifted its upper head, waiting vacantly for the impending strike. Boom! In the next instant, there was no doubt that Ning Fan's fist crashed onto the colossal serpent's head. The terrifying force, coupled with unparalleled speed, struck like a Barrett bullet hitting its target, sending a visible shockwave rippling through the air. This beast, comparable to a 5th-level body-tempering cultivator and possessing a 3rd-tier bloodline, was instantaneously vanquished before it could even unleash its mightiest tail attack. Within the Taiyi True ruins, an uproar erupted. Countless disciples widened their eyes, incredulous at the spectacle before them. A creature rivaling a 5th-level body-tempering cultivator, endowed with a 3rd-tier bloodline, had perished so effortlessly? Yet, Ning Fan was merely at the 2nd level of body tempering. This was astonishing. Bare-handed, without a single weapon, this was indeed a testament to his prodigious talent. Unparalleled in a million years. Xianxia. By the way, why did the iron-tailed green serpent remain motionless when Ning Fan struck? Was it paralyzed with fear? Have you considered the nature of the fist technique he employed? Is it truly possible for a beast to be intimidated? Fellow disciple, have you ever paid attention to the Elder's teachings? Any advanced martial skill, once mastered, emanates a terrifying aura that can instill profound dread in beings weaker than oneself. Indeed, Ning Fan practices our sect's supreme martial art, the heavenly tier 5 Mountains True Form Fist, and has already achieved minor mastery, thus rendering the might of his punch far beyond our imagination. Ning Fan possesses the potential to be the sect leader. The disciples fervently debated, with some outer disciples lacking understanding of this scene's essence, only to be educated by their more knowledgeable seniors. Simultaneously, the elite disciples from the inner sect and true transmission were equally astonished. As a prodigious talent, had they entered the Lihong Valley with merely the second layer of body refinement, they would undoubtedly have succeeded in vanquishing the obstructive iron-tailed green serpent. However, they could not have executed it with the same finesse and precision as Ning Fan. At the very least, a few exchanges would have been necessary. Thus, Ning Fan's performance was beyond reproach. To achieve such a display in his inaugural combat experience is indeed commendable. Su Yue, the esteemed leader of the Transmission Peak, nodded in approval. It is essential to recognize that many individuals, despite possessing remarkable cultivation potential, often falter in actual combat scenarios. They may hesitate in their strikes, misjudge the dynamics of battle, or display a clumsiness in their technique during prolonged engagements. All these shortcomings can be attributed to a deficiency in combat intelligence. The only way to enhance this aspect is through the accumulation of extensive practical experience. This is precisely why the sect established a hunting ground on the 10,000 Beast Peak. Presently, Ning Fan's performance in this regard is quite noteworthy. His full-powered strike that felled the iron-tailed green serpent demonstrates his courage to confront danger, which is of paramount importance. For courage, when forged through continuous combat, evolves into a belief, a conviction of invincibility. Such a belief resides in every unparalleled genius, serving as the foundation for their fierce competition in the pursuit of greatness. A heart imbued with the spirit of invincibility inspires an invincible fist. This conviction is cultivated through countless skirmishes, and Ning Fan's willingness to strike at the beast is a testament to his bravery and the initial step towards nurturing that belief in invincibility. Naturally, Su Yue's evaluative tone indicates that he perceives some flaws in Ning Fan's approach during this confrontation. Specifically, his strikes were excessively forceful. A truly astute combatant would instantly discern the disparity in strength between themselves and the iron-tailed green serpent. Although the adage suggests that even a lion exerts its full strength against a rabbit, there are occasions when such exertion proves imprudent. After all, when contending with formidable opponents, retaining a hidden reserve of strength is crucial. To unleash all one's capabilities from the outset is unwise. Nevertheless, these are mere trifles and do not significantly detract from Ning Fan's overall performance. Any shortcomings can be addressed with time and guidance. With this thought in mind, Su Yue cast his gaze further down into the valley. Within the valley, after slaying the Emerald Serpent, the system's notification resonated. Congratulations, host! On completing the guidance task and receiving the Golden Attribute Talent Reward, Battle Heart of the Profound. The reward was secured, yet Ning Fan felt little elation, as such attributes seemed rather enigmatic, likely requiring practical application to manifest their true value. His chest heaved slightly, an uncomfortable sensation stirring within him. After all, as a modern individual, he had never even slain a chicken before. Now, he had suddenly pierced the skull of such a formidable beast with a single punch. Naturally, he needed a moment to compose himself. After a brief interval, having gradually regained his composure, he resumed his journey deeper into the valley. This time, as he journeyed through the terrain, Ning Fan swiftly acclimated to any encountered beasts. Even when faced with the gruesome aftermath of slaying them, he found no revulsion within. Throughout this trial, the essence of combat began to take effect, allowing him to increasingly master the art of battle. After an hour, Ning Fan found himself in the heart of the valley, where a grand river divided the Lifeng Valley into two segments. In the first half, he encountered formidable beasts, yet even the most powerful among them were merely of the third-tier bloodline, their strength comparable to that of an ordinary cultivator at the 6th level of body refinement. As for the latter half of the valley, though he had yet to tread there, his heightened senses hinted at numerous dangers lurking within, inhabited by many formidable entities. However, this suited him perfectly, whether applying the innate talent of his combat essence or cultivating the Wuji Daozong. Both pursuits necessitated bloodshed. With this thought, Ning Fan leaped over the river and plunged into the deeper recesses of the valley. Meanwhile, the disciples within the secret realm were left astounded. How was it that he ventured further with each battle? Chapter 41. His combat talent was surging exponentially. The Li Feng Valley, known as the most perilous hunting ground among the 3 designated areas for body refinement on the 10,000 Beast Peak, was indeed fraught with danger and difficulty, a fact that required no further elaboration. Outer disciples dared not set foot here, and even among inner disciples, only the most agile elite could afford to take such risks. Most entrants were relegated to lingering around the periphery, for once they engaged with beasts in combat, even without sustaining injuries, exhaustion was inevitable. Who else could resemble Ning Fan, who, despite only being at the 2nd level of body refinement and entering the valley for the first time, could advance with such relentless vigor? He seemed tireless, forging ahead without deviation or concealment, charging directly into the dens of beasts. Now he had even crossed the river, entering the latter segment of the valley. It is essential to note that the beasts here exhibited a qualitative leap in both strength and bloodline. 4th-tier bloodlines were common, while 5th-tier ones were occasionally seen. In terms of power, their strength rivaled that of human cultivators at the 6th level of body refinement. Such beasts belonged to the ranks of the truly ferocious. For disciples just embarking on their cultivation journey, encountering them could result in injuries, or worse, threats to their very lives. Even the sect discouraged disciples below the 5th level of body refinement from recklessly entering the latter half of the valley, suggesting they either proceed in groups or enhance their strength before returning. After all, the purpose of the hunting ground was to temper the disciples' mettle, not to lead them to their demise. Thus, Ning Fan's audacity to enter the deeper part of the valley at merely the 2nd level of body refinement was an exceptional rarity. It was no wonder that the many spectators within the Taiyi were so astonished. Outer disciples buzzed with incredulity, while inner disciples and true inheritors exchanged skeptical glances. Was Ning Fan perhaps being a tad too audacious? Despite cultivating the exquisite martial art known as the Wuji Daozong, he remains, at his core, merely a mortal. How could he dare to venture into the latter half of Li Hong Valley at this moment? Perhaps he is unaware of the formidable disparities in strength that arise from the bloodlines among the demon beasts. This notion holds merit. Earlier, Ning Fan had slain a 3rd-tier blood wolf, comparable to an ordinary 6th-layer body-refining cultivator, which might have inflated his confidence, leading him to believe that the latter half of Li Hong Valley would pose little danger. If that were indeed the case, he would find himself in dire straits. The elite disciples engaged in casual conversation. They had all undergone trials in Li Hong Valley and were well acquainted with the perilous nature of its latter half. This danger primarily emanates from the enhancements provided by bloodlines. For instance, while both might be comparable to an ordinary 6th-layer body-refining cultivator, the combat prowess between a 3rd-tier and a 4th-tier blood beast is utterly incomparable. A 4th-tier blood beast can contend with 5 3rd-tier blood beasts simultaneously without faltering. As for 5th-tier creatures, they utterly dominate. It can be said that the elevation of a beast bloodline is akin to the distinction between extraordinary and ordinary bodies among humans. In terms of equivalent realms, a cultivator endowed with a celestial tyrant body naturally suppresses a mere mortal body. Thus, many elite disciples harbored reservations about Ning Fan's reckless entry into the latter half of Li Hong Valley. They did not perceive him as overly ambitious. Rather, they regarded him as inexperienced and lacking foundational knowledge, oblivious to the intricacies involved. After all, just days prior, Ning Fan was still an outer sect preparatory disciple. Matters such as elders vying to accept disciples and the sect leader announcing his rank had all unfolded within the Taiyi True ruins. For Ning Fan, the intricacies were entirely foreign. Hence, how could one expect an outer sect preparatory disciple to comprehend the magnitude of the strength variations brought about by the bloodlines of demon beasts? It can only be said that he must engage in battle himself to grasp the reality. Below, Ning Fan boldly traversed the middle path of the valley's latter half. He sensed the presence of numerous potent auras lurking around this path, intensifying the deeper he ventured, which gradually ignited excitement within him. His blood chi surged, and he unabashedly released his own aura. This action, undoubtedly, was perceived as a provocation by the demon beasts. Consequently, roars and growls erupted, shaking the leaves from the ancient trees lining the path. Finally, unable to contain itself, the nearest demon beast emerged from the thicket. It was a gray bear, its fur exceedingly long, with massive paws and claws glinting with a crimson hue, seemingly emanating intense heat. A fourth-tier blood beast, the Firepaw Bear, within the Taiyi True ruins. Discerning elite disciples immediately recognize the origins of this bear demon, their expressions darkening with gravity. The Firepaw Bear possesses a formidable physique and boasts exceptional defensive capabilities. Its powerful paws emanate intense heat, delivering significant damage, rendering it a rather formidable opponent among the fourth-tier magical beasts. Any practitioner in the body refinement stage would find themselves at a disadvantage. It seems that Ning Fan's luck in the latter half of his first battle upon entering the valley is rather unfortunate. Perhaps there is no need for other magical beasts to intervene. The Firepaw Bear alone can convey the true intensity of Liheng Valley to Ning Fan. Surely, at that point, he would reconsider his ambitions and retreat in the face of adversity. As the onlookers pondered this, a sudden uproar erupted from the outer sect, signaling that the battle below had commenced. The Firepaw Bear, known for its ferocity, was the first to strike. Leaping high into the air like a mountain crashing down upon Ning Fan. Its sharp claws, imbued with searing heat, distorted the very air around them. Little bear, you lack martial virtue. Ning Fan sidestepped and leaped, deftly evading the oppressive assault, while simultaneously teasing the creature. Although the beast could not comprehend human speech, it sensed the disdain in his tone. Enraged, it charged at Ning Fan with a ferocious roar, its massive paws swinging repeatedly, each strike accompanied by a scorching gust of wind. Ning Fan, however, remained rooted, relying solely on his upper body to evade the onslaught. These movements were not derived from the Five Mountains' true-form fist. They were purely instinctual. Or perhaps it was due to the influence of the golden trait, Battle Heart. The Battle Heart continuously enhances Ning Fan's combat intelligence through relentless encounters, enabling him to instinctively rival the prowess of martial arts masters. With a moment's contemplation, he could even predict the trajectory and point of impact of his opponent's attacks based on their initial movements. Thus, Ning Fan now consciously trained his Battle Heart, augmenting his combat acumen. Initially, his dodges were somewhat unsteady and lacked finesse. On several occasions, he could barely evade, resorting instead to hastily raised arms for defense. However, as time passed and practice ensued, his movements became visibly more polished. Ultimately, he stood with his hands behind his back, maintaining a tranquil demeanor, retreating with measured steps while fluidly dodging all incoming attacks with a graceful sway of his head and body. This elegant display left the onlookers in the secret realm utterly astonished. What kind of movement technique is this? One true disciple exclaimed in bewilderment. The others remained silent until Su Yuwei, the master of the transmission peak, responded with excitement. This is no mere technique. It is the skills that Ning Fan has discerned through combat. In other words, his combat intelligence is continuously rising. He has reached a level where he can mentally predict the attack trajectories of the Firepaw Bear. Chapter 42. Senior Brother Ning, please cease. You're going to wipe them all out. Upon Su Yuwei's exclamation, the disciples erupted in astonishment, while several elders felt their hearts tremble at the revelation. In merely a brief exchange, one can discern the offensive habits of the opponent, thereby flawlessly evading their strikes. How extraordinary is Ning Fan's combat aptitude. It is as if he were born for battle. Even Yu Ruo Shuang, at this moment, nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed. I observed in the preceding skirmishes that Ning Fan possesses an astonishingly formidable capacity for learning and observation during combat. His martial prowess is unparalleled, a rarity I have encountered in my lifetime. Upon hearing such commendation from the sect's foremost elder, revered as the Peak Master, the disciples were left in awe. They had been contemplating moments ago whether Ning Fan might falter against the Fireclaw Bear, yet in an instant he treated the beast as a mere child's plaything, effortlessly evading all attacks with poise. This was nothing short of astounding. Even the holy son of Taiyi was taken aback. He had previously surmised that with Ning Fan's exceptional talent and rapid mastery of martial techniques, he would inevitably reveal some vulnerability in actual combat. After all, no one is without flaws. Yet, to his astonishment, it turned out that combat was also one of Ning Fan's strengths. The calm and composure he exhibited in the face of a formidable adversary was far beyond what he could compare to. The Holy Son would never recklessly expose his own flesh to the opponent's strikes. Were he to face the Fireclaw Bear, he would likely remain at a distance, unleashing his mystical arts before the creature could close in. At the very least, he would wield a weapon in battle, rather than like Ning Fan, engage barehanded, evading the torrential onslaught of claws with ease. Truly, he is a madman. The Holy Sun, both astonished and vexed, could not help but curse under his breath. The Fireclaw Bear boasted a cultivation level comparable to the 7th layer of body refinement. With a 4th-tier bloodline, its strength undeniably formidable. A single strike could exceed 50,000 pounds of force. Ning Fan did not possess a physique capable of enhancing his defenses, and should he fail to evade, it was entirely possible that his skull could be obliterated in an instant. How could he dare to use such a creature as a sharpening stone to practice his evasion? What audacity! The Holy Sun could not comprehend, perceiving Ning Fan merely as an irrational madman. In truth, the reality was quite simple. Ning Fan was utterly unfamiliar with the Fireclaw Bear. He was unaware that it was a 4th-tier bloodline beast, nor did he know that a single blow could spell his demise. In this moment, armed with a blend of ignorance and the confidence bestowed by his golden-titled talents, he stood his ground. After numerous evasions, his demeanor incited the beast's wrath. It sensed that the human before it was mocking its prowess, and suddenly roared in fury. The bear's roar echoed like thunder, reverberating throughout the valley and startling countless birds into flight. Ning Fan's hair was swept back by the force, and his eyes glinted with a murderous intent. Is your voice truly so impressive? Prepare to meet your end. In the next instant, Ning Fan clenched his fist, channeling an immense force of 33,000 pounds through his sinews and bones. His steps resonated like the pounding of a mountain as he propelled his left foot forward, raised his right arm high, and unleashed a colossal fist aimed squarely at the head of the bear. This was the Five Mountains stabilization, a classic starting stance from the Five Mountains true form fist. With a firm stance and a powerful twist of the waist, he unleashed the full might of his punch. At the moment of impact, blood and spiritual energy surged through his limbs, enveloping him in an aura reminiscent of overlapping mountain shadows, his muscles taut like steel cables. With a decisive strike, his fist connected with the bear's head. The creature's roar abruptly ceased, replaced by a dull thud as its skull shattered like a watermelon. The fierce shockwave of his punch continued to surge forward, creating a vacuum in its wake, rippling the air in a wide arc. The visual impact was nothing short of astonishing. Within the Taiyi True Sect, all onlookers were left in stunned silence, their eyelids twitching in disbelief. He had slain a 4th-tier bloodline beast, the Firepalm Bear, with a single blow. How could a minor celestial martial art be so fearsome? It was no wonder that advanced martial techniques consumed so much time to master. Once acquired, they rendered one nearly invincible. Ning Fan's solid foundation played a crucial role. His body, tempered to the 2nd level, surpassed many who had reached the 5th or 6th levels. Coupled with his extraordinary combat talent, it was entirely reasonable for him to have triumphed over the Firepalm Bear. This battle had unequivocally validated Ning Fan's abilities. He possessed not only the aptitude for cultivation, but also the bravery and combat prowess necessary to become an unrivaled prodigy in due time. Countless disciples were deeply moved, feeling their perceptions shattered and their blood rushing with fervor at the scene before them. Among them, several female disciples couldn't help but feel their hearts flutter at Ning Fan's handsome visage and graceful demeanor. "Excellent!" exclaimed the sect leader, Pei Yu, as he clapped his hands with palpable joy. Ning Fan's performance had far exceeded his expectations. In the face of battle, he remained composed, displaying both courage and strategy, with a bold yet meticulous approach. Such traits were quintessential of an invincible genius. "Congratulations, senior brother sect leader. Our sect has gained yet another child." Ning Fan's future achievements are boundless. It is not impossible for him to replicate the glory of Master Song from years past. Many elders echoed their congratulations, their voices united in sincerity. This time, their admiration was genuine, for Ning Fan had demonstrated that he possessed not only the talent for cultivation, but also the aptitude for battle. Everything about this moment was simply perfect. Sect leader Pei Yu felt a swell of happiness in his heart. If he could witness the Taiyi True Sect one day regain its former dominance across the realms under Ning Fan's leadership, it would render his life fulfilled. Just as he was about to express his lofty ambitions, he suddenly heard the disciples exclaiming, "Oh, look! Ning Fan has encountered another beast." He looked down and indeed saw another battle unfolding below. After triumphing in his previous battle, Ning Fan did not hastily retreat. Rather, he pressed onward, soon encountering yet another formidable adversary. This beast, possessing a 4th-tier bloodline, exhibited strength comparable to that of an 8th layer body refinement stage warrior, thus surpassing even the Fire Palm Bear in might. As Ning Fan engaged in combat, he activated his war combat profound heart talent while simultaneously honing his physique through relentless battle. After several exchanges, he ultimately felled the creature, earning nods of approval from numerous elders. Though it appeared that Ning Fan had battled the Fire Palm Bear for several rounds, he had merely evaded its attacks, delivering only a single strike, rendering the encounter akin to a swift execution, justifying his continued advance. Indeed, while this new beast managed to engage him for a brief period, it was evident that Ning Fan retained considerable stamina, leading me to speculate that he would further his exploration. Lo and behold, Ning Fan pressed forward once more. I wonder what formidable foe awaits him now, A 5th-tier bloodline beast. This is quite remarkable. Could there be danger lurking? Ning Fan has made his move. It appears he is resolute in his intent to vanquish it. After 50 exchanges, though he bore some wounds, the tide of battle shifted in his favor, showcasing the might of his combat talent. At last, the 5th-tier bloodline beast was slain by Ning Fan in the 80th round. The prowess manifested through the 5 Mountains' true form fist had reached a remarkable level, truly deserving of its title as our sect's premier martial art. Ning Fan must surely feel a sense of relief now. He ought to return for some respite, right? What? He persists in forging ahead? He has already ventured into the territory of 5th-tier bloodline beasts. This is exceedingly perilous. If he were to be besieged by 2 beasts, it could spell disaster for him. Curse it. Here we are, anxiously fretting, but he cannot hear our concerns. The elders, initially content to observe, found themselves alarmed when they saw Ning Fan, bloodied yet undeterred, still advancing after slaying the 5th-tier bloodline beast. What is he attempting to accomplish? Does he aspire to conquer the trials of Lifeng Valley? Indeed, it seems so. Unwavering, Ning Fan, at the 2nd layer of body refinement, harnessed the might of the 5 Mountains' true form fist, elevating his war combat profound heart to its zenith. His ever-increasing combat acumen enabled him to navigate perilous situations with ease, as he swiftly dispatched 3 more formidable 5th-tier bloodline beasts. This scene left all spectators astounded. The peak master of the 10,000 Beasts Peak, Zhong Ding, even implored Ning Fan to refrain from further slaying, exclaiming that the valley would soon be devoid of beasts. Chapter 43. The Taiyi True Sect truly nurtures all. Within Lifeng Valley, Ning Fan, drenched in blood, pierced the chest of the 5th-tier bloodline beast before him with a single punch, exhaling a deep breath that materialized as a tangible white mist dissipating into the air. At this moment, despite his blood-stained garments, his spirit remained undaunted, for the blood adorning him was but a small fraction of his own. The majority belonged to the various beasts he had vanquished. Since his entry into the valley, Ning Fan had operated like an unyielding machine, relentlessly overcoming challenges and engaging in consecutive battles. This is indeed a remarkable feat, as Ning Fan is merely an ordinary body. Unlike the various dominant and royal physiques endowed with innate qualities suited for battle, capable of continuously restoring their strength, his remarkable achievements are undoubtedly attributed to the contributions of the Wuji Daozong. This compendium, which encompasses numerous cultivation techniques, is extraordinarily profound. Among its teachings for refining the body during the body-quenching stage, aside from a method of digesting the flesh and blood of demonic beasts, the killing-quenching method stands out as particularly extraordinary. Cultivating through combat, refining the body in the heat of battle, allows for dual enhancement of practical experience and physical strength. When paired with the golden text talent of the battle heart, the effects are elevated to a new level. Consequently, after today's series of battles, Ning Fan has undergone a complete transformation. In terms of character, he has evolved from a modern individual to one who adapts to the survival rules of a world governed by the law of the jungle. In terms of power, his vitality has significantly increased, and his physical strength has seen remarkable enhancement. The strength he previously possessed, which was a staggering 33,000 pounds in one arm, has become a relic of the past. Although he has yet to test it, Ning Fan can feel that his power has undoubtedly surged beyond measure. After all, the demonic beasts he utilized for training in the killing-quenching method were of no low tier. Using these beasts as opponents undoubtedly maximizes the effects of the quenching method. This is also why Ning Fan grows increasingly formidable with each battle. Yet, the numerous onlookers within the Taiyi True ruins remain oblivious to the intricacies involved. At this moment, they feel dizzy and awestruck. Why is Ning Fan so ferocious? From the entrance of Lifeng Valley to the depths, he strikes without blinking, which is truly terrifying. Even during the time of Master Song, it may not have been so. Perhaps even more so. After all, Master Song possessed an unparalleled physique, with innate talent granting him advantages in body refinement and close combat, while our Ning Fan is merely an ordinary body. Indeed, to stand shoulder to shoulder with a dominant physique as an ordinary body is simply inconceivable. When did ordinary bodies gain such might? I am also an ordinary body. Why am I merely an ordinary weakling with average vitality? A buzz of bewilderment fills the disciples. The 72 true disciples are astonished. 3,600 inner disciples are wholly convinced, and 120,000 outer disciples regard Ning Fan as a paragon. The Holy Son, Xianxia, remains silent, feeling an undeniable sense of defeat within. This outer sect preparatory disciple is not simply fortunate, having risen to prominence in a single leap. His talent and temperament are more than sufficient to support the grand structure of this generation of the Taiyi True Sect. As for the many elders, their excitement is palpable. Li Changming cries out for the manifestation of the ancestral spirits. Su Yuwei peruses ancient texts to discern why Ning Fan is so exceptional. And Zhu Gaming calculates the heavenly secrets, claiming that Ning Fan possesses the potential for divine transcendence. Only Zhongding wears a grave expression. He gazes at Ning Fan, whose figure is drawing ever closer to the valley's end, seemingly hesitant to speak. Pei Qingyu, noticing the unusual demeanor, cannot help but ask, Junior Brother Zhong, what troubles you? Master Brother, there's a matter I'm unsure whether to disclose. Zhongding pondered, his expression troubled, as though he had committed a grave error. Pei Qingyu, in high spirits, smiled broadly and said, we have been brothers for thousands of years. Speak freely. I can never hold a grudge against you. Indeed. The other elders also chuckled heartily. Zhong, today our sect has welcomed another unparalleled prodigy, a moment of great joy. Whatever mistake you may have made, we shall not pursue it. Correct. Even if you have caused a tremendous calamity, our sect will bear the burden. Upon hearing the elders' reassuring words, Zhongding felt a warmth in his heart and decided to no longer conceal the truth. In truth, it is not a grave matter. It concerns our Taiyi Zhimin's unparalleled prodigy, who may be in peril. As soon as the words left his mouth, laughter ceased abruptly. All the elders fixed their gazes upon him. Pei Qingyu's expression darkened. Zhong, what nonsense are you speaking? How can one curse a junior? Master Brother, how could I be that kind of person? Zhongding quickly protested. The reason I say this is that I have been raising an ancient striped king at the end of the back mountain of Lifeng Valley. You still dare to quibble, even if you have raised it. Pei Qingyu's words flowed rapidly, nearly overlapping with Zhongding's, but upon hearing his statement, she immediately halted. Her tone sharpened as she exclaimed, what have you been raising? An ancient striped king? How was I not informed? This was an opportunity one seized from the gathering of great monsters in the Endless Mountains during my last visit to Nanjianwantu. I originally planned to secretly tame it to surprise the sect. Zhongding managed a smile, steeling himself. The other elders, having regained their composure, were devoid of any semblance of joy. Alas, Zhong, why did you not inform the sect of such a significant matter? An ancient striped king is a beast of the 8th rank, a remnant from antiquity, merely a step away from the realm of divine beasts. An adult ancient striped king can cultivate to a level comparable to that of a human saint king. You have the audacity to keep such a fierce creature in Lifeng Valley. The elders grew increasingly agitated. Li Changming and Su Yuwei, in particular, were nearly pointing fingers in accusation at Zhongding. An 8th-rank bloodline beast, a relic from antiquity. Such a being is only one tier below divine beasts, and its danger level is not comparable to that of 7th-rank beasts. Especially since the ancient striped king is a feline beast, its combat prowess is even more ferocious. Ning Fan is currently making his way to the latter half of the valley. Should he encounter this beast, his life would undoubtedly be in jeopardy. Do not be deceived by his current ease against 5th-rank beasts. That is due to their comparatively lesser strength. An ancient relic, upon birth, possesses the physical strength equivalent to the pinnacle of human body refinement. Only a slight growth can lead to a geometric surge in power. No matter how extraordinary Ning Fan may be, he currently stands merely at the 2nd layer of body tempering. How could he possibly be compared to such ancient ferocious beasts? It is no wonder that Zhongding bluntly stated that Ning Fan might soon meet his demise, for the situation is indeed precarious. Chapter 44. Breakthrough. A single arm shakes 10,000, 8,000 Jin. Zhongshidi, you have indeed committed a grave error. Su Yue seethed with indignation. Who could have imagined that the seemingly simple-minded and portly Zhongding had silently nurtured an ancient remnant species within the sect? It is also no surprise that others seldom paid him heed, rarely inquiring about the happenings at the Beast Peak. Although Yu Rushuang furrowed her brow, she did not join in the complaints like the others. She understood that even if the sect had learned months in advance about Zhongding raising a primordial striped king, they would hardly voice their concerns. At most, they would merely observe. After all, while 8th-tier demonic beasts possess a fearsome reputation, the Taiyi True Sect is no pushover. Whether taming them as spiritual beasts or confronting powerful ancient beasts of the same lineage, they are more than capable of handling the situation. Thus, the beast would still be kept at the Beast Peak. As for today's events, they were purely coincidental. No one could have anticipated that one day the entire sect would be trapped within the Taiyi True ruins. The only disciple who had not entered the secret realm was a peerless prodigy, hidden from the world. Therefore, blaming Zhongding would be futile. Yu Rushuang merely inquired, Zhongshidi, what is the strength of this primordial striped king? Upon hearing the voice of the senior sister whom he respected and admired, Zhongding hurriedly offered a respectful bow and replied earnestly, it is still a young tiger, but with a single swipe, it can exert a force of 1,000,000 Jin. Moreover, as an ancient remnant species, it possesses innate divine abilities. I predict that for a human cultivator to overcome it, one must at least reach the pinnacle of the soul refining realm, employing earth-level divine abilities to exhaust it from a distance over several days. As for engaging it in close combat, pardon my candor, that would be exceedingly foolish. I can hardly conceive of anyone daring to do so. If one were to entertain such a notion, they would need to prepare divine weapons and talismans in advance, and possess at least the cultivation of the divine forging stage to have a chance. As an elder at the peak level, Zhongding's judgment was undoubtedly sound. Thus, upon hearing his words, everyone immediately comprehended the strength of the primordial striped king, and their hearts sank in unison. It was far too perilous. This was certainly beyond Ning Fan's capacity to handle. With no one left in the sect, leaving such a ferocious beast below poses a grave risk and threat to Ning Fan. Zhongding seemed to sense the concerns of the crowd and added, rest assured, I have set up a barrier beside its lair. This beast will not leave Liheng Valley. However, this barrier does not allow for exit. If Ning Fan inadvertently steps inside, the outcome need not be elaborated. The faces of many elders darkened in response. Meanwhile, their conversation swiftly spread through the nearby true disciples. Soon, all the disciples of the Taiyi Jimin were aware of the situation. In an instant, everyone was left in utter disbelief. What on earth? Elder Zhong has raised an ancient striped king on the Wanshou Peak, and it's an 8th-tier beast? An ancient relic? My goodness, I have never even heard of such a creature. As a disciple of Wanshou Peak, I thought the ancient striped king had long been extinct. This is a legendary beast. In the distant past, when countless clans vied for supremacy in this realm, the ancient striped king was among the pinnacle of existence, second only to divine beasts, dominating the heavens and the earth. The sect really ought to handle such matters with greater care. If this ancient striped king is so close to Ning Fan, does that not place him in grave danger? Brother Ning Fan, heed your junior sister's advice. Please do not venture any further. The disciples were left dumbfounded, astonished by the outrageousness of the sect, while simultaneously worrying for Ning Fan's safety. Meanwhile, below, at Wanshou Peak, after a brief respite, Ning Fan suddenly turned his gaze toward the depths of the valley. Just moments ago, he thought he had heard a low growl from a wild beast. The sound was faint and ephemeral, yet it sent a shiver through Ning Fan's heart. Deep within the valley, there seemed to be a powerful beast lurking. Ning Fan narrowed his eyes, his instincts ringing alarm bells. He suppressed his aura and cautiously proceeded along a narrow path instead of the main route. Half an hour later, he leaped onto a gigantic tree and gazed into the distance. To his astonishment, 300 meters away, at the valley's end strewn with boulders, a massive shadow was crouching down to feed. In its jaws lay an indistinct beast, already reduced to mere bones. Suddenly, the shadow seemed to sense something and abruptly lifted its head. The cold, vertical pupils were fixed upon the very branch where Ning Fan stood. Such keen perception, Ning Fan raised an eyebrow, both surprised and intrigued as he discerned the beast's features. It was a tiger-like creature, colossal in size, adorned with stripes, exuding an incredibly fierce aura that was far beyond what he could contend with at present. Ding! The host has encountered an 8th-tier beast, the ancient striped king, triggering the formal task of the stronger world. Please complete its defeat or subjugation within 50 days to earn 3 opportunities for a lottery draw. During this lottery draw, rewards such as talent traits, divine weapons, and powerful techniques can be obtained. As Ning Fan observed, the system's notification suddenly echoed in his mind. He was momentarily taken aback. Had he actually triggered a formal task? And the reward was a chance for a lottery draw? This system certainly had its share of surprises. 50 days may not be ample time, yet it was not overly pressing either. In any case, if he were to be complacent in his cultivation, he would undoubtedly fall short. After all, this 8th-tier beast, upon his preliminary observation, appeared quite formidable. It was certainly not something he could handle at his current strength. Upon contemplating this, Ning Fan ceased his observations and promptly departed from the area. He was acutely aware of his own limitations, recognizing that his current cultivation level was still insufficient. To challenge the formidable opponent, he understood that he must first reach the pinnacle of body refinement. Furthermore, the knowledge of the existence of the ancient spotted king intensified his yearning for cultivation. With the sect now devoid of its elders to ensure safety, he could not permit such a powerful being to exist within the 72 peaks aside from himself. Thus, in the days that followed, Ning Fan dedicated himself to rigorous training. Immediately heading to the Lihong Valley upon waking, he pushed the slaughtering body refinement technique to its utmost limits. Aside from the area near the ancient spotted king, he had traversed and refined every other part of the valley. This scene brought immense relief to the elders, who recognized Ning Su's remarkable qualities. Not only was he astute and brave, but he also exhibited commendable caution. Aware of the formidable adversary ahead, he refrained from recklessly provoking it. Such temperament was truly commendable. I believe this young man is on the verge of a breakthrough. It is indeed intriguing. What level of power has he attained after 3 days of diligent practice? To elevate from the second layer of body refinement in just 3 days, what unparalleled divine skill is the Wuji Daozong? The senior members of the sect conversed in awe after Ning Fan departed the valley on the 3rd day. They had discerned that his vitality and spiritual energy were at their zenith, poised to reach the critical point of resonance for a breakthrough. At that moment, the entire sect was focused on him. Ning Fan stood in the training ground, repeatedly executing punches. After several breaths, a sudden resonance echoed through his bones, accompanied by a long, piercing howl that reverberated in all directions, heralding a surge of immense power. With his eyes gleaming, he seized a massive stone burden from the ground and began to swing it vigorously. He continuously increased the weight, ultimately reaching his physical limits. Simultaneously, he realized that his body refinement had reached the 3rd layer, enabling him to lift an astounding 80,000 pounds with one arm. Chapter 45. Has Ning Fan finally enlightened? In the training ground, Ning Fan's figure unfurled as his vitality surged, moving with the grace of a dragon. The sound of the massive stone burden slicing through the air echoed like a tempest. After a considerable time, feeling his strength waning, he forcefully cast the burden to the ground, causing the earth to tremble beneath him. Lifting 80,000 pounds with one arm was no small feat. If he were to summon the strength of his entire body, it would be even greater. As he steadied his breath, excitement danced in his eyes. The results of his training were indeed exhilarating. 80,000 pounds was an extraordinary figure. Converted, it equated to approximately 54 tons. On Earth, such power is unfathomable. A Type 99, a main battle tank, weighs around 55 tons, implying that Ning Fan could lift it effortlessly with one hand, a task as simple as an ordinary person lifting a dumbbell. Even the mightiest creature on the surface, the blue whale, weighing over 150 tons, could be hauled from the depths of the ocean by Ning Fan simply by grasping its tail. Possessing such extraordinary strength, if Ning Fan were to traverse back to the modern era, he would undoubtedly be a true superhero. However, in this realm, he still falls short in many ways. It can only be said that during the body tempering phase, he is indeed remarkable. During his recent breakthrough, he felt an immensely powerful enhancement that directly doubled his physical strength. It appears that the body tempering realm, renowned as the foundation of myriad paths, is truly enigmatic. After calming his thoughts, Ning Fan reminisced about the earlier events, marveling at the experience. This breakthrough proved to be far more potent than the last. When he first entered the second layer of body tempering, his single-arm strength was merely 33,000 gene. However, after a period of arduous training and engaging in battles with high-level demon beasts, he ultimately honed his internal power to 54,000 gene. Ning Fan initially believed that upon reaching the third layer of body tempering, there would only be a slight increase, perhaps elevating his single-arm strength to 60 or 70,000 gene. To his astonishment, it doubled, allowing him to surpass the 100,000 gene threshold, achieving an astonishing level of power. Creaking sounds suddenly interrupted Ning Fan's musings, and he looked down to find the scrap iron creature, little Xianxia, with its 4 limbs drawn together, clutching a book and fluttering its tattered wings as it approached the ground. Iron, you possess such a skill? Ning Fan exclaimed in surprise at little Xianxia's ability to operate the book. Upon retrieving the tome from beneath its belly and flipping through its pages, he raised an eyebrow. It turned out to be a manual detailing the cultivation matters during the body tempering phase. The manual explicitly stated that upon reaching the 3rd, 6th, and 9th layers of body tempering, a cultivator's physical strength would double. It also emphasized that during the body tempering phase, there was no need for haste, but rather, one should strive to refine their body to its utmost limit before each breakthrough to establish a solid foundation for cultivation. Furthermore, due to the varying constitutions of individuals, there exists a significant disparity in one's personal limits. For ordinary cultivators, doing their utmost suffices. Conversely, for those with extraordinary physiques, it is imperative to employ every means possible to seize the opportunities for these 3 enhancements to elevate themselves. The manual further outlined that through countless years of cultivation, humanity has distilled a supreme, foundational standard. Those who can cultivate an unparalleled foundation during the body tempering phase will undoubtedly become renowned figures in the future. The standards are set. In the 3rd layer of body tempering, arm strength exceeds 80,000 gene. In the 6th layer, it surpasses 400,000 gene. And in the 9th layer, it exceeds 1,600,000 gene. This is the supreme foundation. As Ning Fan absorbed the content of the book, he felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. The notion of reaching the 9th layer of body tempering and forging an unparalleled foundation with a single-arm strength of 160,000 gene resonated within him, making his heart race with excitement. No wonder the ancient texts in the scripture pavilion record that cultivators of the 9th layer of body refinement during the primordial era could shatter mountains and rivers with their roars, cleave through mountains with their fists, and strike down meteors with a mere snap of their fingers. It is all due to their unparalleled foundation. An astounding weight of 160,000 gene equates to approximately 800 tons of strength. How terrifying is that? Most importantly, this is merely the strength of their arms. When utilizing their entire bodies, the explosive power would multiply several times over. Coupled with martial techniques, it would not be surprising to unleash a force of several thousand tons. No wonder they could shatter mountains with a single punch. If the pinnacle of body refinement is thus, how formidable must the cultivators after their rebirth be? Ning Fan took a deep breath. Being a being from another realm, he found it hard to fathom the combat prowess of cultivators in the subsequent 2 major stages. However, he could deduce that the celestial stature demanded by the system was far more formidable than he could comprehend. Even so, in the face of the impending calamity in 3 years, he would possess only the means for self-preservation. This is unacceptable. I must forge an unparalleled foundation and ascend to celestial stature in the most perfect manner. As these thoughts surged within him, a gleam of determination ignited in his eyes. Merely surviving the impending catastrophe is insufficient. He yearned to take the initiative and stand proudly at the forefront of the turmoil, to behold the pinnacle of this world. However, achieving this within 3 years is destined to be a formidable challenge. The very act of establishing an unparalleled foundation is already a significant hurdle. The slaughter refinement technique and the digestion refinement method he had mastered were beginning to wane in effectiveness. During his 2nd layer of body refinement, he could traverse the lifting edge valley with ease, having explored every corner except for the territory of that 8th-tier demonic beast. Now, having broken through, he found it impossible to continue refining through slaughter, while he could still consume the flesh and blood of demonic beasts. The issue lies in the fact that the storeroom in the dining hall does not contain sufficient high-tier demonic beast flesh, even with the enhancement from his purple attribute talent. Tripling the effect, the daily refinement progress remains limited. He is in dire need of alternative methods to hone his physique to its utmost limits. There is still much content left? Just as Ning Fan was troubled, his attention was suddenly drawn to the last few pages of the tome. Although the written content was sparse, it meticulously recorded the body refinement methods developed by the ancient sages of humanity over countless epochs. Methods such as medicinal baths to warm the meridians, elixirs to nourish the flesh, the molten fire blood oath technique, the cold water bone tempering method, and the heavenly thunder forging of the internal organs. The sheer number of body refinement techniques available during this phase is astonishing. Ning Fan read through them carefully, his expression turning to one of astonishment. The path of cultivation is indeed vast and profound. The myriad body refinement techniques are countless. An ordinary cultivator, by properly utilizing any one of them, could significantly elevate their foundation, surpassing their peers. For the prodigies, the options are even more abundant, allowing them to repeatedly refine their bodies through various methods, thus unlocking their potential to its zenith and forging an unparalleled foundation. Indeed, you have a keen sense, knowing precisely the source of my worries. Ning Fan discovered a solution, his heart brimming with joy as he lifted the scrap iron creature, the little Xianxia, into his embrace. After a moment of jubilant affection, he pondered aloud. Very well, let us first journey to Baichao Peak and seek out the techniques for medicinal baths to warm the blood. Without delay, he set forth, maneuvering his flying vessel towards the direction of Baichao Peak. Meanwhile, above, within the Taiyi True ruins, the esteemed members of various sects watched the unfolding scenes below, their hearts swelling with satisfaction. Su Yue was so overcome with emotion that he nearly wept. After so long of striving, Ning Fan has finally awakened. Chapter 46. Is he questioning my formula? In truth, during his days of honing his body through combat in Lifeng Valley, the high-ranking members of the sects were troubled. They pondered how to gently remind him that this was not a sustainable approach. Although the slaughtering and body-tempering technique from the Wuji Daozong was profound, Ning Fan's innate talent was so remarkable that he far surpassed his peers. With the second layer of body tempering, he could effortlessly slay the beasts within the valley. As his realm advanced, he would find it even easier, rendering the technique ineffective. However, this predicament was not insurmountable. The ancient sages of humanity had long paved broad avenues for the cultivators of future generations. These pathways of knowledge, considered mysteries in the outside world, were often inaccessible to ordinary wandering cultivators. Even smaller sects might have merely heard of them, unable to truly grasp their essence. Yet what the Taiyi True Sect, whether it be the medicinal bath method or the elixir body nurturing technique, any viable method meticulously documented in this world could be found within the Taiyi True Sect. Thus, the elders of the various peaks were deeply concerned for Ning Fan. After numerous attempts over the past few days, they finally devised a plan to have the little Xianxia deliver the relevant text to him. Due to the complications involved, there were many failed attempts along the way. Qi Lei Guang, drenched in sweat, had focused intensely for 3 consecutive days before finally managing to deliver this timely aid just as Ning Fan broke through. Now, the elders collectively breathed a sigh of relief, their faces adorned with smiles. It seemed that upon learning of the existence of the body tempering techniques, Ning Fan intended to strive for that legendary supreme foundation. However, it was indeed unexpected that, having just broken through to the 3rd layer of body tempering, his single-arm strength had already reached an astonishing 80,000 pounds. Indeed, the physical prowess at this level was utterly extraordinary. One could easily believe him to be a king body or a dominant body, yet he was merely a mortal body. To clarify, this was no ordinary mortal body, but one that had ascended to the 9th level of the Sutra Pavilion, as the first recorded individual with such exceptional talent in a mortal form. It was only natural for him to possess some remarkable traits. Seeing Ning Fan's intent to venture to Baichao Peak, the elders speculated whether he sought the medicinal bath method or the elixir nurturing technique. Either path was commendable. After all, our junior brothers, Sun and Xiao, were both masters of these arts. The high-ranking members of the sects engaged in light conversation, gradually shifting the topic from Ning Fan's newfound strength to the purpose of his journey. When discussing the medicinal bath and pulse methods, one cannot overlook the 2 venerable elders atop Baichao Peak, the Peak Master Xiaozhia and the Deputy Peak Master Sun Qiyuan. Both are esteemed authorities in the realm of medicine, renowned throughout the world. Among them, Xiaozhia possesses a rare fire tribute body and excels in alchemy. standing as one of the premier alchemists of this realm. Countless formidable individuals have willingly become servants or subordinates in their quest for a single elixir from Xianxia. Even the leader of the formidable Jinmu Xianing was willing to bring lavish gifts and personally visit in pursuit of an 8th-grade heavenly elixir. Upon learning that Xianxia was concocting pills, he stood atop Baichao Peak, enduring the elements for a full 2 months. Since then, Xianxia's reputation in the field of alchemy soared, and even when compared to other elite alchemists, there is a subtle consensus that his skills surpass the rest. Alongside Xianxia, the deputy peak elder Sun Qiyuan is equally renowned, although his expertise lies in herbalism and spiritual plants, making him less celebrated. Every member of the Taiyi True Sect knows that should one suffer from illness or critical injury, seeking Elder Sun is undoubtedly the right choice. He possesses the remarkable ability to restore life to the deceased. Both masters, possessing extraordinary skills, excel in their respective fields of alchemy, particularly concerning the cultivation techniques for the body refinement stage. In addition to the numerous formulas handed down from predecessors, they have also conducted extensive research and improvements of their own during their cultivation in the body refinement stage. Both the Holy Son and Holy Daughter employed methods developed by these two elders. Although they could not forge an unparalleled foundation, they nevertheless achieved a level that could be deemed top tier. At this moment, Xianxia and Sun Qiyuan, basking in the praises of their numerous disciples, could not help but smile with satisfaction. After immersing themselves in this path for thousands of years, what they sought was indeed this acclaim, worthwhile. Ding! The system has detected that the host has broken through the 3rd layer of body refinement, triggering a timed sign-in task. Arrive at the medicinal garden of Baichao Peak to receive the golden attribute talent, Illuminating Medicinal Heart. Illuminating Medicinal Heart grants a sincere and profound understanding of the properties of herbs, enhancing comprehension in this area. At the same time, amidst the mountains below, Ning Fan, piloting his flying vessel, suddenly heard the system's notification. His brow arched in intrigue. The system proved quite intelligent, triggering a task at this moment. And it was an exceedingly simple sign-in. Illuminating Medicinal Heart was a concern that I might not comprehend the body refinement techniques atop Baichao Peak. Ning San muset inwardly, and before he knew it, he had reached his destination. He beheld the peak adorned with rare and exotic herbs flourishing abundantly, attracting the favor of heaven and earth. The surrounding spiritual energy coalesced into streams, rendering the cultivation environment superior to that of other peaks. So this is Baichao Peak, truly a paradise of hidden treasures. Ning Fan descended from his flying vessel, unable to contain his admiration. He had long heard of Baichao Peak's esteemed position within the sect, and that its two leaders were affable individuals, both seasoned scholars immersed in their craft for many years. Should one encounter an insurmountable obstacle or injury ascending this peak, a touch of sweetness in speech may yield the coveted elixirs of cultivation. Ning Fan often pondered that if he were to one day enter the inner sect, it would be most advantageous to pledge allegiance to this peak. After all, the amiable and unpretentious elders would undoubtedly enhance one's standing. Alas, the whims of fate are unpredictable. The Taiyi Jimin now exists in name only, with no one remaining but him. Is this not an unconventional form of joining the Baichao Peak? As Ning Fan navigated his way, he entertained himself with musings. Since the system had bestowed upon him a task to sign in at the medicinal garden, alongside the extraordinary talent of clear medicinal insight, he felt compelled to first experiment with the medicinal bath technique. With brisk strides, he soon arrived at the garden's location. Within a lavish edifice at the summit, he discovered an array of prescriptions and spiritual herbs. Unquestionably, this was the residence of Elder Sun Qiyuan. Just then, a notification chimed. Ding. Timed sign-in task completed. Rewards have been issued. Familiar with the surroundings, Ning Fan understood that his talent had certainly activated. Eagerly, he sought out medicinal bath recipes to see if he could gain enlightenment from them. Suddenly, the scrap iron creature in his arms leaped forth, rolling in a crooked manner as if guiding him toward a certain direction. Ning Fan promptly followed suit. After winding through various paths, he arrived at a spacious hall. The room was adorned with numerous medical tomes. The little creature led him to a cluttered table specifically designated for medicinal bath recipes. The scene left Ning Fan astonished, and he couldn't help but give a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Indeed, local beasts possess remarkable insight." The little creature, unable to comprehend, tilted its iron head in confusion. Paying no heed to the creature, Ning Fan picked up several recipes for medicinal baths and began to scrutinize them. Upon examination, he was thoroughly impressed. Despite lacking prior knowledge of herbal medicine, an innate intuition allowed him to discern the potency of these formulas. This recipe is utterly inferior, unacceptable. This one is mediocre at best. Who devised it? To use it for a medicinal bath is a grave insult. As for this one, it shows some promise. Yet merely a hint. Not suitable, not suitable. None of these meet my desired effects. Furrowing his brow, Ning Fan noted that while these recipes could warm the meridians and refine the body, their efficacy was minimal, far from establishing a supreme foundation. What was amiss? Did the elders of Baichao Peak possess such limited prowess? Doubt began to creep into his mind regarding the rumors he had heard. Unbeknownst to him, within the Taiyi Zhenshu above, Elder Sun Qiyuan was left in a state of bewilderment, his mustache quivering in agitation. What does he mean by this? Questioning my recipes? Questioning the formulations of an erudite scholar immersed in the study of herbs for over 3 millennia? How could this be? Chapter 47. The entire sect stunned. Are you not going to use the ready-made medicinal bath? The supremacy of the Taiyi True Sect in the world is attributed to its well-structured internal operational system. The 12 core peaks each fulfill their designated roles. The master of the transmission peak focuses on disciples' cultivation. The master of the artisan peak oversees logistics and crafting. And the master of the sword concealment peak specializes in external offensives, showcasing martial prowess. Meanwhile, the herbal peak excels in the realm of alchemy, continuously infusing the sect with vitality and robust assurance. As a master of the herbal garden, Sun Qiyuan has devoted himself to this field for nearly a millennium. In terms of cultivation, he may not rival his brothers, yet in his comprehension of spiritual herbs and elixirs, he considers himself the foremost within the sect. Thus, upon hearing Ning Fan's remarks, Sun Qiyuan felt a profound humiliation. The seemingly disordered formulas strewn across the table were, in fact, his recent creations from the past few months, specifically designed for the tempering of body and meridians during the body refinement stage. While they may not compare to the top-tier formulas passed down within the sect, they would undoubtedly be coveted by countless individuals in the outside world. For through these formulas, one could at least expect a 30% increase in their blood vitality and strength. Yet now, such an excellent method had been dismissed by Ning Fan as inferior. This was tantamount to publicly declaring Sun Qiyuan's incompetence before the entire sect. Consequently, he was utterly incensed. Typically gentle and reserved, he found himself unleashing a barrage of retorts. The other elders quickly moved to placate him. Junior brother Sun, remain calm. Why engage with the junior? You must be more forgiving. Ning Fan hails from the outer sect. His understanding is limited, and it is only natural he cannot grasp the intricacies of your formulas. As he listened to the soothing reassurances, the flush on Sun Qiyuan's face gradually receded. After a considerable time spent regaining his composure, he finally spoke with displeasure. I do not blame him for his ignorance, but he should not be so presumptuous as to criticize my shortcomings. Does he even comprehend what herbs and spiritual plants are? He hastily declares my formulas as inferior, failing to meet his standards. The other elders nodded along with Sun Qiyuan's grievances, eager to prevent him from flaring up again. Only the master of the artisan peak, Li Changming, with a defiant neck, posed a question. So, are your formulas truly of inferior quality then? Upon hearing this, the others exchanged incredulous glances. How could old Li, having lived for several millennia, fail to discern the situation? Sun Qiyuan was already in such an agitated state, and yet he chose to add fuel to the fire. Several elders sighed and shook their heads, lamenting the lack of perceptiveness among these blacksmiths. Sun Qiyuan, visibly reddening from the inquiry, began to explain. Dear brother Li, while my formula may pale in comparison to the revered medicinal baths passed down from our forebears, the present era has witnessed significant changes, leading to the extinction of many spiritual herbs and rendering ancient prescriptions obsolete. Although these few formulas I've crafted are rather rudimentary and do not aspire to the pinnacle of excellence, it would not be inappropriate to refer to them as commendable remedies. The recipes for medicinal baths are not static. In fact, many of the body-enhancing prescriptions bequeathed by our ancestors have seen the principal ingredients vanish in this age. This very circumstance necessitates the ongoing dedication of individuals to the study of herbal remedies, tirelessly innovating and sacrificing themselves for the greater good. Within the frameworks established by our predecessors, they infuse their own philosophies to create formulas more attuned to the cultivation practices of the contemporary world. It can be said that the flourishing of martial arts among humanity today is inextricably linked to the silent contributions of these individuals, alongside numerous elders and direct disciples. Upon hearing Sun Qiyuan's remarks, the elders understood the situation. The formulas, though hastily composed, were not of the lowest tier, yet they certainly did not dazzle. One might categorize them as moderate in quality. Ning Fan's disdain perhaps bordered on exaggeration. Yet to present these formulas to him would undeniably be an affront to the profound wisdom of the 9 layers of the Sutra repository. Now, since Ning Fan did not intend any offense, let us move past this matter. Pei Qingyu glanced at the disgruntled Sun Qiyuan, noticing his lingering dissatisfaction, and promptly interjected. He commanded, "It is time for Ning Fan to discover the appropriate formula. Sun, Qi, I entrust you both to collaborate." With the master having spoken, Sun Qiyuan felt it improper to persist in his grievances. He reflected that, as a distinguished elder, there was little merit in harboring anger towards a junior of humble origins. The lack of insight on the part of the other indicated a narrow perspective, rather than flaws in the medicinal bath formulas themselves. Adjusting his mindset, he acquiesced and took his place beside Qi Leiguang, directing their gaze downward to indicate the true location of the medicinal bath recipes. Have the little beast move further to the left. That is my private meditation chamber, within which lies the genuine top-tier formulas I have crafted through my life's blood. The Holy Sun and Holy Maiden also employed this very set of prescriptions during their medicinal baths to temper their pulses. Upon hearing this, Qi Leiguang nodded and maneuvered the little creature around Ning Fan, drawing his attention before swiftly following the path outlined by Sun Qiyuan. Meanwhile, in the herb garden below, Ning Fan placed the few formulas back on the table, feeling a sense of disappointment. Based on his clear understanding of medicinal principles, if he were to proceed with these formulas for the medicinal bath, he could at most enhance his physical body by about 30%. Such an increment was far from sufficient to achieve the standards of an unparalleled foundation. It simply did not add up. How could an esteemed sect like Taiyi True, with a legacy spanning millions of years, possess medicinal bath formulas of such limited caliber? It appears that either the esteemed elder of the medicinal garden took the precious prescription with him during the sect's retreat, or I have yet to discover the appropriate storage location. Ning Fan stroked his chin, contemplating deeply. Suddenly, he sensed a peculiar movement at his feet. Looking down, he saw the scrap iron creature, a small Xianxia, circling around his pant leg, its 4 round paws flailing chaotically, nearly causing it to topple over, while a broken broomstick tail swayed incessantly. Iron. Is this creature attempting to capture my attention? Ning Fan recalled the earlier instance when the Xianxia had guided him, and his eyes brightened with realization. This puppet beast, crafted by an unknown artisan, though outwardly unattractive, possessed a commendable intellect and clearly understood the sect far better than he. A mere outer disciple. With this thought, Ning Fan promptly instructed the small Xianxia to lead the way. The creature, indeed comprehending his command, wobbled towards a narrow path leading into the hall. After a series of twists and turns, the duo finally arrived at Sun Qiyuan's quiet chamber. A rich aroma of herbs enveloped him upon entering. However, after acquiring the talent of the transparent medicinal heart, Ning Fan found the scent of the herbs remarkably pleasant, soothing his spirit entirely. Kaka. The scrap iron Xianxia approached a corner of the chamber, attempting to lift its paw to touch a drawer. Yet, as it raised its round paw, it immediately lost its balance. The joints creaked with a rusty sound, and the entire body trembled uncontrollably, soon ending up sprawled awkwardly. Ning Fan couldn't help but laugh at the sight. He first picked up the small Xianxia, adjusted its 4 short legs, and set it aside before opening the drawer. Inside lay a prescription, quietly resting. Indeed, the small Xianxia truly understood his thoughts. A wave of joy surged in Ning Fan's eyes as he began to meticulously study the formula. The 9-turn golden dragon soup, with the primary ingredient being a millennia-old Jinwu vine, 9 drops of cold moonjade essence, and auxiliary ingredients comprising 1 tael of qinglong, wood heart shavings, and 7 qian of falling raingold sand. When brewed, this potion, steeped over the years, could open the hidden meridians of the body, ensuring ample vitality and increasing strength by at least 70%. Before long, Ning Fan finished perusing the entire medicinal bath formula, a contemplative expression crossing his face. To be frank, this prescription was indeed formidable, far surpassing those found in the outer hall, aligning perfectly with the standards of a top-tier sect. However, in Ning Fan's eyes, it still bore imperfections. Firstly, while it offered a 70% enhancement to the physical body, it lacked the assurance needed to forge an unparalleled foundation. Secondly, the prescription necessitated prolonged immersion, a slow and meticulous process. Yet, Ning Fan was acutely aware that he did not possess the luxury of time. Were it not for the impending cataclysm expected in 3 years, he could indulge in his cultivation without haste or anxiety. Yet, the harsh reality was that if he did not diligently pursue his training, he would undoubtedly meet his demise 3 years hence. Ning Fan was resolute. He did not wish to perish. Having just glimpsed the enchanting and magnificent side of this world, and having just experienced the exhilarating joy of possessing extraordinary power, how could one succumb to some trivial catastrophe? Thus, he felt an urgent need, an intense urgency. This course of action would not suffice. A solution must be devised. Ning Fan paced back and forth, deep in contemplation. After a few moments, a bold idea suddenly took shape in his mind. Gripping the recipe for the medicinal bath tightly, his eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance. Since none of these formulas are suitable for me, why not compose an even better one myself? Once this thought emerged, it proliferated within him like a rampant vine. Indeed, Ning Fan was not well versed in pharmacology, nor was he familiar with herbal medicine or spiritual plants. Yet, he possessed a unique advantage that no one else in this realm could claim: a profound understanding of medicinal principles. With this innate talent, his comprehension of herbal properties was remarkably potent, enabling him to discern the medicinal qualities of various spiritual herbs at a glance, thus allowing for effective combinations. In atop Baichao Peak, what kind of celestial plants and spiritual herbs could one not find? They could undoubtedly support Ning Fan's ambitions. Hence, the more he contemplated this plan, the more feasible it appeared to him. Ultimately, he hesitated no longer, returning the recipe to the drawer and striding out of the quiet chamber. Excellent. I shall create a one-of-a-kind formula capable of establishing an unparalleled foundation. His ambitious shout resonated through the mountain peaks. In the next moment, he plunged into the medicinal garden. Simultaneously, within the confines of Xianxia, countless disciples and elders stared in astonishment at Ning Fan's actions, collectively dumbfounded. What is he attempting to do? It seems he intends to compose a formula himself. How audacious is that? Both the inner and outer sect disciples were left bewildered, while the elders looked on in stunned silence, speechless. To disregard the ready-made medicinal bath and opt to create one himself? Is that even appropriate? Chapter 48. The martial general who does not practice martial arts, obsessed with the pharmacopoeia? He is insulting me. He is truly insulting me. In the center circle of Taiyi True, Sun Qiuan could no longer maintain his composure upon hearing Ning Fan's words. He was consumed by rage, his features contorted in indignation. The 9 turns golden dragon soup was a premier formula he had painstakingly researched for over a millennium. Its core was derived from ancient sages, infused with his own philosophies, utilizing modern spiritual herbs in place of the long-extinct ancient treasures. This was a tremendously challenging process, as each spiritual herb possessed distinct properties, and the age of each also played a significant role. He had conducted countless experiments, enduring numerous failures. Ultimately, through formidable perseverance, he succeeded in creating this flawless 9 turns golden dragon soup. Among all existing methods of medicinal baths for body refinement, he was confident that this was undoubtedly a top-tier existence. Across the vast world of powerful factions, none could surpass it. Even the medicinal baths for the Holy Son and Holy Daughter employed this very formula. The 2 individuals, utilizing their unique physiques, achieved remarkable results. At the 6th level of body tempering, their strength exceeded 400,000 pounds, a standard indicative of supreme foundations at this realm, revealing the potential of the dual saints. Alas, the final step towards the supreme foundation is exceedingly arduous. Although they met the criteria at the 6th level, the requirement of 160,000 pounds of single-arm strength at the 9th level remained unattainable, resulting in a regrettable halt. They could only enter the next realm with a quasi-supreme foundation. However, this had no relation to Sun Qiuan's formula. It was merely that they had exhausted all means without discovering a method to further enhance their physical strength. Thus, the 9 Revolutions Golden Dragon decoction remained exceptionally potent. It enabled the dual saints to reach the supreme foundation standard at the 6th level, serving as the finest testament to its efficacy. Yet, Ning Fan looked down upon even this, boldly declaring his intention to create an even better formula. How could Sun Qiyuan not be incensed? You say my casually penned formula is inferior, I can endure. But to claim that my proudest creation, the result of a millennium's toil, is lacking, this I cannot tolerate. At this moment, sect leader Pei Qingyu fell silent, unsure how to console Sun Qiyuan and at a loss for excuses on behalf of Ning Fan. He too felt that Ning Fan's current demeanor was exceedingly arrogant. It is said that every profession has its own expertise, no matter how intelligent one may be. It is impossible to master every arcane art in existence. Furthermore, Ning Fan's talent predominantly lies in his innate abilities and combat prowess. As for herbal knowledge, even Pei Qingyu, despite being the sect leader, possessed only a rudimentary understanding, gleaned from thousands of years of rich experience. He could identify common spiritual herbs and concoct simple combinations. But to expect him to independently create a medicinal bath formula based solely on this limited knowledge was utterly implausible. And how old is Ning Fan? In his early 20s? He has consumed less salt than the elders have eaten rice. How many herbs could he possibly recognize? Yet now he claims he will draft a formula superior to Sun Qiyuan's magnum opus. This is nothing short of hubris. The sect leader could no longer defend Ning Fan, and his expression bore a hint of displeasure. Su Yuwei, too, was caught in a quandary, alternating between sighs and exclamations, his face a canvas of unspoken sentiments. Ultimately, he sighed, a prodigy should possess invincible ambition, yet must not veer into blind arrogance. In fields of ignorance, feigned competence can only lead to one's own downfall. In my perspective, it is not Ning Fan's cultivation that requires nurturing, but rather his temperament. As the master of the transmission peak, Su Yuwei has never considered it sufficient merely to impart techniques and abilities. Cultivating the moral character and virtues of his disciples also falls within his purview. The Taiyi True Sect stands supreme across the realm, its dominance in the sacred domain unparalleled. Enduring for millennia due to its unwavering commitment to cultivating the moral character of its disciples. Su Yuwei's words resonate with the sentiments of many in this place. The elders and nearby true disciples all nodded in agreement. Ning Fan's actions today were indeed exceedingly arrogant. In terms of talent, he may be the best in our sect. But how deep is his understanding of herbal medicine? More importantly, he did not merely question an ordinary elder, but the master of the herb garden, Sun Qiyuan. Elder Sun's philosophy on herbs is unmatched even on a global scale. How many can compare? The 9-turn golden dragon soup is the most effective herbal bath formula I have ever encountered. Yet Ning Fan aspires to create an even better one. Such aspirations border on folly. Indeed, without this formula, how could our true disciples establish a solid foundation? The disciples murmured among themselves, all in support of Sun Qiyuan, particularly those ranked highly among the true disciples, who, like the Holy Son and Holy Maiden, had experienced the benefits of this formula firsthand. Their personal trials with the remedy only deepened their reverence for it. They could hardly fathom how a superior herbal bath formula could possibly exist beyond the 9-turn golden dragon soup. Hearing these discussions, Sun Qiyuan felt somewhat reassured. Yet his expression remained grim. With a stern countenance, he gazed downward, contemplating the disdain for his formula, lamenting that he regretted presenting it to Ning Fan. If you possess the ability, then refrain from using it. The elders exchanged glances. Ultimately, a few who had a good rapport with Sun Qiyuan decided to temporarily set aside their biases and approach him to offer comfort. After all, despite Ning Fan's grievous misstep, he was still a part of the Taiyi True Sect and a beacon of hope for the future. They could not allow discord to arise between the two before they even met. Their previous reproaches of Ning Fan stemmed from Sun Qiyuan's anger and need for validation. Now that his ire had subsided, it was time to shift their tone and stabilize the situation. An elder from the 100 Herbs Peak spoke first. Son, my brother, Ning Fan has indeed been a bit arrogant, but he is merely young, originating from humble beginnings with limited perspective. It is only natural for him to stumble upon sudden success and create some blunders. Why should you stoop to his level? Rather, let us guide him back to the proper path of herbal bathing with the 9-turn golden dragon soup. Seeing a fellow disciple, he was on good terms with offer counsel. Sun Qiyuan was exasperated and sighed. Here we go again with this line of reasoning. Very well. I shall grant him this one reprieve, Qi. As he spoke, he gestured to Qi Lei Guang, who understood and prepared to manipulate a small puppet beast to guide Ning Fan back onto the right track of herbal bathing. However, Just as he lowered his head, he became momentarily stunned. Others, noticing his reaction, turned their gazes downward in unison, also falling into a state of bewilderment. At this moment, Ning Fan sat amidst the towering stacks of books in the grand hall of the apothecary garden, engrossed in a volume entitled Detailed Exegesis of Spiritual Herbs. His demeanor exuded the earnestness of a dedicated student of herbalism, leaving the elders in a state of astonishment. How could it be that a prodigy with the talent of the 9th tier of the scripture repository, who should be immersed in the pursuit of cultivation, was instead captivated by a pharmacopoeia? This recipe could very well lead to one's demise. Are you truly studying? Sun Qiyuan exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Ning Fan was serious. He had actually ventured into the side hall to peruse the text. The book Detailed Exegesis of Spiritual Herbs was authored by him, and he had never intended for it to be seen by outsiders. Its content was rather haphazard, written spontaneously and whimsically. Elder Xianxia of the 100 Herbs Peak had once casually flipped through a few pages, only to rub his forehead and earnestly advise his junior brother Sun, "You must absolutely refrain from writing books, otherwise those who attempt to read them may very well wish to do you harm." The disorganized nature of the writing was indeed a source of frustration for the average reader. Sun Qiyuan had acknowledged this truth and had never shared the book with anyone. Yet now, witnessing Ning Fan's earnest engagement with the text, his expressions ranging from moments of sudden enlightenment to unrestrained joy, left Sun Qiyuan utterly perplexed. Did Ning Fan not find his writing obscure and convoluted? How could he derive such enjoyment from it? Sun Qiyuan murmured to himself, his emotions a tangled web. Just moments ago, he had been incensed by Ning Fan's presumptuousness and impudent remarks. But now, seeing the genuine delight on Ning Fan's face as he read his work, he found it difficult to maintain his anger. "Junior brother Sun, it seems Ning Fan truly understands you," Elder Xianxia remarked with a chuckle as he approached. Sun Qiyuan's expression shifted at this observation, and he scoffed. "If he truly comprehended me, he would not have dismissed my recipe as ineffective." "I believe you simply cannot relinquish your pride," Xianxia pointedly replied. The other elders, overhearing this exchange, erupted into laughter. Ning Fan was indeed an intriguing character. First, he had spoken with reckless bravado, nearly infuriating Sun Qiyuan. Yet in an instant, he was deeply engrossed in the very text that had evoked such ire. Though detailed exegesis of spiritual herbs had never been publicly displayed, a few elders who worked alongside Sun Qiyuan at 100 Herbs Peak had briefly perused it. However, they could hardly endure more than 2 or 3 pages before hastily returning it, a testament to the book's formidable complexity. Yet here was Ning Fan, finding genuine delight in a work that others deemed distasteful. Was it not a clear indication that he grasped Sun Qiyuan's intended message? He was undoubtedly a rare, kindred spirit. Thus, the onlookers exchanged knowing smiles, pondering whether Sun Qiyuan should feel vexed or elated at this unexpected turn of events. Nevertheless, the art of herbalism is vast and profound. Even Master Sun's disciple took over a millennium to achieve mastery. In Ning Fan's view, what possible benefit could there be in his current endeavors? Did he truly aspire to surpass Master Sun and create his own formulas? After jesting, Xianxia found himself perplexed. With Ning Fan's intellect, it was inconceivable that he could not grasp the underlying principles. Particularly after perusing detailed analysis of spiritual herbs, he ought to recognize the inherent challenges. Why then did he linger in the library? Xianxia was baffled. Meanwhile, the disciples of the sect were equally bewildered. What was Ning Fan up to? Initially, they assumed he was making grandiose claims, but turned out he was merely studying on-site. Goodness, was Ning Fan's reading speed truly that rapid? Had he already finished detailed analysis of spiritual herbs? And was he now picking up another book? Surely, he could not genuinely intend to create a body-refining formula. How could that be possible? The top-tier temperature formulas were closely guarded secrets, the culmination of generations of effort. If Ning Fan could develop a recipe superior to Elder Sun's, I would gladly gnaw on the floor tiles of the Holy Maiden Palace. How could this disciple be so deceptive? The disciples buzzed with discussion. Ning Fan's actions were nothing short of astonishing. There he sat, cross-legged amidst a pile of books, reading at an extraordinary pace. It was as if he were reading 10 lines at once, swiftly flipping through each page of a scroll before immediately grasping the next volume. This was not mere skimming. It was a unique talent of his. He had always been a rapid reader. Regardless of the material, he could absorb the essence of every word with remarkable precision. At this moment, while he intended to savor the knowledge of spiritual herbs, The constraints of time compelled him to rely on this extraordinary gift. As Ning Fan devoted himself wholly to his studies, the world around him seemed to come to a standstill. Days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, apart from the essential nourishment he required, Ning Fan remained engrossed in books and engaged with numerous spiritual herbs in the medicinal garden. Within the Taiyi True ruins, the other disciples were utterly astonished. Initially, they were collectively convinced that Ning Fan was indulging in fanciful delusions. The notion of creating a top-tier medicinal bath formula or conducting on-site learning appeared to be nothing more than an elaborate dream. Notably, Ning Fan's so-called study was essentially a haphazard flipping of pages. It should be noted that Elder Sun's works were meticulously handwritten, devoid of any shortcuts through jade slips. Any observer would have to learn word by word. How could Ning Fan be so casual in his approach? However, as 3 days elapsed, they observed that Ning Fan had not vacated the library, continuing to maintain that remarkable pace of reading, his expression earnest. In that moment, they found themselves engulfed in confusion, even questioning their own judgments. Could it be that this individual was genuinely acquiring knowledge about herbalism? Especially since Ning Fan had, on multiple occasions, entered the medicinal garden, earnestly comparing various spiritual herbs and plants. That appearance strikingly resembled the disciples of Baichao, Peak, diligently studying herbal medicine. This state of affairs persisted until the 4th day, when a transformation finally occurred. On this particular day, Ning Fan closed the last book, closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment, and began to write on a blank sheet of paper. His pen moved as swiftly as the wind, akin to dragons and serpents dancing wildly. In a short while, he had penned a formula on the paper. Simultaneously, within the Taiyi True ruins, a group of elders watched intently. Among them, Sun Qiuan had fixed his gaze on Ning Fan the moment he began to write. Now, as he read the characters aloud, he spoke in a deep voice. 3 fire separation Zhu fruits, 9 drops of Xianming True water, 1 earth vein, purple lingji, 2 ounces of Qinglong wood heart shavings, 5 qian of white tiger sharp gold sand, and 1 pair of golden-winged celestial silkworm exuviae. With each recitation, his voice grew softer. The other elders sensed something amiss and turned to him, inquiring, "Sun Shidi, what is your assessment?" Sun Qiuan's expression grew increasingly grave, tinged with anger. After a deep breath, he suddenly exclaimed, "Absurd! What kind of prescription is this? If one were to bathe in this concoction, I fear no one would survive." What? All present were taken aback. Sun Qiuan proceeded to refute each element point by point. The fire separation Zhu fruit is a fire attribute, supreme yang spirit fruit. Consuming it will scorch the meridians. The Xianming True water is a water of extreme cold. Contact with it can freeze marrow and solidify the soul. When these two are used in a potion, they require special spiritual herbs for balance. They must never coexist in a single formula. Otherwise, their convergence will create chaotic spiritual currents, severing the meridians. As for the golden-winged celestial silkworm exuviae, it is a highly toxic substance. Ordinary body tempering requires gentle medicinal guides, yet this is akin to a knife scraping bone, causing unbearable pain and disrupting the flow of blood and qi. The sharp gold energy in the white tiger sharp gold sand can indeed open the orifices, but when combined with Qinglong wood heart shavings, it results in gold overcoming wood, injuring the liver meridian. Upon hearing Sun Qiuan's explanations, the faces of the elders changed dramatically. If Ning Fan truly employed this prescription for a medicinal bath, would it not endanger his life? Could it be that such a prodigy was destined to fall in such a dramatic manner? Chapter 50. How could someone so seemingly ordinary possess such confidence? This was no mere prescription. It was evidently a recipe for poison. Su Yue was in a state of panic, anxiously pacing back and forth. Over the past few days, they had attempted to use the puppet beast to establish contact with Ning Fan, yet all efforts had proven futile. He had become utterly immersed in the study of herbal medicine, oblivious to the world outside. Each day, his focus was solely on books related to herbs and the various spiritual plants in the medicinal garden. The elders, witnessing this scene, felt helpless. They could only allow him to continue, thinking that after a few fruitless attempts, he would abandon his pursuits and dutifully resort to using Sun Qiuan's prescription for body tempering. After all, the path of herbal medicine was not something one could master easily, not to mention the countless varieties of spiritual herbs in this vast world. Merely grasping the nuances of their ages was enough to confound 99% of people. Before me lies a spirit herb, And while merely identifying its name is not particularly impressive, discerning its age at a glance truly demonstrates remarkable skill. Furthermore, the value of age is not a matter of duration alone. One must understand that the vastness of the universe harbors spirit herbs with an array of peculiar effects. Some herbs possess their highest worth precisely at the moment of their inception, while others require a millennium or even 10,000 years to be deemed suitable for medicinal use. In the realm of concocting a body refinement bath, the age requirements for the ingredients are exceedingly stringent, often demanding precision down to the specific day. An excess or deficiency of a single day can profoundly influence the final outcome. Thus, faced with such formidable challenges, many were convinced that Ning Fan would not produce anything of significance. However, contrary to their expectations, he did not create a body refinement formula. Instead, he inadvertently devised a top-tier poison formula. What a predicament! If Ning Fan were to continue down this path and use this formula for bathing, he might very well endanger his own life. Ning Fan is a prodigy of unparalleled talent, a once-in-a-million genius within the sect's ranks, possessing the aptitude of the 9th level of the scripture pavilion. To perish so absurdly in a medicinal bath due to a lack of guidance would be a profound embarrassment. Future generations examining this chapter of sect history would surely find it laughable. A prestigious sect, a body of a myriad of esteemed individuals. How could one fall victim to their own folly in such a manner? The elders of this generation would undoubtedly find themselves ridiculed for failing to supervise a mere body refinement disciple. Hence, after Ning Fan penned this prescription, the members of the sect were thrown into a state of alarm. Sun Qiuan was both furious and indignant, first chastising Ning Fan for his lack of discernment in discarding the esteemed formula of the 9 transformations golden dragon soup in favor of his reckless experimentation. Then, he was enraged by Ning Fan's obliviousness in crafting such a lethal formula, all the while taking pride in it. In the midst of his anger, he felt a tinge of urgency. After all, those who delve into the art of herbal medicine possess a healer's compassion. He could not bear to witness a life extinguished due to a mere miscalculation in medicine. He must intervene and prevent Ning Fan at all costs. At this critical juncture, Sect Master Pei Qingyu issued a stern command. Ning Fan is his chosen disciple, a figure of great promise for the future of Taiyi True Sect. There must be no missteps on his path of cultivation. Even the usually competitive senior sister, Yu Shuang, supported his decision, her typically austere visage betraying an uncommon urgency. Junior brother Qi, you must prevent Ning Fan, come what may. Her gaze was intense, leaving no room for doubt as she fixed her eyes upon Qi Leguang. The latter felt a shudder of apprehension and promptly assured her, senior sister, Sect Master, I shall do my utmost. After a period of adaptation, he had become increasingly adept at controlling the puppet beast. At this moment, he focused his mind once more to invoke the secret technique of puppetry, establishing a mental connection with the entity below. Within the grand hall of Baichao Peak, the diminutive creature, forged from scrap iron, stood upright with sudden alertness. Its eyes, encrusted with rubies, gleamed with an almost sentient light as it gazed upward at Ning Fan. Simultaneously, its rotund body charged forward, colliding with Ning Fan's lower leg. Tear, be a good little one and play by yourself. Engrossed in his formulation, Ning Fan paid no heed to the puppet creature, clutching a piece of parchment while making his way toward the door. The elders, witnessing this scene, exchanged glances of concern, their expressions darkening as they turned their eyes towards Qi Leguang. An unspoken pressure descended upon him. Gritting his teeth, Qi Leguang could only intensify his control. With a continuous flow of mental energy, the scrap iron creature flapped its tattered wings, awkwardly lifting itself into the air, closely shadowing Ning Fan in an attempt to capture his attention. Unfortunately, all of Ning Fan's thoughts were consumed by the medicinal bath formula. As he walked, he either reviewed the formula or modified it, completely oblivious to the unusual behavior of the scrap iron creature. The Li Huizhugua ranks higher than the Xianming Zhenshui among the heavenly materials and earthly treasures, thus it must not be of an excessively high vintage. Otherwise, it would entirely overshadow the latter, leading to an imbalance in the primary attributes. 1,000-year vintage would suffice. However, it seemed that the 1,000-year Li Huizhugua was scarce in the medicinal garden, predominantly yielding those of 10,000 or even 100,000 years, leaving me with little margin for error. As Ning Fan pondered while walking, he recognized that the Li Huizhugua belonged to the first tier of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, immensely precious. Each fruit, if placed in the external world, would require considerable effort from an ordinary cultivator to procure. Yet, as a top-tier force, Taiyi True cultivated a significant quantity of such fruits within their medicinal garden, most of which exceeded a millennium in age. This ultimate fire attribute material, when used alone, naturally benefits from a higher vintage. However, the current circumstances dictate otherwise. It must be blended with numerous other spiritual herbs and materials, necessitating a reduction in vintage to temper the strength of the attributes. Thus, 1,000-year vintage suffices. With 1,000-year Li Hua Zhu Gua, 9 drops of 10,000-year Xian Ming Zhen Shui, combined with a unique medicinal guide, one could effectively resolve the issues of attribute conflict and spiritual energy runaway. Within Ning Fan's mind, a clear conceptual map emerged, illuminating all the problems within the formula. As he contemplated, he arrived beneath the Li Hua tree. Turning to glance, he found the little creature still trailing him, fervently shaking its head, causing its round, rusted iron head to creak. A sense of guilt welled up in Ning Fan's heart, observing the creature's familiarity with the medicinal garden. It was likely well acquainted with Elder Sunday. Now, as the entire sect evacuated, it remained behind, diligently guarding the sect's assets, concerned that he, a mere disciple, might pilfer the Zhu Gua and face reprimand from the elders. Truly a poignant sight. Indeed, Ning Fan interpreted the creature's signals as warnings against his potential thievery. With a blend of guilt and admiration for the loyalty of this creature, he gently patted the rusted head of the little beast and remarked, "To take without permission is to steal. I understand this principle. However, dear Iron, our sect is now left with just the two of us, and this tree has become an ownerless entity. As the sole disciple of the Taiyi True Sect, utilizing it for my own purposes cannot be deemed theft." Upon hearing these words, the little beast was momentarily taken aback, its rusted head ceasing its usual swaying. Meanwhile, the high-ranking members within the Taiyi True ruins were rendered speechless. Who cares whether it is theft? Despite the clear warnings, do you not ponder if the formula you concocted is flawed? Ning Xianxia, despite his apparent ordinariness, exuded an unshakable confidence. A disciple of the true lineage was left dumbfounded, utterly unable to fathom Ning Fan's line of reasoning. It seemed easier for him to suspect that the little beast was obstructing his plucking of fruits from the herbal garden than to consider the possibility that his own formula might be at fault. One must remember, you have only studied herbal knowledge for 3 days. Prior to this, you were utterly ignorant of this field. How could you dare to brew a bath formula based on your own concoctions in such a state? Chapter 51. The final primary ingredient. A whiff of primordial purple qi. Ning Fan's overwhelming confidence left the entire sect in utter bewilderment. They could only watch as he plucked the Li Hua Zhu Gua from the tree, specifically selecting the small, green ones that were obviously unripe and of low vintage. This scene rendered many disciples speechless. An inner sect disciple sighed. Even I can discern that the quality of this fruit is poor. How could he choose to pluck it? After 3 days of herbal knowledge, does he not understand how to assess the age of spiritual herbs? Others shared similarly perplexed expressions. Ning Fan's earlier diligent study had been quite impressive, particularly his speed of reading, which led many to believe he possessed some unusual talent. However now, with a mere act of fruit picking, all was laid bare. Although identifying the age of rare materials is notoriously challenging, there are circumstances where it becomes apparent. For a fire attribute spiritual item like the Li Hua Zhu Gua, one can easily discern its age based on external characteristics such as size, color depth, and the intensity of the emitted fire attribute spiritual energy. Even a most ordinary disciple could grasp these subtleties. Yet what did Ning Fan do? He deliberately chose the unripe ones, ignoring the plump, ripe fruits entirely. Is this what it means to be proficient in the way of herbs? Both inner and outer disciples felt a sense of indignation. If he could craft a bath formula under such circumstances, then surely, so could I. Indeed, if I were to take the mantle of the true lineage, my formula would undoubtedly be 10 times superior to Ning Fan's. His reckless behavior could very well lead to his own demise. Alas, with such formidable cultivation talent, how could he be so obstinate over trivial matters? Should he truly perish in this endeavor, it would indeed set a new record for the extraordinary in the realm of bath concoctions. Why is it that while others experience a surge in physical prowess through medicinal baths, Ning Fan chooses to dissolve his own flesh in one? Is this not, in its own right, a new record? The elders can only lament that those who do not act recklessly shall not face dire consequences. The disciples are abuzz with speculation. Some express concern, others scoff, and many feel helpless. Originally, Ning Fan had garnered substantial prestige among the disciples due to his exceptional innate talent and his rapid mastery of high-tier martial arts. However, the higher one stands, the harder one falls. Ning Fan's decision to forsake diligent training in favor of concocting his own body-refining formula appears utterly foolish to onlookers. Unbeknownst to him, the prestige he had built began to wane. Many disciples quickly became disillusioned with him, perceiving the so-called hierarchy of their sect as nothing extraordinary. His foolishness bred disdain. As these murmurs spread, the news reached the outer disciples. This included Sun Qiyuan's critique of Ning Fan's formula. Suddenly, the tens of thousands of outer disciples watching the spectacle comprehended the situation. It turned out that the formula Ning Fan had so confidently devised was fundamentally flawed. Though it appeared to contain potent herbs and rare materials, their properties were incompatible, rendering them incapable of merging into a single concoction. Immersion in this brew would lead to inevitable dissolution of the body, certain death. This was not a medicinal bath for warming the meridians. It was a lethal concoction. Why then? Did Ning Fan refuse to utilize Elder Sun's formula? What was he hoping to achieve? It seems he believed his remarkable talent granted him the right to act with such arrogance. While others spent millennia mastering herbalism, he thought he could match them after merely 3 days of self-study. What folly! Look, Ning Fan has nearly gathered all the ingredients from his formula. Is he truly about to immerse himself in this deadly concoction? How astonishing! Our entire sect, with its tens of thousands, may witness a once-in-a-million-year prodigy meet his end. The outer disciples are particularly susceptible to gossip. At this moment, the number of mockers is growing, with some expressing their anger at Ning Fan's foolishness. Meanwhile, within the core circle, the elders wore expressions of deep concern, their earlier calmness utterly shattered. They watched as Ning Fan set up a large cauldron, adding the materials from his formula, their hearts trembling. Were they truly to witness an unparalleled genius stray onto a path of destruction? Little Xianxia lingered at his side, tirelessly issuing warnings through various means. Yet Ning Fan remained oblivious, wholly absorbed in his own world. This was infuriating. Alas, life and death are fated. Pei-Qingyu's heart surged with turmoil as he sighed deeply, closing his eyes, unwilling to observe the unfolding situation. Yu Ruoshuang clenched her fists tightly. She could hardly believe it. Ning Fan, who had previously displayed remarkable cleverness, was now acting foolishly at this critical moment. Could it be that he had a hidden card up his sleeve? Yu Ruoshuang pondered, yet felt it somewhat implausible. After all, that formula had been unequivocally identified as a lethal poison by Sun Qiyuan. Although Sun Shidi's cultivation was not profound, his expertise in herbalism was of the highest caliber in this realm. Moreover, even if Sun Qiyuan had erred in his judgment, there was still Xiaozhia at hand. As a master of alchemy, Xiaozhia, despite his differing strategies, possessed a fundamentally similar understanding of medicinal concoctions. It was inconceivable that both of them could have overlooked such a critical detail. With her confidence waning, Yu Ruoshuang found herself uncertain of whether to trust Ning Fan. Once again, it was happening. A splendid hand was being played to utter ruin. Among the onlookers, only the holy son, Xianxia, was in a state of fervent excitement. He observed the unfolding situation below, his heart racing wildly. Ever since Ning Fan had emerged, he had been embroiled in a series of reckless endeavors, yet somehow always managed to avert disaster, continually testing the resilience of his Tao heart. Now, this audacious individual was once again courting calamity by immersing himself in a toxic bath. This was truly self-sabotage. He could not fathom how Ning Fan could possibly turn the tide this time. The Holy Son's heart roared. Envisioning the moment he would reclaim his position as the foremost disciple of the sect. Meanwhile, below, at the summit of Baichao Peak, within a black gold cauldron, Ning Fan was meticulously preparing his concoction. He added 3 fire zhu fruits aged 1,000 years, 9 drops of 10,000-year-old Xianming True Water, a freshly shed golden-winged celestial silkworm, a 500,000-year-old earth vein purple Ganoderma, 2 tails of 100,000-year-old Qinglong wood core shavings, and 5 chien of white tiger shark gold sand, ultimately brewing a cauldron of medicinal soup that emanated a dark, billowing mist. At first glance, it resembled poison, especially as it bubbled with black froth over the roaring flames beneath. It was difficult to perceive this as anything but a malevolent substance, were it not for the aura of spiritual energy wafting from its surface, suggesting it was intended for bodily refinement. This concoction required a full day and night to brew, until the first rays of dawn illuminated the peak. As the sun's light cascaded over Baichao Peak, Ning Fan, who had been meditating beside the cauldron, suddenly opened his eyes. With a swift motion, he tossed a uniquely shaped piece of withered wood into the cauldron. This was the Wuxiang root, aged 200,000 years, possessing the remarkable ability to harmonize conflicting medicinal properties, ensuring a perfect balance among all the ingredients. Additionally, it had a most potent capability. When fused with the Fire Zhu fruit, Xianming True Water, and Earth Vein Purple Ganoderma, it could generate a strand of enigmatic power, thus attracting a wisp of primordial purple energy. This extraordinary ability was revealed to Ning Fan through the insights gained from his understanding of alchemical principles. He was uncertain whether anyone in this world was privy to such secrets, for there was no record of it among the many tomes within Medicinal Garden's Grand Hall. The primordial purple energy, a manifestation of the world's fundamental essence, lies concealed within the void, becoming most volatile at the dawn of the first sun. Through unique techniques, one can harness it. This strand of primordial purple energy constitutes the final essential ingredient in my medicinal bath formula. At this moment, Ning Fan sensed a potent and mysterious aura descending from the horizon, permeating countless miles and merging with the medicinal concoction. A gleam of determination flashed in his eyes as he stripped off his garments and leaped into the cauldron. Chapter 52. The entire sect trembles as he utilizes the essence of heaven and earth as medicine. With a splash, as Ning Fan plunged into the cauldron, the medicinal bath began to transform into something extraordinary. The seemingly dark liquid enveloped him entirely, leaving only his head exposed. An abundance of pure medicinal energy began to seep into his minuscule pores, flooding his limbs and nourishing his meridians. How intensely hot! How incredibly itchy! The warmth of the medicinal bath was unexpectedly unbearable. Ning Fan furrowed his brows deeply, panting heavily. He felt a significant transformation occurring within him the moment he entered the bath, as a torrent of medicinal energy surged through his meridians, causing considerable discomfort. This discomfort was not pain per se, but rather an overwhelming heat and itchiness, reminiscent of ants crawling inside him. The sensation was maddening, suppressing the urge to scratch. Ning Fan focused his mind. He understood that this was a sign of the medicinal bath taking effect. Experiencing discomfort was a positive indication, as it signaled the body's metamorphosis. Should he allow his mind to waver and leap from the cauldron now, all his efforts would be in vain. The Wuxiang root, aged 200,000 years, was the only one of its kind in the entire medicinal garden. In other words, this medicinal bath could not be replicated. The scarcity of ingredients was secondary. What truly mattered was that strand of primordial purple energy. Once absorbed into the bath, it would gradually transform as he soaked. Should he exit the cauldron, this purple energy would lose its protective embrace and dissipate instantly. Thus, he had to endure at all costs. Ning Fan gritted his teeth, fully aware of the critical elements within the formula he had devised. Even if countless ants gnawed at his flesh, he could not budge an inch. The Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, and three begets all things. All things bear the yin while embracing the yang, harmonizing through the interplay of energies. Ning Fan recited thoughts in his mind, constantly shifting his focus and calming his spirit. Gradually, the sensation of discomfort seemed to dissipate. His physical body, his meridians, his very essence welcomed transformation. Ning Fan did not perish. At the same moment, an uproar erupted, resonating throughout the Taiyi True ruins. Tens of thousands of disciples, both inside and outside the gates, were profoundly shaken. They had all prepared themselves for the grim spectacle of Ning Fan's corporeal dissolution, succumbing to the poisonous concoction. Indeed, many female disciples, unable to bear witness to such a cruel scene, had already closed their eyes in anticipation. Yet, the bloody scenario they envisioned failed to materialize. Ning Fan not only remained unscathed while immersed in the inky medicinal bath, but his body seemed to undergo a remarkable transformation. What on earth was happening? Had an elder son already asserted that this concoction was exceedingly toxic? All the disciples stood in a stupor, bewildered and astonished, as the clamor echoed throughout the secret realm. Meanwhile, in the circle of the sect's higher-ups, numerous peak elder leaders were equally dumbfounded. Ning Fan was alive. Elder son, what is going on? Could it be that the medicinal bath truly possesses the ability to warm the meridians? Brother Sun, you have misrepresented the situation, deceiving us to this extent. Voices rose in a cacophony, all the pressure converging upon Sun Chiyuan. He too felt the weight of the moment, beads of sweat forming on his brow, his pupils constricted, and disbelief etched across his face. This shouldn't be possible. With such a recipe, how could he possibly remain unharmed? Li Wuzuwu, Xuan Ming Zhen Shui, Dimai Zilingzi, King Lun Muxingxie, Wuxiang, Jin Wuxiang Jin. As Sun Chiyuan's mind raced, a sudden realization struck him, and he exclaimed, I understand now, it is indeed the Wu Xiang Jin. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned toward him. With an expression of fervor, Sun Chiyuan elaborated. That is the last remaining Wu Xiang Jin in the sect, planted by the 105th generation master of the medicinal garden, and it has existed for 2 million years. Ning Fan utilized this ancient Wu Xiang Jin as a guiding herb, meticulously controlling the age and quantity of the other medicinal ingredients, ultimately achieving a delicate balance that allowed the energies within this formula to harmonize and complement one another rather than clash. In his growing excitement, he gestured animatedly, while the other elders exchanged glances. Though they only partially grasped the implications, they understood the essence of what he was saying. Had Ning Fan discovered the sole path to equilibrium amidst the concoction where the medicinal properties were at odds, rendering certain death almost certain? But how had he accomplished this? It was simply illogical. Everyone was acutely aware that Ning Fan was merely an outer sect preparatory disciple, utterly ignorant of medicinal herbs and plants. His entire knowledge of herbal medicine had been gleaned from just 3 days of self-study. Surely, he could not have reached such a level of expertise in such a brief time, rivaling that of Sun Chiyuan. If that were true, it would be utterly extraordinary. 3 days of self-study equating to the rigorous study of a millennium. Was that even conceivable? The numerous peak elders found it difficult to accept this reality, their minds buzzing. Even the sect leader, Pei Qingyu, felt parched and tongue-tied. What manner of prodigy was Ning Fan? First, he had mastered a top-tier martial technique in a single day, and now he had independently devised a supreme body refinement formula in just 3 days. These events, had they not witnessed them firsthand, who could have believed it? It was akin to recounting a tale of mythology. It is indeed perplexing. I observed the spiritual energy coalescing into a mist above his head, a heat radiating from his entire being, along with a force entirely foreign to the components of this concoction. What could this signify? Suddenly, Sun Chiyuan seems to have stumbled upon another enigma, his eyes widening as he scrutinizes Ning Fan, filled with astonishment. The others, upon hearing his words, could not provide an answer and simply followed his gaze downward. It is the primordial purple chi. Just as the atmosphere grew heavy with silence, a voice unexpectedly resonated in everyone's ears. What? Sun Chiyuan was taken aback, instinctively looking up, only to hastily bow in respect upon recognizing the figure before him. It was none other than the esteemed elder, Ji Yan. He reappeared, exuding no trace of oppressive aura, resembling an ordinary mortal among the crowd. He spoke. Ning Fan has also infused an ingredient into this medicinal bath, an essence of the primordial purple chi drawn with the rise of the morning sun. Upon hearing this, all present were astounded. Pei Qingyu inquired in astonishment, is it truly possible to artificially absorb the primordial purple chi? Indeed, Ji Yan affirmed, then slightly raised his gaze, looking upward. However, his focus was not on the highest point of the secret realm, but rather penetrating through it, gazing toward the higher heavens beyond the Taiyi True ruins. The Saint King possesses the ability to seize the roots of the world for personal gain. With a mere gesture, they can acquire it. As Ji Yan contemplated, he seemed to ponder further, yet how Ning Fan achieved this remains a mystery to me. Perhaps the answer lies with the formless root. Chapter 53, The Elder's Breakdown. Ning Fan self-studies for 3 days, equating to a millennium of knowledge. The notion that a Saint King could extract the roots of heaven and earth, the primordial purple chi, was overwhelmingly transformative, leaving many elders and disciples in stunned silence. Even more astonishing was the revelation that a feat typically reserved for Saint Kings had been accomplished by Ning Fan at the mere 3rd level of body refinement. Truly inconceivable. Could the formless root indeed summon a strand of primordial purple chi into the concoction? Sun Chiyuan, Xiao Jia, and other experts in pharmacology fell into deep contemplation. The formless root, a celestial treasure from ancient times, had vanished from existence 1 million years ago. The specimen within the Baichao Peak's garden might be one of the rare few preserved in the world. Even more remarkably, this formless root had been meticulously nurtured for an astounding 2 million years. Throughout such an extensive period, countless generations of the sect's leadership had passed. Yet none had dared to pluck it. This in itself was a miracle. Two primary reasons accounted for this. First, many prevalent prescriptions or elixirs did not require the formless root. Second, even if there was the occasional need, considering that only one specimen remained, most would opt to forego its use in favor of alternative methods. After all, it was a sole survivor, having been cultivated for 1 million years. Most would hesitate to utilize it. Until today, Ning Fan, in pursuit of a medicinal bath for body refinement, decisively plucked it and swiftly refined it. The ancient root, which has endured for 2 million years, has finally met its destined conclusion. In contrast, the others exhibited little emotion regarding the spectacle. Only a few elders and disciples working in the medicinal garden felt a flicker of indignation. After all, a treasure of heaven and earth, which has existed for 2 million years and is the sole remnant within the sect, is indeed a rarity. Thus, witnessing it plucked by Ning Fan without permission left the guardians of the garden deeply pained. Even before he succeeded in his immersion, numerous disciples were cursing him internally, branding him a wastrel. To concoct a deadly potion was one thing. To jeopardize so many spiritual herbs and plants was utterly detestable. It was not until the Grand Elder Xianxia stepped forward to elucidate the matter that the sentiments of the medicinal garden's inhabitants shifted, leaving them in utter astonishment. A root of such nature possesses so many extraordinary properties. It can summon the very origins of a universe and the primordial purple chi. Had it not been for Ning Fan's demonstration today, they might have remained oblivious for a lifetime. Consequently, their previous grievances dissipated entirely. Although the root is precious, as a spiritual herb, it was destined to be utilized in medicine sooner or later, fulfilling its purpose. Now, as an aid on the path of the sect's strongest prodigy, its 2 million years of arduous growth has not been in vain. It is certain that while success is assured, certain hidden conditions must still be met, such as timing and the order of medicinal preparation. These intricacies elude even the likes of me. I can only await the opportunity to inquire directly with Ning Fan in the future, Jiyan mused, stroking his youthful visage, devoid of any beard. In response to Sun Qiyuan's words, the latter pressed his parched lips together, his mind tumultuous. Using herbs with opposing attributes as the primary ingredient, alongside toxic substances as adjuncts, not only achieved a perfect fusion of what should have clashed chaotically, but also seamlessly introduced a third principal ingredient, the primordial purple chi. To be candid, Sun Qiyuan had spent a lifetime devising medicinal formulas and had never conceived of using a strand of the world's origin as a primary ingredient. Such an idea is astounding, and the breadth of thought is remarkable. It is entirely unconfined by conventional boundaries, captivating all who behold it. Most importantly, the author of this astonishing formula is merely a novice in the realm of herbalism. His understanding of all spiritual herbs and plants stems solely from the texts he has composed. Remarkably, he lacks the guidance of a master, relying entirely on self-study. What an extraordinary talent this is. To call him a prodigy in herbalism would not be an exaggeration. Yet, this remarkably gifted individual, whose top-tier formula was criticized as a deadly poison merely 3 days ago, left Sun Qiyuan feeling an indescribable heat on his face. A wave of frustration and a profound sense of helplessness washed over him. After dedicating myself to this path for millennia, I find myself outdone in merely 3 days. He chuckled bitterly, feeling lost and disoriented, his resolve crumbling as he questioned the very meaning of his existence. Junior brother Sun, there is no need for such self-deprecation. Pei Qingyu caught a glimpse of Sun Qiyuan's condition and couldn't help but sigh deeply. He patted his shoulder and said, as I have often stated, extraordinary individuals are bound to encounter extraordinary events. Ning Fan is a once-in-a-million-year prodigy of our sect, the first mortal to transcend his own limitations. It is hardly surprising that remarkable occurrences unfold in his life. Hearing Pei Qingyu's words of solace, Sun Qiyuan felt a significant sense of relief. Meanwhile, Xiaozhia beside them rubbed his nose thoughtfully. It seemed that when Ning Fan first penned the formula, even the sect leader doubted his success. Yet now he spoke of extraordinary individuals as if it were a foregone conclusion. Nevertheless, Ning Fan was indeed exceptional. Once his medicinal bath concluded, would he not embark on the path of refining essence pills? The realm of elixirs, though varied, ultimately converges at its fundamental pharmacological principles. Given this young man's prodigious talent in herbalism, he might very well excel in alchemy as well. At that moment, Xianxia resolutely reminded himself to never underestimate him. Such a humiliating error should be borne solely by Old Sunday. He resolved to always bear in mind the principle that extraordinary individuals are bound to encounter extraordinary events. Should Ning Fan truly take up alchemy, whether he self-studied for 3 days or to devise the unique formula, all he needed was to exhibit unwavering confidence in his inevitable success. And when Ning Fan ultimately succeeded in concocting supreme elixirs, the entire sect would undoubtedly hold him in high esteem, praising his extraordinary foresight. How astute I am, he thought. Breaking into a sly grin, standing beside him, Zhongding inquired, Xiao Xixiang, why do you smile so lecherously? Oh, it's nothing. I merely recalled something amusing. Xiaoxia waved his hand, quickly regaining his composure. The others remained oblivious to their exchange, focused instead on the unfolding events below. With such a plethora of rare materials for his medicinal bath formula, and the infusion of the essence of heaven and earth, along with the primordial purple qi, the efficacy must surely surpass that of ordinary concoctions. Without question, the primordial purple qi, a treasure so rare that even we cannot obtain it. Only a sage king can. This speaks volumes of its preciousness. Indeed, such divine substances, whether utilized for alchemy, artifact refinement, or talisman crafting, would undoubtedly yield astounding results. One could only wonder how much stronger Ning Fan would become after this medicinal bath. The elders engaged in fervent discussions, their hearts brimming with curiosity and anticipation. After delivering his report, Jiyan did not linger but transformed into a flash of fire, vanishing from sight in an instant. He had returned to the depths of the Taiyi True ruins to further ponder the issue of the malfunctioning entrance. With the departure of the Grand Elder, the nearby True disciples and inner sect members felt the pressure dissipate, collectively exhaling a sigh of relief. What followed was the eruption of long-suppressed shock and astonishment. The medicinal bath formula was indeed genuine, and there was a hidden main ingredient, the primordial purple qi. This revelation detonated in their minds like a deep-sea bomb, shattering the silence with explosive impact. The Holy Sun found himself in dire straits, utterly bewildered. How could Ning Fan have once again turned the tide? What could possibly explain this? Chapter 54. Is Ning Fan's prescription capable of enhancing strength by 90%? The Holy Sun's heart was tumultuous. Initially, he regarded Ning Fan as inconsequential, merely a trifling weed. Due to certain unforeseen circumstances, Ning Fan had unexpectedly remained within the sect, thereby seizing the unparalleled opportunity to cultivate with the resources of a premier power. Naturally, such an opportunity came at a cost for an ordinary individual. After all, while it was easy to access, once the entire sect emerged from the secret realm, they would have to face the wrath of numerous elders. Thus, in the Holy Sun's eyes, Ning Fan was initially nothing more than a trivial clown. That perception shifted dramatically when Ning Fan first showcased his extraordinary talent in the scripture pavilion, ascending to the 9th level with remarkable speed, prompting the sect leader to bestow upon him a rank. The sight left the Holy Sun and others dumbfounded, instilling within him a profound sense of crisis for the first time. However, a report from a lower elder of the transmission peak introduced a twist. There was an error in the formation of the scripture pavilion. Ning Fan's talent was suspected to be a facade. This unexpected turn of events allowed the Holy Sun to breathe a sigh of relief, thinking that indeed, it was absurd for an ordinary body to ascend to the 9th level of the pavilion. Yet, shortly thereafter, Yu Ruo Shuang publicly displayed affection with a heavenly grade jade slip, which served to substantiate Ning Fan's genuine talent. Just as the Holy Sun began to exhale, he was once again choked by this unexpected development. From that moment onward, it seemed that every incident surrounding Ning Fan was a deliberate mockery, fraught with twists and turns. When Ning Fan employed the refinement technique on the 9th level of the pavilion, he incited the wrath of the Grand Elder. Just as the entire sect believed his demise was imminent, a miraculous golden lotus emerged and auspicious light descended. Astonishingly, the refinement technique succeeded. He ambitiously chose the 5 Mountains True Form Fist as his martial skill, despite the elders' relentless attempts to obstruct him, all in vain. Just when despair engulfed everyone, believing Ning Fan was destined to take a misguided path, he astonishingly cultivated the heavenly grade martial skill to minor perfection in just one day. Now, having devised his own medicinal bath formula, he was singled out by the elder of the medicinal garden as a poison. It was thought that this time, he would surely perish under this supposed poison. But what was the outcome? This fellow miraculously survived once more. The formula not only lacked toxicity, but also incorporated a trace of primordial purple energy, greatly enhancing its efficacy. Such scenes, one after another, left the Holy Sun utterly devoid of options. His eyes dulled. He found himself questioning life, pondering his future path. Was he destined to be overshadowed by Ning Fan for eternity? To hold the title of Holy Sun, yet lack the standing of the sect's foremost disciple? In that moment, Xianxia felt defeated, as insignificant as an ant. Surrounding him were the praises of numerous true disciples and inner sect members for Ning Fan. These voices soon spread like waves across the sea. The news also spread to the outer sect. 120,000 outer disciples, including elders and stewards, were left in utter astonishment after hearing the facts presented by the Grand Elder Jian within the core circle. It turned out that Ning Fan's medicinal bath formula was remarkably powerful. This was not merely a matter of perfectly balancing various medicinal properties. He could even infuse it with a strand of primordial purple energy, which was simply inconceivable. Countless disciples were left dumbfounded. Goodness gracious! Using the essence of the world as the main ingredient, Ning Fan is truly formidable. Elder Sun has proven inadequate. He couldn't comprehend it himself and misled us. Who claimed this was a toxic formula? If it were indeed toxic, I would request 10 doses to test it myself. Has Ning Fan ever studied herbal medicine? Certainly not. Otherwise, what would he be reading? So, in just 3 days, Ning Fan has achieved such mastery in the art of herbalism. I thought he was merely putting on a show, but it turns out he was genuine. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Truly, a celestial being incarnate, the reincarnation of the medicine ancestor. An endless wave of astonishment resonated, as countless disciples were awestruck by Ning Fan's advanced techniques. With the strength of a mere mortal, he has seized a strand of primordial purple energy. This event was beyond comprehension, reaching the pinnacle of absurdity. It provided immediate, rational explanations for all of Ning Fan's previous enigmatic actions. Simultaneously, new questions arose. This formula, with primordial purple energy as its main ingredient and 200,000 years of wuxiang root as the guiding herb, along with other top-tier medicinal materials, what would its effects be? It is known that the finest formulas for body tempering in the world can generally enhance physical strength by around 70%. For instance, the 9-transformation Golden Dragon decoction written by Sun Qiyuan achieves such effects. Currently, Ning Fan's formula must surely surpass this. Just how potent could it be? Disciples from both inner and outer sects were filled with curiosity. Even the elders and stewards engaged in discussions. Given the essence of the world as an ingredient, the effects cannot be measured by ordinary standards. I estimate it must enhance strength by around 100%. 100%? Wouldn't that mean a doubling of strength? This seems implausible. In the realm of body tempering, only at the 3rd, 6th, and 9th levels can 1's strength be doubled through cultivation. Historically, there has been no record of any lower realms achieving a doubling of physical strength through external means. Indeed, 100% seems exceedingly difficult. Perhaps 90% would be more plausible. To enhance 1's power by 90% through a medicinal bath would be unparalleled in the world. Enough to drive various factions into a frenzy. But what good is frenzy? The guiding herb in this formula is wuxiang root. This spiritual herb has become extinct. In other words, this medicinal concoction is the last pot in existence. With Ning Fan's talent, I believe that if he desires, crafting another formula of equal caliber would not pose a challenge. The crowd continued their idle chatter. Amidst the murmurs of speculation, it has been widely concluded that the efficacy of the concoction prepared by Ning Fan is estimated to be at an impressive 90%. This expectation is exceedingly high. The number 9 symbolizes the pinnacle, representing the ultimate limit of enhancement within the minor realms of body refinement. As for achieving a full 100%, history has shown that no individual has ever accomplished such a feat. Even Ning Fan himself, during his initial forays into the realms, fell short of this ideal. When he first entered the body refinement stage, his single arm strength was an impressive 18,000 pounds. Subsequently, through diligent practice of the body refinement techniques and utilizing a cloud dream carp as sustenance, he honed his strength to an astounding 26,000 pounds. However, he was still far from doubling his power. Later, with the benefits derived from breakthroughs in his realm, he enhanced his strength to 33,000 pounds. To achieve a doubling of physical strength solely through his own efforts, he would need to reach a benchmark of at least 66,000 pounds. Naturally, this was beyond his capabilities. After prolonged battles within the Lihong Valley, he had only managed to attain 54,000 pounds. Ultimately, it was through the unique effects of the third tier of body refinement that he realized the coveted doubling of his strength. Therefore, to expect such an enhancement without a breakthrough in the minor realms was utterly implausible. Ning Fan had not succeeded in his previous attempts, and thus, no one anticipated success in this third endeavor. Chapter 55. The efficacy of 12 times, lifting a cauldron with one hand at 230,000 pounds. Atop Baichao Peak, unbeknownst to Ning Fan, the secret realm above, stretching across the heavens, was once again abuzz with commotion because of him. At this moment, he was deeply engrossed in meditation, wholly focused on his cultivation. Immersed within the great cauldron, the dark potion simmered, heated by flames beneath, occasionally releasing bubbling effervescence. From a distance, one might mistakenly believe that Ning Fan was being boiled alive. Yet, he remained oblivious to it all, calm and composed. After all, Ning Fan was no ordinary individual at this stage. The ability to wield a weight of 108,000 pounds with a single arm signified his unparalleled physical prowess. The typical extremes of heat and cold posed no threat to him. Even if he were to leap into a cauldron of scalding oil, he would navigate it with the ease of a leisurely bath. The bubbling potion facilitated bodily absorption, and tendrils of medicinal energy continuously penetrated his body through the minuscule openings of his pores. Every limb and organ, every sinew and cell was saturated, with his meridians experiencing the most profound effects. At present, all of Ning Fan's hidden meridians had been fully unsealed. The primordial purple energy had completely entered his body, coursing through his channels. Through the power of the medicinal bath, it gradually transformed into an enhancement for his entire system. Ning Fan's exterior had already begun to change. Although the immersion in the potion obscured his awareness of his condition, should he rise from the cauldron, he would discover that every meridian in his body was prominently displayed, with bulging veins resembling great serpents winding across his form. This was the remarkable effect of the medicinal bath, warming his meridians. The various methods for body refinement, as summarized by the wise sages of the human race, each possessed distinct emphases. These include medicinal baths for warming the meridians, elixirs for nourishing the flesh, fire melting to bond with blood, cold waters for bone tempering, and heavenly thunder for forging the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Each of these practices corresponds to the cultivation of specific bodily parts, while the enhancement of the physical body is merely a supplementary benefit. The true essence lies in the fortification of the targeted area. The medicinal baths for warming the meridians serve to strengthen the channels of energy, opening up the hidden meridians throughout the body, particularly the major pathways that traverse the entire being, nurturing them to an optimal state. This results in a connectivity akin to that of steel cables, binding every inch of flesh and blood. The advantages derived from this practice are profound and far-reaching. It can be asserted that practitioners who have undergone the medicinal baths during their body refinement phase possess a foundational strength that surpasses that of their peers. This advantage is not solely in terms of raw power. It also significantly enhances their chances of overcoming the 3 great shackles in the future. Take, for instance, the Nirvana shackle. An ordinary practitioner who has only engaged in conventional cultivation and has never experienced supplementary body refinement methods stands little chance of successfully achieving nirvana. The likelihood of failure is exceedingly high, with the risk of complete annihilation looming, necessitating the preparation of life-preserving elixirs. Even if fortune smiles upon them and they manage to survive, the lack of foundational strength would likely result in severe damage to their roots, rendering them nearly incapable of attempting to break through the nirvana shackle again. Conversely, practitioners who have utilized auxiliary body refinement techniques enjoy a markedly different experience. When confronting the nirvana shackle, not only do they possess greater confidence, but even in the event of failure, their foundational integrity remains largely intact. Their meridians, flesh, bones, and internal organs have all been fortified in advance, establishing an exceptionally solid foundation. A mere consumption of some elixirs would suffice to restore any losses, allowing them to persist in their attempts to achieve nirvana. Consider the example of the Holy Sun, Xianxia. He has encountered failure once, yet emerged largely unscathed. A testament to the rigorous application of all auxiliary body refinement methods during his refinement phase. The internal structure of his body has long transcended that of ordinary individuals, enabling him to effortlessly attempt a second breakthrough against the nirvana shackle. The failure of Xianxia, a holy son endowed with a rare, sacred body, during his initial attempt at nirvana underscores the formidable nature of the shackle. Even the most exceptional among mortals find this challenge daunting, let alone the multitude of ordinary practitioners. For the vast majority of cultivators, the nirvana shackle represents an insurmountable chasm. Many reach the pinnacle of the divine forging realm. Yet to ascend to the purple mansion is a feat reserved for those who possess extraordinary qualities and profound blessings. At present, Ning Fan remains unaware of the intricacies within the nirvana shackle. His singular desire is to grow stronger, prompting him to embrace various auxiliary body refinement methods to catalyze his ascension in strength. With complete dedication, he sits in meditation, immersed in the medicinal bath for 7 consecutive days. As the dawn of the 7th day breaks, the once pitch-black medicinal concoction has transformed into a nearly transparent hue. This implies that the medicinal potency has nearly been absorbed, signaling a breakthrough is imminent. Ning Fan, feeling a surge of awareness, suddenly opened his eyes. The 7 days of medicinal bathing were not merely about soaking. It required the cultivation of techniques to fully absorb the medicinal essence. Thanks to the celestial grade supreme technique, the Wuji Daozong, Ning Fan wasted not a single strand of medicinal power from the cauldron. 7 days of relentless cultivation allowed his strength to gradually ascend, culminating in a resonance at the critical point of his spiritual energy just as the medicinal power was fully absorbed. As Ning Fan opened his eyes, moments later, the liquid in the cauldron erupted violently, forming a miniature wave that splashed several meters high. Ning Fan's figure leapt forth from the parted waters. He wore a disciple's robe around his waist, concealing his modesty, while his upper body remained bare, showcasing a physique sculpted as if by an artist's hand. Water droplets cascaded down his well-defined, muscular skin, and the remnants of warmth rose into the air. Within the Taiyi True ruins, a clamor erupted. "Oh, Brother Ning, how could he still be clothed in such an empty sect? Indeed, I thought Brother Ning would emerge in a more revealing manner. However, Brother Ning's physique is truly exceptionally beautiful. Those muscles are remarkably well-defined. Brothers and sisters, I dare say Ning Fan is quite the feast for the eyes." A throng of male and female disciples was captivated by Ning Fan's emergence from the bath, openly expressing their admiration with unabashed remarks. In contrast, a select few inner disciples and true heirs were less inclined towards such frivolity. They were more focused on Ning Fan's burgeoning strength. Many discerned at a glance that he had indeed made another breakthrough, contemplating the extent of his current physical enhancement. Even the elders were filled with anticipation. Ning Fan was about to test himself. Suddenly, someone spoke up, revealing that Ning Fan had stepped onto the martial arena at Baichao Peak. Clearly, he was eager to ascertain the extent of his current prowess. With a flicker of determination in his gaze, he grasped a specially crafted giant cauldron, which he had never attempted to lift before. Initially, he exerted power with both arms to hoist it overhead before switching to a single arm lift. This cauldron, forged from black sand mystic iron, weighed an astounding 230,000 pounds. Yet, Ning Fan effortlessly bore it with one arm, still possessing surplus strength. This spectacle left the onlookers in awe. The true disciples and elite inner disciples felt their hearts race in disbelief. Previously, Ning Fan's single-arm strength was measured at 108,000 pounds. Now, having broken through to the 4th layer of body tempering, he could lift a 230,000 pound giant cauldron. Did this not imply that the medicinal formula had enhanced his physique by an astonishing 120? Chapter 56. Ning Fan bestows the formula upon future generations. Titled Taiyi Daoyan Soup, a 12-fold augmentation of the physical form. How is this achieved? The assembly of elders displayed expressions of astonishment, each having traversed the arduous path of body refinement, acutely aware of the formidable challenge of honing one's foundation at this stage. Sun Chiyuan trembled for the formula he crafted. The 9 turns golden dragon soup was celebrated as a premier recipe despite achieving only 70% efficacy. His pride had stemmed from this, believing that in the realm of herbal concoctions, none could surpass his creation. Yet today, with the emergence of Ning Fan's obscure prescription, it overshadowed his life's work. It enhanced the original formula by an astounding 50%, reaching an extraordinary efficacy of 120%. This was nothing short of miraculous, shattering the highest enhancement record established since the ancients of humanity pioneered auxiliary body refinement methods. Excellent, excellent. The sect leader, Pei Qingyu, exclaimed, his eyes alight with joy, feeling an increasing admiration for Ning Fan. The other elders wore smiles of approval. Ning Fan's cultivation journey was truly a sight to behold. Not only was his progress rapid, but he also refined each minor realm to perfection. Even though he currently possessed only the 4th layer of body refinement, it seemed to those present as if an unrivaled prodigy was steadily rising. After all, his foundation was exceptionally solid. One must understand that martial cultivation is akin to constructing a skyscraper. The more stable the foundation, the higher the pinnacle that can be reached. If Ning Fan can maintain this momentum, the prospect of forging an unparalleled foundation is indeed promising. With a potency of 120%, he could effortlessly wield 23,000 jin with a single arm. Saint Sundry Yunza felt his mind swirl, his complexion pale, as his fingers dug deeply into his palm, oblivious to the pain. The brilliance of this achievement was overwhelming, rendering it difficult for him to accept. Ning Fan, endowed with the talents of the 9th level of the scripture repository and possessing extraordinary insight, practiced the Wuji Daozong, a transcendent cultivation method. Such advantages already placed immense pressure on others. Now, he excelled even further in body refinement techniques, innovating a divine formula that doubled the potency of an already formidable physique. He transcended the boundaries of a mere mortal and surpassed even the mightiest of bodies. Such brilliance truly rendered the world's other prodigies dim by comparison. Brother Ning is extraordinarily powerful. We, the Taiyi True Sect, are truly fortunate to have a talent like Ning Su. The efficacy enhancement of 120% reset the highest limit of body refinement formulas. The disparity among individuals can sometimes be more pronounced than that between humans and dogs. I too am at the 4th layer of body refinement. Yet my single-arm strength barely reaches 3,000 jin. Indeed, Ning Fan's prowess defies reason. I eagerly anticipate what heights he will achieve upon reaching the pinnacle of body refinement. Perhaps he could forge an unparalleled foundation, with a single punch exceeding 160,000 jin. The inner and outer disciples gazed in awe at the unfolding scene below, particularly those from the outer sect. Many disciples are currently at the body refinement stage, comparable to Ning Fan's realm. Thus, in comparison, the disparity is stark. A difference of 6 or 7 times is considered modest, with some even reaching tenfold. It elicits a profound sense of awe at the vast chasm between ordinary individuals and the foremost prodigies. Below, at the 100-herb peak, amidst the bustling excitement of the Taiyi True ruins, Ning Fan concluded his test in the martial arts arena, returning to the Great Hall in high spirits to enjoy a refreshing bath. He then discovered a brand new outfit of the true disciple's attire in the storeroom and donned it with a sense of surprise. How unpredictable life can be. Who would have imagined that I would one day wear the robes of a true disciple? Standing before the mirror, tidying his attire, he couldn't help but chuckle at himself. Having spent 6 months in the sect, he had always donned the gray garb of a preparatory disciple, resembling a mere servant. Each time he ventured out, he felt a pang of envy at the formal robes worn by the outer disciples. He often pondered when he might also wear such garments. Yet here he was, having leaped straight to wearing the prestigious robes of a true disciple. Indeed, he looked quite the part. After arranging his clothing, Ning Fan clasped his hands behind his back and began to contemplate serious matters. The medicinal bath for body refinement proved to be remarkably effective. However, with only one wuxiang root aged 2 million years, this formula could not be replicated. Thus, this singular opportunity to enhance his abilities through the medicinal bath was all he had. Fortunately, a pleasant surprise awaited him. The power of the primordial purple energy was formidable, and he had yet to fully refine it. Residues still lingered within him, and as he continued his cultivation, he could harness this energy to further aid in body refinement. Moreover, within the medicinal garden, there was an abundance of heavenly materials and treasures, as well as spiritual herbs and plants. With his transparent medicinal heart, he could easily discern the efficacy and age of each specimen. Consequently, he had conceived a plan. In his cultivation at the 4th layer of body refinement, He could utilize the heavenly materials and treasures from the medicinal garden, combined with the flesh and blood of high-tier demonic beasts from the canteen at the Beast Peak, to concoct nourishing dishes. By fully utilizing the effects of the purple gifted meat, he could promote the growth of his vitality, thereby facilitating a smoother transition through the fourth layer of body refinement. Of course, the results would not compare to those of the medicinal bath, as the 12-fold enhancement of the physical body was indeed extraordinary, and Ning Fan was uncertain if he could replicate it. Nonetheless, this formula represented the first concoction he had ever created in his life, and he decided to document it for the benefit of future generations. Ning Fan had determined his forthcoming cultivation process, and, casting a glance at the ink, brush, paper, and inkstone before him, felt an irresistible urge. He approached, dipped his brush in ink, and began to write with the swiftness of the wind. I, Ning Fan of the Taiyi True Sect, today compose a formula for the tempering bath of the body. The principal ingredient is 3 fire ruby fruits, aged 1,000 years, complemented by 9 drops of true water from the Xianming River, aged 10,000 years. The auxiliary components include a single purple spirit mushroom from the earth's veins, aged 500,000 years, 2 tails of qinglong, with shavings, aged 100,000 years, and 5 qian of white tiger's sharp gold sand from the past year, along with a complete set of golden-winged celestial silkworms newly shed. These ingredients should be placed in the furnace in the order mentioned and refined with the earth's fire. Once the concoction is complete, a full-body immersion will forge the flesh through 9 transformations, empowering it to rival the mountains and rivers, augmenting the foundation by 90%. Furthermore, should one acquire a root of the Wuxiang variety, aged 2 million years, it may unveil hidden paths. At the moment of the sun's first rise and the arrival of purple qi from the east, transform the root into a guide, linking it to a thread of the primordial essence of heaven and earth. After entering the concoction, it could reverse fate, allowing the efficacy to reach 12-fold, enabling even a mortal body to stand shoulder to shoulder with the ancient relics. This formula is named Taiyi Daoing Decoction, born from the insights gained on the path to enlightenment, bestowed upon future generations of the fated. May the lineage of humanity flourish, and may prodigies emerge in abundance. In the 97,000 years of the true Xian era, Ning Fan inscribed this at the herb garden on Baichao Peak. Chapter 57. The most luxurious method of cultivation. Zhong Ding and Sun Qiyuan wept in pain. As Ning Fan completed his final stroke, he nodded slightly and placed the formula into a jade box, positioning it prominently on the bookshelf. He pondered the impending calamity that would unfold 3 years hence, uncertain of the spectacle it would present. If it were merely a threat to living beings, perhaps this formula could indeed be preserved, shining brightly countless millennia into the future. A soft sigh escaped Ning Fan's lips. The approaching disaster loomed large, leaving the world unaware of its destined fate. Though he struggled for his own survival, leaving behind this formula was but an impulsive act, a gesture he deemed fitting after traversing a fantastical realm and becoming a disciple of the Taiyi True Sect. Having accomplished this task, he delayed no longer and ventured into the herb garden to gather several fine spiritual herbs before making his way directly to the dining hall of the 10,000 Beast Peak, preparing for the day's cultivation meal. Meanwhile, within the vast secret realm above, when the entire sect witnessed Ning Fan pen the formula and leave it on Baichao Peak, they were filled with profound respect. Particularly, Sun Qiyuan trembled with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. The other elders shared in this sentiment, all captivated by Ning Fan's actions. No one had anticipated such selflessness. Rather than hoarding the formula for himself, he chose to disclose it for the benefit of future seekers. This level of altruism is truly remarkable. It is worth noting that although they had glimpsed the formula during its initial drafting, that version was incomplete, lacking critical details such as the order of placing ingredients in the furnace and the duration of the refining process. However, this current formula rectified those omissions. He even penned secrets unknown to them. For instance, this formula does not require the use of the elusive Wuxiang root as an essential ingredient. By adhering strictly to the year, weight, and sequence of addition, one can concoct a medicinal brew with a 90% enhancement effect. As for the inclusion of Wuxiang root, it is a hidden method and a variant of the Taiyi Daoing decoction. Such profound secrets, if Ning Fan had not revealed them, they would likely remain undiscovered for a lifetime. In that moment, the numerous elders were utterly captivated. Ning Fan, as character, undeniably merits recognition within our sect. We had previously misjudged him. Indeed, earlier, witnessing him privately injecting contribution points into the token, we mistakenly believed him to be unscrupulous and insatiable. Now, it appears that all his actions were merely a matter of utilizing resources to their fullest potential. Taiyi True Sect. What an audacious name, yet the effects certainly warrant it. Henceforth, the premier warming pulse method shall originate from our Taiyi True Sect. Several elder peaks engaged in animated discussion, their gazes towards Ning Fan now infused with genuine approval and pride. Particularly, Sun Qiuan found renewed vigor for when Ning Fan left the formula. He explicitly noted its origin from the herb garden on Baichao Peak. What does this signify? It indicates that in Ning Fan's heart, he is aligned with the herb garden. He holds affection for the herb garden. When news of the divine formula, Taiyi True Sect, emerging from the herb garden spreads, who in the world would not be astonished? As the master of the herb garden, he would undoubtedly bask in its glory. Splendid. Ning Fan is indeed thoughtful. The renown of the world's foremost formula has been bestowed upon our herb garden. The more Sun Qiuan contemplated, the happier he became, excitedly grasping the hand of Xianxia beside him, who also wore a beaming smile. After all, in the signature, the 3 characters of Baichao Peak preceded the herb garden. Sun Qiuan was merely a deputy peak master. Xianxia was the true peak master. This honor was to be shared equally. However, how will Ning Fan proceed with his cultivation? Why do I see him returning to the Beast Peak? Just as the elders joyously deliberated, one elder suddenly voiced his bewilderment. Upon hearing this, the others were equally perplexed. Only Ding, as if struck by a revelation, underwent a drastic change in expression. Oh no, my meat. His face turned ashen as he looked down. Sure enough, he saw Ning Fan controlling the flying vessel, descending to the dining hall and directly heading for the storeroom. Although the storeroom was devoid of exquisite treasures like the Yunmeng carp, it still housed a considerable amount of 5th and 6th grade beast meat. Thus, Ding immediately discerned Ning Fan's intentions. Groaning, Ning Fan has brought 3 10,000-year-old heavenly materials to the dining hall. He intends to use my high-grade beast meat as ingredients to brew a pot of exquisite delicacy to enhance the body refinement effect. The tremor in his voice suggested that even speaking those words had drained him of all strength. The others, however, were oblivious to the gravity of the situation. In high spirits, Sun Qiuan even patted Ding's ample belly, chuckling. Shitty, one must possess a magnanimous spirit. Ning Fan is indeed one of our own, having recently made substantial contributions to our sect. What harm is there in indulging a little? Your words are pleasant to hear, but have you considered just how voracious this young man is? Ding let out a cold snort, taking a half-step back to shift his stomach away, and then squinted his eyes, continuing, moreover, do you think you will escape unscathed? What do you mean? Sun Qiuan was momentarily taken aback. Ding chuckled, saying, Ning Fan is clearly intent on using high-grade heavenly materials and the flesh of advanced demon beasts for cooking, and then employing the digestive refinement method to temper his physique. Yet, do not forget, he is cultivating the transcendent art of the Wuji Daozong. He requires at least 3 meals a day. I wonder how many heavenly materials and treasures you have in your medicinal garden that would suffice for him? As this explanation sank in, Sun Qiuan's mind exploded with realization. Indeed, if Ning Fan were to refine his body in such a manner, it would be extravagantly excessive. Utilizing heavenly materials and advanced demon beast flesh for 3 meals a day would be beyond the means of even the Taiyi True Sect. After all, although high-grade demon beast flesh is somewhat attainable, the more aged heavenly materials are quite scarce. These items have been accumulated through the tireless efforts of generations of elders in the medicinal garden. Some herbs were even planted over 1 million years ago and have been nurtured to this day. For Ning Fan to simply pluck them as if they were common garnishes and stew them with demon beast flesh is something that anyone would find intolerable. In that moment, Sun Qiuan felt as though his heart had been seized by an iron grip, causing immense pain. What shall we do? He clutched his heart with one hand, nearly bursting into tears. His display was even more exaggerated than Ding's. The other elders finally came to their senses, each rendered speechless, filled with sympathy. Some even felt a sense of relief, thinking it fortunate that their own peaks bore little relation to body tempering and thus remained unscathed. For instance, Li Changming from the Tiangong Peak let out a long sigh. Refining tools is no task for just anyone. It requires skill, strength, and time, none of which can be mastered overnight. Ning Fan could never possibly come to Tiangong Peak and ruin his materials. Nevertheless, one cannot help but feel sorry for Zhongding and Sun Qiyuan. It seems they are destined to have their years of accumulated resources thoroughly depleted by Ning Fan. Chapter 58. Consuming celestial delicacies, sipping divine brews, and spending the night in the sacred maiden's chamber. This meat is exquisite. I shall dine on it tonight. At the Wan Beast Peak, Ning Fan emerged from the pantry of the dining hall, cradling 3 pieces of demon beast flesh that shimmered with a mystical blue glow. Clearly delighted. These were the spinal cuts of a 6th-tier demon beast, the Xianming rhinoceros, which concentrated its essence within. The texture of the meat bore faint traces of lightning, making it an excellent ingredient for body tempering. However, this meat alone would not suffice to support Ning Fan's cultivation. Thus, he required the carefully selected heavenly materials from Baichao Peak to blend and refine them. He withdrew a 10,000-year-old 9-heart snow lotus from the jade box he carried with him. This exquisite lotus had been nurtured by the elder of the medicinal garden within an ice attribute formation, receiving meticulous care. However, Ning Fan, eager to cultivate, paid little heed to its origins and plucked it without hesitation. After all, it was a discarded treasure of the sect, and the world was on the brink of calamity. Even the finest treasures could dissolve into nothingness in such dire times. It was better to utilize it as a means of enhancement for his cultivation. Without the slightest psychological burden, he placed the snow lotus on the table for later use. Meanwhile, on the stove, a cauldron forged from a millennium of cold iron had ignited with the fires of the earth's core. With a swift motion of his hand, he sent the Shiji meat plunging into the pot, the high temperature instantly awakening the thunderous energy within the flesh, which crackled and erupted into a splendor of golden blue electric sparks. Simultaneously, the 9-heart snow lotus was cast into the mix. Upon contact with the meat, the lotus petals dissolved and swiftly crystallized into a translucent ice shell enveloping the meat, as the intertwining forces of thunder and frost surged within the cauldron. Merely witnessing this spectacle was enough to convey the extraordinary nature of the dish being prepared. Yet, the masterpiece was not yet complete. Timing it perfectly, Ning Fan tossed in 2 blood-red earth flame dragon ginseng, each also boasting 10,000 years of age. This fire attribute treasure possessed the virtues of kidney nourishment and physical enhancement. Once it entered the pot, the ginseng tendrils entwined around the ice and fire-infused meat as if animated, and the cauldron erupted in a dazzling display of red, white, and blue light. The essence of the beast and the medicinal aroma of the herbs manifested in the steam, transforming into a fierce contest between dragon and rhinoceros, while a rich fragrance enveloped the surroundings, casting a golden glow upon the beams of the dining hall. This extraordinary display persisted for nearly half an hour. Ning Fan maintained his watch over the cooking, utilizing his transparent medicinal heart talent to observe the cauldron's contents. When the moment was ripe, he extinguished the earth's core fire and ground the final treasure, the jade-scented spiritual mushroom, into powder and sprinkled it in. Suddenly, the cauldron fell silent, all visual phenomena dissipating, leaving only the rich aroma of meat. Let the feast begin. As Ning Fan inhaled the delightful scent, his appetite was stirred. Without further hesitation, he ladled himself a generous bowl and began to indulge. The Shiji meat, simmered for nearly an hour, truly melted in his mouth, the taste exquisite. Combined with the 3 precious ingredients as seasoning, the flavor was utterly divine. Simultaneously, the potent medicinal properties and the nourishment from the beast's flesh began to invigorate Ning Fan's body. With the talent of maximizing the use of meat, his vital energy surged. Muscles began to awaken, bones resonated, and his physique started to strengthen. Meanwhile, within the Taiyi True Void, everyone observed in envy. How would he be eating again? This time not only high-grade beast meat, but also using 10,000-year-old treasures as seasoning. Truly astonishing. That pot of meat was radiating 3 colors of extraordinary light. How delectable could it be? Brother Ning, I implore you to stop eating. We truly cannot bear it any longer. The voices of the disciples echoed with lamentation. They found themselves ensnared within this secret realm. Although the sect provided rations, they were merely ordinary provisions, far removed from the sumptuous feasts that Ning Fan indulged in. This fellow consumed the entirety of the sect's resources for himself, relishing exquisite delicacies and drinking ambrosial elixirs. Who could withstand such opulence? Everyone was rendered envious and bewildered. The elders, too, were wide-eyed in astonishment. Could high-grade beast meat be prepared in such a manner? A group of individuals stood transfixed. having never witnessed such a dining spectacle. Utilizing rare herbs and treasures as accompaniments, often with varying attributes, he skillfully merged multiple energies into a harmonious whole. It was utterly absurd. Zhongding, meanwhile, was swallowing hard while reconciling accounts with Sun Qiyuan, deliberating whether issues might arise from Ning Fan's method of consumption. Based on Zhongding's understanding of beast meat and Sun Qiyuan's analysis of various treasures, the two were astonished to discover that Ning Fan's approach indeed allowed for the unification of multiple energies, significantly enhancing the process of refining one's physique. It was truly remarkable. Although this method was extravagant, it proved effective. Sun Qiyuan murmured. The other elders, upon hearing this, gazed downward at Ning Fan's figure, filled with astonishment. This former outer sect preparatory disciple had, within mere days, devised such an array of body-refining techniques. Could he truly be a genius? Here, genius referred not to cultivation aptitude, but to the understanding and application of concepts. What others could scarcely fathom, Ning Fan effortlessly brought to fruition. However, the downside was that it somewhat depleted the sect's resources. Were it not for the Taiyi True Sect being a top-tier power, they would not withstand such extravagance. Nonetheless, Ning Fan was still part of their order, and utilizing some resources was hardly objectionable. At this moment, the sect leader, Pei Qingyu, spoke up. In truth, he felt a twinge of regret. After all, both high-grade beast meat and rare treasures constituted the sect's foundation. Originally intended to sustain the entire sect, they had now become Ning Fan's personal cultivation resources. Yet, what could be said now? They were trapped in a secret realm, unable to leave, and could not hinder Ning Fan. Thus, it was perhaps better to adopt a more magnanimous attitude. After all, these resources neither benefited outsiders nor were wasted. And so, the entire sect observed as Ning Fan embarked on the fourth level of body refinement in this exceedingly lavish manner. His meals, 3 times daily, adhered to such standards, and at times he even indulged in additional courses, including the occasional dish featuring top-tier spiritual herbs aged over 50,000 years. The entire sect transitioned from initial disbelief to gradual acceptance, ultimately becoming numb to the spectacle. Meanwhile, Ning Fan's physical strength surged at a terrifying pace. By the 3rd day, he could lift a colossal weight of 270,000 pounds with one arm. Yet, he still felt that something was slightly amiss. On the 4th night, after a delightful dinner, he navigated his flying vessel through the peaks, seemingly in search of something. An hour later, the vessel finally alighted upon a secluded summit. The mountain here was adorned with breathtaking scenery and abundant spiritual energy, boasting a magnificent palace. The plaque above the entrance bore the 3 majestic characters, Saintess Palace. In the realm of physical cultivation, one primarily engages in eating, practicing, and sleeping. Presently, while my nourishment and training are satisfactory, the quality of my sleep leaves much to be desired. Thus, it is high time to seek out a suitable abode. Standing before the entrance of the Saintess Palace, Ning Fan contemplated this. Meanwhile, within the Taiyi True ruins, countless disciples observed this scene, standing upright with wide eyes, their minds conjuring an absurd thought. Could it be that this fellow intends to spend the night in the Saintess's sleeping quarters? Chapter 59. How dare he exceed expectations? During the body-tempering phase, cultivation revolves around the trifecta of eating, practicing, and sleeping, with sleep holding significant importance. If one's diet and training are optimal, yet sleep is neglected, it will undoubtedly impede the growth of one's vitality. For during deep slumber, the body secretes a substantial amount of growth hormones, which serve as the core driving force for muscle synthesis. Furthermore, the recovery of the nervous system occurs during this phase. It can be asserted that as long as one has not transcended the shackles of nirvana, a cultivator remains within the realm of mortals and must adhere to the principles governing human physiology. Ning Fan currently enjoyed the finest delicacies and practiced the Wuji Daozong, with his resources fully maximized. However, he found himself lacking in the realm of sleep. The sleep referred to here is not a mere matter of finding any bed to pass the night, but rather a pursuit to nourish and enhance the physical body even during slumber. This brings to light the issue of bedding materials. Within the world, numerous extraordinary materials exist that greatly benefit the body. Constructing a bed from such materials not only soothes the mind, but also nourishes the body during sleep. I have long heard that the status of the saint and saintess is revered, with their sleeping quarters surpassing even that of many peak elders in grandeur. The saintess palace, in particular, is exceptionally opulent, with its construction materials meticulously chosen. As Ning Fan stepped inside and wandered through the vast architectural complex, he observed with curiosity. Among the tens of thousands of disciples in the Taiyi True Gate, the dual saints held the highest esteem. While he knew little of the saint's son, the name of saintess Jiang Qinghan resonated powerfully in his mind. It is said that she possesses the rare Xianxia Chaiyuan Dao body, with a strength that could even overshadow that of the saint's son. Her demeanor is characterized by indifference, dedicated solely to the path, and she is known for her relentless diligence in cultivation. To those who observe her, she appears akin to a pristine flower on a lofty peak, beautiful yet untouchable. As for her appearance, she has been lauded as an unparalleled beauty. The renowned beauty of the Central State has long captivated the hearts of countless cultivators, earning her the title of the most enchanting goddess, with various factors amplifying her reputation. It is no surprise that her fame far surpasses that of the Holy Son within the sect. However, due to his brief tenure in the sect, Ning Fan has yet to encounter this legendary saintess, leaving him curious about the true nature of her unparalleled beauty that has inspired such awe and admiration among her innumerable suitors and supporters. Regrettably, with the entire sect now vanished, he finds himself devoid of the opportunity to satiate his curiosity. Nonetheless, although the saintess herself remains elusive, the palace she inhabited day and night now stands open for Ning Fan's exploration. Presumably, he is the first man to arrive here since the palace's transformation. As he traverses the long corridor, casually surveying his surroundings, he discovers that while the palace appears vast, the habitable spaces are few. The scant rooms available are filled with feminine belongings, indicating that only maidservants reside here, with no male attendants in sight. The central hall, even more desolate, reveals only a few desks and cushions, stripped down to bare essentials. Strolling leisurely, Ning Fan eventually ascends to the second floor, where he beholds the true boudoir of the saintess. The room is spacious, its central dome adorned with delicate white gauze that drapes half-concealing a jade-colored bed. This circular bed is large enough to accommodate 2 or 3 individuals, yet only a single quilt and pillow belonging to the saintess rest upon it. Approaching the bed, he reaches out to touch its surface, discovering a coolness that is not chilling but rather soothing, gradually imparting a gentle warmth to his skin over time. This delightful sensation prompts a smile to bloom upon his lips. Indeed, the possessions of a sex saintess are extraordinary, and he feels he has found the right place. With this thought, a surge of eagerness wells within him. Just then, the fatigue from a day of cultivation envelopes him, and he reclines upon the soft bedding, sinking into its embrace. Instantly, a refreshing energy spreads from his spine to his limbs, loosening the tension in his muscles that had tightened during his practices. Even more astonishingly, the blood within him flows as if guided by an unseen hand, its pace noticeably quickening. What bliss! Unable to restrain himself, Ning Fan lets out a soft sigh of contentment as he squints his eyes in pleasure. Before his journey, he had experienced the comfort of high-end mattresses, yet none could compare to the sensation of this cold bed. It is evident that the wonders of this fantastical realm are truly unparalleled. Meanwhile, within the Taiyi True ruins above, chaos erupts. He has dared to enter the saintess's palace. Not only that, but he has ventured into her private chamber. What private chamber? It is clear he has taken her bed. Ning Fan, you shameless rogue. Ah, this is the bed of my goddess. I implore you to come down. Ning Fan, heed the counsel of your senior brothers. Previously, when you plucked heavenly herbs in the medicinal garden to prepare cold dishes, or when you roasted high-tier demonic beasts for your meals in the dining hall, your brothers merely chuckled and let it pass, for you are a member of the sect. But now, what is this about you entering the sacred maiden's chamber? Is this appropriate? The brothers truly cannot accept it. Countless pairs of eyes are fixated on the scene within the sacred maiden's quarters. Whether male or female disciples, they are seething with indignation. After all, the sacred maiden holds immense prestige within the sect. She is the first beauty of Zhongzhou, the foremost female prodigy of the holy domain, and a source of pride for the entire sect. To many, she embodies perfection. She is known for her cool demeanor and preference for solitude. With only a few handmaidens in her palace, never has a disciple or elder had the honor of visiting her chambers. Yet now, Ning Fan, taking advantage of the absence of others in the sect, not only boldly entered, but also audaciously laid upon the sacred maiden's private bed. This spectacle has stirred up a tempest of emotions among her supporters, making their blood boil with envy and resentment. nearly causing some to faint from the emotional turmoil. Especially for those male disciples who admire the sacred maiden. Their teeth grind with a creaking sound, feeling as if something sacred has been sullied. This lad certainly knows the value. The bed is crafted primarily from a million-year-old cold jade, layered with 9 sheets of snow silkworm silk. And the pillow is filled with a unique ice crystal orchid from the far northern lands. To say nothing of those in the body refinement stage. Even divine refiners would benefit immensely from resting upon it. In the elder circles, however, the reaction was not as exaggerated as among the disciples. Their expressions remained composed. Among them, the sect leader, Pei Qingyu, even smiled as he offered an introduction. He was well acquainted with the bed, having gifted it to the sacred maiden on the occasion of her coming-of-age ceremony, going to great lengths to procure all the materials, even traveling personally to the northern cold wilderness. The other elders, upon hearing this, joined in jovial conversation, finding little fault in Ning Fan's actions. After all, with no one else in the sect, and as a member of the hierarchy, it was within his rights to gather various resources for cultivation. Well, the mere bed. This lad has already used heavenly materials from the medicinal garden as accompaniments for his drinks. What else could he not do? Amidst the crowd, only Su Yuwei, the peak master of the transmission peak, appeared somewhat conflicted. After several attempts to speak, he finally voiced, "Have the brothers forgotten? Our esteemed sacred maiden, Jiang, has not actually entered the Taiyi True ruins at all." At this revelation, the atmosphere fell silent. The lively banter abruptly halted, and the expressions of the gathered disciples shifted in unison. Indeed, how could I have overlooked this? The sacred maiden, having been in seclusion beneath the dragon-slaying cliff, had not participated in this round of Taiyi True ruins enlightenment. She has remained within the sect all along. They had previously disregarded Ning Fan's intrusion into the ladies' quarters, assuming the sect was deserted. However, the presence of the saintess now loomed, and her emergence from seclusion could occur at any moment. Should she return to find an unexpected guest in her bed, it could spell disaster for Ning Fan. After all, his elevation to the ranks of the order was an event shrouded in secrecy, unbeknownst to the saintess. Qing Han's meditation could extend from 3 to 5 years, or even stretch beyond a decade. Surely, fate would not be so cruel as to allow such a misstep to transpire. Yu Ruoshang furrowed her brow as she spoke, while the other elders exchanged wry smiles. The duration of meditation is notoriously unpredictable. Success may yield immediate breakthroughs, while obstacles could lead to swift exits. Ultimately, the unpredictability of the situation rendered even the most astute strategists, like Zhuge Ming, powerless to foresee the outcome. As they pondered, Ning Fan below prepared for slumber. He reached for the jade pillow beside him, its material unknown, yet wafting a delicate fragrance reminiscent of plum blossoms unfurling after snowfall. He inhaled deeply, mumbling, "It smells rather pleasant." With that, he turned over, enveloped in a silken quilt, and drifted into a deep sleep. Undoubtedly, this scene incited a chorus of lamentations within the Taiyi True ruins. How dare he use the saintess's pillow, a sacrilege of epic proportions. That was the very spot her face had graced. Ning the thief, the treacherous one, the rebel, the scoundrel. Our paths cannot coexist. Chapter 60. Ning Fan approaches the dragon-slaying cliff. Thus, Ning Fan settled into the saintess's palace. With the vast sect now devoid of inhabitants, he felt little constraint. In such circumstances, selecting the finest abode amidst the towering peaks and countless palaces was entirely natural. Over the ensuing days, Ning Fan's existence was marked by simplicity. Each morning, he would awaken and practice a set of Wuyue Jinxing Quan, followed by foraging for ingredients at the Her Peak and Beast Peak. Meals were a necessity, morning, noon, and night, and they must be satisfying. The remainder of his time was devoted entirely to cultivation, returning to the saintess's palace only as night descended. Moreover, the Wuji Daozong states that the path of cultivation requires a balance of tension and relaxation. Thus, after his training sessions, Ning Fan would often navigate the sect at leisure on a flying vessel. The expanse of Taiyi True Sect is vast, with 72 peaks scattered like stars, each offering its own unique vistas. Having spent half a year in the sect as a preparatory disciple, confined to a single peak, he had little opportunity for exploration. Now, with the freedom to traverse the skies, he became intimately familiar with his surroundings. One day, after concluding his training, Ning Fan felt buoyant. His internal energy brimmed, and his cultivation reached its zenith on the precipice of resonance. He anticipated a breakthrough to the fifth layer of body tempering by the morrow. This was joyous news, uplifting his spirits immensely. Upon departing from the training grounds, he savored the exquisite celestial brew aged for 100,000 years, skillfully navigating his flying vessel amidst the towering peaks. In a moment of exhilaration, he spontaneously recited, "One must indulge in wine to savor life's pleasures," allowing one's spirit to drift freely. "The magnificent mountains and rivers fill my sight as I wander through the flowing years." He felt that life ought to be lived with such unrestrained joy, and were it not for the relentless impending calamity, he would wish to perpetuate this existence indefinitely. Alas, how lamentable it is! After a night's slumber, he would again be compelled to fight for his survival. Such a splendid poem. Within the secret realm, Suyue could not help but exclaim in admiration. "I never anticipated that our esteemed Ning would possess both martial prowess and literary talent." In recent days, Ning Fan had diligently pursued his cultivation, establishing a semblance of normalcy in his life, which brought great comfort to the elders. Hearing him recite poetry for the first time stirred a ripple of astonishment in their hearts. The other elders echoed their praise, yet suddenly, the master of Ningxin Peak voiced a note of surprise. "Ah, do you not see the direction this lad is heading? Is it not toward the dragon-slaying cliff?" At this utterance, a hush fell over the assembly. Their gazes shifted from Ning Fan to the trajectory of his vessel, and their expressions changed dramatically. Indeed, it was the dragon-slaying cliff. Could it be that this young man had unwittingly stumbled upon this place? Surely, he would not disturb the saintess, prompting her to emerge prematurely. If the saintess were to appear, it would bode well for us. Yet, the saintess does not know Ning Fan, nor is she aware of his standing within the sect. Should she react with caution, she might inadvertently harm him, which would spell disaster. "Brother, you are overly concerned. Qinghan is our Taiyi saintess, not a malevolent witch. How could she harbor such murderous intent? Indeed, if Ning Fan were to inadvertently awaken the saintess and bring her forth, it would undoubtedly be advantageous for us." Upon realizing Ning Fan's destination was indeed the dragon-slaying cliff, many elders grew restless, engaging in fervent discussion. The dragon-slaying cliff is a sacred site unique to the Taiyi sect, steeped in history. Legend has it that during the founding era of the sect, an ancient true dragon, whether seeking vengeance or for some other reason, assaulted the sect. The revered ancestor, Wuji Daozong, battled it fiercely for 10 days and nights before ultimately slaying it there. The massive dragon's carcass fell, forever altering the landscape, thus giving rise to the present dragon-slaying cliff. It is worth noting that the ancient true dragon is a divine beast, its adult form comparable to the mightiest of transcendent beings, representing the pinnacle of existence in this realm. Even a mere wisp of its aura is formidable, and a single scale could be considered a supreme treasure. Following this battle, as the dragon's body fell and its blood soaked the earth, this region underwent monumental transformation. Initially, the entire cliff was suffused with the dragon's lingering resentment and might, coalescing into a tempest that none could traverse. Ultimately, it was Taiyi Daozong himself who intervened, employing immense power to dispel the dragon's vengeful essence and eliminate all threats. After enduring the passage of countless years, this region has ultimately blossomed into the ethereal sanctuary of the Taiyi True Sect. Upon breaking the shackles, one who ventures into this cliff may be graced by the lingering essence of the true dragon, yielding results that are both efficient and profound. Moreover, it is said that those of great fortune can comprehend the supreme divine powers of the dragon race from the remaining shadows of the dragon. However, this notion, compared to the confirmed effects of the former, resembles more of a whimsical legend. Throughout the many years since the establishment of the Taiyi True Sect, there has yet to be any credible account of an individual truly grasping the divine powers of the dragon within. The dragon-slaying cliff is safeguarded by a formidable array. Thus, it is impossible for Ning Fan to gain entry. Nevertheless, by merely standing nearby, he might still provoke the saintly awareness of the holy maiden. Suyue's eyes sparkled with excitement as he spoke, his voice tinged with fervor. As a revered site of the sect, the dragon-slaying cliff is not accessible to just anyone. The Holy Son and Holy Maiden possess the privilege to enter, while select inner disciples may apply for permission. Others seeking entry must either accomplish specific sect tasks or offer substantial contribution points. Furthermore, each time someone descends to meditate beneath the cliff, the array seals itself to provide protection. This is also why the elders cannot manipulate the little Xianxia to awaken the holy maiden. The barriers prevent any intrusion. The little Xianxia, being a metal construct devoid of any living essence, is exceedingly difficult to sense. However, Ning Fan is different. His entire being radiates with vigorous vitality. With the holy maiden's peak divine cultivation and her extraordinary awareness, even in the critical moment of breaking through her constraints, she may still perceive the presence of someone approaching. Thus, it is possible that after tonight, they might utilize the sect's reserved secret jade to unlock the entrance to the concealed realm and escape. In a moment, everyone felt a surge of energy tinged with a hint of anxiety. They fervently hoped that Ning Fan would indeed step to the cliff's edge and capture the attention of the holy maiden below. Meanwhile, Ning Fan's flying vessel had officially arrived above the dragon-slaying cliff. He gazed upon the uniquely shaped precipice, undeniably captivated. After guiding the vessel to land on the summit, he glanced at the towering stone tablet beside him. The inscription claimed that the dragon-slaying cliff vanquished true dragons. But how could this be? The ancient true dragon is a 9th-tier divine beast, virtually invincible in this realm upon maturity. How could a mere human ancestor possibly slay a dragon? Ning Fan, after perusing the inscription, took a hearty swig from his gourd, emboldened by the liquor, and remarked, recently, he had frequently visited the scripture pavilion to peruse tomes, often indulging in them before sleep. Thus, he had begun to uncover many secrets of this world. The scrolls declare that the ancient true dragon is the strongest among divine beasts, standing at the pinnacle of power, undefeated within its realm, and human cultivators find it exceedingly challenging to contend with. Yet, the stone tablet before him exaggeratedly portrayed the Taiyi as transcendent, asserting that they could slay true dragons. Such boastfulness is hard to believe. However, Ning Fan paused to reflect. It is quite natural for a burgeoning power to embellish the achievements of its founders, exaggerating their credentials in the process. After letting out a belch, he felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, prompting him to ascend the flying vessel once more, which swiftly transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. Within the Taiyi True ruins, the elder stood in a state of bewilderment, disarrayed by the breeze. Is it true? Did he simply fly away, so effortlessly? Is he not curious about what lies beneath the dragon-slaying cliff? What was the purpose of his visit to the cliff's summit? One elder asked in astonishment. Su Yue scratched his head in confusion and replied, it seems he merely remarked about our ancestral master boasting, and then departed. The crowd reacted with disbelief. Chapter 61. The foundation is secured. The following day, in the morning, after a hearty meal, Ning Fan arrived at the training ground, filled with vigor. He sensed that a breakthrough was imminent. The resonance of his vital energy and spiritual power had reached its zenith. All that remained was to stretch his limbs and channel this resonance outward. Thus, after a brief warm-up, Ning Fan seized a large cauldron and began to wield it with vigorous energy. Meanwhile, the elders of the Taiyi True ruins appeared somewhat listless. The previous day, after Ning Fan inadvertently flew to the dragon-slaying cliff, he merely glanced over and continued on his way, rendering their excitement a mere illusion. Most importantly, his brief stay did not garner the anticipated attention of the saintess. Whether she failed to notice him, or if some unforeseen circumstance had arisen during her cultivation, remained unclear. The former was acceptable, but the latter. Let us not entertain wild thoughts. What calamity could possibly befall the saintess within the sect? Master Pei Qingyu cast a glance at the somber gathering and spoke to reassure them. In truth, the elders were well aware of the sect's safety, and the likelihood of any mishap concerning the saintess was exceedingly low. Their current anxious musings stemmed from their hopes being pinned upon her, and her lack of awareness of Ning Fan's presence diverged from their expectations, leading their thoughts astray. At this moment, Yu Shuang spoke gently. Everyone has been in the secret realm for quite some time. There is no need to rush. Let us focus our attention on Ning Fan. He is on the verge of a breakthrough. Upon hearing her words, the crowd redirected their focus. They soon observed the training ground below, where Ning Fan, while manipulating the apparatus, caused his muscles and bones to crackle with sudden intensity, the surge of his blood energy resonating powerfully as an enigmatic amplification force enveloped him. Boom! He had broken through. Fifth layer of body refinement. Ning Fan discarded the now noticeably lighter cauldron, closed his eyes to savor the moment, and after a brief pause, a smile spread across his face. His strength had experienced yet another qualitative leap. This time, he sees the specially crafted heavy cauldron, which was typically reserved for the trial of strength by the peak disciples of the body refinement stage. Yet now, Ning Fan lifted it effortlessly with one hand. Grasping the leg of the cauldron with his fingers and raising his right arm high, he felt only a slight strain. Subsequently, Ning Fan replaced the cauldron with a heavier one. After several trials, he comprehended the current magnitude of his strength. The force of his single arm measured an astonishing 440,000 pounds. His eyes sparkled with excitement, and his heart raced. Over the past few days, through voracious consumption of high-grade beast meat and precious natural treasures, he had maximized the effects of his body refinement techniques. And after undergoing the purifying effects of the saintess's cold bed at night, his strength had reached a terrifying 37,000 pounds before his breakthrough. Following the breakthrough, with the amplification effects, he achieved his current measurement. To possess single-arm strength exceeding 400,000 pounds is a threshold that typically requires a sixth layer of body refinement. Yet Ning Fan had surpassed it by a minor realm. It is undeniably a remarkable feat at that moment within the Taiyi True ruins. An uproar erupted as Ning Fan hoisted the 400,000-pound cauldron. Body refinement at the fifth layer with a single-arm strength of 440,000 pounds. How extraordinary! Can anyone truly develop their physical form to such an extent in mid-body refinement? He had not even utilized the doubling effect of the sixth layer. Ning Fan must be invincible within the body refinement realm, for if he were to exert his full strength, a single punch could unleash a force surpassing 1,000,000. Moreover, with his mastery of high-tier martial techniques, he was far from relying solely on brute force. The resulting power would be even more formidable. The thought was staggering. Was this not akin to the youth of the ancient True Dragon? Both the inner and outer disciples were shaken to their core. Even the 72 true disciples found it difficult to swallow their astonishment. The saint's son appeared composed outwardly, but if there were a small figure within him, it would be weeping in terror. How could one achieve such single-arm strength of 440,000 pounds at the fifth layer of body refinement? The saint's son dared not contemplate the effects of such a punch striking him. He feared he would be bruised all over. The elders, on the other hand, expressed their emotions more straightforwardly, erupting in collective applause. Indeed, Ning Fan truly deserved the title of the Kirin child of our sect. This single-arm figure is within grasp of an unparalleled foundation. As long as Ning Fan does not fall, perhaps our sect will see another transcendent being emerge in a few hundred years. Alas, the last time our sect produced a transcendent powerhouse was many tens of thousands of years ago. However, given that Ning Fan has brought the effects of the body refinement technique to such a level, it is likely he has reached his limits. The potency of precious natural treasures and spiritual herbs will gradually diminish, and unless he acquires the flesh of higher-tier beasts with superior cultivation, it will be challenging for him to achieve such rapid advancements again. Indeed, Ning Fan ought to seek new avenues for body refinement. He has only employed a few methods, such as medicinal baths to warm the meridians, elixirs to nourish the flesh, blood infusion and fiery amalgamation, and cold water for bone tempering. The established techniques are readily available. Let us observe how Ning Fan chooses next. While numerous elders extolled his potential, they also harbored concerns regarding the progression of his cultivation. After all, each breakthrough at the third, sixth, and ninth levels of body refinement results in a doubling of physical strength, making these three realms crucial to his training. Ning Fan was well aware of this and had already formulated a plan in his mind. After leaving the training grounds and having a light lunch, he commandeered a flying vessel back to Baichao Peak. However, this time he did not head to the medicinal garden, but instead made a beeline for the alchemy hall. Within Baichao Peak, the responsibilities of alchemy, spiritual herb cultivation, and medical knowledge intertwine. Yet it is alchemy that stands as the primary focus and foundation of Baichao Peak's renowned reputation. Ning Fan's purpose in visiting was to seek out elixirs to utilize the method of flesh nourishing with pills, aiming to break through to the sixth level of body refinement. In the alchemy hall, its prominence surpasses that of the medicinal garden, being constructed at the highest elevation. The expansive courtyard before the hall is grand, with an imposing architecture that exudes magnificence. As soon as one approaches, the fragrant aroma of elixirs wafts through the air. On either side of the courtyard, numerous alchemical chambers stand tall. Through the slightly ajar doors, one can glimpse the gourd-shaped alchemical furnaces quietly arranged within. Clearly, these chambers frequently see disciples engaged in alchemical pursuits. The alchemy hall is indeed bustling, truly deserving of its reputation as a favored vocation in the cultivation realm. As Ning Fan strolled through the courtyard, he could not suppress his admiration. Alchemists, regardless of the world, occupy a revered position. This is especially true in the realm of cultivation, where everyone, from celestial beings to ordinary body refiners, relies on the assistance of elixirs. Although the Taiyi True Sect is not exclusively an alchemical sect, the alchemical prowess of the Baichao Peak's alchemy hall rivals that of the top-tier alchemical sections. The disciples within the sect are fervently drawn to this place, with many elite inner disciples going so far as to seek connections to secure a position in the alchemy hall. This is largely due to Elder Xianxia, the sect master of Baichao Peak and the alchemy hall, being one of the few top alchemists on the continent. Therefore, if one can manage to spend time in the alchemy hall, there's always the chance of being favored by the elder and accepted as a disciple. Even if one were merely a nominal disciple, acquiring even a fraction of his skills could ensure a lifetime free from want. Now, let me see which elixirs remain. With hands clasped behind his back, Ning Fan strode into the main hall like a lion surveying its territory. At the very same moment, within the Taiyi True ruins, all the peak masters and elders were excitedly applauding. Excellent. Ning Fan has finally awakened. I've always said he should delve into alchemical cultivation. The child hails from humble beginnings and has undoubtedly never tasted a medicinal elixir, remaining oblivious to its extraordinary wonders. As the saying goes, a single exquisite pill can be equivalent to a decade of arduous cultivation. Old Xiao, hasten to unveil your treasured elixirs. Indeed, just be mindful if Ning Fan indulges excessively. Do not lament. A throng of elders rejoiced, their excitement palpable. Consuming elixirs for cultivation is not a disgrace. Rather, it is a manifestation of human ingenuity. By employing human skill, the essence of celestial herbs and spiritual materials is refined until it becomes readily absorbable by the human body. This is a great fortune. Therefore, as long as conditions permit, the sect encourages its disciples to appropriately use elixirs to assist in their cultivation. Upon hearing the enthusiastic voices of his fellow disciples, Xiaozha merely smiled nonchalantly, declaring, "I such a miser? It is merely a handful of elixirs. What is there to lament? Moreover, elixirs are crafted for consumption, are they not? When they find their way into the mouths of our sect's young prodigies, they are rightly placed." His words resonated with a sense of noble righteousness and extraordinary magnanimity. However, the expression of many elders grew peculiar at his remarks. Li Changming from the heavenly craft peak suppressed a laugh and revealed, "I wonder who it was that, back in the day, was incensed when the Holy Sun claimed an 8th grade heavenly elixir, causing quite the uproar at the two instruments peak, demanding the sect leader to intervene on your behalf." As these words were uttered, Xiao Zha's expression shifted dramatically, a hint of embarrassment flickering in his eyes. The sect's Holy Son and Holy Maiden enjoy certain privileges. For instance, every century, they may request a top-tier elixir from the sect to aid in their cultivation. In the past, the Holy Son sought to break through to an unparalleled foundation and, at the 8th level of body refinement, requested an 8th grade heavenly elixir from Xiaozha. Xiaozha, having endured 4 furnace explosions and expended countless precious materials to refine that elixir, ultimately succeeded. Yet, before he could even savor his achievement, the Holy Son invoked his authority to claim it. In a moment of impulsivity, he rushed to the sect leader at the two instruments peak to lodge a complaint, amusing the entire sect's elders. Now, with this dark history brought to light, Xiao Zha's ears flushed crimson. He glared and retorted, "Can the current circumstances be compared to those of the past? Yunzhe is the Holy Son, while Ning Fan is merely a sequence member. Sequence members have the right to utilize all sect resources for their cultivation. Furthermore, I have now attained the esteemed title of a 9th grade alchemist. Thus, the 8th grade heavenly elixir is no longer something I would hesitate to part with, as I once did." Xiao Zha had recently ascended to the rank of a 9th grade alchemist, so the arduous effort he expended to create that 8th grade heavenly elixir loomed large in his memory, and naturally, he felt regret when it was claimed. However, with his current skills, recreating that elixir would undoubtedly be far more effortless. His candid acknowledgement of his evolving mindset prompted subtle nods of agreement among the crowd. Only the Holy Son, Zhuyu Yunze, was left with a twitching smile, pondering the irony, as fellow prodigies of the sect. "When I sought an 8th grade heavenly elixir from you back then, you stirred up a commotion known throughout the sect and ran to the leader to cry for justice. Now, as Ning Fan strides into your alchemy hall, ready to indulge in a buffet, you graciously invite him to partake at will. For some reason, the Saint Sun feels a warmth in his nose. Su Yue interjects with a question. Xiao Shidi, what if it were a 9th grade sacred pill? At this, Xiao Jia is momentarily taken aback. The art of alchemy spans from the 1st to the 10th grade. Among these, the 6th grade is referred to as human pill, the 7th as earth pill, the 8th as heaven pill, and the 9th as sacred pill. The 10th grade, however, is the divine pill, which has not graced the world for millions of years. As a 9th grade alchemist, Xiao Jia's esteemed status is due to his ability to refine 9th grade sacred pills. Earlier, he nonchalantly stated that Ning Fan could freely consume the 8th grade heaven pill, but refrained from addressing the query regarding the 9th grade sacred pill. Now, confronted by Su Youwei's cheerful inquiry, he reverts to a hesitant demeanor, at a loss for words. You see, he falls silent when faced with a challenging question. Su Yue adds with a teasing tone. Xiao Jia stammers, grappling with the dilemma, as this particular question leaves him devoid of excuses. Indeed, among the 9th grade sacred pills he has refined, there exists one suitable for those in the body refining stage. Yet it remains secured within the array at the pinnacle of the hall, not on his person. Thus, he is left with the binary choice of either affirming or denying. In the midst of his internal conflict, a sudden epiphany strikes. I would certainly be willing to offer Ning Fan a 9th grade sacred pill. However, it is currently safeguarded within an array, and I am unable to access it from the lower realms, leaving me powerless to grant his wish. Upon hearing his grandiloquent explanation, Su Yue inwardly rolls his eyes. This Xiao Shidi, always feigning generosity. It would be more straightforward if he expressed his reluctance as openly as Shidi Zhong or Shidi Sun. While the pill is ensconced within the array, Ning Fan cannot procure it, yet the narrative is not so easily dismissed. Enough, interjects the sect leader, Pei Qingyu. Casting a glance at the bickering duo, she then turns to Qi Leiguang, stating, Shidi Qi, use a small beast to guide Ning Fan in retrieving the pill. Understood. Qi Leiguang replies with a nod. Below, as Ning Fan steps through the entrance of the alchemy hall, a sudden alert resonates in his mind. Ding. Host has arrived at the alchemy hall, triggering a timed sign-in task. Reach the top of the alchemy hall within 3 minutes to earn a break array ticket X1. Another sign-in task. Ning Fan raises an eyebrow, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Chapter 63. Golden Phrase. Refining pill through repeated trials. Sign-in tasks are the simplest of system challenges. Not only are they low in difficulty, but the rewards are also substantial. Thus, Ning Fan hesitates not and immediately sets off at a sprint towards the summit of the structure. Given his current body refining stage at the 5th layer, his speed is astonishingly swift, rendering his form a mere blur. As others sprinted ahead, the little creature, Xiao Xianxia, trailed behind, its tattered wings nearly exhausted from flapping. Above, Qi Leiguang was drenched in sweat, puzzled by the sight before him. It seemed as though Ning Fan had an uncanny foresight regarding the location of Brother Zhao's medicinal elixirs. Xiao Jia, too, was filled with suspicion, pondering whether there was a mention of his elixir storage in Sun Qiyuan's manual. While they were lost in thought, Ning Dan successfully reached the summit below. With a melodious system notification, a uniquely shaped voucher materialized within the system space. However, Ning Fan paid it no mind, standing at the newly ascended staircase. Dumbfounded by the scene ahead, he finally comprehended why the system chose this moment to reward him with a voucher for breaking the array. Before him lay the expansive 9th level, entirely enveloped in intricate formations. These arrays, shimmering with a purple glow, intertwined and obstructed his path forward. Yet, as he peered through the luminous barriers, he could distinctly see an array of variously shaped elixirs levitating in the air. Thousands of them. Each orb was flawlessly round and radiated a rich aroma. Particularly at the highest point, several elixirs floated majestically, dominating all others. Could these be 9-grade sacred elixirs? Ning Fan's pupils dilated. He had previously studied the classification of elixirs in this realm, and, now aided by his innate talent for discerning medicinal essences, he immediately recognized the rank of those floating at the apex. These were undoubtedly 9-grade sacred elixirs, an unparalleled existence in the entire world. The abundance of such elixirs within the sect astonished Ning Fan, who swallowed hard. He had always assumed that even if he reached the alchemy hall, he would only find remnants. After all, This world possessed storage rings that could easily gather all elixirs. An elder Xiao from the alchemy hall would surely take everything with him before leaving. Yet, it seemed nothing had been taken. He recalled hearing that members of major sects generally preferred not to carry valuable items on their persons. Could this be the reason? Suddenly, Ning Fan's thoughts sparked. He remembered the advice he had received from an outer sect senior upon joining the sect. When venturing out, one should store precious treasures in their cave abode. While the sect might overlook trifles, doing so could ensure one's safety against malevolent cultivators. At the time, Ning Fan found this perplexing. He believed that possessing valuable treasures warranted keeping them close, rather than leaving them in the sect. It was only after listening to the senior's patient explanation that he understood. The rationale was quite simple. Top-tier factions boasted comprehensive formations and a plethora of powerful beings, providing absolute security within their territory. Placing treasured possessions within the confines of the inner sanctum ensures unparalleled security. Conversely, carrying them while embarking on an expedition poses a significant risk. Should an unforeseen event arise, all could be lost. After all, the outside world does not offer the constant protection of a sect. There are always unscrupulous individuals who remain undeterred by the formidable reputation of top-tier sections. Incidents of murder and theft are comparatively mild. What is truly disconcerting is when one's valuables are taken without the loss of life, a fate far more unbearable than death itself. Consequently, most disciples of prominent sects opt to leave their precious items within the inner doors. In this manner, should they encounter trouble, they can simply shrug their shoulders and speak candidly. Behold, my storage ring contains nothing but trifles, and I am backed by a powerful force. Do you truly intend to offend me over these insignificant items and challenge my allies? Typically, such words prompt adversaries to begrudgingly withdraw. Indeed, even today, those malevolent practitioners who specialize in murder and plunder are most reluctant to target disciples of prestigious sections. Instead, their prey tends to be itinerant cultivators and disciples from smaller sections. These wandering cultivators, lacking a home, keep all their possessions within their storage rings, while disciples from mid-sized sects, plagued by mistrust and fear of misappropriation, prefer to keep their valuables close at hand, seeking a semblance of security. Thus, they become easy prey. At this moment, Ning Fan stroked his chin, several doubts surfacing in his mind. Yet, something felt amiss, with the entire sect having evacuated. There should be no powerful figures remaining to safeguard the premises, making it all the more imperative to take valuable items with them. The fact that even the 9th grade holy elixirs were left behind raises troubling questions. Was it possible that the entire sect did not retreat voluntarily, but rather vanished involuntarily? His mind was clouded with confusion, and the more he pondered the disappearance of the sect, the more terrifying it became. Yet, after a few moments, he shook his head in self-deprecation. Why dwell on such matters? The world is set to end in 3 years. They may go wherever they please. My immediate priority is to focus on cultivation and survive. With clarity in his thoughts and determination in his heart, Ning Fan promptly activated the array-breaking voucher recently bestowed upon him. In an instant, the beams of the array dissipated. A satisfied smile graced his lips as he strode confidently into the inner sanctum. Meanwhile, within the secret realm, Xiaoxia's calm demeanor vanished in an instant, his eyes widening in shock. What on earth is happening? The array has disappeared. Does this mean that all the elixirs he painstakingly crafted can be taken at will by this brat, Ning Fan? Beside him, Su Yue couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ah, Xiao Shitty. This is splendid. The array has malfunctioned. I wonder if your earlier assertions still hold weight? If Ning Fan consumes your 9th grade holy elixir, you cannot possibly go to the sect leader and weep, can you? His words struck like a dagger to Xiaoxia's heart. The latter's face flushed with indignation, and after a considerable pause, he reluctantly uttered, "Of course, I keep my word. What does it matter if that dragon elephant bone refining pill is consumed by Ning Fan? He is, after all, a member of our sect. If not him, then who else should partake?" A hearty laugh escaped Su Yue as he clasped his hands in a gesture of mock reverence. Pei Yu, standing nearby, could only sigh in exasperation. This Su disciple certainly had sharp tongue. The other elders exchanged glances, their eyelids twitching, and discreetly distanced themselves from Su Yue. Below, Ning Fan strolled through the hall and soon discovered the precious 9th rank holy pill. To his surprise, the dragon elephant bone refining pill was a body-refining elixir. Standing beneath the pill, he watched as the orb, adorned with intertwining dragon and elephant patterns, gracefully descended into his palm. Simultaneously, Waves of information flooded into his consciousness, revealing the essence of the pill. Named after the ancient dragon and elephant, it contained a fragment of a primordial dragon elephant's essence. Consuming it would significantly enhance the physique of body-refining cultivators, boosting bone density 100-fold, expanding meridians like rivers, and fortifying vitality akin to that of a youthful dragon elephant. It was truly a rare treasure among body-refining pills. Ning Fan felt immense satisfaction, just as he decided to ingest the pill for cultivation. A sudden voice resonated in his mind from the system. Ding! Host detected to be surrounded by multiple pills, triggering a special golden entry reward. 100 refinements into pills. 100 refinements into pills. Regardless of grade, your 100th alchemical attempt will certainly succeed. What? Upon hearing the latest announcement from the system, Ning Fan was taken aback, slowly lowering the dragon elephant bone refining pill from his grasp. In the uppermost chamber of the pill hall, Ning Fan stood before the dragon elephant bone refining pill, his expression shifting. He had not anticipated that being surrounded by various pills would also activate a reward from the system. The golden entry, 100 refinements into pills, was indeed extraordinary. The guarantee of success on his 100th attempt offered immense possibilities. If I were to first use the most ordinary first-rank pill as a foundation, and then switch to a top-tier formula for my 100th endeavor, a thrilling notion began to take shape in Ning Fan's mind, causing his heart to race. Could it be that even the legendary 10th-rank divine pill could be successfully concocted, provided I timed it right during my 100th attempt? If that were the case, the value of this golden entry would be incalculable. It is well known that the art of alchemy is vast and profound. The higher the grade, the more challenging it becomes to advance. Throughout history, countless gifted alchemists have found themselves stymied at the 9th rank, unable to break through. It has been millions of years since anyone has succeeded in refining a 10th-rank divine pill. As a result, the knowledge of such esteemed elixirs is derived solely from ancient texts, with no one having witnessed firsthand what constitutes a 10th-rank divine pill. Upon the emergence of this elixir, all other medicinal concoctions pale in comparison. Even the revered 9th-rank holy pill falls short. In the realm of body refinement, one may consume pills of the 7th rank and below at will. However, those of the 7th rank and above may only be ingested once. To indulge excessively may result in the formation of toxic residues within the body, detrimental to one's foundation. Initially, I contemplated consuming this dragon elephant bone refining pill to advance to the 6th layer of body refinement. Yet, now that I have acquired the extraordinary talent of 100 refinements into pill, I must ponder my decision with care. Ning Fan took a deep breath, suppressing the restlessness within, and began to reflect earnestly. From the tomes in the herbal garden, he learned that pills ranked above the 7th possess varied characteristics. Furthermore, it is unwise to consume multiple pills of the same type at lower levels, particularly during the body refinement phase, where those associated with body forging should be limited to a single dose. Excessive intake could harm the very foundation one seeks to establish. Hence, Ning Fan resolved not to consume the dragon elephant bone refining pill at this moment. While the 9th-rank holy pill is indeed commendable, the foundation laid by a 10th-rank divine pill promises a broader horizon. All I require is to procure the formula and materials for a 10th-rank pill. Ning Fan stroked his chin thoughtfully and turned to descend the stairs. With the entry of 100 refinements into pill, the success rate was beyond his concern. Merely closing his eyes and refining would suffice. The true challenge lies in locating a suitable 10th-rank formula and its requisite materials. In this regard, Ning Fan harbored a modicum of confidence, specifically in the Taiyi True Sect. The fundamental reason for the rarity of divine pills is the arduous nature of their crafting, not a lack of formulas. Thus, while a 10th-rank formula may be mere allusions to other factions within the venerable halls of the Taiyi True Sect, which boasts a legacy spanning millions of years, there might indeed be some remnants. Of course, this remains speculation. Should it prove erroneous, Ning Fan would have to retreat and resort to consuming the dragon elephant bone refining pill. In any case, he resolved to search diligently. He scoured each level of the pill hall, examining every corner, even peering into the cracks of the walls. This scene left many elders within the Taiyi True ruins perplexed. What was Ning Fan up to? Why was he descending instead of consuming the dragon elephant bone refining pill for body refinement? Goodness. Was he intent on turning Junior Brother Zhao's abode upside down? Junior Brother Zhao, What treasures lie within your pill haul that could incite such fervent exploration from Ning Fan? Indeed, junior brother Xiao, you wouldn't happen to be hiding something remarkable, would you? A group of onlookers, unable to comprehend Ning Fan's actions, resorted to idle chatter and jesting with Xiaoxia. At that moment, Xiaoxia wore a face of bewilderment. Initially, when he saw Ning Fan grasp the dragon elephant bone refining pill, his heart leapt to his throat, although this pill held little value for him at his level. Among the younger generation of the sect in the body refinement stage, Ning Fan was undoubtedly the most deserving. Eventually, this pill was bound to be bestowed upon him. Yet, Xiaoxia still felt a pang of reluctance within. After all, this is the illustrious 9-grade holy pill. If auctioned in the outside world, it would undoubtedly drive countless individuals from the four corners of the realm into a frenzy, particularly for those formidable sects housing prodigies currently in the body refinement stage. It is certain that the leaders of these sects would be more than willing to expend exorbitant sums to acquire it for their disciples and favored ones. However, as the esteemed master of Baichao Peak, Xiaoxia would never engage in the act of selling the 9-grade holy pill to the prodigies of rival factions. Such an action would be a fundamental breach of principle. This is precisely why the pill has always been displayed in the upper echelon of the alchemy hall. Nonetheless, that notwithstanding, when the day arrives for Xiaoxia to part with it, he genuinely feels a pang of regret. This predicament creates an atmosphere of deep conflict for him. While he professes to offer the pill for use within the sect, he is equally apprehensive that Ning Fan might take it away. Ultimately, Ning Fan indeed ascended to the top floor of the alchemy hall and obtained the dragon elephant bone refinement pill. However, after examining it, he placed it back down, turned on his heel, and descended the stairs, seemingly searching for something else. This left Xiaoxia in a state of confusion. Yet, a sigh of relief washed over him. After all, it appeared that Ning Fan had relinquished his interest in the pill. It was a matter of his own choice not to consume it, rather than a denial from Xiaoxia. Harboring this thought, a smile once again graced Xiaoxia's face, and just as he was about to speak, Li Changming beside him suddenly nudged him with his elbow, gesturing with his lips. Old Xiao, Ning Fan has stopped. It seems he has found what he was looking for. You should take a look at what this room contains. Hearing the inquiry, Xiaoxia squinted downwards and replied, "This is a repository for alchemical formulas, housing both my own research and the works of the sages of the alchemy hall." Wait, what is he doing here? As he spoke, Xiaoxia's eyes widened, his expression shifting to one of uncertainty. Meanwhile, below, Ning Fan stood in a concealed room on the 3rd floor of the alchemy hall. He took a deep breath, as before him lay a vast array of neatly organized alchemical formulas and thousands of jade slips. Formulas of 7th grade and above are rare treasures, their contents inscribed upon the jade slips, akin to martial arts techniques. These thousands of jade slips represent the accumulated wealth of the Taiyi True Sect's legacy over millions of years, including the highly coveted 10th grade formulas. Among them, 29 golden jade slips stood out remarkably, radiating brilliance. This is the profound heritage passed down through generations of the Taiyi True Sect, just as Ning Fan had surmised. Even though the 10th grade divine pills have not graced the world for several 100,000 years, the formulas have never been in short supply, especially within a sect of such towering stature as the Taiyi True Sect. Soon, Ning Fan meticulously examined each golden jade slip, and ultimately, his gaze brightened as it fixated upon one in particular. In the realm of body refinement, the exquisite 10-rank elixir, known as the chaotic immortal body source pill, reveals itself in Chapter 65. Master Ancestor, you are truly astonishing. Ning Fan clutched a golden jade slip tightly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Fortune smiled upon him. Among these 10-rank formulas, there indeed existed a potion suitable for cultivation during the body refinement phase, and its description hinted at extraordinary power. This elixir utilized 6 celestial materials: chaotic source chi, primordial holy spring, indestructible golden bones, 9-turn nirvana grass, Xianhuang maternal chi, and true dragon reverse scales. The ingredients were to be placed in a cauldron forged from chaos stone and subjected to the fiery trials of both lunar and solar true flames for 9 full cycles. The process would span 10 days and nights before the elixir could take form. The effects of this pill were nothing short of terrifying. It guaranteed the consumer an unparalleled foundation. Indeed, consuming this elixir would ensure that, irrespective of whether one practiced auxiliary body refinement techniques, their physical strength would reach a baseline of 160,000 pounds upon attaining the 9th layer of body refinement. Should one strive harder, diligently applying body refinement methods at each minor realm. This figure could soar even higher. Moreover, beyond the assured supreme foundation, the pill bestowed a phenomenal capability. It enabled the user to achieve infinite body refinement. What does infinite body refinement entail? It signifies that with each subsequent breakthrough in Ning Fan's cultivation journey, his physique would amplify as it does now. Such a phenomenon is indeed formidable. It is crucial to understand that each realm in the cultivation journey emphasizes different aspects. For instance, during the body refinement phase, the characteristic is that with every minor breakthrough, the physical form experiences enhancement, even allowing for triple, sextuple, or nonuple augmentations. However, this trait does not persist through major realm breakthroughs. Once one transitions to the soul refining realm, each minor breakthrough shifts the focus to enhancing one's soul strength. The same principle applies to the God-forging realm, where the cultivation of divine thoughts is paramount. And in the Purple Palace realm, one cultivates divine abilities. Each major realm possesses its own intricate mysteries, and attempting to refine the body at that stage becomes challenging. One must either specialize in body refinement techniques and endure hardships beyond the capacity of ordinary beings, or rely on the characteristics of major breakthroughs to achieve an overall enhancement in all aspects. Thus, the effects of the chaotic immortal body source pill are indeed terrifying. It can perpetuate the breakthrough effects of the body refinement phase indefinitely. Even upon reaching the soul refining realm, minor breakthroughs would simultaneously elevate both soul and physical strength. This limitless growth characteristic is perhaps only seen in certain rare and extraordinary bodies. The notion of achieving such prowess through a single elixir is simply unheard of. Historical records indicate that this pill was once highly coveted among various factions during the ancient, primordial, and even archaic epochs. Regrettably, as certain materials became increasingly difficult to procure and the absence of top-tier alchemists became evident, it gradually faded into obscurity. According to historical records, the last individual to consume this elixir was the esteemed ancestor of the sect, the Supreme Taoist, nearly 89 million years ago. As Ning Fan reflected upon the information contained within the formula, his spirit trembled with trepidation. The Supreme Taoist, a formidable being from the primordial era, had partaken of such a divine concoction even during the body refinement phase. Ultimately, he forged an unparalleled foundation, ascending to the pinnacle of this realm and establishing the illustrious Taiyi True Sect, which has dominated the world for nearly 1 billion years. This formula has since remained within the alchemy hall, serving as a guide for future generations. Throughout the course of tens of millions of years, several master alchemists of exceptional caliber have emerged within the Taiyi True Sect. Regrettably, none have succeeded in concocting this elixir. Indeed, even for master alchemists, the success rate for crafting 10th grade pills is far from guaranteed. Moreover, given the exceedingly rare materials required for this elixir, they often have but a single opportunity to attempt its creation. Should they fail, the prospect of a second attempt in their lifetime becomes virtually non-existent. For me, the success rate is not a concern I need to ponder. What I must consider now is whether the sect possesses all the necessary materials. Ning Fan stroked his chin and proceeded to the 5th level of the alchemy hall. Here, he discovered a vast repository under the protection of a unique formation, housing an array of scarce alchemical materials. However, this formation does not serve as a barrier. Rather, it connects to the sect's contribution point system. Naturally, an elder like Elder Xiao from the Alchemy Hall would not require such convolutions to procure materials. Yet, disciples seeking to exchange materials for alchemical endeavors must pay with contribution points. Such matters are not problematic for Ning Fan. He has ample contribution points at his disposal, and his primary concern lies in the completeness of the materials. He found the Taiyi True Sacred Spring, the indestructible golden bone, and the Xianxia maternal qi, all of which he possessed. The 9-turn nirvana grass he had observed in the medicinal garden, while the chaotic source qi is exceedingly rare. It is said that a single strand can only be extracted from the primordial chaotic remnants every 9 million years, leaving him uncertain whether any remains are available now. As Ning Fan searched the repository, he compared his findings with the formula in his memory. The Taiyi True Sacred Spring condenses a drop every 1,000,000 years, requiring 3 drops for the elixir. The indestructible golden bone originates from the spine of the fearsome beast, the primordial dragon elephant. He had anticipated the presence of this material within the sect ever since he encountered the dragon elephant bone refining pill, and indeed, it was precisely as he had surmised. Among the numerous materials, only the chaotic source qi stood as a rarity, given its 9 million-year extraction cycle. As for the primordial chaotic remnants, Ning Fan had gleaned some understanding from ancient texts. It is a mysterious location within this world. Periodically, the leading powers collaborate to open a passage, entering to seize opportunities. The chaotic source qi is regarded as a treasure among them. Ning Fan was uncertain whether any stock remained within the sect. After a prolonged search, he finally spotted a thumb-sized strand nestled in the corner of the repository, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him. With 5 materials secured, only the True Dragon's reverse scale remained. At this moment, Ning Fan stroked his chin, a hint of concern furrowing his brow. The True Dragon's reverse scale is the most vital part of the ancient divine beast, the True Dragon. Its adult form is deemed invincible across the realm. Who could possibly obtain it? It is, without a doubt, an exceedingly precious treasure even among the Dragon Clan. As I was engulfed in anxiety, a glimmering object suddenly darted past overhead from the warehouse, seemingly imbued with spiritual energy. Upon raising my gaze, I instinctively compared it to the illustrations in ancient texts and realized it was indeed the True Dragon's reverse scale. To my astonishment, it truly existed. My eyes widened in disbelief, and a surge of immense joy welled up within me. I never anticipated that the Taiyi True Sect would be so formidable as to acquire such a divine artifact. Then a thought struck me. A few days ago, while intoxicated, I had passed by the sect's sacred ground, the dragon-slaying cliff. I couldn't help but feel a sense of doubt. Could it be that what was inscribed on the stone tablet was a genuine event, rather than mere exaggeration by the Taiyi sect? Did they truly slay a true dragon there? Otherwise, how could there be a reverse scale? Taiyi sect, you truly are extraordinary. With this thought, I couldn't help but give a thumbs up, feeling a profound admiration for the sect's founding ancestor. It is hard to fathom the splendor of the Taiyi True Sect during the era when the Taiyi sect's ancestor was alive, although it is still quite magnificent today. At that moment, after completing the inventory of all materials, I could no longer contain my excitement. My eyes transformed into crescent moons. Everything was in place. It was indeed time for me to refine this divine elixir. Chapter 66, Xianxia. I believe Ning Fan will undoubtedly succeed in concocting a 10th grade divine elixir. As Ning Fan was busy with the material inspection and various preparations, many elders within the Taiyi True ruins grew increasingly perplexed. What exactly was Ning Fan doing? First, he scoured the entire building, and after locating the elixir formula, he rushed to the warehouse. Did he intend to refine elixirs? What was the point of such an endeavor? The pill hall was not lacking in elixirs. Even if he treated 8th grade heavenly elixirs as mere candies, I doubt that Brother Xiao would mind, right? As the crowd engaged in casual conversation, Su Yuwei, unable to restrain himself, unwittingly steered the topic toward Xiaozhia. The latter had been feeling quite pleased due to Ning Fan's decision to forego the dragon elephant bone tempering elixir. However, upon hearing Su Yuwei's remarks, his eyelids involuntarily twitched. At that moment, Li Changming stepped forward to mediate, quickly stating, "Of course Brother Xiao wouldn't mind, but what we should be discussing now is what Ning Fan is doing." He emphasized the latter part of his sentence, intentionally reminding Su Yuwei to temper his words. With his incessant chatter, he delighted in poking at the vulnerabilities of his fellow brothers, but one day, he would surely find himself in dire straits. Su Yuwei, picking up on the underlying message, fell silent, a sullen expression replacing his earlier enthusiasm. The sect leader, Pei Qingyu, sighed in exasperation at this scene. His gaze then shifted to the pill hall below, and he inquired, "Brother Xiao, do you recognize the elixir formula recorded within that golden jade slip?" Xiaozhia, who had been discreetly glaring at Su Yuwei, responded to the inquiry. Immediately regaining his composure, he clasped his hands and replied, "I must report to you, esteemed master, that from the exterior of the jade slip, one cannot discern the contents inscribed within. However, by observing the materials he seemed particularly interested in within the storeroom, I deduced that the formula contained in that jade slip is likely the indestructible chaos body source pill. Furthermore, this pill corresponds to the pinnacle of body refinement, classified as a 10th grade divine elixir." Upon hearing Xiao Zha's explanation, the elders present displayed expressions of astonishment. Having cultivated to their advanced ages, they were well aware that the formulas inscribed on the golden jade slips in the pill hall were all 10th grade divine elixirs. They had harbored suspicions upon witnessing Ning Fan's actions previously, and now, with Xiao Zha's confirmation of their conjecture, their hearts were inevitably shaken. Ning Fan, Could it be that he was indeed seeking materials for the concoction of a 10th grade divine elixir? What could be his intention? Surely he does not intend to concoct it himself? Although matters concerning this individual have always been extraordinary, having previously created a top-tier body refinement medicinal bath formula, the notion that he would attempt to concoct a 10th grade divine elixir still seemed incredulous. After all, such a grade of elixir had not graced the land for several million years. In such an extended passage of time, could there truly be a lack of top-tier alchemical geniuses? Absolutely not. On the contrary, this continent has never been devoid of prodigies. Throughout the past few million years, countless exceptional talents have emerged in the realm of alchemy. Many have ascended to the rank of 9th grade alchemists at a tender age. Logically, under such circumstances, the emergence of a few divine grade alchemists should be a natural progression. Yet in reality, not a single 10th grade divine elixir has materialized in millions of years. The reasons for this are threefold. Firstly, the difficulty of concocting such elixirs is immense. Secondly, the materials are exceedingly rare and often, once located, can only be used for a single attempt at concoction, leaving no room for error. Thirdly, most 10th grade formulas are relics passed down from ancient times. With the passage of time, the world's environment has gradually transformed, rendering these elixirs unsuitable for creation, further diminishing the chances of success. These intertwined factors have led to the disappearance of the 10th grade divine elixir for millions of years, thus making the 9th grade holy elixir the pinnacle of achievement in the world. Now, Ning Fan, disregarding the dragon elephant bone refinement pill, eagerly seeks out materials for a 10th grade formula that is destined to remain unachievable. This endeavor left many elders at a loss for words. Were it anyone else, they would have hastily branded him as overambitious and unrealistic. Yet, this individual is Ning Fan, an existence that has previously created miracles. Consequently, faced with such a prodigious anomaly, the assembly dared not voice their criticisms lightly. They could only acknowledge Ning Fan's grand aspirations and boundless ambition, albeit recognizing the difficulty of his undertaking. Look, he has begun to peruse the alchemical texts in the Pill Hall's library. Suddenly, a junior elder exclaimed in astonishment. The crowd turned to look, and indeed, they found Ning Fan seated cross-legged in the center of the Dan Hall, engrossed in perusing a book on the fundamentals of alchemy, surrounded by shelves brimming with tomes. His expression was one of intense focus, and he flipped through the pages with remarkable speed. Another familiar scene unfolded before them. The corners of several peak elders' mouths twitched as memories of Ning Fan's earlier actions in the medicinal garden surfaced. Hadn't he been similarly engrossed in the writings of Sun Chi-Yuan, embarking on a journey of self-learning from scratch? At that time, everyone had deemed Ning Fan's endeavors as folly. Yet, what was the outcome? He had indeed mastered the craft, concocting the remarkable formula for the Taiyi True Sect decoction. Now, he was once again replicating that same approach. The speed at which he read was identical, as if he were merely skimming through pages, absorbing knowledge at an astonishing rate. However, the challenge of drafting a medicinal bath formula and that of forging elixirs were not comparable in difficulty. The path of alchemy is no trivial pursuit. It is a true grand endeavor. Mastery in this field demands a commitment that far exceeds that required for developing a medicinal bath formula, perhaps by an order of magnitude. One need only observe the Baichao peak to grasp this. The Dan Hall stands as the primary institution, with the medicinal garden serving in a supplementary role. Sun Chi-Yuan, as the master of the medicinal garden, can only serve as a deputy peak master, while the true peak master is the 9th grade alchemist, Xianxia. The disparity in their statuses illustrates the clear hierarchical relationship between the arts of alchemy and herbal medicine in this realm. Thus, Ning Fan's aspiration to navigate the path of alchemy with the same ease he exhibited in formulating medicinal baths is utterly unattainable. The challenges lie on entirely different planes. Pei Qingyu gazed at Ning Fan, who was diligently immersed in his studies, and couldn't he help but shake his head slightly. Yet this time, he refrained from making a definitive statement. Instead, he turned his attention to Xiaozhia and inquired, Junior Brother Xiao, as a specialist, do you believe it is possible for Ning Fan to refine this 10th grade divine elixir? Upon hearing this, Xiaozhia instinctively felt inclined to shake his head. However, he soon recalled the numerous miraculous feats Ning Fan had accomplished. His movements faltered momentarily. No, he could not repeat the mistake of Junior Brother Sun, who had publicly disparaged Ning Fan's formula as toxic, only to be humiliated in front of their peers and lose all authority among the disciples. I must not err again. With this thought in mind, Xiaozhia's gaze hardened. He chose to trust Elder Ji Yin's assessment of Ning Fan as a remarkable individual destined for extraordinary achievements. Thus, in front of everyone, amidst a sea of incredulous eyes, he nonchalantly nodded. From the perspective of his 3,000 years of alchemical expertise and having forged elixirs over 1,000,000 times, crafting a 10th grade divine elixir for Ning Fan was akin to a hawk swooping down upon a hapless rabbit or a farmer gathering autumn grains. Effortlessly simple. Chapter 67. Brother Ning's Alchemical Catastrophe. As Xianxia's words fell, the entire assembly was left in astonishment. Regardless of the numerous elders or the surrounding disciples, all stood in stunned silence. Could it be true? Was Ning Fan truly held in such high regard by Elder Xiao? Was he capable of refining a 10th grade divine pill? The mind of a true disciple buzzed, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Some junior elders and deacons wore expressions of disbelief, convinced they must have misheard. The other high-ranking sect members similarly cast incredulous glances at Xianxia. Was this junior brother, Xiao, serious? After all, that was a 10th grade divine pill. It had not graced the world for millions of years. Yet he spoke with such conviction, asserting that Ning Fan, a mere novice in the art of alchemy, could produce such a marvel? Was this even plausible? Sun Qiyuan was particularly bewildered. As an elder of Baichao Peak, and with his path of study being closely aligned with alchemy, he understood the immense difficulty involved in refining a 10th grade divine pill better than the other elders. At this moment, he found himself in a state of confusion. Why would Elder Xiao assert something so seemingly impossible with such certainty? How could Ning Fan possibly accomplish this? As this thought crossed his mind, a vivid image flashed through Sun Qiyuan's consciousness. When Ning Fan had first examined the recipe in the herbal garden, he too had been adamant that it was impossible, yet he had been thoroughly proven wrong. Now, Xiaoxia was taking the opposite approach, firmly praising Ning Fan. Was he perhaps afraid of suffering the same fate as Sun Qiyuan? Could it be that Elder Xiao was indeed a genius? Upon realizing this, Sun Qiyuan felt a jolt of understanding. Ning Fan could not be judged by ordinary standards. He had managed to produce a body-refining formula with 12 times the efficacy. Who was to say he could not refine a 10th grade divine pill? If he truly succeeded, it would send shockwaves throughout the world. And Xiaoxia's early choice to believe in him, that was what one might call an eye for talent. It also affirmed Xiaoxia's own level of expertise. Look, I merely observed Ning Fan pick up the volume on alchemy, and I knew at that moment he would become a leader in the field. As the saying goes, the outsider sees the spectacle, while the insider perceives the essence. If one lacked any real skill, how could they discern so much so quickly? In time, Xiaoxia's name would undoubtedly echo across the realms. The events of today would become a tale worth recounting. With this thought, Sun Qiyuan could not help but feel a mix of admiration for Xiaoxia's unconventional approach and deep regret. If only he had possessed such cleverness at that moment, he would not have been publicly humiliated. Shaking his head in melancholy, Sun Qiyuan silently observed the scene below. The other elders, however, did not ponder as deeply. They merely felt that Xiaoxia had lost his mind. Even Pei Qingyu looked on in disbelief, repeatedly asking, "Junior brother Xiao, do not jest. So many disciples are listening. Do you truly believe Ning Fan can? Master, please." Xiaoxia interjected solemnly, his gaze earnest. "My confidence in Ning Fan is as unwavering as my own alchemical skills. Furthermore, remember this. Extraordinary individuals often achieve extraordinary feats." These are the words spoken by the esteemed elder. Words that you, my senior brother, also acknowledge. Upon hearing such resolute declarations, Pei Qingyu felt utterly bewildered, with the latter part of his response lodged in his throat. "How can you take my retrospective remarks so seriously? A novice, barely acquainted with the art of alchemy, having just skimmed through apprentice texts, and you, a 9th-tier alchemist, proclaiming that he will undoubtedly concoct a 10th-tier divine elixir? Are you jesting?" Pei Qingyu found himself at a loss for words. The other elders, witnessing Xiaoxia's unwavering confidence, felt their own convictions wavering. Could it be that Ning Fan truly possesses the capability to forge the legendary chaos immortal body source elixir? In that moment, whispers and murmurs spread among the crowd. If the elders were shaken, how much more so the surrounding disciples? Observing Xiaoxia's steadfast demeanor, they were all left in a state of astonishment. Soon, the news circulated outward, reaching the outer circle. Numerous outer sect disciples and stewards stood in stunned silence. What? The golden jade slip that Ning Fan had just picked up was the fabled recipe for a 10th tier elixir? He is currently perusing the beginner's guide to alchemy and intends to attempt crafting a 10th tier divine elixir after finishing. Are you spinning tales? What? This isn't a fable? Elder Xiao has affirmed this? Elder Xiao even stated that Ning Fan will surely succeed. Senior brother, please tell me honestly, has Elder Xiao been possessed? What does it mean to stir up a tempest with a single stone? This moment illustrates it perfectly. The entire Taiyi True ruins is in a state of turmoil, especially among the outer disciples. As they listened to the news emanating from the inner circle, it was akin to deciphering a celestial manuscript. Many disciples, newly introduced to the path of alchemy, wore expressions of profound skepticism. They speculated whether Elder Xiao had indeed been possessed. Otherwise, how could a dignified 9th-tier alchemist utter such words? Ning Fan, a mere outer sect preparatory disciple, previously ignorant of alchemy, is now engaging with the beginner's guide to alchemy for the very first time. And now he is to attempt crafting a 10th-tier divine elixir? Is this correct? Of course, not everyone harbored doubts. Among the outer sect, there were many disciples enchanted by Ning Fan's charisma, viewing him as an idol. Upon hearing Elder Xiao's commendation, they felt invigorated, as if imbued with newfound energy. Look, what does it mean to be a genius? This is what genius looks like. To be praised by a 9th-tier alchemist as capable of producing a 10th-tier divine elixir upon his initial foray into alchemy. Who throughout history can claim such a distinction? Brother Ning shines like a sun, radiating brilliance in every realm he traverses, anticipating the emergence of the 10th-tier divine elixir, which will surely create a sensation throughout the sect. In that moment, the entire Taiyi True Sect was ablaze with fervor. Some remained staunchly skeptical, while others believed wholeheartedly. In summary, the entire Taiyi True ruins became lively. Meanwhile, Ning Fan, situated in the lower Dan Hall, remained blissfully unaware of the splendid drama unfolding within the sect due to his actions. At this moment, he was engrossed in swiftly perusing the alchemical text before him, flipping through one tome after another without a moment's hesitation. His extraordinary memory allowed him to swiftly grasp the fundamental principles and operational procedures of alchemy. Although his innate talent, 100 refinements into elixirs, ensured that he would succeed in crafting a pill by the 100th attempt, he understood the importance of proper preparation. It would be folly to attempt alchemy without the requisite materials or correct processes. One cannot conjure elixirs from thin air. Thus, it was imperative for him to study diligently. Moreover, Ning Fan had no desire to face the demoralizing prospect of failing 99 times. Consequently, he dedicated an entire day and night to his studies, completely absorbed in his quest for knowledge. Finally, he comprehended the essence of alchemy, a gleam of determination igniting in his eyes. It was time for practical application. With resolute strides, Ning Fan made his way to the alchemical chamber located in the side hall. His movements immediately captured the attention of all present in the secret realm. Ning Fan was about to attempt alchemy. Could he truly succeed? Wait, why was he heading to the ordinary alchemical room? The crowd buzzed with excitement, but their expressions shifted to surprise as they observed Ning Fan entering the side hall's alchemical chamber. This space was designated for novice disciples, equipped with furnaces capable of supporting the refinement of only 5th-grade pills. Some disciples, currently engaged in their own studies, recognized the familiar herbs Ning Fan had taken from his pouch and displayed expressions of realization. These were the materials for crafting a 1st-grade elixir, the recovery pill. It appeared that Brother Ning was not so reckless as to directly attempt a 10th-grade divine elixir. Instead, he intended to start with a lower-tier formula. The difficulty of concocting the recovery pill was notably low, and with Ning Fan's exceptional talent, as affirmed by Elder Xiao, it was likely he would succeed in no time. The crowd buzzed with speculation, quickly piecing together Ning Fan's intentions. The elders nodded slightly, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Ning Fan's choice to begin his alchemical journey with the most common of pills was indeed a wise decision. Given the recovery pill's renowned simplicity, it was expected that he would succeed almost instantaneously. With these thoughts in mind, Ning Fan commenced his formal trial. He sat upright on the mat before the alchemical furnace, his expression solemn. After igniting the ground fire, he meticulously followed the formula's instructions, adding the materials one by one while carefully controlling the heat. Within the Taiyi True ruins, Li Changming inquired with curiosity, "Junior brother Xiao, how is Ning Fan's alchemical endeavor progressing?" In response, Xiao Jia smiled confidently, stating, "From this angle, one cannot discern the intricacies. However, brotherly. Your inquiry seems to underestimate him. Ning Fan is someone I believe can refine a 10th grade divine elixir. Thus, this mere first-grade recovery pill should be a simple task. No sooner had he finished speaking than an uproar erupted beside him. He lowered his head and was instantly struck dumb. Below, in the alchemy chamber, a thunderous roar erupted, accompanied by billowing smoke, as various materials violently spewed from the alchemical furnace, scattering into ash upon the ground. The furnace had exploded. Chapter 68. Are you setting off fireworks? Brother Ning's furnace exploded? As they gazed at the swirling black smoke, everyone was left in a state of bewilderment, be it the peak masters or the disciples from both the inner and outer sections. Countless scenarios had played out in their minds, yet none had anticipated this very scene. This was the prodigious alchemist, revered by the 9th rank alchemist and a master of the alchemy hall, Xianxia, as a genius capable of refining 10th rank divine pills, who had faltered at the very first hurdle, tripped up by a mere lower grade healing pill, widely acknowledged as the easiest to concoct. Is this even plausible? Following a brief silence, the entirety of the Taiyi True ruins erupted in collective astonishment. Some disciples rubbed their eyes vigorously, doubting their own perception, convinced they must be experiencing an illusion. Yet, no matter how many times they focused their gaze anew, the outcome remained unchanged. Ning Fan had indeed caused an explosion in the furnace. This was the undeniable truth. In an instant, a buzz of discussion ensued among the disciples. What on earth was happening? Could any alchemy-savvy brother enlighten me on the difficulty of concocting this healing pill? On the contrary, the healing pill is quite simple to make. Indeed, this common medicinal pill is ubiquitous, and even a novice alchemist, lacking any formal tutelage, could produce it. But why, despite its apparent simplicity, did Ning Fan end up with an explosion? Is this what Elder Xiao referred to as top-tier alchemical talent? Goodness gracious, if it were this easy, I could do it too. With the explosion of the furnace, a deluge of skepticism poured forth. In truth, if it were an ordinary disciple experiencing their first encounter with alchemical explosions, it would be somewhat understandable. However, the crux of the matter was that Ning Fan was no ordinary individual. He was a peerless prodigy, personally vouched for by Xianxia, capable of refining 10th rank divine pills. Consequently, the expectations placed upon him had soared to unimaginable heights. To any observer, this initial foray into alchemy should have been a mere formality, rather than culminating in such a disheveled outcome. Even Xianxia felt a profound sense of confusion at this moment. He gazed at the scene below, struggling to comprehend how such a spectacle could unfold. The seemingly simple task of refining a healing pill had resulted in an explosion. No, to be precise, the medicinal concoction had detonated within the furnace, failing to coalesce into form. The furnace itself, however, remained unscathed. Though this furnace was the most ordinary of its kind within the Taiyi True Sect, it would be considered a rare and high-quality alchemical furnace in the outside world. It could withstand the refinement of pills below the 5th rank, and, due to its craftsmanship and internal ignition array, offered an enhanced success rate when concocting lower-tier pills, making the process considerably easier. The healing pill was merely a first-rank medicinal concoction, the most basic of its kind. Thus, refining it within such a furnace should have been a simple and pleasant endeavor. At this moment, the situation surrounding the alchemical furnace was exceedingly perplexing. Brother Xiao, have you discerned anything? Inquired an elder nearby. Xianxia pressed his lips together, contemplating briefly before ultimately deciding to place his faith in Ning Fan, maintaining his prior stance. Thus, he spoke with a calm demeanor. It is merely the initial attempt at alchemy. It is understandable to be unfamiliar with the process. I assure you, there will be no further mishaps. Are you certain? Su Yue interjected, unable to contain himself. Xianxia shot him an admonishing glance. Elder Su, please do not question the expertise of a 9th-tier alchemist. This exclamation was pronounced with great emphasis, omitting even the term senior brother. Su Yue, upon hearing this, instinctively touched his nose, silently reflecting on the consequences of having irritated Brother Xiao. This time, he refrained from further provocation, choosing instead to keep his silence. The other elders, while stifling their laughter, found themselves in agreement with Xiaoxia's assertion. It was indeed commonplace for a novice alchemist to encounter some setbacks during their first attempts. Surely, the ensuing endeavors would proceed with greater ease. Consequently, everyone's gaze returned to the unfolding events below. The surrounding disciples relayed Xiaoxia's words verbatim. Before long, Many outer sect disciples had heard this evaluation and felt a sense of enlightenment. It dawned on them that even a prodigy like Ning Su would encounter the possibility of failure during their inaugural alchemical endeavor. However, with Elder Zhao's assurance that no further errors would occur, it was likely that Ning Fan would demonstrate his true talent from the second attempt onward, achieving remarkable success. With this thought, many disciples rekindled their hopes for Ning Fan and eagerly focused their attention on him. In the alchemy hall, Ning Fan's handsome visage was coated with dust as he emerged from the alchemical chamber, coughing intermittently. A flicker of defeat crossed his eyes. It seemed that he possessed little aptitude for the art of alchemy. He sighed despondently. During his first attempt, he had refrained from attempting overly complex formulas. This time, he had deliberately chosen a spirit-replenishing elixir, as the text indicated it was quite simple to concoct and was a fundamental potion for every novice alchemist. Ning Fan mused that, given his comprehension, he should have been able to master it with ease. Yet, to his dismay, it had simply exploded, leaving him covered in dust. Failing to successfully create even a basic spirit-replenishing elixir, he thought, if not for the assistance of the golden text, he might have turned back down a mountain by now. Ning Fan shook his head in resignation. Perhaps the path of alchemy was not suited for him. What others could accomplish effortlessly seemed to require numerous attempts on his part. Nevertheless, it mattered little. After all, he relied on external assistance for alchemy. Regardless of the 99 failures that preceded him, he viewed it as mere amusement. With that, Ning Fan composed himself, wiped the dust from his face, and re-entered the alchemical chamber once more. He cleared the remnants from the furnace, reignited the fire, and prepared to embark on a new round of alchemical endeavors. Let the process begin. Meanwhile, within the secret realm, a multitude of onlookers shared in the excitement. From the esteemed elders to the outer disciples, all eyes were fixated on the scene below, brimming with anticipation. There stood Ning Fan, his expression earnest as he methodically introduced the materials one by one. His techniques adhered strictly to the requirements outlined in the alchemical formula, giving the impression of a masterwork. Observing Ning Fan's meticulousness, Xianxia could not help but nod in satisfaction, proclaiming, "Behold, this time Ning Fan is certain to demonstrate his true prowess, revealing to all what true genius entails." However, before he could finish his sentence, a resounding explosion erupted from below. A thick plume of black smoke surged into the sky, far more severe than the previous blast. The entire alchemical furnace shook violently from the force of the energy. A genius indeed, to cause such a commotion in a fifth-tier furnace while refining a first-tier elixir. Li Changming exclaimed, his face etched with shock. "It's simply outrageous. I have never witnessed a spirit recovery pill explode with such intensity, capable of wreaking such havoc on a fifth-tier furnace." As the crowd absorbed Li Changming's heartfelt exclamation, coupled with Xianxia's earlier confident assurance, they found themselves stifling laughter, struggling to maintain composure as the muscles on their cheeks twitched uncontrollably. Xianxia, however, stood frozen, disbelief written all over his face. How could it explode again? This is not how it was supposed to unfold. He paced anxiously, confusion etched deep within his expression. Seeing this, Zhongding could not help but offer some consolation, saying, "Xiao Xixiao, perhaps it would be best to let it go. Maybe Ning Fan simply lacks a talent for alchemy?" "Impossible," Xianxia retorted vehemently, a stubborn determination igniting within him. "I refuse to believe I misjudged him. Once his happenstance, twice his coincidence, but thrice, Ning Fan will certainly succeed." Boom! Once again, a thick cloud of smoke billowed forth. The crowd gasped, and Xianxia exclaimed, "Wait, another explosion so soon? Are you setting off fireworks?" Chapter 69. Xianxia, why don't you try something extraordinary? Ning Fan had caused 3 consecutive explosions. The entire Taiyi True ruins was left in stunned silence. Countless disciples stared, wide-eyed, in astonishment. Goodness, is this what they call top-tier alchemical aptitude? Refining a spirit recovery pill, yet managing to detonate 3 furnaces in succession was indeed unprecedented. What on earth is Ning Fan doing? A realization dawned upon some. Xiao Elder was merely jesting with them. In truth, Ning Fan was a genius at exploding furnaces. In a certain sense, managing to blow up 3 furnaces while refining a spirit recovery pill was no less challenging than concocting a heavenly elixir. Indeed, the disciples buzzed with chatter. Some scoffed. Others were perplexed, while a few offered sarcastic remarks. Even many of Ning Fan, as previously fervent admirers, hesitated to voice their opinions. for the absurdity of detonating 3 furnaces while attempting to refine a single spirit recovery pill was simply unfathomable. His alchemical talent had undeniably plummeted below the average level. Even though Elder Xiao was a 9th-tier alchemist, it was evident he had misjudged the situation this time. The outer sect's perception of Ning Fan's furnace explosions was not favorable, and the inner sect and true disciples share the same sentiments. Alchemy has emerged as a highly sought-after profession, with numerous elite disciples of the Taiyi True dabbling in this art. Many of the top-ranking true disciples are themselves accomplished alchemists. They have studied under Xianxia, fully aware of the discerning eye and stringent standards of this 9th-grade alchemist. Thus, when Ning Fan received such lofty praise, countless disciples of Xianxia were filled with anticipation, eager to witness the true visage of a prodigious alchemist. However, after waiting in eager expectation, they were met with the disheartening spectacle of 3 consecutive explosions. Was this truly acceptable? Many elite disciples, standing close to the elders, refrained from voicing their thoughts. Yet internally they were rife with discontent. Although they did not openly mock or deride Ning Fan, their disappointment was palpable. Certainly, the most conflicted individual was Xianxia himself. As the one who had elevated Ning Fan to such heights, his performance was nothing short of an embarrassment. Having previously spoken with such conviction, to now retract his words would only compound his humiliation. Thus, Xianxia resolved to endure, awaiting a miracle. Indeed, true geniuses care little for ephemeral successes or failures. It is through relentless forging that a man's true character is revealed. 3 failures were merely trifles. Let Ning Fan explode 50 furnaces, and only then will I concede my misjudgment. With a stubborn resolve, Xianxia proclaimed confidently, embodying the spirit of a bull-headed creature. The elders observed this spectacle with weary sighs, recognizing that Xianxia was truly a stubborn individual. To save his own face, he spun fanciful tales, insisting upon Ning Fan's alchemical talents. Sun Qiyuan, standing nearby, could no longer bear the charade. 3 explosions indicated that Ning Fan was indeed not adept in his craft, and the prospect of further failures would only tarnish the reputation of the Baichao Peak. He wished to offer a word of caution, but found himself reluctant to speak out in such a public forum. Ultimately, he could only stifle a sigh and resolve to observe further. Thus, amidst this peculiar atmosphere, the entire sect watched with rapt attention as Ning Fan ceaselessly attempted alchemy, only to be met with repeated failures. As night fell, he reached his 50th furnace, yet still could not escape the clutches of failure. Throughout this endeavor, he did not limit himself solely to the revitalizing pill, experimenting with other first-grade elixirs, only to produce even more catastrophic results. This scene not only severely undermined Xiaoxia's confidence, but also left the tens of thousands within the Taiyi True with disbelief. Brother Ning, please, cease your efforts. Accept 1,000 revitalizing pills from your junior sister instead. The 5-grade pill furnace had never anticipated such repeated failures with first-grade elixirs. As the saying goes, no one is flawless. Witnessing Ning Fan's struggles revealed that even prodigies possess their shortcomings. Indeed, though my cultivation talent may not approach that of Ning Fan, my alchemical prowess surpasses that of 100 of him. Indeed, the elixir known as the revitalizing pill could be effortlessly refined by me in dozens with a single hand. While Ning Fan remained unfazed by the arduous task of alchemy, the numerous external disciples were left fatigued merely by watching. Many had already concluded that Ning Fan possessed no innate talent for pill refinement. Elder Xiao, no matter how adamant he was in his denials, could not dispute this undeniable reality. At that moment, Xiaoxia's mood was equally dismal. After Ning Fan's 50th failed attempt at refining, he could no longer maintain his composure, teetering on the brink of madness. What on earth is happening? Previously, in the scripture pavilion, when others mocked his abilities, he had ascended to the 9th floor with remarkable speed. Utilizing 37 superior grade techniques from the heavenly level, everyone claimed he was endangering the foundation of the sect, even prompting the Grand Elder to threaten his life. Yet, he retaliated by creating the Wuji Daozong. Despite the entire sect's fervent attempts to hinder his chosen path of cultivating superior grade martial arts, he ultimately succeeded in mastering it in a single day. His exploits in the medicinal garden were even more astonishing, as he learned and penned prescriptions that surpassed all historical limits of medicinal baths, leaving junior brother's son utterly humiliated. Why, now that the spotlight is on me, does everything seem to plummet? Was it not promised that extraordinary individuals would encounter extraordinary circumstances? I implore you to exhibit some of that extraordinary talent quickly. Xiaoxia's inner turmoil surged, and his typically composed visage betrayed none of the calmness he was known for. He could almost feel the mocking gazes of the surrounding disciples directed at him. The esteemed ninth-tier alchemist had misjudged and remained obstinately unaware, only to be repeatedly slapped in the face by the harsh reality. Ning Fan had failed the alchemical process 50 times, with each failure striking him like a whip. Fortunately, the other elders, witnessing Xiaoxia's distress, secretly empathized and refrained from further comment. Even Su Yuwei, who was often outspoken, held his tongue this time. As time flowed slowly, Ning Fan continued his relentless attempts at pill refinement. Just as the moonlight thickened, a sudden exclamation pierced the air. Success! Li Changming grasped Xiaoxia's arm. Pointing below, Ning Fan has succeeded on his 99th attempt at refining the revitalizing pill. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxia was momentarily stunned, only to be met with an even more bitter realization. The surrounding elders and disciples shook their heads in dismay. The simplest of elixirs. Yet it took 99 attempts for success. This was a clear testament to the depths of Ning Fan's alchemical talent. At that moment, Su Yuwei inquired, Xiao Shidi, do you still consider Ning Fan a genius of the alchemical arts capable of refining supreme-grade elixirs? This time, Xiaoxia did not retort. Instead, after a brief silence, he sighed. It must be conveyed to all disciples. I misjudged. Ning Fan lacks any talent for alchemy. Xiaoxia ultimately succumbed to the harsh truth. He had staked his reputation on Ning Fan, only to face utter defeat. This time, he had no choice but to accept his folly. Soon, news of this event spread throughout the secret realm. Everyone became aware that Xiaoxia had openly admitted to his misjudgment. Ning Fan is not a prodigy in the art of alchemy. With this revelation, the last shred of hope within many disciples has been shattered. Indeed, a number of them began to mock Ning Fan without restraint. As the saying goes, the higher one stands, the harder one falls. Ning Fan had previously appeared flawless, with no discernible shortcomings. However, his inferior alchemical skills starkly contrasted with the title of alchemical genius that Xiaoxia had so forcefully bestowed upon him, finally providing some individuals with an outlet for their frustrations. Of course, many disciples had already anticipated this outcome, feeling merely a sense of regret. After all, they had previously believed that their sect was on the verge of producing another master alchemist of divine caliber. Wait, why has Ning Fan gone to the warehouse? Hold on. He has taken a pile of top-tier materials. What does he intend to do? This is the alchemical chamber of the inner sanctum. Is he actually going to attempt alchemy? As all eyes reacted with varied emotions, Ning Fan, below, made yet another move. Clutching the primordial essence, the sacred spring of Tai Chu, the indestructible golden bones, the nine-turn nirvana grass, the Xianhuang maternal chi, and the true dragon's reverse scale, all top-tier materials. He wore an expression of exhilaration as he made his way to the alchemical chamber of the inner sanctum, where he found a chaos alchemical furnace. This furnace, forged entirely from chaotic stone, was capable of refining 9th and 10th grade elixirs, typically under the sole control of Xiaoxia. Other alchemists were not qualified to use it all. Now, with all the materials for the chaos indestructible body source pill in hand, Ning Fan stood eagerly before the furnace. This scene left everyone utterly dumbfounded. Just moments ago, he had successfully refined a first-grade revitalizing pill, and now he was attempting to concoct a 10th-grade divine elixir. Is this even appropriate? Huh? Chapter 70. Could Ning Fan blow himself up? Ning Fan stopped. Once he regained his composure, Elder Sun Qiyuan was the first unable to contain himself. He immediately stepped forward and reprimanded loudly. Although his words could not resonate beyond the Taiyi True ruins, he was too incensed to care about such details. While it was one thing for you to use the spiritual herbs from my medicinal garden, at least they were being utilized. Now, however, you, who clearly know nothing about alchemy, dare to ignite the chaos furnace and throw in such an abundance of rare materials. Do you have any idea that it takes 9 million years to obtain even a wisp of primordial essence? How many generations of our sect's ancestors sacrificed their lives to secure just a drop of the sacred spring of Tai Chu? And look at you now, not even a mere apprentice alchemist, yet you have the audacity to toss in so many precious materials. Do you regard my Baichao peak as naught? Do you consider my Taiyi True Sect to be inconsequential? Elder Sun Qiyuan's tone was grave, his voice resounding with fervor, clearly ignited by genuine anger. The other elders, while not exhibiting such urgent fury, inwardly concurred with his sentiments. They shook their heads and sighed, their fondness for Ning Fan diminishing slightly. Previously, when Ning Fan had taken some spiritual herbs and consumed higher-tier bloodline beasts, none had raised objections. After all, he possesses exceptional talent for cultivation and has a genuine understanding of this domain. Therefore, whether it pertains to spiritual herbs or the flesh and blood of demonic beasts, everything is utilized to its fullest potential, leaving no waste. Even the most vociferous critics, Zhong Ding and Sun Qiyuan, merely feigned concern. If they were outside the secret realm, they would likely offer these resources to Ning Fan without any prompting. As the saying goes, a fortune spent will return. It is merely a sacrifice of some materials, insignificant compared to nurturing a top-tier genius for the sect. Of course, this is contingent upon the consumed items being genuinely useful. However, the current situation is decidedly askew. Ning Fan exploded the furnace a staggering 98 times before managing to refine a grade 1 recovery pill, indicating his abysmal aptitude for alchemy. Yet, most merely lament his ineptitude without harboring any biases against him. In fact, they would hope he swiftly ascends to the pinnacle of the alchemy hall to consume that dragon elephant bone-tempering pill for cultivation. But what was the outcome? Not only did Ning Fan refrain from doing so, he audaciously set his sights on refining a grade 10 divine pill, indulging in unattainable dreams. Just after successfully crafting a recovery pill, he dared to approach the chaos furnace with various precious materials for a second attempt. It is worth noting that the materials required for refining the Chaos Immortal Body Source Pill are far more valuable than those spiritual herbs aged over 1,000,000 years. Ning Fan's actions are akin to throwing the sect's painstakingly accumulated resources onto the streets. Such wastefulness is truly unbearable to witness. It is no wonder Sun Qiyuan lost control of his emotions and expressed his outrage. He cannot abide waste in any form. Every spiritual herb in the medicinal garden, no matter how seemingly useless, would have a formula devised for it. Even a damaged alchemical cauldron is too precious to discard, as he would rather pass it to the disciples at the tool refining peak for repairs before reclaiming it as a treasured item. Thus, Ning Fan's current conduct is evidently striking a nerve with Sun Qiyuan. As for Xianxia, the rightful leader of the 100 Herbs Peak, his reaction diverges. He is not particularly distressed about the wasted materials because both the primordial sacred spring and the chaos source chi can only be utilized for refining grade 10 divine pills. Given his alchemical prowess, he is unlikely to surpass the rank of a grade 9 alchemist in this lifetime, rendering these materials forever out of reach for him. Therefore, rather than perceiving Ning Fan as a threat to the sect's foundations, Xianxia is more concerned about the potential harm he may inflict upon himself. The Chaos Furnace, as a grade 10 alchemical furnace, demands meticulous attention not only in terms of materials, but also regarding the intricately inscribed fire-sealing formations, which are far more ferocious and difficult to control. If Ning Fan could explode a recovery pill, then recklessly attempting to manipulate this grade 10 furnace to refine the Chaos Immortal Body Source Pill could lead to uncontrollable infernos the moment materials are introduced. In such circumstances, sustaining injuries would be a fortunate outcome. The real fear lies in being utterly consumed, reduced to ash. Thus, after a moment of internal conflict, Xianxia promptly divulged everything to the others. Upon hearing this, the master Pei Qingyu's expression turned grave. He had not anticipated the peril that accompanied the concoction of a 10th grade divine pill. In comparison to losing one's life, failure seemed a trivial concern. Qi Leiguang, see if you can use the small beast to restrain Ning Fan, preventing any rash actions. Pei Qingyu promptly commanded, his voice urgent, momentarily forgetting to call for his junior disciple. Qi Leiguang's demeanor was equally solemn as he hurriedly communicated with the scrap iron little Xianxia and rushed into the inner hall's alchemical chamber, attempting to stop Ning Fan. At this moment, the potential damage to the sect as foundation, as well as the waste of extraordinary materials, paled in significance to Ning Fan's life. Even Sun Qiyuan, who had just vocally chastised Ning Fan, fell silent now. The reactions of the other elders were similarly grave, their brows furrowed in tension as they gazed below. The surrounding disciples exchanged glances and whispered to one another, Ning Fan has stirred up trouble again. Does he truly not realize how poor his alchemical talent is? Could it be that after failing so many times, he is acting out of frustration, deliberately ruining those precious materials? Who can say? In any case, he is now alone in the sect, and it is only natural for the darker aspects of his psyche to be magnified under such circumstances. Yet the issue remained that he was unaware that the Chaos Cauldron could only be manipulated by top-tier alchemists. A mere novice handling it recklessly could very well lead to self-immolation. Could it be that he would truly blow himself up? The true disciples and elite members of the sect either watched with intrigue or mocked him in secret. Their emotional responses varied. Saint Sunjui Yunza observed this familiar scene with an unruffled demeanor. There is nothing that can affect me now. His gaze was indifferent, and his heart, having weathered numerous trials and tribulations, gradually found tranquility. Now, in the face of whatever transpired with Ning Fan, he responded with a resolute disbelief. Whether it was failing to refine a first-grade pill 98 times, being blown to bits by the Chaos Cauldron, or failing to concoct a 10th-grade divine pill, the Saint Sun maintained a singular attitude: disbelief. You say you have failed, I do not believe. You say you can succeed, I do not believe. In any case, I simply do not believe. Thus, I can fortify my resolve. Surely, this must be correct, he mused inwardly. Meanwhile, within the alchemical chamber, Ning Fan sat cross-legged, his eyes gleaming with determination. It was the 100th attempt. The effect of the golden phrase, 100 refinements yield a pill, was about to take effect. It would be impossible not to feel exhilarated. After all, the string of consecutive failures had deeply impressed upon him the arduousness of alchemy. Even if he wished to dismiss it, a sense of defeat had crept into his heart. Therefore, he urgently needed to successfully refine a divine pill to alleviate his spirit and regain a modicum of confidence. As for how this pill was to be refined, whether through some external aid, that was of no consequence. He began by using the true fire of the sun to melt the indestructible golden bones, followed by the true fire of the moon to harmonize the medicinal properties, repeating the process 9 times to ensure the perfect amalgamation of potency. In Ning Fan's mind, he recalled the description of the alchemical process detailed within the jade slip. With a serious expression, he picked up the indestructible golden bone and the 9 transformations nirvana grass, preparing to cast them into the furnace in succession. "Quick, stop him!" shouted the sect leader, Pei Qingyu, upon witnessing this scene. Qi Leiguang, sweating profusely, focused his mind like a net, controlling the puppet beast to swiftly fly in from outside the alchemical chamber. Yet, he was ultimately a moment too late. With a resounding crash, the clumsy iron puppet not only failed to hinder Ning Fan, but also collided headlong into the chaotic furnace, landing in a most undignified manner. Meanwhile, the materials in Ning Fan's hands had already been cast into the furnace. Chapter 71. The sun in hand, the moon at fingertips. It is ruined. As the onlookers beheld this unfolding scene, a singular thought filled their minds. Ning Fan's hands were far too swift. He had thrown the indestructible golden bone and the 9 transformations nirvana grass into the cauldron, leaving no path of retreat. The subsequent events were bound to be perilous. The formation within the chaotic furnace detected the materials being introduced, and the advanced ignition array inscribed within would undoubtedly activate. The flames within such a formation were not of the ordinary kind. It is crucial to understand that the chaotic furnace is a 10th-tier alchemical vessel, a true treasure, comparable to a heavenly-grade divine weapon. Its creator was a renowned master craftsman from the Taiyi True Sect, whose reputation echoed through the ages millions of years ago. This individual was also an ancestor of the current peak master of the heavenly work peak, Li Changming. At the time, this ancestor of the Li family, nearing his transcendence, resolved to leave a treasure for the sect to benefit from. Thus, he ventured into perilous lands, facing death numerous times to acquire various rare materials. Ultimately, he forged this divine cauldron, sealing within its core a multitude of exotic flame sources. With the alchemist's mental control, it could unleash flames of diverse attributes. For instance, the ultimate true sun fire, the ultimate true yin fire, the wicked and insidious flames entwined with desires, and the eerie, unpredictable nether cold fire. While it may not encompass every exotic flame in existence, it certainly contained the vast majority. The chaotic furnace not only benefited the alchemy hall, enabling successive hall masters to concoct elixirs with divine assistance, but also aided many fire magic cultivators in their practice and enlightenment. There are even rumors that the esteemed elder Jiyan once sat in meditation before the chaotic furnace for several years, observing the myriad exotic flame sources left by the sages within this formation. Ultimately, through a moment of enlightenment, he forged his own path in fire magic. Thus, once the ignition formation activated, It was far beyond the control of an ordinary person. Ning Fan's rudimentary alchemical skills could not possibly command it with precision. It was feared that in the next moment, the randomly ignited exotic flames would erupt violently. The chaotic furnace itself would remain unaffected, but the intense energy shock could, as Xianxia had warned, instantaneously dissolve Ning Fan, who stood so perilously close. Contemplating this, many elders felt a pang of anguish within their hearts. After all, they had watched Ning Fan for so many days within the secret realm, nurturing him as a potential successor for the sect. To claim there were no feelings would be disingenuous. Yet, with Ning Fan resolutely focused on alchemy and having reached this point, who could be blamed? The surrounding female disciples averted their gazes, unable to bear the sight. However, moments passed, and contrary to their expectations, no explosive sounds erupted. As the female disciples opened their eyes, they found all the elders around them staring blankly downwards, their bodies frozen as if enchanted. What had transpired? They blinked and hurriedly looked below. There, in the alchemy chamber, Ning Fan remained seated calmly, his pristine disciple robes untainted by any dust. His gaze was earnest, fixed upon the furnace before him. With his hands positioned forward, he adeptly guided the array patterns, skillfully manipulating them. Within the furnace, a warm white flame blazed vigorously. There were no signs of chaos. It appeared remarkably docile, gently roasting the indestructible golden bone. What was happening? The female disciples were dumbfounded, glancing around to find others equally surprised and puzzled. Some adept alchemists wore expressions of disbelief. After several seconds, someone finally spoke. How could this be? He can control the chaotic furnace. That warm white flame, if I am not mistaken, is the true fire of the sun. An ordinary object would be obliterated upon contact. Indeed, to refine alchemical substances with such a flame is akin to dancing on a tightrope. Any slight misstep could reduce the materials to ashes. Yet, Ning Fan appeared so effortlessly at ease. What could this mean? Is this still the same Ning Fan who had caused the furnace to explode dozens of times while refining recovery elixirs? I would believe it if you told me he was possessed by an ancient alchemical ancestor. All the disciples were left in stunned silence, their minds racing with confusion. A person who had clearly only just begun to dabble in alchemy, one who could not even successfully refine a recovery elixir, now handling a top-tier alchemical furnace with such finesse. Was this right? The elders were equally bewildered, exchanging glances filled with perplexity. Xiao Shidi, wake up! Li Changming nudged the dazed Xiaozhia, who seemed as if turned to stone, and inquired, what on earth is happening? I don't know either. After regaining his senses, Xiaozhia felt parched and could hardly fathom how Ning Fan's skills had transformed so drastically. This chaotic furnace had recently been under his use, and he knew all too well the power of the fire array within. Even when he had just ascended to the rank of a 9th-tier alchemist, it had been exceedingly difficult for him to manipulate it freely. Yet now, Ning Fan handled it as if he had done so a million times before. Even the indestructible golden bone was being refined to perfection, showcasing his mastery over the flame's intensity. Wait a moment. How did he increase the fire's temperature? As Xiaozhia was astounded by Ning Fan's fire control technique, he suddenly noticed that the momentum of the true sun fire in the furnace was surging violently. This is not good. The furnace is about to explode. Sun Qiyuan, standing nearby, was the first to voice his concern. As a master of herbalism and an adept in alchemy, he could discern the current predicament. Ning Fan had inexplicably allowed the true fire to blaze unchecked, dangerously nearing the point of incinerating the materials. The only possible outcome of this reckless behavior would be an explosion. How could he commit such a blunder? Was that earlier display of skill merely a stroke of luck? Was he still at a level incapable of refining even a basic recovery pill? Sun Qiyuan was perplexed. The others, hearing his words, were equally astonished. The surrounding disciples were filled with trepidation, especially those studying alchemy, who clearly recognized the signs of an impending explosion. The speed of the true sun fire was alarmingly swift. Within 3 breaths, it would cause the materials to burst. This pill was doomed, some concluded, believing there was no room for redemption. Xiaozhia was also sweating profusely with anxiety. At this moment, only a breath remained before the furnace would explode. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, Ning Fan, seated before the furnace, subtly turned his palm, manipulating the fire-igniting formation with exquisite precision. He swiftly scattered the true sun fire's intensity, causing it to diminish rapidly. Immediately following this, a blue flame imbued with the chilling essence of the moon surged forth from the ignition formation, swiftly replacing the true sun fire and refilling the furnace. Inside the Taiyi True Sect, a profound silence enveloped the scene. Everyone was momentarily frozen, utterly captivated by Ning Fan's remarkable ability to effortlessly transition from the sun to the moon in his techniques. Chapter 72. The Ancient Nine-Turn Refining Method. What kind of alchemical technique is this? After a lengthy pause, someone finally gasped in astonishment, breaking the stillness with their inquiry. This voice, akin to a stone cast into a lake, sent ripples through the crowd. Disciples and elders alike began to discuss fervently, their voices mingling in a cacophony reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. Yet, no one paid heed to the chaos, for Ning Fan's display was astonishingly beyond comprehension, allowing all present to truly experience the essence of awe. Yu Rushuang, Pei Qingyu, and Li Changming, each a revered elder, were equally unable to maintain their composure, ultimately directing their collective gaze toward Xianxia. After all, he alone within the Taiyi True Sect was a ninth-grade alchemist. At this moment, Xianxia was inhaling deeply, his hands trembling. After a considerable time spent regaining his calm, he gravely declared, "I have underestimated him. What Ning Fan is employing now is the nine-turn refining method in alchemy. However, his technique diverges from a norm. The nine-turn refining method is divided into two variations. One is the later improved method, which utilizes 9 different exotic fires through the ignition formation to refine the materials. This method is favored for its safety and stability, making it the choice of many. Of course, with the reduced difficulty comes its own drawbacks. This ultimately leads to a slight deficiency in the quality of the final elixir." Upon hearing this, the crowd exhibited a look of dawning comprehension. Although they were not well versed in the art of alchemy, they had indeed heard of the esteemed 9 transformations refinement technique. However, the specifics had eluded their understanding until this moment, when Xianxia enlightened them. Li Changming, intrigued, inquired, "Junior brother Xiao, how does one execute the second method you mentioned?" Xianxia remained unfazed by the interruption. After a brief moment of contemplation, he continued his explanation. "The second method is an ancient alchemical technique, wherein 2 opposing attributes of fire are utilized for the refinement process. The chaotic, indestructible body source elixir is an ancient concoction that explicitly states in its refining process that it must be alternately subjected to the true fire of the sun and the true fire of the moon. This refers to the aforementioned second method. Yet, even in the ancient 9 transformations refinement, one need not push the limits to such extremes. Switching flames can occur at a more tolerable juncture. The extraordinary aspect of Ning Fan lies in his timing, as he executes the switch at the very moment of impending explosion, leaving no margin for error. Remarkably, he must perform this operation 7 times. As Xianxia spoke, he felt parched and his scalp tingled with trepidation. Ning Fan's audacity is truly terrifying. Although employing such an extreme method may enhance the quality of the elixir, the associated risks are exceedingly high. A slight miscalculation could lead to irrevocable disaster, resulting in total failure. Even the most renowned alchemists in history would not dare to undertake such a perilous endeavor. It is akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. Any minor misstep in the manipulation of spiritual energy could result in instant catastrophe. Furthermore, the materials for a grade 10 elixir are rare, and the opportunity for refinement often presents itself only once. Thus, a prudent approach is paramount. Where can one find another like Ning Fan, who recklessly walks the tightrope? As they observed Xiaoxia's excitement, the elders understood the gravity of the situation. Their exchanged glances revealed their astonishment. Could it be that Ning Fan truly possesses the potential to refine a grade 10 divine elixir? Yet, as old Xiao indicated, he must endure this precarious process 7 more times. Whether he can successfully produce a grade 10 divine elixir ultimately depends on his ability to navigate these 7 challenges. However, the nature of this young man's alchemical talent remains inscrutable. How can he, who failed dozens of times refining a grade 1 spirit recovery elixir, now wield the ancient 9 transformations refinement technique to attempt a grade 10 divine elixir? It is incomprehensible. The 9 transformations refinement begins with yang fire, alternating with yin fire, repeating the process 9 times. This means it concludes with yang fire, experiencing a total of 5 yangs and 4 yins, necessitating 8 flame switches. Ning Fan has already completed 1 switch, with 7 more awaiting him. If he insists on pushing the limits with each switch, the difficulty is unimaginable. The elders were filled with both concern and bewilderment regarding his extraordinary talent. No one could fathom how Ning Fan, who was incapable of concocting low-grade elixirs, managed to refine a 10th-tier divine pill with such remarkable finesse. The elders were perplexed, and the disciples were utterly astonished, especially those proficient in alchemy from the alchemy hall, who were left speechless, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. The ancient art of the nine turns forging, which I had only glimpsed in ancient texts, was now unfolding before my very eyes. How astonishing it was that such legendary alchemical techniques would manifest in reality. Surely, even our elder Xiao has never performed such feats. Indeed, the materials for 9th-tier elixirs are exceedingly precious, and to gather them again after a failure is a daunting task. The ancient method of 9 turns forging may enhance the quality of the elixir, yet even without such extreme measures, one can still produce pills. It is evident to any fool. Are you implying that Ning Fan is foolish? No, he is audacious in his artistry. His skills are indeed exceptional, having caused the spirit recovery pill to explode dozens of times. Perhaps Ning Fan possesses a unique talent that restricts him to crafting only high-end elixirs? The true disciples and elite inner sect members were abuzz with astonishment, all marveling at the current spectacle. The Holy Son, Xianxia, took a deep breath, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. I knew it. His expression was invigorated, as if he had come to a profound realization, directing his gaze toward Ning Fan. This individual is quite peculiar. When others deem him incapable, he excels. Yet, when you believe in his potential, he falters. In essence, he is utterly perplexing. The principle of disbelief that Xianxia had surmised was now manifesting its effects. The wavering heart of the Tao remained steadfast. You shall not sway me further. The Holy Son thought to himself, convinced that his resolve was unwavering. However, he could not fathom why, upon hearing the disciples' exaltations of Ning Fan, he felt an inexplicable emptiness within. Could it be that my conviction is insufficient? The Holy Son pondered, lost in thought. Meanwhile, news from the core circle gradually reached the outer sect. The elders' astonishment, Xiaoxia's explanations, and Ning Fan's actions were all meticulously relayed to the multitude of disciples. Undeniably, an uproar ensued. Over 10,000 individuals were left bewildered. So, Ning Fan's previous explosions were merely a jest? I feel the same way. Upon reflection, Ning Fan remained remarkably composed after each explosion, displaying no traces of distress or defeat. That makes sense. If he lacked confidence, could he be so at ease? Nonsense. Ning Fan is oblivious to our presence. Is he amusing the air? It seems he is merely entertaining himself. Otherwise, how can one explain Ning Fan's behavior? One can only surmise that the divine being Ning Fan possesses a celestial demeanor. Look, this is the final fire exchange. What will we do next? The multitude of disciples share their opinions. As the conversation unfolded, Ning Fan within the Dan Hall had already progressed to the final stage of the 9 turns refinement. After replacing the Sun True Fire for the last time, he solemnly retrieved a jade vial. Within this vial resided the primary material for this alchemical endeavor, a strand of chaotic primordial energy. This step was the most crucial in the alchemical process, molding. By infusing the chaotic primordial energy into the alchemical furnace, the elixir would begin to take shape. At this juncture, a tempest of chaos would erupt within the furnace, a phenomenon that could not be controlled by any alchemist of lesser caliber. While subduing this storm, he also had to simultaneously introduce 2 additional primary materials, the Xianwang Qi and the True Dragon's reverse scale. These components were notoriously difficult to amalgamate, particularly the True Dragon's reverse scale, which harbored the formidable might of a divine beast and possessed a flicker of sentience, rendering it the most challenging to tame. Forcibly refining, it could easily result in severe backlash, necessitating an exceptionally skilled alchemical technique to suppress it. It could be said that the peril involved in this step far surpassed that of the 9 turns refinement. Within the Taiyi True ruins, Xiaoxia wore a grave expression, his eyes betraying a hint of concern as he spoke.